Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Chapter 1: Blood on the Snow. The military parade square of Arventhor smelled like iron in winter. Alara Voss stood at the edge of the square, one gauntleted hand wrapped around the reins of her black warhorse, the other pressed flat against her own thigh to stop the trembling. The trembling was not fear. It was the aftermath of killing 7 men in the border ambush 3 hours ago, the last of whom had driven a serrated blade across her left wrist before she'd taken his throat with her sword pommel. The wound had been wrapped in a torn strip of her own cloak. The blood had frozen into the fabric. She could feel it cracking every time she moved her fingers. Behind her, Noctis, her warhorse, her oldest companion, the meanest animal in the royal stables, snorted and stamped one massive hoof into the snow. He did this whenever he was bored, annoyed, or plotting to bite someone. At present, she suspected all three. "Easy," she murmured. Noctis flattened his ears and tossed his head sideways, yanking the reins hard enough to jolt her injured wrist. She hissed through her teeth. He had the temperament of a drunken tavern brawler and the intelligence of a war strategist, and he had never once in his life been easy about anything. She'd found him 6 years ago in a burned-out border stable, a half-starved yearling with hooves too big for his legs and fury in every line of his body. The stable master had warned her not to go near him. "He bites," the man had said. "He kicks. He'll kill you if you try to saddle him." Alara had walked in anyway, because she'd recognized something in those wild black eyes. She had been 15. She'd had no wolf form, no noble bloodline, no mother, and a father who drank himself to sleep every night in a guardsman's barracks. She understood what it meant to be angry and have no one to explain it to. She'd sat in the corner of his stall for 3 hours. She hadn't touched him. She'd simply sat there eating an apple, and when she was done, she'd placed the core on the ground and left. The next morning, the core was gone. The morning after that, she brought 2 apples. By the 4th day, he'd come close enough to breathe on her hair. By the 7th, he'd let her touch his nose. He'd bitten her on the 8th day, hard enough to leave a scar on her shoulder, and she'd bitten him back. Not literally, but she'd flicked his ear so hard he'd startled backward into the wall. They had understood each other perfectly ever since. Now Noctis shoved his massive head against her back, pushing her forward half a step. He wanted to leave. He had wanted to leave since they'd arrived. Horses were not stupid creatures, whatever the nobles said, and Noctis in particular possessed an uncanny ability to sense when a situation was about to become terrible. But she could not leave, not yet. Ahead of her, the parade square was arranged in the rigid formations of a royal acknowledgement ceremony. The Council of Elders occupied the raised stone dais at the center, 7 ancient werewolves in silver-trimmed black robes, their faces carved into permanent expressions of disapproval. Flanking them were the noble houses, arranged by rank. Fur-lined cloaks, jeweled circlets, gloved hands clasped over embroidered sashes. To the left, the soldiers of the Crown Guard stood in polished rows, breath steaming in the cold. To the right, the court ladies and lesser nobles clustered together like a flock of brightly plumed birds. And in the center of it all, standing on the frost-covered stone with his back to her, was Aldrich. Crown Prince Aldrich Veyron, her fated mate. Even now, even with blood frozen to her wrist and 7 kills sitting heavy in her bones, the sight of him made something twist beneath her ribs. Not the mate bond, though that was there too, that low golden hum that had lived inside her chest since she was 17 and first felt it snap into place. This was older than the bond. This was memory. This was the boy who had pulled her out of a frozen river when she was 12, who had taught her the sword forms the weapons master wouldn't teach girls, who had sat beside her on a parapet at dawn and said, "You don't need a wolf, Alara. You already fight like one." She had loved him since before she knew what the word meant. Aldrich turned. Even across the width of the parade square, she could see how the cold had sharpened his features. The strong jaw, the dark brow, the mouth that was too severe for softness but had once smiled at her like she was the only warmth in the kingdom. His black hair was pushed back from his face, and his golden eyes, wolf eyes always, found her immediately. Something flickered there, pain maybe, or guilt. Noctis snorted again, louder this time, and Alara felt the reins go taut as he shifted his weight. He never liked Aldrich. Even in the early days when she and Aldrich had been inseparable, the horse had regarded the crown prince with the particular disdain of an animal who could smell dishonesty long before it arrived. "Stand," she told him quietly. He stomped, twice. She ignored him because Lady Cordelia Ashworth was stepping forward. Cordelia was beautiful. That had never been in dispute. She had auburn hair that fell in perfect waves, a waist like a drawn bowstring, skin that had never been within spitting distance of a battlefield, and a laugh that sounded like crystal chimes designed specifically to make other women feel inadequate. She was the daughter of Lord Ashworth, the wealthiest nobleman in Arventhor, and she had been presented to the council as a suitable Luna candidate 6 months ago. Around the same time, the whispers about Alara's lack of wolf form had grown too loud to ignore. Cordelia placed her hand on Aldrich's arm. It was a small gesture, delicate, possessive, perfectly calculated. Alara saw it. The entire square saw it. That was, of course, the point. Aldrich did not remove the hand. And then he spoke. "Lady Cordelia has stood faithfully beside the crown during the recent border conflicts," he said, his voice carrying across the parade ground with the practiced ease of a man raised to address armies. "Her devotion to the council's guidance and the traditions of our bloodline is beyond reproach." Beside Alara, Noctis made a sound that could only be described as derisive. She agreed with him, but she kept her face still. She had spent 10 years in this court. She knew how to hold her expression. She knew how to stand with blood soaking through her glove and not let a single person see her flinch. Elder Hargrave, the eldest and most venomous member of the council, leaned forward on the dais. "And what of the knight, Your Highness?" Aldrich's jaw tightened. She saw it, the microflexion, the way his eyes darted toward her and then deliberately pulled away. "The knight?" "Sir Alara Voss." Hargrave's voice was thin and precise, like a needle threading through silk. "Your personal guard. The soldiers report she single-handedly broke the ambush at the Thornwinter Pass this morning. 7 enemy wolves, was it? While the rest of your escort was pinned down?" Silence in the square. The soldiers shifted. Some of them had been there. Some of them had watched her walk into that ambush with nothing but a sword and a warhorse while they cowered behind overturned carts. "She performed her duty," Aldrich said. "Her duty." Alara's fingers tightened on the reins. "Indeed." Hargrave smiled, and it was the smile of a man who had already arranged the outcome of this conversation. "And what is her duty, precisely?" "I ask because there has been some confusion among the court about the nature of her position." Cordelia lifted her chin. The torchlight caught the sapphires at her throat. "Surely there is no confusion, Elder. Sir Voss is a guard, a sword, a useful tool." She let the word tool hang in the air like a jewel she was admiring. But one does not elevate a hunting dog to the throne simply because it bites well. Laughter. Small, controlled, noble laughter. The kind that was designed to humiliate without providing anything concrete enough to challenge. Alara felt the bond pulse, Aldrich's emotions bleeding through. Shame, guilt, and underneath that, a desperate, furious fear she didn't understand. She waited for him to speak, to correct Cordelia, to say something. His golden eyes met hers across the square, and in them she saw the thing she'd been afraid to name for months. Apology. "Sir Voss is my guard," Aldrich said. His voice was clear and carried to every corner. "She is not my Luna. A woman without a wolf is unworthy of standing beside the throne." The world went very quiet. Or perhaps it went very loud and Alara simply stopped hearing it. The words hit her somewhere beneath the mate bond, beneath the muscle and bone, in the place where she had kept every promise he'd ever made her, every dawn patrol together, every battlefield prayer, every whispered "I will always choose you." A woman without a wolf. Unworthy. The nobles were watching her, the soldiers were watching her. Cordelia was watching her with barely concealed satisfaction, her hand still resting on Aldrich's arm like a flag planted on conquered territory. The council watched with the hungry patience of men who had been waiting for this moment. They wanted her to cry. She knew this with the clarity of a sword edge. They wanted her to kneel, to beg, to ask Aldrich to explain, to provide some spectacle of feminine desperation they could reference for years afterward when they needed an example of why wolfless women should not presume. Noctis pressed his nose against her shoulder. His breath was warm and his nostrils flared, and his ears were flat against his skull in the expression she recognized as his battle face. He wanted to charge. He had always wanted to solve problems by charging at them. In this, at least, they were not alike. Alara reached up and unclasped the silver badge from her armor. It was a simple thing, a wolf rampant over a crown, the mark of the royal personal guard. She had worn it since she was 18. It had been pinned over her heart when she'd killed her first enemy wolf. It had been stained with mud, blood, rain, and once, memorably, horse spit when Noctis had sneezed directly onto her chest during an inspection. She held it up so the torchlight caught it. Then she threw it into the snow at Aldrich's feet. The sound it made was very small. The silence that followed was enormous. "Servas," Aldrich began. "That's the last order I'll follow," she said. Her voice was steady. She would make it steady if it killed her. "And I wasn't a dog, Your Highness. I was the only one willing to stand between you and every blade aimed at your throat. The dog was whoever taught you to call it nothing." She turned. She mounted Noctis in a single fluid motion that sent a lance of pain through her injured wrist, but she'd mounted this horse in worse condition, with a broken rib once, with an arrow shaft still lodged in her thigh once, during a thunderstorm that had driven every other horse in the stable to panic. This was nothing. This was just her heart. Noctis needed no command. He surged forward, and the crowd parted, not for her, but for him, because he was 16 hands of black fury, and he had a documented history of biting anyone who didn't move fast enough. Behind her, she heard Aldrich call her name. She did not turn. They reached the drawbridge before the shouting started. The royal city of Arventhor was built on a high plateau, accessible only through the Great Gate and its ancient drawbridge over the Frostclaw Gorge. The bridge was wide enough for 4 horses abreast, paved in dark stone, and flanked by carved wolf statues that had watched 1,000 years of comings and goings with the same blank expression. Noctis's hooves rang against the stone. Below, the gorge dropped into mist and darkness. Above, the sky was the color of a bruise, violet and black and swollen with snow that had not yet fallen. Alara stopped at the center of the bridge. The mate bond hummed inside her chest. She could feel Aldrich through it, his panic, his guilt, his fury at himself, his desperate certainty that she would come back. She always came back. She had always come back. After every slight, every public humiliation, every whispered insult from courtiers who called her the wolfless shadow, the broken blade, the guard who warmed the prince's bed because she couldn't warm his throne, she had swallowed it and she had come back. Not tonight. She closed her eyes. She reached inside herself, past the pain in her wrist, past the exhaustion in her bones, past 10 years of loving a man who could announce her worthlessness to the entire kingdom and still expect her to return. She found the bond. It was there, golden and warm, woven into the center of her being like a thread spun from sunlight. It connected her to Aldrich, his heartbeat, his breath, his wolf. She had lived with it for so long that she no longer remembered what silence felt like. She wrapped her will around it, and she pulled. The pain was immediate and absolute. It felt like reaching into her own chest and tearing out a rib. No, worse. It felt like reaching into her soul and ripping out the part that had learned to love. The golden thread screamed as it frayed. Noctis shrieked beneath her, rearing, because he could feel it too. The shockwave of a fated bond being forcibly severed, something so unnatural that even the stones of the bridge seemed to shudder. She didn't stop. She pulled until the thread snapped. The silence that followed was the most terrible sound she had ever heard. She swayed in the saddle. The world tilted. The gorge gaped below her like a mouth, and for one dizzying moment she thought she was going to fall, off the horse, off the bridge, into the dark. Noctis caught her. Not literally, because horses didn't catch people, but he did what he always did when she was about to break. He planted his hooves, lowered his massive body, and shifted his weight so that she fell forward against his neck, instead of sideways into nothing. His mane was coarse and warm against her face. He stood absolutely still, his breath steaming in the cold, and he waited. She pressed her forehead against his neck and did not cry. After a long moment, she straightened. Her chest felt hollowed out, as if someone had scooped out everything soft and left only bone and determination. "Okay," she whispered. Noctis flicked one ear. Forward. He walked, steady, sure, carrying her off the bridge and onto the mountain road beyond the gate, into the snow and the dark and the vast, empty world that no longer had a golden thread connecting it to a man who had called her unworthy. Behind her, inside the city, she thought she heard a wolf howl. Aldrich's wolf, recognizing the severance, screaming into the night. She did not look back. Chapter 2. The Night Between. The stable widow's name was Marin. She had been waiting at the last way station before the mountain road, a stone shelter built into the cliff face, half hidden by snow, used by border patrols and occasionally by women leaving the royal city in circumstances that did not permit the main gate. Marin was 47, sturdy as an oak barrel, with iron gray hair braided tight against her skull and hands that had seen more horse ailments than any noble healer had seen human ones. She had run the lower stables of Arventhor for 20 years, and in all that time she had been invisible. Nobles did not notice the woman who fed their horses. They noticed only when the horse was lame, and then they blamed her. Alara had noticed her. At 14, new to the guard barracks and friendless, Alara had spent more time in the lower stables than in the training yard because the horses didn't care that she had no wolf. Marin had found her there one night, a skinny blonde girl asleep in a hay pile with a wild yearling standing guard over her, and had simply draped a blanket over her and said nothing. In the years since, their friendship had been conducted almost entirely through the horse. Marin treated Noctis's hooves, trimmed his mane, checked his teeth, adjusted his saddle, mixed his feed, and reported his moods to Alara with the clinical precision of a field medic. She was the only person besides Alara that Noctis tolerated, and even that tolerance had limits. He'd bitten through 2 of her leather aprons, and once deliberately stood on her foot during a shoeing. Now Marin stood at the waystation door with a lantern in one hand and a feed bag in the other, and she looked at Alara with the expression of a woman who had already heard the news and had been packed for 3 hours. "I changed his shoes this afternoon," Marin said, handing Alara the feed bag. "New iron, good grip for mountain snow. There's a poultice in the left saddlebag for that wrist. Don't argue, I can see the blood from here. And I packed dried meat, grain, 2 water skins, and the herb mix he likes. The one with the fennel." Alara stared at her. "How did you—" "I know that horse." Marin jerked her chin toward Noctis, who was already nosing the feed bag with the aggressive enthusiasm of an animal who believed every meal might be his last. "He's been agitated for 3 days, stamping, refusing the stable, snapping at the grooms. He knew before you did." Noctis lifted his head from the feed bag long enough to snort in what sounded like confirmation. Alara dismounted. The pain in her chest, the hollow, torn-open cavity where the bond had been, flared so intensely that she grabbed the saddle to stay upright. Marin reached for her arm, steadied her, said nothing about the way Alara's face had gone white. "I don't know where you're going tonight," Marin said. Her voice was quiet, practical, the voice of a woman who had lived her entire life in a world that undervalued practical women and had stopped expecting it to change. "But he knows." She nodded toward Noctis. "He's been impatient to take you away." Alara's throat closed. She wanted to say something. "Thank you," or "goodbye," or "I'm sorry I never spoke up when the stable master shorted your wages," or "you deserved better than this invisible life." But Marin was already adjusting Noctis's girth strap, checking the saddlebag buckles, running her hands along his legs the way she'd done 1,000 times. "The border road is passable as far as the Grey Mark," Marin said. "After that, you'll be in disputed territory. The enemy factions patrol the passes after dark, but they don't usually bother lone riders. Too much trouble for too little gain. She paused. Unless the rider is someone important. I'm not important. Marin looked at her with eyes that held 20 years of watching a wolfless girl become the strongest knight in the kingdom. You're important to him, she said, and touched Noctis's nose. That's enough for me. Noctis bumped Marin's hand with his massive head, and then, in a display of affection so rare that Alara almost lost her composure, he lowered his nose and breathed gently on the older woman's hair. Go, Marin said. And when you get where you're going, check his left foreleg. He's been favoring it, but he won't show you until it suits him. Stubborn creature. Alara mounted. The pain pulsed. Noctis moved beneath her, steady as stone. She rode into the snowfield. She made it 4 miles before the first backlash hit. The broken bond didn't heal cleanly. She had known it wouldn't. The old text said that severing a faded bond was like amputating a limb, except the limb was made of emotion, and the phantom pain lasted forever. What the old texts hadn't mentioned was the sound. A wolf howling inside her skull, not her wolf, because she didn't have one, but the echo of Aldrich's wolf, trapped in the remnant of the bond like a voice caught in an empty room. The pain doubled her over. Noctis stopped immediately, his ears swiveling back, and when she slumped against his neck, he turned his head and nudged her knee with his nose. Hard, repeatedly, as if to say, you are not allowed to fall off. I did not carry you this far for you to fall off in a snowfield like a sack of turnips. I'm fine, she lied. He stomped his hoof. I'm mostly fine. He stomped again, harder. Shut up. He didn't shut up. He stood in the middle of the snowfield and made increasingly offended noises until she straightened in the saddle and took the reins. Then, and only then, did he continue walking, at a pace that suggested he was doing her a tremendous personal favor. The snowfield was vast and empty under the moon. The border mountains rose to the west, dark and jagged, and the wind came down from the peaks carrying the scent of pine and stone and distance. Alara had patrolled this territory 100 times. She knew every ridge, every frozen stream, every abandoned watchtower. She had never ridden it alone at night, in pain, with no badge and no bond and no name except the one she'd been born with. It was, she thought grimly, a terrible night to be free. Chapter 3: Wolves in the Snow. They came from the north. She heard them before she saw them. The crunch of paws in snow, the low, coordinated breathing of wolves running in formation. Not feral wolves, werewolves. Shifted, moving fast, cutting across the snowfield in a flanking arc designed to close a trap. Alara's hand found her sword hilt. The motion sent a bolt of agony through her torn wrist, but she gripped anyway because the alternative was dying, and she had not ripped her own soul in half just to bleed out in a snowfield. Noctis felt her shift. His ears went flat. His stride lengthened. He knew this, the prelude to violence, and unlike most horses, he did not shy from it. He leaned into it. There were 6, no, 8, dark-furred, fast, moving in pairs. They weren't border wolves. Their formation was too disciplined, their coordination too precise. These were hunters, and they were hunting her. The first one broke from the pack and lunged. Alara drew her sword and cut. The motion was instinct. 10 years of training, 1,000 sparring sessions, 100 real fights. The blade caught moonlight as it arced, and the wolf yelped as the flat of the sword cracked across its skull. She didn't use the edge. She didn't need to kill. She needed to break the formation. Noctis screamed, a high, furious sound that no well-bred warhorse should make, and kicked backward with both hind legs. The wolf behind them tumbled, rolled, scrambled up dazed. 2 more came from the left. Alara wheeled Noctis, and he responded like the warhorse he was, pivoting on his haunches, surging forward, driving his armored chest into the nearest wolf and sending it sprawling. She swung the sword again, flat side, and felt the impact jar up her arm. But there were too many, and her wrist was failing. The torn ligaments protested every swing, and the backlash pain in her chest was still there, still throbbing, making her reactions a half-second slow. A wolf snapped at Noctis's leg. She kicked it away. Another lunged for her saddle. She smashed the pommel into its nose. The pack was regrouping. She could see it, the shift in their pattern, the way the remaining wolves were spreading out to encircle rather than attack head-on. They were adapting to her fighting style. That meant they'd been briefed. That meant someone had sent them. She was going to get off this horse and fight on foot, because from the ground she could protect Noctis's legs. She would not let them hurt him. She could take a wound. She could take 10 wounds. He could not. She swung down. Noctis tried to follow, and she shoved his head away. "Go! Run!" He didn't. He never did. He simply planted himself behind her like a black wall and bared his teeth at the circling wolves with an expression that said, "Come closer. I dare you. I have been wanting to bite something all day." Alara raised her sword with both hands. The wrist screamed. She ignored it. She set her feet in the snow and waited. The wolves charged. And then, light. Not torchlight, not moonlight. Something brighter and hotter, a blue-white flare that split the darkness like a blade. It came from the ridge above the snowfield, accompanied by the sound of hooves, fast, controlled, descending, and a voice that carried across the snow with a calm, almost conversational authority. "That's enough." A rider appeared on the ridge. He was silhouetted against the moonlit sky, and for a moment all Alara could see was the outline. Broad shoulders, a dark cloak, a horse that was almost as large as Noctis. Then he descended, and the moonlight found his face, and Alara's breath caught in a way that had nothing to do with pain. He was beautiful. Not beautiful the way Aldrich was beautiful, sharp and golden and bright. This was a different kind of beauty. Dark, cool, dangerous, the way a winter storm was beautiful when you watched it from a cliff's edge. Black hair pushed back from a face carved in clean, sharp lines, eyes the color of pale frost, blue-gray, almost silver, set beneath dark brows, a jawline like a blade. A mouth that looked like it had been designed specifically to deliver devastating statements with no warning. He rode a pale gray warhorse, and he moved with the absolute ease of a man who had been born on horseback and had never once in his life been thrown. Behind him, on the ridge, she could see more riders, an escort held back. The wolves stopped. They didn't flee, they simply stopped mid-charge, as if a leash had been pulled taut. Their heads lowered, their tails dropped. One of them whined. The stranger rode down into the snowfield. His pale horse picked its way through the snow with fastidious precision, and the rider's eyes swept the scene. The circling wolves, the blood in the snow, the woman standing alone with a shaking sword, the black warhorse behind her with murder in his eyes. His gaze settled on Alara. He studied her for a moment. The bloody armor, the torn wrist, the defiant stance, the absence of any wolf aura whatsoever. And something shifted in his expression. Not pity. Pity she could have identified and rejected. This was something closer to interest. "They're mine," he said, nodding toward the wolves. "Border Patrol. They were supposed to be tracking a supply convoy." He paused, "Not chasing injured women through snowfields." One of the wolves shifted, bones cracking, fur receding, into a man. He was young, scarred, sheepish. "My lord, she came out of the royal city. We thought—" "I know what you thought. You were wrong." The stranger's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. "Fall back, all of you." They fell back. Every wolf, immediately. No hesitation, no argument. This was not the obedience of fear. It was the obedience of absolute authority, the kind that was so certain of itself it never needed to shout. The stranger dismounted. He was tall, taller than Aldrich, with the build of a man who fought regularly and well. He moved toward Alara, and she raised her sword. "Stay back." He stopped. He looked at the sword, then at her wrist, then at the blood soaking through her glove. "Your grip is failing on the right side," he said. "Your wrist is either fractured or badly torn. You've been riding for at least 4 hours in this cold, which means the tissue is swelling inside the wrap, and if you swing that sword one more time, you're going to lose the use of your hand for a month." He paused. I have a field medic with my escort and horse feed. The mention of horse feed almost undid her. Not for herself, she could have borne any amount of suffering, but Noctis had been carrying her for hours, had fought beside her, had not been fed since Marin's way station. Behind her, Noctis's ears pricked at the word feed. You're from the border faction, she said. Her voice was flat, assessing. The Kelrith Wolves. I'm the lord of the Kelrith Wolves, he said. Ronan Kelrith. He inclined his head, not a bow, an acknowledgement. And you are the woman who just fought off 8 of my best hunters with a broken wrist and a horse that appears to be personally offended by the existence of wolves. Noctis snorted. It was his most judgmental snort. Ronan's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Something better, the suppression of one. You may leave, or you may stay. Just do not faint in front of my horse. He jerked his chin toward the pale gray warhorse, which was watching the proceedings with an expression of aristocratic boredom. My horse is very fond of reporting incidents. Alara looked at him. The pain in her chest was a constant roar, and her wrist was on fire, and she was alone on an enemy snowfield talking to a man who should, by all logic, be her adversary. But his eyes were steady, and his voice held no mockery, and he had stopped his wolves without violence. Do not worry, she said. I only faint in front of my own horse. It has better manners. This time, Ronan's mouth definitely twitched. Behind her, Noctis did something extraordinary. He lifted his head, looked directly at Ronan, and then turned his body so that he was standing between them, a black wall of horse blocking Ronan's path to Alara entirely. Your horse, Ronan observed, does not like me. My horse doesn't like anyone. A quality I respect. He stepped to the side. Noctis stepped to block him. He stepped the other way. Noctis mirrored him. This continued for 3 full repetitions, with increasing absurdity, until Noctis leaned forward and clamped his teeth onto the edge of Ronan's cloak. Ronan looked down at the horse holding his cloak hostage. He looked up at Alara. His expression was one of absolute perfect composure, marred only slightly by the fact that an angry warhorse was slowly eating his clothing. Is this a negotiation? He asked. He thinks so. What are his terms? Despite everything, despite the pain, the cold, the ruins of her life, Alara felt the corner of her mouth lift. He wants the feed first, and he doesn't share. Ronan reached slowly into his saddlebag, produced a handful of grain, and held it out. Noctis eyed him, eyed the grain, and released the cloak with a contemptuous flip of his head. He took the grain. He chewed it with the air of a king accepting tribute. There, Ronan said. Your bodyguard is appeased. May I approach now, or does the horse require further concessions? Alara sheathed her sword. The motion made black spots dance across her vision, and she reached for Noctis's saddle to steady herself. Ronan's hand caught her elbow. Not her waist, not her shoulders, her elbow, the most neutral point of contact possible. His fingers were warm through the armor, and his grip was firm without being forceful. The medic, he said. Now. She wanted to refuse. She was Alara Voss, the strongest knight in Arventhor, and she did not accept help from enemy lords in snowfields. But Noctis nudged her back, hard, and the world was graying at the edges, and the hollow place where the bond had been was screaming. Fine, she said. But if any of your wolves touch my horse, I'll kill them with my left hand. I believe you, Ronan said, and for the first time she heard something in his voice that sounded genuine. Chapter 4. The Enemy's Heart. The Kelrith border camp was not what she expected. She had expected a war camp, crude, temporary, designed for aggression. What she found was a mountain stronghold carved into the living rock of the Grey March Pass, with high walls, warm fires, a well-stocked stable, and the general atmosphere of a community that had been here for generations and intended to remain. Ronan's people watched her with curiosity but not hostility. They were border wolves, harder than the court wolves of Arventhor, weathered by wind and war, but there was none of the cruelty she'd been told to expect. The soldiers nodded at their lord. The camp workers moved with purpose. Children, actual children, darted between the buildings, chasing each other through the snow. Alara had been told her entire life that the Kael'rith faction was savage, lawless, dangerous. She was beginning to suspect that whoever had told her that had never actually visited. Noctis was installed in the stable with the ceremony usually reserved for visiting royalty, primarily because he threatened every groom who approached him until Ilara personally introduced them. Even then, he bit one on the sleeve. Ilara pretended not to notice. Noctis pretended he hadn't done it. The groom pretended his sleeve had always been torn. It was a functional arrangement. The medic, a brisk, efficient woman named Helwyn, examined Alara's wrist with the impersonal competence of someone who had treated 100 such injuries and was bored by this one. Torn ligament, deep bruise on the bone, not fractured, which means you're either very lucky or very hard to break. Helwyn wound a clean bandage with hands that could have performed surgery in a thunderstorm. 3 weeks minimum before you swing a sword. 4 would be better. I'll need it in 2. Then you'll lose the wrist. I'll need it in 2, Alara repeated. Helwyn gave her a look that conveyed in a single glance an entire medical textbook's worth of disapproval. Then she packed the wrist with a poultice that smelled like winter herbs and fire, wrapped it tight, and said, 2 weeks, but if it snaps, don't come crying to me. Alara didn't intend to come crying to anyone. She hadn't cried in 6 years. Ronan appeared after the medic left. He'd removed his riding cloak and wore a dark wool tunic beneath, and in the firelight of the stone chamber, the sharp planes of his face were thrown into relief. He set a tray on the table: bread, dried meat, hot broth, water. When did you last eat? She tried to remember. The morning? No, yesterday morning. She'd been in the saddle since before dawn for the border run that had ended in the ambush, and after the ambush there had been the parade, and after the parade there had been the bridge. Recently, she lied. He studied her. Those frost-pale eyes missed nothing. You're a terrible liar. I suspect that's unusual for someone who survived 10 years in the Arventhor court. I didn't survive by lying. I survived by being useful. And now? She looked at the fire. The hollow in her chest pulsed. Now I'm not useful to anyone. That, Ronan said, pulling a chair to the table and sitting across from her with the easy grace of a man who owned the room and everyone in it, is the most absurd thing I've heard today, and I spent this morning listening to my scout explain how he lost an entire supply convoy to a badger. She looked at him. A badger. A very determined badger. He pushed the tray toward her. Eat. You're no good to anyone dead, and I have questions. She ate. The broth was hot and good, and the bread was better than anything the royal kitchens had produced in months. And the simple act of eating, of being warm, of being fed, of sitting in a place where no one was calling her worthless, was so overwhelming that she had to stop twice and breathe. Ronan watched her. He said nothing. This, she was learning, was one of his qualities. He knew when silence was more useful than speech. When she'd finished, he asked, "Who sent the hunters after you?" "What hunters?" "The wolves in the snowfield. They weren't mine, not the patrol I'd assigned. Someone else deployed them. Someone who knew you'd be on that road tonight." His eyes were sharp. The Arventhor court isn't known for releasing its assets voluntarily, so who wanted you found? She considered lying. She considered telling him nothing. But the exhaustion was bone deep, and the truth was simple, and she was so tired of navigating the maze of court deception. "The Council of Elders," she said. "They've been watching me for months. They think my bloodline is abnormal." "Abnormal how?" "I don't have a wolf form." "I noticed." "But they think," she stopped. She didn't actually know what they thought. She only knew that the scrutiny had intensified, that Aldrich had become increasingly desperate to distance himself from her publicly, and that the council's questions had grown pointed enough to draw blood. Ronan leaned back. The firelight played across his features, and she was struck again by how composed he was. Not cold, not emotionless, but contained, as if every reaction was filtered through a layer of deliberate thought. The Council of Arventhor has a long history of executing things they don't understand, he said. My grandfather was one of those things. He said it without anger, flat, factual, the way you'd state a historical date. They called him a heretic. They burned his records. They said the Kelrith bloodline was tainted. This is why we're on the border instead of in the court. We weren't exiled for being weak. We were exiled for being inconvenient. Alara looked at him. There was more to this story. She could see it in the careful way he held himself, the measured cadence of his words. But he didn't push, and she recognized a man who would share his history in his own time. I should leave in the morning, she said. I'm not safe to be around. If the council tracks me here, then the council will find that crossing the Grey March in winter is considerably more difficult than writing decrees from a warm throne room. He stood. You can leave in the morning, or you can rest. The room is yours. The stable is Noctis's. And the medic will kill me if you don't sleep at least 6 hours. And she is the only person in this camp I'm genuinely afraid of. He moved toward the door. Something made her speak. Why are you helping me? Ronan paused. He didn't turn immediately. When he did, his expression was unreadable. Because I came to investigate strange movements from the royal city's army, he said. And instead I found a woman who was wounded, bond broken, hunted, and still able to leave 8 of my best wolves limping back to camp. He paused. I'm a strategist, Sir Voss. I don't waste interesting variables. He left. Alara sat by the fire and pressed her hand to the hollow in her chest and wondered when exactly she had stopped being a person and become a variable. It was, she thought, an improvement. Chapter 5. Phantom Pains. She woke before dawn with claws in her chest. Not real claws, the phantom sensation of the broken bond raking across her sternum as if trying to dig its way back to the heart she'd torn it from. The pain was so intense that she rolled off the cot and hit the stone floor, gasping, her back arched, her fingers scrabbling against cold rock. The echo of Aldrich's wolf howled in her ears. Not words. Wolves didn't speak in words, but emotion, raw and ragged. Loss, confusion, the desperate searching of an animal that had been severed from its other half and couldn't understand why. She pressed her forehead to the floor, breathed, counted, waited. It passed. It always passed. But each morning it was a little worse, a little longer, a little louder, and each morning she had to spend a few more seconds reminding herself that she had chosen this, that the alternative, staying, submitting, letting the bond remain as a leash in the hands of a man who called her unworthy, was worse than any phantom pain. She dressed, checked her wrist, swollen, stiff, but mobile, went to the stable. Noctis was awake. He was always awake before her, standing in his stall with the alert posture of a horse who believed that sleep was for the weak and that vigilance was the only reasonable response to existence. When she entered, he tossed his head and made a low, rumbling sound that she had learned over the years was his version of concern. She checked his hooves first. Then his legs, the left foreleg as Marin had warned, showed a slight heat at the fetlock. She wrapped it with practiced hands, murmuring to him as she worked. Then his mane, which was tangled because he fought every groom who tried to brush it. Then his saddle straps. Then his feed. It was the ritual. It had always been the ritual. Take care of the horse first, because the horse would never lie to you about whether it needed help. Marin says hello, she told him, even though Marin hadn't technically said that. She says you're stubborn. Noctis lowered his head and pressed his nose against her hair. His breath was warm and smelled like grain. He stayed there for a long moment, breathing, and she stood very still and let him, because this was the closest either of them came to saying, I'm worried about you. She found Ronan in the camp's upper ward, standing at a stone parapet overlooking the Grey March Pass. The dawn was coming up gray and silver behind the mountains, and the wind carried the scent of snow. You're up early, he said, without turning. The bond wakes me. He did turn then. His eyes, those impossible silver blue eyes, dropped to her chest, not in the way of a man looking at a woman's body, but in the way of a healer locating a wound. The backlash, he said, from the severance. You know about it. I know that severing a fated mate bond is supposed to be impossible. I know that the old texts describe it as tearing the soul in half. I know that the last person recorded to have done it died within a year. He paused. I also know that the old texts were written by the Council of Elders, and the Council has a documented habit of exaggerating threats to discourage people from making choices the Council doesn't approve of. She leaned against the parapet. The stone was ice cold through her shirt. You sound like you've studied this. I've studied everything the Council has tried to hide. It's a hobby. His mouth quirked. A dangerous hobby, which is the best kind. She was quiet for a moment. Below the parapet, the camp was stirring. Smoke from the kitchens, voices, the sound of horses being led to water. Normal sounds, life sounds. She had spent so long in the polished silence of the Arventhor court that she had forgotten what a real, living settlement sounded like. I need to keep moving, she said. If I stay, I put your people at risk. My people have been at risk since before you were born. The Council considers our existence an insult. He turned to face her fully. Where would you go? She didn't answer because she didn't know. For 10 years, her identity had been defined by her role. Sir Alara Voss, Royal Personal Guard, the Crown Prince's blade, the wolfless knight who fought harder than any shifted wolf. Without that role, without the badge, without the bond, she was just a woman with a sword and a bad-tempered horse. The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt like standing in an open field after years in a stone cell. The space was overwhelming, but it was space. I'll figure it out, she said. I don't doubt it. He looked at her with an expression she couldn't entirely read, something between respect and something warmer. But consider this, you're injured, hunted, and alone. I have walls, a medic, and a stable full of feed. You could stay until you're healed, at minimum. Consider it a strategic alliance. An alliance with an enemy lord. An enemy lord who is currently the only person between here and the royal city who hasn't tried to kill you. He paused. The bar is low. I'm aware. She almost laughed. She didn't. The hollow in her chest made laughing feel like pulling stitches, but the impulse was there, and it surprised her. 1 week, she said. Then I go. 1 week, he agreed. She pushed off the parapet and walked toward the stairs. Behind her, Ronan said, Sir Voss. She stopped. In the snowfield, the way you fought, with a broken wrist and no wolf against 8 shifted wolves. His voice was quiet. I've commanded warriors my entire life. I've never seen anything like it. She didn't know what to say to that. She wasn't used to compliments that sounded like they meant something. She went to check Noctis's foreleg again. Chapter 6. The Testing. 3 days passed. Alara trained. She trained because it was the only language she had for processing what had happened to her. Sword forms with her left hand while the right wrist healed. Footwork in the snow. Endurance drills that left her gasping and shaking and momentarily free of the phantom pain. Ronan's soldiers watched her. At first, they watched with the careful hostility of wolves assessing a stranger. By the second day, the hostility had shifted to curiosity. By the third, 2 of them asked to spar. She put them both on the ground in under 40 seconds, left-handed. After that, a young wolf named Brennan, 22, broad-shouldered, freckled, with the eager energy of a puppy who hadn't yet learned to stop chasing his own tail, attached himself to her training sessions like a burr on a saddle blanket. You fight different, Brennan said, sprawled in the snow after she'd swept his legs for the 4th time that morning. Wolves fight with strength. You fight like water. You go around everything. I fight like someone who can't shift, she said. If I fought like a wolf, I'd lose every time, so I don't fight like a wolf. Brennan sat up, brushing snow from his red hair. That's brilliant. That's survival. Same thing, isn't it? He grinned at her, and it was the grin of a young man who was uncomplicated in a world that rewarded complication. Straightforward, warm, slightly stupid. She liked him immediately. "You're too nice for a border wolf," she told him. "My mother says the same thing. She says I'm a disgrace to the Kilrith reputation, and I should practice scowling more." He demonstrated a scowl. It looked like a constipated squirrel. Alara kept her face neutral. "Needs work." "Lord Ronan scowls naturally. It's very unfair. Some people just have the face for it." From across the training yard, Ronan's voice carried. "I heard that, Brennan." "I meant it as a compliment, my lord." "It wasn't." Brennan winked at Alara. "He likes you, by the way. I can tell because he hasn't threatened to reassign me to the South Watchtower yet, and he usually does that within the first hour of someone new arriving. He doesn't like me. He's being strategic." "That's what he said the last time someone asked him why he kept your horse in the best stall." Brennan paused. "Your horse bit me, by the way." Brennan flopped back into the snow with a hand over his heart. "If I were less afraid of Lord Ronan, I would propose immediately." Across the yard, Ronan did not look up from tightening a saddle strap. An excellent survival instinct, Brennan. Alara looked from one man to the other. "Was that jealousy?" "No," Ronan said. "Border security. He bites everyone." "He didn't bite Lord Ronan." That was true, and it bothered her. Noctis had, after the initial cloak incident, developed a grudging tolerance for Ronan that he extended to no one else in the camp. He still snorted when Ronan passed his stall. He still tossed his head, but he didn't bite. He didn't kick. Once, she had caught him accepting a carrot from Ronan's hand with an air of tremendous condescension, as if the carrot were barely adequate, but he was willing to overlook its deficiencies. "Horses know things," Brennan said sagely. "My grandmother always said that if a horse trusts a man, the man's worth trusting." "Your grandmother never met my horse." On the fourth night, the backlash hit differently. She was walking the camp perimeter. She did this every night, because the habits of a guard didn't die just because the badge had been thrown in the snow, when the pain in her chest erupted without warning. Not the usual dawn ache, but a searing, blinding agony that dropped her to her knees. The Bond remnant was screaming. Aldrich was doing something, reaching through the broken connection, trying to find her, sending his wolf spirit howling into the void between them. She could feel it. His desperation, his fury, his guilt. Not words, but emotions so raw they were almost tangible. He was looking for her. He was using every scrap of the destroyed bond to try to sense where she was. She pressed her hands flat against the frozen ground and breathed through her teeth. The pain was a wolf's jaw clamped around her ribs, tightening with every heartbeat. A hand on her shoulder, warm, steady. "Breathe." Ronan's voice. She hadn't heard him approach. He was kneeling beside her in the snow, his hand a firm pressure on her shoulder, his face close enough that she could see the concern he was trying to mask with composure. "Don't," she started. "I know. Don't touch you. Don't pity you. Don't make it about me." His voice was low and even, the voice of someone who had talked people through pain before. "I'm not doing any of those things. I'm keeping you from falling face first into a snowbank. There's a difference." She laughed. It came out as a gasp, broken and sharp, but it was a laugh, and it cut through the pain just enough to let her breathe. And then something happened that neither of them expected. The pain eased. Not gradually. Suddenly, like a hand had been placed over the wound, the screaming in her chest dimmed, the phantom claws retracted. She could breathe, she could see, she could feel the cold snow under her knees and the weight of Ronan's hand on her shoulder. And beneath that, something else, a vibration, a resonance, as if some frequency inside her was responding to some frequency inside him. Ronan felt it too. She could tell by the way his hand tightened on her shoulder, by the slight hitch in his breathing, by the way his eyes widened a fraction. "What is that?" she whispered. "I don't know." His voice was very careful. "But my wolf just went completely calm, and my wolf is never calm." They looked at each other. The moonlight was cold and blue, and the snow was falling in light, spinning flakes, and his face was very close to hers, and the resonance between them was like a note being held on a string, Not painful, not forced, just there. "This doesn't mean anything," she said, pulling back. "Of course not." He stood and offered her his hand. She took it, because the alternative was struggling to her feet alone in the snow and possibly falling over, and she had already performed enough dramatic collapses for 1 week. His grip was warm and firm and lingered exactly 1 second longer than necessary. "For the record," he said as she regained her footing, "my wolf has never done that before. Not for anyone." "Maybe your wolf has low standards." "My wolf has notoriously high standards. It's insufferable." She pulled her hand from his. The resonance faded, but not entirely. A ghost of it remained, humming in her bones like the memory of warmth. "Good night, Lord Kelrith." "Good night, Sir Voss," he paused. "And Ronan. Just Ronan. Lord Kelrith sounds like my father, and my father was not a pleasant man." "Good night, Ronan." He watched her go. She could feel it, his gaze on her back, steady and warm and impossible to ignore. Chapter 7. The X Arrives. Aldrich came on the 6th day. He came with an escort of 20 Crown Guard wolves, riding the great white warhorse that had been his since his investiture, wearing the black and gold of the royal house and carrying enough authority to make the mountains themselves feel inadequate. He also came, Ilara noticed from the upper parapet where she was training, looking like he hadn't slept in a week. The golden sharpness of his features had gone gaunt. His eyes were shadowed. His jaw was clenched so tight the muscles stood out like ropes. Good, she thought, and then hated herself for thinking it, and then decided she was allowed to think it. Ronan met Aldrich at the gate. The two men faced each other across 6 feet of snow, and the temperature of the camp dropped by several degrees. Not literally, but the effect was convincing. 2 alpha wolves, 2 lords, 2 very handsome men who immediately and instinctively disliked each other. Crown Prince Aldrich. Ronan's voice was the ice-smooth courtesy of a man who could kill you while discussing the weather. "What brings you to the Grey Mark? I wasn't aware the Crown took an interest in our humble border." Aldrich's golden eyes swept the camp, found Ilara on the parapet, locked onto her with an intensity that made the bond remnant throb. "You have something of mine," Aldrich said. The temperature dropped further. Beside Ilara on the parapet, Brennan muttered, "Oh, this is going to be good." Ronan didn't move, didn't blink. "I don't have anything of yours, Your Highness. I have a guest who arrived of her own free will, injured and hunted, and who is welcome to leave whenever she chooses." He paused. "Would you like to specify what you believe you've lost? I keep thorough records." Aldrich dismounted. His wolf was close to the surface. She could see it in the amber flare of his eyes, the way his movements had gone too smooth, too controlled. He walked toward the gate. Ronan did not step aside. "Lord Kelrith." Aldrich's voice was quiet, and that was worse than shouting. Ilara had heard him quiet before. Quiet meant the wolf was in charge. "I am not here to negotiate. I am here for my—" "Your what?" Ronan's voice was silk over steel. "Your guard?" She threw her badge in the snow. "Your mate? From what I understand, you declared her unworthy in front of your entire court. Your property?" One dark eyebrow rose. "I wasn't aware the Crown had started claiming people as possessions. That's an unfortunate regression." Behind Ronan, 2 Kelrith soldiers shifted their weight. Not aggressively, just a reminder that the Lord of the Grey March had backup. Aldrich's jaw worked. "I need to speak with her, alone. Then ask her." Both men looked up at the parapet. Ilara looked down at them, 2 alpha wolves bristling at each other in the snow like overgrown tomcats arguing over territory, and felt the absurd impulse to dump a bucket of water on both of them. Instead, she descended the stairs, walked through the courtyard, and stopped 10 feet from Aldrich. He looked at her. The bond remnant surged, not his emotions anymore because the bond was broken, but the echo of them, the phantom memory of how he used to look at her when they were alone. As if she were the only real thing in a world made of politics and duty. "Ilara." His voice cracked on her name. "Your Highness." The formality hit him like a slap. She saw it. the flinch, the way his hands curled at his sides. "Don't call me that." "Why not? It's your title. You made very clear what titles I'm allowed to use and which ones I'm not." Silence. Behind Aldrich, his soldiers shifted uncomfortably. Behind Alara, Ronan stood perfectly still, watching with the expression of a man who was cataloging everything for future reference. "The council has decided to judge you publicly," Aldrich said, and his voice was low and urgent. "They've declared your bloodline suspicious. They're calling you a heretic. If they find you, then they'll find me. That's no longer your concern." "It is my concern. You are my—" "What?" She took a step closer. The pain in her chest was searing, but she held his gaze with the same steady focus she used on a battlefield. "Your guard? Your mate? Your convenient excuse? Pick one, Aldrich. Pick one and say it to my face, the way you said the other thing to my face 6 days ago." He flinched again. "You don't understand. I said those things because the council was going to imprison you. They discovered your bloodline is abnormal. They suspect you're the heir to the ancient Moon Wolf line, and they threatened to lock you in the Moon Tower for verification. I thought if I publicly denied you, they'd believe you were unimportant. I was trying to protect." "You were trying to protect me," she said. Her voice was even, controlled, the way a blade was controlled before the cut. "By humiliating me in front of every person I'd bled for. By letting Cordelia call me a hunting dog. By standing there in your crown and your gold and telling the world I was nothing." "I didn't say you were nothing. You said I was unworthy. In front of the council, in front of the guard I served for 10 years, in front of soldiers who followed me into battle." She paused. "You could have told me. You could have warned me. You could have pulled me aside and said, 'The council is after you, and I need to pretend, and I need you to play along.' You could have given me the choice. But you didn't, because you never once considered that I might have an opinion about my own protection." Aldrich opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Ronan did not step in front of her. He only removed one black glove with unhurried precision. "I am not interrupting," he said. "I am simply preparing for the possibility that His Highness forgets how distance works." For the first time since arriving at the gate, Aldrich looked at him as if the Border Lord had become a blade pointed directly at his throat. "Come back with me," he said. "I can still fix this. I can." "No." The word landed in the snow between them like a dropped sword. "Alara." "I said no. You don't get to make this decision for me. Not anymore." She stepped back. "Go home, Aldrich." His wolf surged. She saw it in the amber flood of his eyes, the sudden tension in his frame, and then, instinct, habit, 10 years of being his alpha and her soldier, he reached for the command. "Alara, stop!" It was an alpha command. Full force, the bone-deep compulsion that every wolf obeyed, the vocal weapon that could pin a subordinate in place with a word. It hit her like a wall. And it bounced. She didn't stop. She didn't even flinch. The command washed over her like water over stone, and she kept walking, and Aldrich stood in the snow with his mouth open and his command echoing uselessly in the cold air. She had torn the bond. His command had no anchor. The realization hit him visibly. His face went white. Not angry white, not frustrated white, but the white of a man who has just understood, for the first time, the full scope of what he has lost. She broke it. His voice was barely audible. She actually broke it. Ronan, still standing by the gate, said nothing. But his eyes followed Alara as she walked back into the camp, and his expression, just for a moment, was the expression of a man watching someone walk through fire and emerge still standing. Brennan appeared beside Ronan and whispered, "That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen." "Yes," Ronan said quietly. "It was." Chapter 8. The Moonlit Pass. Aldrich didn't leave. He couldn't. His escort made camp outside the Kael'rith walls, and he sent 3 separate messages requesting to speak with Alara again. She ignored all of them. Ronan delivered the messages to her personally, each one sealed with the royal wolf crest in black wax, and each time she shook her head. "He's persistent. Ronan observed, placing the third scroll on the table between them. They were in the upper hall, a stone room warmed by 2 fires, and the scroll sat between their cups of hot cider like a small, unwanted guest. "He thinks I'll change my mind." "Will you?" She looked at him. The firelight made his pale eyes warm. "No." "Good." He picked up the scroll and tossed it into the nearest fire without ceremony. "I was running out of table space." That night, Ronan asked her to ride with him. Not a romantic ride, a patrol of the moonlit pass, a border lord's routine circuit, checking the watchtowers and the signal fires. But the moon was full, and the pass was beautiful, and she hadn't ridden for pleasure in months. Noctis was delighted. Not visibly, because Noctis did not display delight the way other horses did, with prancing and nickering and general enthusiasm. Noctis displayed delight by being marginally less aggressive than usual, which in his case meant he only snapped at 2 people instead of his customary 5 during saddling. They rode out through the north gate. The pass was silver under the moonlight, the snow untouched, the mountains rising on either side like the walls of a cathedral. Ronan's pale gray horse moved beside Noctis with the diplomatic caution of an animal who had learned that the black horse's personal space was not to be violated. They rode in silence for a while. It was a comfortable silence, not the loaded quiet of 2 people avoiding a subject, but the easy quiet of 2 people who didn't need to fill the air. "Tell me about the moon wolf," Alara said eventually. Ronan glanced at her. "You don't know?" "The council doesn't teach wolfless girls their mythology." His jaw tightened, a flash of anger quickly controlled. "It's not mythology, it's history. The moon wolf was the first wolf, the oldest bloodline, the line that existed before the councils, before the crowns, before the pack hierarchies. The moon wolf didn't rule packs, it judged them. It was the balance. When a king became a tyrant, the moon wolf could strip his power. When a council grew corrupt, the moon wolf could dissolve it. And the council thinks The council is afraid of you. That's why they want you locked up. Not because your bloodline is suspicious, but because if you're what they think you are, you have the authority to tear down everything they've built." He paused. "The moon wolf doesn't shift, Alara. Not the way other wolves do. The ancient texts, the ones the council tried to destroy, the ones my grandfather preserved, they say the moon wolf's power doesn't manifest as a form. It manifests as a judgment, a presence. Every wolf in range must submit, must kneel." The wind picked up. Alara's hair, golden, long unbound because she'd stopped wearing the knight's braid when she'd thrown away the badge, streamed behind her. The moonlight caught it, and for a moment, something on her collarbone glowed. Just a flicker, a faint silver light, like a mark beneath the skin. Ronan's horse stopped. Ronan stopped, his eyes fixed on her throat. "What?" The backlash hit. Not the usual dawn pain. This was the broken bond reacting to the full moon, to Aldrich's presence at the edge of the pass, to some deep tide in her blood that she didn't understand. The phantom claws tore at her chest. She doubled over in the saddle. Noctis sidestepped, alarmed. Ronan reached. His hand caught her arm. The contact detonated. She felt it like a thunderclap. Energy, raw, silver, enormous, erupted from the point where his skin touched hers and radiated outward. The mark on her collarbone blazed to life. A crescent, a wolf, a moon, etched in silver light beneath her skin. The air around them vibrated. The snow lifted from the ground in a fine mist. The mountains seemed to hold their breath. Ronan's wolf surfaced. She could see it in his eyes, the irises going full silver, the pupils contracting to points, and then his knees buckled, not from weakness, from compulsion. His wolf was bowing, kneeling, submitting to the thing inside her that was older than any alpha. He went down on one knee in the snow, his hand still gripping her arm, his head bowed. The resonance between them was a living thing now, enormous, warm, undeniable. The light faded, the pain receded, the mark dimmed. Silence. The horses stood perfectly still. Even Noctis was quiet, which might have been the most supernatural event of the entire evening. Ronan looked up at her from one knee in the snow. His pale eyes were wide, his dark hair windswept, his face lit by the last traces of silver light. He was breathing hard. "Well," he said, "that was unexpected." She stared at him. "You're not angry." "Why would I be angry?" Your wolf, it forced you to." "My wolf did what my wolf wanted to do." He stood, brushing snow from his knee with a composed precision that was entirely undermined by the slight color in his cheeks. "If this is my fate, at least it has excellent taste." She looked at him, the moonlight in his hair, the half-smile on his mouth, the way he stood there in the snow as if having his wolf forcibly submit to her was merely an interesting development rather than a catastrophic insult to his alpha dignity. Something cracked inside her chest. Not the bond, that was gone. Something else. Something that had been frozen solid since the parade square, since the words unworthy and hunting dog and a woman without a wolf. "You should be afraid of me," she said. "I'm not. Every alpha should be afraid of this." "I'm not every alpha." He stepped closer. Not aggressively, carefully, the way you'd approach something precious and skittish. "And I don't think you want people to be afraid of you. I think you want someone who sees what you are and doesn't run." The wind blew between them. Her golden hair caught the moonlight. His frost-pale eyes held hers. "We should go back," she said. "Probably." Neither of them moved. Noctis broke the moment by shoving his head between them and snorting directly into Ronan's face. "Your horse," Ronan said, wiping horse breath off his cheek, "has impeccable timing." "He thinks so." They rode back in silence, but it was a different silence now, charged, alive, full of everything they hadn't said. Chapter 9. The Revel Arrives. Cordelia Ashworth arrived 3 days after Aldrich, and she came with an army. Not a real army, a ceremonial one. 12 council guards in silver armor, bearing the official seal of the Elder Council, and a formal decree written on white vellum and stamped with so much wax it could have served as a doorstop. She rode a white palfrey with a braided mane and a jeweled bridle, and she wore a traveling cloak of deep blue velvet trimmed in ermine, and she looked like a painting of a noblewoman designed to make other women feel inadequate. She also looked, Ilara noticed from the parapet, like she hadn't wanted to come. It was in the way Cordelia held her reins, too tight, the knuckles white, and in the set of her mouth, which was not the satisfied smirk of a rival come to gloat, but the compressed line of a woman performing a duty she despised. Ronan met the party at the gate. Aldrich, who had been camped outside the walls for 3 days in increasingly desperate sulking, emerged from his tent to join the proceedings with the energy of a man who had been waiting for something to happen and had gotten the wrong thing. "Lady Cordelia." Ronan's voice carried the particular warmth he reserved for people he intended to make deeply uncomfortable. "What a pleasure. I wasn't expecting visitors from the royal court. Twice in 1 week, I'm beginning to feel popular." Cordelia dismounted with the practiced grace of a woman trained from birth to be decorative. "Lord Caelrith, I come on behalf of the Council of Elders with a formal decree for the person known as Sir Ilara Voss." "The person known as," Ronan repeated. "Not the knight, not the woman. The person known as." His eyebrow rose. The Council's choice of language is, as always, a masterclass in passive hostility. Cordelia's jaw tightened. She unrolled the decree. "By order of the Council of Elders, Ilara Voss is to be returned to the royal city for formal verification of her bloodline. She is to present herself at the Moon Tower within 14 days. Failure to comply will result in her being declared a heretic and judged accordingly." Silence. "Judged accordingly," Ilara said from the parapet. She descended during the speech and now stood at the bottom of the stairs, her arms crossed, her golden hair catching the winter sun. "What does that mean, specifically? Imprisonment? Execution? Being forced to attend another one of the council's interminable ceremonies?" Several of the council guards shifted uncomfortably. One of them, a young man who had served under Ilara during the Eastern Border Campaign, had the decency to look ashamed. Cordelia faced Ilara. Up close, the cracks in her composure were more visible. Her makeup was slightly smudged, her eyes were red-rimmed, her perfect hands trembled almost imperceptibly. "It means," Cordelia said, "that you are to come with me, willingly or otherwise." "And if I refuse?" "Then I am authorized to use the council's authority to compel you." Ronan stepped forward. "The council's authority doesn't extend to my territory, Lady Ashworth. The Greymark has been sovereign since before the current council was formed. Any attempt to compel anyone within my walls will be treated as an act of war." Aldrich, who had been standing in the snow with the expression of a man watching a building burn, spoke. "Cordelia, that's enough." "Don't tell me what's enough." Cordelia's voice was sharp, sharper than Alara had ever heard it. She spun to face Aldrich. "You could have stopped this. You could have told the council the truth, that she's your fated mate, that you rejected her to protect her, that this entire farce was your idea. Instead, you let them send me, your replacement Luna, your consolation prize, to drag her back for judgment." The courtyard went very quiet. Cordelia was shaking, not with anger, with something deeper. Exhaustion, humiliation, years of it compressed into a single moment. "Do you know what my father said when the council named me as a Luna candidate?" She looked at Aldrich and her voice cracked. "He said, 'Finally, you're useful. 23 years of music lessons and etiquette training and learning to walk in heels and smile at men who disgusted me, and the best I could hope for was to be useful as a replacement for a woman you actually loved.'" She turned to Alara. Her eyes were bright with tears she was furious about producing. "I envied you. Did you know that? I hated you and I envied you. Because you could ride, you could fight, you could leave. I have never once in my life been allowed to leave a room without permission." The wind blew. Snow swirled across the courtyard. The council guards stood in their silver armor and looked deeply uncertain about the trajectory of this mission. Alara looked at Cordelia for a long moment. She remembered the parade square, the hunting dog comment, the delicate hand on Aldrich's arm, the crystal chime laugh. She had hated Cordelia for it. She had hated her with the pure, hot fury of a woman who had just been publicly destroyed. But looking at her now, shaking in her blue velvet with smudged makeup and red eyes and the desperate fury of a woman who had finally said the unsayable, Alara saw something she recognized. A cage, different from Alara's but no less real. "You don't have to do this," Alara said. Her voice was quiet, not soft, she didn't do soft, but quiet, in the way of someone stating a fact. "You don't have to bring me back. You can tell the council I refused. You can tell them whatever you want. They'll punish me. They'll punish you anyway. They always punish the messenger." Alara paused. "Unless the messenger stops being a messenger." Cordelia stared at her. Something shifted in her face. Not a dramatic transformation, not a single epiphanic moment, but a slow realignment, like tectonic plates finally settling into a new position. She looked down at the council badge pinned to her cloak. A silver wolf rampant over crossed scepters, the council's mark of authorized representative. She touched it. Then she unpinned it and dropped it in the snow. "My lady," one of the council guards stepped forward. "You can't, the council's authority." "The council can retrieve its own prisoners," Cordelia said. Her voice was still shaking, but it was steady underneath, like a building that trembles but does not fall. "I'm done carrying their leashes." She looked at Alara. "I'm sorry for what I said at the parade. I didn't mean it, no, that's a lie. I meant it because I was jealous and cruel and I wanted to hurt you, but I'm sorry." Alara nodded. It was not forgiveness. Not yet, possibly not ever, but it was acknowledgement, and it was enough. "The council guards can escort Lady Ashworth safely back to the royal city," Ronan said, stepping smoothly into the silence with the diplomatic ease of a man who knew exactly when to take control of a situation. "Or, if she prefers, she's welcome to remain at the Grey March until she's decided her next steps. I have rooms and a surplus of strong cider, and I've been told both are effective remedies for sudden career changes." Cordelia looked at him, and despite everything, the tears, the cold, the crumbling of her entire identity, she almost laughed. "I'll stay. if only because the ride back is long and I'm not ready to face my father." "A wise decision," Ronan turned to the council guards. "You may deliver a message to the council from me. The message is no." He smiled. It was not a warm smile. "They'll know what it means." The guards left. Aldrich remained. He stood in the snow, watching Alara, and his face held the expression of a man who was watching his entire world rearrange itself around him and had no idea how to stop it. "Alara." "Go home, Aldrich." "I can't. I need you to understand." "I understand perfectly. You loved me. You were afraid for me. And instead of trusting me with the truth, you made the decision alone." She met his eyes. "Every time you tried to protect me, you chose a way that required me to be smaller, to be less, to stand behind you and say nothing while you decided what I was worth. That wasn't love, Aldrich. That was control dressed up in good intentions." He flinched as if she'd hit him. "I won't make that mistake again," he said. His voice was raw. "No," she said, "you won't, because you won't get the chance." She turned and walked back into the camp. Ronan fell into step beside her, not touching, not speaking, just present. Behind them, in the snow, Aldrich stood alone with the broken pieces of his arrogance and finally understood that he had not lost a guard. He had destroyed his own heart. Chapter 10. The week that changed everything. The week of recovery became 2 weeks and then 3. The excuse was Alara's wrist. It was healing, but slowly. And Helwyn the medic enforced rest with the tyrannical efficiency of a woman who had once physically restrained a grown wolf from leaving the sickbed by sitting on his chest. The real reason was harder to name. Alara was learning things, not sword things, she knew those, not survival things, she'd always known those. She was learning what it felt like to exist in a place where her worth was not measured by her usefulness to a crown. In the Kelrith camp, people worked, ate, trained, argued, laughed, and lived with the robust efficiency of a community that had been self-sufficient for generations. There was no council watching from a raised dais. There were no nobles whispering behind silk fans. There were people, some of them wolves, some of them not, and they measured each other by what they contributed, not by what bloodline they carried. Brennan followed her around like a cheerful shadow, asking endless questions about sword technique and occasionally tripping over his own feet. He brought her breakfast on the mornings when the backlash was worst, not because she asked, but because he'd noticed she didn't eat on those mornings, and he had the straightforward compassion of a person who didn't complicate kindness. "You remind me of my sister," he told her one morning, setting a tray of porridge on the table with a clatter. "She's stubborn too, won't eat unless someone puts food directly in front of her and stares until she picks up the spoon." "I don't need a nursemaid." "Good, because I'm terrible at it. I burned the porridge." He paused. "Twice." The porridge was indeed burned. Alara ate it anyway, because Brennan's face was so earnestly hopeful that refusing would have been like kicking a puppy. Cordelia, meanwhile, was undergoing her own transformation. Without her father's expectations, without the council's demands, without the need to perform the role of perfect Luna candidate, she turned out to be sharp, observant, and possessed of a caustic wit that could strip paint. "I spent 12 years learning to play the harp," Cordelia told Alara one evening, sitting by the fire in the upper hall with a cup of cider and an expression of dawning outrage. 12 years? Do you know how useless harp is? In what conceivable scenario will my ability to play a delicate rendition of Moonlight Serenade be strategically relevant?" "Never," Alara said. "Never. 12 years." Cordelia drank her cider with the aggressive urgency of a woman who had just realized how much of her life she'd wasted. "Do you know what else they taught me? Flower arrangement, calligraphy, how to enter a room so that every man notices you, how to laugh at jokes that aren't funny, how to eat a meal without actually eating, because Luna candidates must maintain a certain silhouette." She set down her cup. "I'm learning to ride. Properly. Brennan's teaching me. Brennan can barely stay on a horse himself." "I know, that's why he's perfect. He falls off so often that my mistakes look competent by comparison." She paused. "He's very kind, for a border wolf." "He is." Cordelia looked at the fire. The light softened the sharp edges of her beauty, and for a moment she looked less like a noblewoman and more like a girl who had never been given permission to just sit. "I was wrong about you," she said. "At the parade, and before that, I told myself you were beneath me because you didn't have a wolf. But the truth is, I was beneath you because I had everything: rank, beauty, a wolf, and I still couldn't do a single thing without someone's permission." Alara was quiet for a moment. "You're doing things now." "I'm sitting by a fire drinking cider in an enemy camp because I threw a council badge into the snow on impulse." Cordelia laughed, a real laugh, sharp and bright and nothing like crystal chimes. "My father would have a stroke." "That's a bonus." Cordelia laughed again, harder, and this time Alara's mouth twitched too, and for just a moment, the two women who had been positioned as rivals by a system that benefited from their hatred sat in firelight and were simply human. Chapter 11. Closer. The resonance between Alara and Ronan grew stronger. She felt it like a low hum beneath her skin, not the gold thread compulsion of a fated bond, not the chain-link weight of a forced pairing, but something else entirely. Something that breathed, something that gave space. When she was near Ronan, the broken bond pain in her chest eased. When she walked away, it returned. Not because he was binding her, she tested this carefully, suspicious of anything that felt like a leash, but because his presence seemed to soothe whatever ancient thing was stirring in her blood. She resented it at first. She had just freed herself from one bond. She had no interest in another. "You're keeping your distance," Ronan said one evening, finding her on the parapet where she went to watch the stars. He stood 3 feet away, always 3 feet, always leaving space, always treating her autonomy like the precious thing it was. "I'm being careful." "With what?" "With whatever this is." She gestured between them. "The resonance, the pain easing, your wolf going calm. I don't want another chain." He was quiet for a moment. The stars were sharp and cold above them, and the wind carried the scent of pine. "What if it's not a chain?" "Everything that binds you to another person is a chain. A bridge binds 2 sides of a river. That's not a chain, it's a choice." He paused. "The old bond, the fated bond with your prince, was assigned, built into your blood without your consent. This," he touched the air between them, not touching her, just indicating the space. "This feels different, not because it's fated, because it's chosen." She looked at him. The moonlight turned his dark hair silver at the edges and lit his frost-pale eyes until they looked like pieces of the sky. "You're very articulate for a border lord." "I read a lot. There's not much else to do in the Grey Marks during winter besides read and argue with horses." "Your horse argues with you?" "My horse is passive-aggressive. He gives me disapproving looks when I stay up too late. He has a specific sigh for when he thinks my decisions are suboptimal." He paused. "He's been sighing less since you arrived, which I choose to interpret as approval." She turned to face him. They were closer than 3 feet now. Somehow, in the course of the conversation, the distance had halved. She could see the individual shades of gray and blue in his eyes, the faint scar on his left cheekbone, the way his mouth curved slightly at one corner when he was trying not to smile. "The resonance," she said. "When we touch, what does it feel like to you?" His expression shifted. The composure thinned, and underneath was something raw and real and carefully guarded. "It feels like silence," he said. "My wolf has never been silent. It's always pushing, always hunting, always restless. But when you're near," he stopped himself, looked away, looked back. "It feels like home. And I've been trying very hard not to say that, because it's the kind of thing that makes a woman who just escaped one bond run for the mountains." "I'm not running." "I noticed." His voice was very quiet. "I noticed everything about you. It's becoming a problem." The wind blew. Her hair streamed sideways, golden in the moonlight, and a strand caught against his shoulder. He didn't brush it away. She didn't pull it back. "You notice everything," she repeated. "The way you check your horse before yourself, every single time. The way you train left-handed with the focus of someone building a house one brick at a time. The way you pretend you're fine on the mornings when the backlash is worst, but your left hand shakes when you hold your cup. He paused. The way you looked at me in the moonlit pass when I knelt, and you expected anger, and you got excellent taste, she finished. I stand by that. He was close. Too close. She could feel the warmth of him. Not body heat, but the resonance, that deep hum that eased the pain and made the broken place in her chest feel less like a wound and more like a door opening. She placed her hand on his chest, not pushing, not pulling, just touching. His heartbeat was fast beneath her palm, faster than his composure suggested, and his breath caught, and his eyes darkened, and she felt the resonance surge between them like a tide. I don't trust this, she said. I know. I might never fully trust it. I know that too. And I need you to understand that if this becomes a cage, I will walk out of it and I won't look back. Not for a bond, not for a crown, not for a man with excellent taste. He covered her hand with his. His palm was warm and calloused and certain. If it becomes a cage, I'll open the door myself. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she pulled her hand back, stepped away, and walked to the stairs. Alara. She stopped. You said you only faint in front of your own horse because it has better manners. He leaned against the parapet, and the moonlight made him look like something carved from the mountain itself. For the record, I'm working on my manners. She went downstairs. She did not smile, but the corner of her mouth twitched, and the hollow in her chest was, for the first time, warm. Chapter 12, The Sparing Lesson. Ronan asked to spar with her. Not to prove anything, he was clear about that. He wanted to understand how she fought because her style was unlike anything he'd seen, and he was, at heart, a student of combat. She agreed because she was going out of her mind with restless energy, and the alternative was pacing the parapet until she wore grooves in the stone. They met in the training yard at dawn. The yard was empty. Ronan had cleared it, which meant either he was being considerate or he didn't want witnesses. She suspected both. He fought beautifully. She'd expected that from his size and build, but the reality was striking. He moved like water and struck like stone, with a fluid efficiency that made every motion look effortless. His wolf was closer to the surface during combat, giving his movements an animal precision, but he never lost control, never overcommitted, never wasted a strike. She was better. Not stronger. He had 50 pounds on her and the wolf's speed besides, but she was faster in the ways that mattered. Faster to read his patterns, faster to adapt, faster to exploit the half-second gaps that every fighter left when they transitioned between forms. She'd spent 10 years compensating for the lack of a wolf, and the result was a fighting style that treated every disadvantage as a fulcrum. Ronan's sword caught hers in a bind. They were close, faces a foot apart, blades locked, breath steaming between them. His pale eyes held hers with an intensity that had nothing to do with combat. "You're holding back," she said. "I don't want to hurt your wrist." "My wrist is fine." She twisted out of the bind, swept his leading foot, and put him off balance. He recovered, barely, with a wolf's reflex. "Stop protecting me." Something shifted in his expression. The restraint dropped. Not completely. He was still careful, still controlled, but the next exchange was real. Fast, dangerous. Their blades sang in the cold air, and the sound of steel on steel rang off the stone walls. And for 3 glorious minutes they were perfectly matched. Not as wolf and human, not as lord and knight, but as equals. He disarmed her. A clever maneuver that used her healing wrist against her. Not roughly, just precisely, turning the weak point into a lever. Her sword flew from her hand and buried itself in the snow 3 feet away. She didn't reach for him. She stepped inside his guard, caught his sword arm, turned her hip, and threw him. The Lord of the Kelrith Wolves landed flat on his back in the snow with a thud that echoed off the mountain walls. His sword clattered away. His breath left him in a visible cloud. He lay there, blinking up at the sky, and Alara stood over him with her knee on his chest and her forearm across his throat. "Yield," she said. He looked up at her, snow in his dark hair, frost on his eyelashes, those impossible eyes wide and bright and burning with something that was definitely not defeat. "You just threw an alpha twice your weight," he said. His voice was slightly strangled, possibly because of the forearm on his throat, possibly for other reasons. "Without a wolf form." "Yield," she repeated. "If I yield, will you remove the arm from my windpipe?" "That depends on whether you plan to make some smug comment about how you let me win." "I was planning to make a smug comment about how the view from down here is exceptional, but I'm open to negotiations." Heat climbed her neck. She removed her arm, stood, and offered him a hand up. He took it. His fingers closed around hers, and the resonance hummed between them, warm and liquid and undeniable. And he stood, and they were very close, and his hand didn't let go of hers immediately. "For someone who claims to be working on his manners," she said, "that was remarkably rude." "I said I was working on them. I didn't say I was finished." His thumb brushed across her knuckles. A small motion, barely perceptible, except that it sent a shiver through her entire body that had nothing to do with cold. His eyes tracked the shiver with the acute attention of a man who was cataloging every reaction and storing them for later. "Again?" he asked, still holding her hand. "Are you asking for another round, or are you asking to hold my hand longer?" "I was asking about the sparring." He paused, the corner of his mouth lifted. "But I wouldn't say no to the other." She pulled her hand free. "Again. And this time, don't let me win." "You didn't win," he said, picking up his sword. "You destroyed me. There's a difference." They sparred until mid-morning. By the end, she'd thrown him 3 more times, he'd disarmed her twice, and Brennan had appeared on the upper walkway with a cup of tea and the expression of a man watching the greatest entertainment of his life. "Don't say a word," Ronan told him as they left the yard. "I wasn't going to say anything, my lord." "Your face is saying things." "My face is just my face, my lord. I can't help my face." Ronan looked at Alara. "Can I throw him off the parapet?" "He's too cheerful. The fall wouldn't hurt him." Brennan beamed. "That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all week." Chapter 13. The Hunters Return. The council sent hunters on the 22nd day. Not the ceremonial guard that had accompanied Cordelia, these were real hunters. Moon Guard, the council's enforcers. 7 wolves in black armor who answered only to the elders and who carried silver chains designed for restraining bloodline anomalies. They came at night because the council had always preferred to do its cruelest work in the dark. Alara heard them first. The broken bond had, unexpectedly, sharpened her senses, not to wolf levels, but beyond human, as if the torn-open place in her chest was compensating by reaching out in other directions. She heard the paws on stone, the creak of leather, the whispered commands. She was in the stable, checking Noctis's foreleg, still slightly warm, still favoring it the stubborn animal, when the first howl split the darkness. Noctis's head shot up. His ears went flat. He began to stamp, and she grabbed his halter and pressed her forehead to his nose. "Quiet. Listen." More howls. Answering calls. The camp sentries sounding the alarm. A deep, rhythmic horn blast that rolled across the mountain pass and echoed back. Ronan appeared in the stable doorway. He was fully armed, sword drawn, face carved from ice. The Moon Guard. 7, approaching from the south ridge. "Silver chains?" "Yes." His eyes met hers. "They're not here for a polite conversation." She reached for her sword. Ronan caught her hand. "Your wrist." "Is fine." She looked at him. "Don't you start." His jaw tightened. Something warred in his expression. The urge to protect versus the knowledge that she would not accept protection she hadn't requested. The latter won. "Fine," he said, "but you fight beside me, not in front of me." "Deal." They moved through the camp together. Ronan's soldiers were already in position, The Kael'rith border wolves knew how to defend their home, and they'd done it many times. The Moon Guard was outnumbered. But the Moon Guard didn't need numbers. They had silver chains, council authority, and the absolute conviction of men who believed they were doing righteous work. The fight was brief and brutal. The Moon Guard hit the North Gate in a tight formation. 3 shifted wolves in front, 4 in human form behind with silver chains and restraining poles. They moved like a machine, coordinated and relentless. Alara met them at the gate. She fought left-handed because the right wrist was healed enough for grip but not for heavy strikes. It didn't matter. She fought the way she always fought, faster, smarter, more precise than any wolf expected. She ducked under the first chain, kicked the pole from the second hunter's hands, disarmed the third with a sword technique that Brennan would later describe to anyone who'd listen as the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and I've seen the northern lights. Ronan fought beside her, not in front. Beside. Their styles meshed, her speed and precision complementing his power and wolf reflexes, and the Moon Guard faltered, then broke. One of them, the leader, a scarred wolf named Gregor, shifted back to human form and drew a silver-edged sword. He faced Alara. "The Council commands your surrender," he said. "The Council can command the wind to stop blowing. That doesn't mean it listens." Gregor charged. He was good, trained, experienced, strong. She let him come, sidestepped at the last moment, and drove her knee into his midsection. The air left him in a whoosh. She twisted, caught his sword arm, and used his own momentum to slam him face first into the snow. She picked up his silver sword and pressed it against the back of his neck. Not cutting, just holding. "Tell the Council this," she said, her voice carrying across the battlefield. "I am not their prisoner. I am not their subject. I am not their bloodline experiment. If they want me, they can come themselves, not send dogs." Gregor's face, pressed into the snow, managed an expression of deep indignation. She removed the sword and stepped back. Gregor scrambled up, snow covering his entire front, his dignity in shreds, and limped back to his remaining hunters. They retreated. It was, by all accounts, the fastest retreat in Moon Guard history. Brennan appeared beside Alara, breathless and grinning. "That was... don't. Incredible." "I said don't. You face-planted a Moon Guard captain into a snowbank. He's going to have to explain that to the Council. Do you think they'll include face-planted into snowbank by woman with no wolf in the official report?" Ronan, wiping snow and blood from his sword, said, "I'll write a witness statement if it helps." Despite herself, Alara laughed. It was a real laugh, short, sharp, surprised out of her, and both Ronan and Brennan stared at her as if she'd just performed a miracle. "She laughed," Brennan whispered. "I heard," Ronan said. "She actually laughed." Brennan: "This is the greatest day of my life." "Go check the perimeter, Brennan." "Right, yes, perimeter, going now." He backed away, pointing at Alara. "But for the record, great laugh." Alara sheathed her sword and looked at Ronan. He was watching her with an expression she was learning to recognize, the one where his composure was intact, but his eyes were doing something entirely different. Something warm, something hungry, something he was very carefully not acting on. "You fight well together," Brennan called from the perimeter because he had not actually left. "Just an observation, not implying anything." "Perimeter, Brennan." "Going." Chapter 14. The Night Watch. The camp didn't sleep after the Moon Guard attack. Sentries doubled. Fires burned higher. Ronan's wolves patrolled in rotating shifts, their eyes catching the firelight in amber flashes as they circled the walls. The mountain wind carried the smell of pine and cold iron and the distant, fading scent of the retreating hunters. Alara stood on the upper parapet, watching the south ridge. The moon was waning, a thin silver curve behind drifting clouds, and the darkness beyond the walls was absolute. Somewhere out there, the Moon Guard was licking its wounds and composing a report that would make the Council furious enough to escalate. She knew what escalation meant. Not more hunters, a formal declaration, a public judgment. the full weight of the Elder Council brought to bear against a single woman who had dared to exist outside their control. The broken bond throbbed in her chest, distant, dulled, but persistent, a reminder that Aldrich was out there too, his wolf still searching the void where she used to be. She could feel his guilt like weather, a pressure system that never quite broke into rain. "You should sleep." Ronan's voice. He'd appeared on the parapet with the silent efficiency of a man who moved through his own fortress like a ghost. He carried 2 cups of something that steamed, and when he handed her one, the smell was warm cider laced with honey. "Can't sleep. The backlash is worse after combat. The adrenaline agitates the remnant." He leaned against the parapet beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. "I've read accounts of wolves who survived partial bond severance. The pain spikes correlate with emotional intensity. Combat, fear, anger, anything that raises the blood." She sipped the cider. It was excellent, sweet and sharp and warm all the way down. "Is there anything you haven't read?" "Romance poetry. I find it insufferable." "Really?" "All that languishing, all that pining from a distance." He paused. "If you want someone, you should say so, clearly, with proper sentence structure." She looked at him sideways. "Is that what you do?" The silence that followed was a fraction too long. His eyes were fixed on the mountains, but the muscle in his jaw had tightened, and his hand on the parapet was very, very still. "I'm working on it," he said. She turned to face him. The cider was warm in her hands, and the wind was cold on her neck, and the resonance between them was a constant, low vibration that she'd stopped trying to ignore. "Ronan." He looked at her. In the low light of the parapet torches, his face was all angles and shadows, and his pale eyes held a depth of feeling he would probably have denied under oath. "Why haven't you asked me about the moon wolf?" "You'll tell me when you're ready." "You're the only person who hasn't demanded an explanation." "I'm the only person who understands that your power doesn't belong to me. It doesn't belong to the council. It doesn't belong to anyone who wants to own it or study it or use it as leverage." He set his cup on the parapet. "It's yours. You'll understand it in your own time. My opinion on the matter is irrelevant." "It's not irrelevant." He looked at her sharply. Something broke through the composure, a flash of vulnerability, quickly masked but unmistakable. He hadn't expected her to say that. "It's not irrelevant," she repeated, "because you're the only person whose wolf has responded to whatever I am without anger or fear. You knelt in the pass, and you looked up at me, and you made a joke. Anyone else would have..." "Anyone else would have what? Been afraid?" He turned to face her fully. "I'm not afraid of you, Alara. I'm afraid for you. There's a significant difference." "Afraid for me." "The council won't stop. They'll declare you a heretic. They'll force a public judgment, and they'll use every tool they have, political, physical, spiritual, to bring you to heel, because you represent the one thing the council cannot survive." He paused. "Accountability." The wind gusted. Her hair caught in the torchlight, streaming gold, and a strand blew across his chest. He caught it, gently, between 2 fingers, the way you'd catch a thread of spider silk. "You have golden hair," he said, as if noticing for the first time, which was ridiculous because he noticed everything. "On the battlefield, in the moonlight, it looks like it's on fire." "That's not a strategic observation." "No." He released the strand. His fingers brushed her jaw as he did. A ghost of contact. Barely there, electric. "It's not." She didn't move away. The resonance surged between them, warm and deep, and the broken place in her chest hummed not with pain, but with something that felt dangerously like anticipation. "You said if this became a cage, you'd open the door yourself," she said. "I meant it. And if I said I wanted the door to stay open, not locked, not latched, just open, and I wanted to stay anyway, not because of a bond, not because of a resonance, because I choose to?" His composure shattered. Not dramatically, Ronan didn't do dramatic, but the mask dropped, and underneath was a man who was looking at her with such raw, undisguised want that her breath caught. Then I would say, he said very quietly, that I've been hoping you'd say that since the night in the snowfield when you told me your horse had better manners. She stepped closer. He didn't step back. They were inches apart, and the cold air between them was the only barrier left, and his hand rose and settled on her waist, not pulling, not claiming, just resting there, warm through the fabric of her shirt, as if to say, I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere, and I will let you decide what happens next. Just so we're clear, she said, I'm not going to be anyone's Luna. I don't want a Luna, I want a partner. His thumb traced a slow circle against her hip. Someone who'll throw me into snowbanks when I deserve it. That's a very specific requirement. I'm a very specific man. She placed her hand on his chest. His heart was hammering. She could feel it through the wool, rapid and hard, betraying everything his face was trying to hide. She left her hand there. He covered it with his own. They stood like that for a long time, on a parapet above a fortress in the mountains, with the wind and the stars and the sound of wolves patrolling in the dark. Not kissing, not needing to. Just existing in the same space, breathing the same air, choosing to be where they were. From the stable below, Noctis let out a single, deafening snort that echoed off every stone wall in the camp. Ronan closed his eyes. Does he have a sixth sense for moments like this? He has a sixth sense for ruining things. It's his primary talent. I thought his primary talent was biting. He's multi-talented. They separated, not because either of them wanted to. She could see that in the reluctance of his hand leaving her waist, in the way his eyes lingered on her mouth for exactly 1 second before he looked away. But because the parapet was not private, and the camp was full of soldiers, and Brennan was somewhere nearby, and Brennan would absolutely tell everyone. Good night, Alara. Good night, Ronan. She walked to the stairs, stopped, turned. For the record, she said, your manners are improving. He smiled. A real smile. Not the half-smirk, not the sardonic quirk, but a full, genuine smile that transformed his face from dangerously handsome into something so beautiful it almost hurt to look at. Give me time, he said. I'll ruin that impression soon enough. Chapter 15. The Declaration. The council's declaration arrived by Raven on the 28th day. It was written on white vellum, stamped with every elder's seal, and phrased in the formal, bloodless language of men who had perfected the art of making cruelty sound administrative. By decree of the Elder Council of Arventhor, the woman known as Alara Voss is hereby declared a dangerous heretic and threat to the stability of the werewolf bloodlines. She is ordered to present herself for formal verification and judgment at the eclipse square of Arventhor on the day of the next lunar eclipse, 30 days hence. Failure to appear will result in her classification as a rogue element and the authorization of lethal force for her retrieval. Furthermore, let it be known, the woman's claim to any fated mate bond with the Crown Prince is declared fraudulent, her service record is stricken from the Royal Guard's annals, and her name is removed from all honorable registers of the kingdom. She is nothing, let her prove otherwise. Ronan read the declaration aloud to Alara, Cordelia, Brennan, and Helwyn in the upper hall. When he finished, the silence was thick enough to cut. Well, Cordelia said, that's dramatic. Brennan looked like he wanted to set the vellum on fire. Helwyn looked like she wanted to prescribe the entire council a strong laxative. Ronan's face was carved from stone. Alara took the vellum. She read it again. The words blurred and refocused. She is nothing. She set the vellum on the table. I'm going. Ronan's head snapped toward her. Alara, I'm going back to the eclipse square on the day they've set. That's exactly what they want. They want you on their ground, surrounded by their people, under their control. I know. Then why? Because if I don't go, they'll send more hunters. They'll attack this camp. They'll use me as an excuse to declare war on the Kilrith territory, and your people will pay the price for sheltering me. She met his eyes. I won't hide behind your walls while your people die for my existence. Ronan's jaw tightened until the muscle stood out like iron. She could see the war inside him. The strategist versus the man, the lord versus the wolf, the desire to lock the gates and keep her safe versus the knowledge that she would never forgive him if he tried. "Then I'll come with you," he said. "No." "Yes. This is my fight, not yours. It became my fight when my wolf knelt to you in the moonlit pass." His voice was quiet but absolute. "I'm not fighting this battle for you. I'm riding beside you. There's a difference." She opened her mouth to argue. He held up a hand. "Not in front of you, not making decisions for you. 3 steps behind, close enough to help if you ask. Far enough to show that this is your judgment, not mine." He paused. "I will not be Aldrich, but I will not pretend that what's happening between us doesn't give me the right to stand at your back." Cordelia looked between them. "I'm coming too." Everyone turned. "The council used me as a weapon against her," Cordelia said. Her voice was steady, the steadiest Alara had ever heard it. "They sent me to deliver their decree. They dressed me up in blue velvet and put their words in my mouth. I want to stand in their square and let them see what I chose to become instead." Brennan raised his hand. "I'm also coming, for moral support. And because I've never seen the Eclipse Square and I think it sounds exciting." "It's a judgment ground," Ronan said. "People have been executed there." "Less exciting," Brennan conceded, "but I'm still coming." Helwyn packed a medical kit and said nothing, which was her way of saying she was coming too, and anyone who argued would be given a detailed lecture on the consequences of ignoring medical advice. Chapter 16. The Road Back. They left the Grey Mark on a morning of gray sky and blowing snow. The party was small by design. Ronan, Alara, Cordelia, Brennan, Helwyn, and a dozen Kelrith soldiers. Not an army, a statement. They rode under no banner, carried no declaration, and made no attempt at secrecy. They were not sneaking into Arventhor. They were walking through the front door. Alara rode at the head of the column. Noctis was in high spirits, or at least his version of high spirits, which meant he bit only the air instead of actual people, and maintained a pace that suggested he was condescending to carry her rather than being directed. His foreleg was healed, Marin's poultice and Helwyn's treatment having done their work, and he moved with the powerful, fluid stride of a warhorse who knew exactly how impressive he looked. Ronan rode 3 steps behind her. Exactly 3. She'd told him he didn't need to be so literal about it, and he'd told her he was a man of his word, and she'd told him he was insufferable, and he'd told her he'd been told. Cordelia rode a borrowed Kelrith horse, a sturdy bay mare with none of the temperament of Noctis and all of the patience, which was exactly what a novice rider needed. She sat the horse with the rigid posture of a woman who had learned to ride from a book. But she didn't fall off, and after the first hour, she actually began to relax. "This isn't terrible," Cordelia announced, as if surprised. "Wait until we go uphill," Brennan said cheerfully. "What happens uphill?" "You'll find out." He grinned at her. She glared at him. The glare had significantly less venom than her glares of 3 weeks ago, which Brennan appeared to notice and which made him grin wider. They rode for 2 days through the mountain passes, camping at waypoints and riding through daylight. The backlash pain came every morning, but it was dulled now, whether by the distance from Aldrich or by the proximity to Ronan. Alara couldn't tell. She suspected both. On the second night, Ronan found her by the campfire, staring into the flames. "You're thinking about what happens if the moon wolf doesn't awaken." She didn't deny it. "The mark has only appeared twice, both times by accident, both times with you." She looked at him. "What if it needs you? What if I can't do this alone?" "You won't be alone." "That's not what I'm asking." He sat beside her. The firelight carved his features into amber and shadow, and his pale eyes were warm in a way that made the cold feel irrelevant. "The moon wolf doesn't need me," he said. "It responded to me because my wolf recognized it. But the power is yours. It's been yours since birth, sealed, suppressed, hidden by whatever mechanism the council didn't want activated. You don't need a trigger. You need to stop being afraid of what you are." "I'm not afraid." "You're terrified, and that's reasonable. You've spent your entire life being told you're less because you don't have a wolf, and now you're discovering that you might be more than any wolf who's ever lived. That's not a comfortable realization. She was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the dark, Noctis was harassing a bush. "What if the council is right?" she said. "What if this power is dangerous? What if I am a heretic?" "The council calls anything dangerous that threatens their control. Heretic is just their word for someone who refuses to obey." He paused. "You've been refusing to obey your entire life. This is just the first time they've noticed." She looked at the fire. The flames reflected in her eyes, gold and orange and hot, and the mark on her collarbone, invisible in the firelight, hummed beneath her skin like a second heartbeat. "Thank you," she said, "for not making this about you. It's not about me. Most men would make it about them. Most men are idiots." He caught her eye and held it. "I'm only occasionally an idiot, and never about things that matter." The fire popped. Sparks rose into the black sky. Alara leaned sideways, not dramatically, not consciously, just a slight shift in weight until her shoulder rested against his. He went very still. Then, slowly, he leaned back, matching her pressure, and they sat like that, shoulder to shoulder, watching the fire, saying nothing. From the darkness, Brennan's whisper, "Are they?" Helwyn's whisper, sharper, "Go to sleep, Brennan." "But they're..." Sleep. Chapter 17. The Gates of Arventhor. They saw the royal city at dawn on the third day. Arventhor rose from the plateau like a crown of stone. High walls, gleaming towers, the great drawbridge spanning the Frostclaw Gorge. The banner of the wolf rampant flew from every tower, black and gold against the gray sky, and even from a distance, Alara could see the movement on the walls. Soldiers, sentries, the rigid choreography of a city preparing for judgment. She stopped on the ridge. Noctis halted without being told, his ears pricked forward, his massive body tense with the alertness of an animal who recognized home and wasn't sure he liked it. Behind her, Ronan drew his horse alongside. Not ahead, alongside. "There's still time to change the plan," he said. "There's no plan. I'm riding in, standing in their square, and letting them try to force me to my knees." "That is a plan. It's just a terrible one." "Do you have a better one?" "Several. All of them involve significantly fewer scenarios in which you might die." "I'm not going to die." "You don't know that." "I know I'm not going to kneel." He looked at her. His jaw was set, his eyes were fierce, and beneath the composure she could see the effort it was costing him to stay 3 steps behind, instead of riding ahead and solving this with steel. "I hate this," he said, "for the record." "Noted. If they touch you, then I'll handle it. If they chain you, then I'll break the chains. And if you can't?" She met his gaze. "Then you'll know, because I'll ask for help. And I've never asked anyone for help in my life, so if I'm asking, it means I need it." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, a single, curt motion, the nod of a man accepting terms he didn't like but respected. "3 steps behind," he said. 3 steps behind. They rode toward the gate. The drawbridge was lowered, the gates were open, and the eclipse square was full. It stretched before the main gate of Arventhor, a vast circular plaza of dark stone, ringed by torches and flanked by the carved wolf statues that had watched the city's judgments for 1,000 years. The square was designed for exactly this: public ceremony, public justice, public spectacle. The seats rose in tiers around the central platform, and every tier was packed. Nobles in their furs and jewels, soldiers in their armor, common folk in their woolens and cloaks crowded into the upper galleries, craning for a view. The council of elders on their raised dais, 7 ancient wolves in silver-trimmed black, their faces set in identical expressions of judicial displeasure. Aldrich, standing at the foot of the dais in the black and gold of the crown, looking like a man attending his own funeral. And above it all, the sky. The lunar eclipse had begun, the moon sliding into the earth's shadow, its light dimming from silver to copper to a deep, bloody red that stained the snow and the stone and the watching faces. Alara rode into the square on Noctis. The crowd went silent. Not the respectful silence of a ceremony, the stunned silence of people who had been told the heretic would come in chains and were confronted instead with a woman on a black warhorse, riding with the unhurried confidence of someone who owned the ground beneath her. She was not in armor. She wore a fitted dark tunic over riding trousers, her sword at her hip, her golden hair unbound and falling past her waist. No badge, no crest, no symbol of allegiance. She rode under no banner, and the absence was louder than any flag. Noctis walked through the square with his head high, his hooves striking the stone in a measured cadence that echoed off the walls like a war drum. He was, in his entire bearing, magnificent, black as midnight, gleaming with health, radiating the particular menace of an animal who was barely tolerating the existence of everyone present. Ronan entered the square behind her. 3 steps. His Kael'rith soldiers followed at a distance, not threatening, not retreating, present. Cordelia rode beside Brennan, her chin raised, her borrowed cloak replacing the blue velvet, her face pale but set. Elder Hargrave stood. The torchlight cast long shadows from his silver robes, and his voice carried the dry, precise cruelty of a man who had been pronouncing judgment for 50 years. Alara Voss, you stand before the Council of Elders to answer for the irregularity of your bloodline, the fraudulent claim of a fated mate bond with the Crown Prince, and the crime of heresy against the ancient laws of the werewolf bloodlines. Alara dismounted. Noctis immediately positioned himself behind her, a wall of black horse between her and the crowd, and she placed one hand on his neck, not for support, but for contact, for the reminder that she was not alone. I stand here, she said, because you threatened to send an army if I didn't. Let's not pretend this is voluntary. Murmurs from the crowd. Hargrave's mouth thinned. You are charged with possessing an abnormal bloodline that threatens the stability of the werewolf hierarchy. You are charged with impersonating a fated mate of the Crown Prince despite lacking a wolf form. You are charged with forcibly severing a sacred bond, an act of heresy against the Moon's covenant. I severed a bond that was being used to control me, Alara said. Her voice was clear and carried to every corner of the square. I left a position where I was publicly humiliated by the man who was supposed to stand beside me. I refused to return when your hunters came to drag me back in chains. If those are crimes, then yes, I'm guilty. But the only law I broke was the one that says a woman must endure anything a man decides to do to her, and I don't recognize that law. The murmurs grew louder. In the common galleries, she saw faces shift. Recognition, sympathy, the expressions of women who had endured their own versions of public humiliation and had never been allowed to speak. Elder Hargrave raised his hand for silence. The council does not recognize your authority to interpret law. You are wolfless, you are bondless, you are nothing. Then why are you afraid of me? Silence. Absolute. The question hung in the air like a blade. Hargrave's composure cracked, just a hairline fracture quickly sealed. The council fears nothing. The council protects the bloodline purity of our people and your existence. My existence terrifies you, Alara said, because you've spent 1,000 years telling wolves that power comes from form, from shifting, from the physical manifestation of the beast. And I walked into your court without a wolf and became the strongest knight you'd ever seen. I fought your battles. I protected your prince. I won your tournaments. I did everything a wolf could do, and I did it without one, and that made me dangerous. Not because I'm a heretic, but because I'm proof that your entire system is built on a lie. The crowd stirred. The nobles shifted uncomfortably. The soldiers, some of whom had fought beside her, some of whom she'd saved, looked at the ground, at the sky, anywhere but at the council. Aldrich stepped forward. She's right. Every head turned. Aldrich Veyron, Crown Prince of Arventhor, walked to the center of the square. He was beautiful still, golden and sharp and carved from duty, but the beauty had been hollowed out. His eyes were dark-ringed, His jaw was clenched. He moved like a man who had been carrying a weight too heavy for his bones and had finally decided to set it down, even if it killed him. "She's right about all of it," he said. "She is my fated mate. The bond was real. I rejected her publicly because the council threatened to imprison her if I acknowledged the bond. They told me her bloodline was dangerous. They told me she would be locked in the moon tower. I chose to humiliate her instead because I believed." His voice broke. He stopped, breathed, continued. "Because I believed that was protection. Because I was too much of a coward to tell her the truth and let her choose for herself." Hargrave's face was white with fury. "Your Highness, this is highly—" "I'm not finished." Aldrich turned to face the council. "You used me. You used my fear for her. You told me the only way to keep her safe was to make her worthless in the eyes of the court. And I did it, because I was raised to believe the council's word was law. But it wasn't law, it was manipulation. And the woman I destroyed to obey you is standing in this square right now, stronger than any of us, and she didn't need my protection. She never did." He turned to Alara. His golden eyes met hers across the width of the square, and in them was a grief so deep it had its own gravity. "I acknowledge you," he said, "publicly, before the council, before the court, before every person who heard me deny you. You are Alara Voss, and you were my fated mate, and I was not worthy of you." The words landed in the square like stones dropped in still water. Alara looked at him. This man she had loved, this man who had broken her, this man who was finally telling the truth, and felt the hollow in her chest ache with a pain that was not the bond's remnant, but something older and more human. "You acknowledge me," she said, "because you finally lost me, not because you finally saw me." Aldrich flinched. His eyes went bright, and he looked down, and the Crown Prince of Arventhor stood in the eclipse square in front of his entire kingdom and had no answer. Chapter 18. The Moon Wolf Rises. Elder Hargrave rose to his full height. "Enough," he said. "The Crown Prince's emotional outburst changes nothing. This woman is a bloodline anomaly. She is unverified. She is dangerous, and she will kneel before this council and submit to judgment." He raised his hand, and the 6 remaining elders rose with him, and the combined werewolf pressure of 7 ancient alphas descended on the square like a physical weight. It hit Alara like a wave. The pressure drove at her knees, her spine, the base of her skull, the primal compulsion that every wolf obeyed, the hierarchical force that said, "Bow, submit, kneel." She felt it in her bones. She felt it in the broken place where the bond had been. She felt it in every scar, every wound, every night she'd spent fighting for a kingdom that called her worthless. Her knees buckled. She caught herself, barely, one hand braced against Noctis's side. The pain in her chest erupted, and the phantom claws were back, tearing at her sternum, and the echo of Aldrich's wolf howled in her skull. The crowd watched. The nobles watched. The soldiers watched. They waited for her to fall. Noctis lowered his great head and pressed his nose against her shoulder. Not pushing her upright, just touching her, reminding him the warm, solid, stubborn presence of the first creature who had ever chosen her and who had never once asked her to kneel. She placed her hand on his neck. The eclipse reached totality. The moon went dark. Not dark, red, a deep blood red that turned the entire sky into something ancient and vast and alive. The red light fell across the square and the shadows shifted and the temperature dropped and every torch flickered. The mark on Alara's collarbone ignited. Not flickered, not glowed, ignited. Silver-white light erupted from beneath her skin, blazing like a brand, and it spread down her arms, across her hands, along the line of her jaw, until she was outlined in lunar fire, standing in the red dark of the eclipse like a beacon. She straightened. The pain didn't vanish, it transformed. The broken bond, the phantom claws, the hollow chest, they burned away like frost in sunlight, and in their place was something vast and ancient and absolutely certain. The moon wolf. Not a shift, not a physical transformation into fur and teeth and claws. This was older than shifting. This was the original power, the one that existed before forms, before packs, before hierarchies. The presence, the judgment, the authority that did not need a body because it was woven into the blood of every wolf who had ever lived. It radiated from her like heat from a forge. The soldiers felt it first. The common soldiers at the edges of the square, young wolves, old wolves, strong wolves, weak wolves, went to their knees, not in pain, not in humiliation, in recognition. Their wolves bowed to what their wolves had always known was above them. The nobles followed. One by one, tier by tier, the great houses of Arventhor dropped. Fur-trimmed cloaks puddled in the snow, jeweled circlets bent toward the ground. Hands that had never been dirty clutched at stone as their wolves compelled them downward. The Council of Elders. Hargrave fought it. She could see it in the rigid set of his body, the cord standing out in his neck, the fury on his face as he resisted the force that was pushing him down. He fought for 10 seconds. 20. His knees hit the stone, and he snarled, actually snarled, an animal sound of impotent rage, and his ancient, powerful wolf submitted to the thing that had created all wolves. One by one, the elders fell. Cordelia knelt. The tears came, not from humiliation, but from recognition. She looked up at Alara with streaming eyes and a face full of something that might have been relief. And then she reached up and tore the backup Luna badge from her cloak. She'd kept it, hidden, a talisman of the identity she'd been assigned, and threw it into the snow. "I was never your replacement," she whispered, "and she was never nothing." Brennan knelt, and he was grinning through it because Brennan grinned through everything, and even his wolf's submission couldn't suppress the sheer delight of watching the council eat dirt. Aldrich knelt last of the Arventhor wolves, not because he fought it, because the Moon Wolf's power moved through the hierarchy, and the Crown Prince was the highest-ranking wolf present. The force reached him like a tide, and his knees buckled, and he went down in the snow with a sound that might have been a sob. He looked up at Alara. The golden eyes that had once made her feel like the only warm thing in the kingdom were full of tears, and his mouth shaped a word. Her name, maybe, or an apology, or the acknowledgement he should have made months ago in the parade square, instead of calling her unworthy. It didn't matter now. It was too late, and they both knew it. Ronan knelt. He did it without resistance. His wolf went down willingly. She could see it in the ease of his motion, the way he lowered to one knee in the snow, with the unhurried grace of a man performing an act of conscious choice rather than compulsion. His pale eyes found hers. In them was no anger, no shame, no resentment. "I kneel to you," he said. His voice was clear and steady and carried across the square. "Not to a crown." The words hit her somewhere beneath the power, beneath the light, in the place that was still just Alara, the girl who had sat in a horse's stall with an apple, the woman who checked hooves before wounds, the knight who had thrown her badge in the snow and ridden away. She looked at the square. Every wolf was on their knees, every noble, every soldier, every elder. 1,000 years of hierarchy, bowing to a woman they'd called worthless. Beside her, Noctis stood. He did not kneel. His massive head was raised, his ears pricked forward, his black body solid and unmoved by the power radiating from the woman at his side. He was not a wolf. He owed no submission to the Moon Wolf's authority. He was a horse, her first companion, her chosen partner. And he stood beside her because he had always stood beside her, and no ancient power on earth would make him do otherwise. She placed her hand on his neck. The silver light from her skin danced across his black mane, and he leaned into her touch, and the eclipsed square of Arventhor was silent, except for the wind and the sound of 1,000 wolves breathing. Alara spoke. "The Council of Elders has ruled this kingdom through fear, control, and the suppression of any power that threatened their authority. They used fated mate bonds as political tools. They used bloodline verification as a weapon. They told women without wolves that they were broken, told women with wolves that their only value was breeding, and told every wolf in this kingdom that obedience was the same as loyalty." Her voice carried. Not loud, she didn't shout. The power carried it, the way the moon carries light. I am not broken. I was never broken. I was the thing they were afraid of. Proof that power doesn't come from a form or a bond or a crown. It comes from a choice. The choice to stand when they tell you to kneel. The choice to leave when they tell you to stay. The choice to be more than what they decided you were. She looked at Hargrave. The elder's face was pressed close to the stone, his body rigid with forced submission, and his eyes, ancient, furious, afraid, met hers. The council's authority to judge bloodlines is dissolved, she said. As of this moment, no wolf will be imprisoned, executed, or stripped of rank for the nature of their blood. No woman will be assigned as a replacement Luna against her will. No fated mate bond will be used as a chain by royal power, family, or council. She paused. The silence was absolute. And if any elder disagrees, she smiled. It was not a kind smile. They're welcome to stand up and say so. No one stood. No one moved. The Council of Elders, for the first time in 1,000 years, had nothing to say. Chapter 19. After the Light. The power receded like a tide. The silver light dimmed. The mark on Alara's collarbone faded to a faint silver line. Still there, still present, but no longer blazing. The pressure on the square eased, and the wolves rose, slowly, unsteadily, like people waking from a shared dream. Alara swayed. The exhaustion hit her all at once. The power, the pain, the weeks of running and fighting and breaking and rebuilding, and the world tilted sideways. Noctis was there, solid and warm and smelling like hay and judgment, and she leaned against him and breathed. Ronan stood. He didn't rush to her, he knew better, but he moved within arm's reach and waited, his pale eyes tracking every flicker of fatigue on her face. "You're standing," he said. "Barely. Barely still counts," he paused. "That was, without question, the most terrifying and beautiful thing I have ever witnessed, and I once saw Brennan try to ride 2 horses at once." From across the square, Brennan's voice, "That was one time." Alara laughed. It was weak, exhausted, and slightly hysterical, but it was a laugh, and it broke the tension in the square like a stone thrown through glass. People started breathing. People started talking. The soldiers, some of whom were crying, which they would all deny later, looked at each other with the dazed expressions of men who had just watched the world change. Hargrave struggled to his feet. His silver robes were stained with snow and dirt, and his dignity was in approximately the same condition. He opened his mouth. "The council will not..." Alara didn't even look at him. She just raised one hand, palm out, and the faintest pulse of silver light flickered from her fingertips. Hargrave's mouth closed. He sat back down on the dais. He did not speak again for the remainder of the proceedings, which was, by universal agreement, a dramatic improvement. Aldrich approached her. He moved slowly, carefully, the way you'd approach a wild animal or a forest fire, and stopped 5 feet away. "Alara, I don't." Her voice was gentle, gentler than he deserved, and they both knew it. "You don't need to say anything else. You told the truth today. That mattered. It was late, and it was too late for us, but it mattered. Is there anything? You can go back to your throne. You can be a better king than the council made you. You can remember that the woman you called unworthy just dissolved the council's authority while standing next to a horse that has better political instincts than your entire court." She paused. "And you can stop sending hunters after people. It's not a good look." He nodded. His eyes were bright, and his jaw was working, and the Crown Prince of Arventhor looked, for the first time in his life, like a man instead of a title. "I loved you," he said. "That was real." "I know. I loved you too." She met his eyes. "But love isn't enough if the person holding it doesn't know how to let you hold it back." He closed his eyes, nodded once more, turned and walked back toward the dais where the remains of his council sat in stunned silence, and his crown waited on a throne that suddenly felt much too large for one person. He didn't look back. It was, Alara thought, the kindest thing he'd done. Cordelia found her in the stable an hour later. Alara was doing what she always did after a crisis, checking Noctis. Hooves, legs, mane, saddle straps, feed. The ritual, the anchor. The horse stood patiently, or impatiently, because Noctis did nothing patiently, while she ran her hands along his legs and checked the left foreleg that he'd finally stopped favoring. Cordelia stood in the stable doorway, her borrowed cloak wrapped tight around her shoulders, her auburn hair loose and windblown, her face clean of makeup for the first time since Alara had known her. She looked younger. She looked real. "What are you going to do now?" Cordelia asked. "I don't know." "That's terrifying." "Yes." Alara straightened and looked at her. "What are you going to do?" Cordelia was quiet for a moment. "Brennan offered to teach me sword basics. He said I have good instincts." She paused. "He also said I have a very threatening glare, which might be useful in combat." "He's not wrong about the glare. He's wrong about everything else, but he's not wrong about that." She hesitated. If you're going somewhere, can I come? Not forever. Just until I figure out what I am when I'm not being someone else's backup plan." Alara looked at the woman who had called her a hunting dog in front of a kingdom. The woman who had pinned the council badge to her cloak and delivered their decree. The woman who had torn that badge off and thrown it in the snow and wept in a judgment square because she finally understood that she too had been used. "You can come," Alara said. Cordelia's eyes filled. She blinked the tears away with the aggressive efficiency of someone who was done crying and intended to stay done. "Thank you." She paused. "And for the record, I meant what I said. About the hunting dog comment. I'm sorry." "I know. I was a terrible person." "You were a person in a cage. Terrible is what cages make people." Cordelia nodded. Then she looked at Noctis, who was regarding her with the suspicious expression of a horse who remembered everyone who had ever been unkind to his person. "Does he bite?" Cordelia asked. "He bites everyone." "Even you?" "Especially me." Cordelia edged closer. Noctis eyed her. She held out a hand, tentatively, the way you'd offer a truce to an enemy general. Noctis sniffed her fingers, considered. Then, with the elaborate disdain of an animal making an enormous concession, he allowed her to touch his nose. "He's softer than he looks," Cordelia said, surprised. "Don't tell him that. He has a reputation." Chapter 20. The Border Camp. Alara did not become anyone's queen. She considered it briefly in the days after the judgment. The old royal city would have taken her. The people who had watched her dissolve the council's authority would have followed her anywhere, and the throne was, in essence, hers for the asking. Every werewolf king owed submission to the moon wolf. She could have ruled. She chose not to. She chose the border. The place she'd always been strongest, the place where the walls were made of stone and mountain, not politics and silk. The place where the people who needed protection most, the wolfless, the abandoned, the heretical, the inconvenient, had always been pushed. She built her camp at the old watchtower on the Greymarch Pass, on the border between Arventhor and the Kelrith territory. It was neutral ground, hers by right of the Moon Wolf's authority, claimed by no kingdom and open to anyone. Brennan was the first to volunteer. He arrived with a bedroll, a training sword, and an optimism so relentless it was practically a weapon. "I've been reassigned," he announced, "by myself, to your service. Does Ronan know about this?" He said, and I quote, "If she'll have you, go. If she won't, come back and stop talking about her. So I'm very motivated to make a good impression." Helwyn came next with her medical supplies and her unshakable efficiency. Then a group of wolfless men and women from the outer villages, people who had been turned away from the royal city, denied entry to the packs, left to survive on the margins. They came to the border camp because they had heard that a wolfless woman had made the entire council kneel, and they wanted to stand somewhere they were allowed to exist. Cordelia stayed. She learned to ride properly, which took 3 weeks and resulted in 7 falls, 2 bruised ribs, and an increasingly colorful vocabulary that would have given her etiquette instructors heart failure. She learned basic sword work from Brennan, who was a terrible teacher but an excellent motivator. primarily because his own form was so bad that Cordelia was driven to improve just to avoid looking as ridiculous as he did. "You're supposed to be teaching me," Cordelia told him one morning, after he'd tripped over his own sword for the second time. "I'm teaching by example. This is what not to do." "That's not a method." "It's my method." "Your method is terrible." "And yet you're improving." He grinned at her, lopsided and earnest, and she looked away, but not before Alara saw the color rise in her cheeks. Ronan came to the border camp every week. He came on the pale gray horse, which Noctis had, by this point, accepted as an ally, or at least as a horse he wouldn't actively try to murder, and he brought supplies, information, reports from the Kelrith territory, and on one occasion a crate of books he'd collected from the ancient Kelrith library. "Light reading," he said, setting the crate on the table in Alara's quarters. She opened it. Inside were 12 leather-bound volumes, each one older than the city of Arventhor. They were histories, treatises, records of the Moon Wolf lineage, the documents his grandfather had preserved when the council tried to destroy them. "This is the most thoughtful gift anyone's ever given me," she said, running her hand over the aged leather. "It's not a gift, it's a loan. I expect them back in pristine condition." "Liar." "Absolutely." He leaned against the doorframe, watching her with that half-smile that lived permanently at the corner of his mouth whenever she was in the room. "But I wanted an excuse to visit, and I'm returning to retrieve my books sounds more dignified than I wanted to see you." She looked up at him. He was backlit by the afternoon sun, and his dark hair caught the light, and his frost-pale eyes were warm in a way that made the word frost seem wrong. "You don't need an excuse." "I know." He didn't move from the doorframe. "But I like having one. It gives me something to hold when I'm riding back and trying to convince my wolf that we don't need to turn around." "Your wolf wants to turn around?" "My wolf wants to stay, permanently, in your stable, eating your grain, being occasionally bitten by your horse." He paused. "My wolf has very low standards for accommodation." "Your wolf has excellent standards. You said so yourself." He pushed off the doorframe and crossed the room. She stood. They were close, closer than the usual 3 feet, closer than the parapet, closer than the firelight conversation on the mountain road. His hand rose and tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, and his fingers lingered at her jaw, and his thumb traced the line of her cheekbone with a tenderness so intense it was almost violent. "I am very carefully not saying the thing I want to say," he said. "What thing?" "The thing that involves proper sentence structure and clear communication and all the qualities I said I valued in romantic declarations." His voice was low, almost rough. "The thing that starts with the fact that I've thought about you every waking hour since the night in the snowfield and ends with the fact that my wolf has never, not once, not ever, responded to any living being the way it responds to you." Her hand found his chest. His heartbeat was wild beneath her palm. "I thought you didn't like romance poetry." "I don't. This isn't poetry. This is a tactical assessment of my emotional state, delivered with maximum precision." "It sounds like poetry." "Then I'm failing at tactical communication, which is embarrassing for both of us." She smiled. A real smile, wide and warm and unguarded, the kind she'd given no one in years, the kind that made Ronan's breath catch audibly. "Say the thing," she said. "I love you." No hesitation, no qualifiers. 3 words, clean as a sword edge, delivered with the steady gaze and sure voice of a man who meant every syllable and would stand behind them for the rest of his life. Not because of the Moon Wolf, not because of the resonance, not because of anything mystical or fated or assigned by blood. Because you fight like water. Because you check your horse's hooves before your own wounds. Because you threw a badge in the snow and walked away from everything, rather than be anything less than yourself. Because when you laughed, really laughed, in my camp, it was the best sound I'd ever heard, and I've been trying to make you do it again ever since. She was quiet for a moment, not because she was uncertain. She had been uncertain about many things in her life, but this was not one of them. She was quiet because she wanted to feel this. All of it. The warmth, the certainty, the steady hum of the resonance that was not a chain but a bridge, and the knowledge that the man standing in front of her would open every door rather than lock a single one. "I love you too," she said. "And that's terrifying, because the last time I loved someone, he stood in a square and called me unworthy. But you're not him, and this isn't the same. And I choose this, not because a bond told me to, not because a moon decided it, but because you caught me when I fell, and then you let go and let me stand." He kissed her forehead, not her mouth, her forehead. The gentlest possible point of contact, his lips warm against her skin, his hands framing her face, and the resonance sang between them like a bell. "For the record," he murmured against her hair, "I have never done this before." "Done what? Made a tactical assessment of your emotional state?" "Any of it." His voice was quiet. "None of this, not with anyone." She pulled back and looked at him. His composure was gone, fully, completely gone, and underneath was a man who was looking at her with such naked vulnerability that she understood, without him saying it, that she was the first person he'd let past the walls, the first person who'd made his wolf go silent, the first person he'd loved. She placed her hand over his heart. "Then we'll figure it out together." "I'd like that." "Good, because your horse is passive-aggressive and my horse bites people, and between the two of them, we're going to need a unified strategy." He laughed, a real laugh, surprised, warm, slightly helpless, and it transformed his face the way sunrise transforms a mountain. From the stable, Noctis let out a snort so loud it rattled the shutters. "He's going to be insufferable about this," Ilara said. "He's always insufferable." "Yes, but now he's going to be insufferable with purpose." Chapter 21. The Road Ahead. Spring came to the Grey March Pass like a slow exhale. The snow didn't vanish. This was the mountains, and the snow never fully vanished, but it softened, receding from the roads and the lower passes, revealing dark earth and the first stubborn shoots of green. The watchtower camp grew. More people came, wolfless women, abandoned men, former soldiers who'd left the Royal Guard, healers who'd been denied training, children who'd been born without wolf blood and told they were lesser. Ilara trained them. Not all of them became fighters. Some became healers, builders, scouts, cooks, craftspeople. But those who wanted to fight, she taught. Left-handed, right-handed, with swords, with staves, with nothing but their bodies and their will. She taught them the way she'd learned, by treating every disadvantage as a lever. Brennan became her second in command, which he accepted with the solemn gravity of a man who understood the responsibility and the cheerful enthusiasm of a puppy who'd just been given a bone. He was still a mediocre fighter, but he was a brilliant organizer, and the camp ran smoothly because he had the rare gift of making people want to work together without anyone feeling ordered. Cordelia took over the camp's records and communications. Her years of calligraphy and etiquette turned out to be, against all expectation, useful. She could draft formal correspondence that was so precisely polite it was devastating, and her knowledge of noble houses meant she could navigate political alliances with the ruthless efficiency of a woman who had spent her life studying power from the inside. "I spent 12 years learning to be decorative," she told Ilara one evening, reviewing a stack of supply agreements. "It turns out that if you point all that training at something useful, it's actually quite effective." "You were always effective," Ilara said. "You just weren't allowed to choose what to be effective at." Cordelia looked up from the papers. Her auburn hair was braided back now, a practical braid, not a decorative one, and her face had the healthy color of someone who spent time outside and ate regular meals without worrying about silhouettes. "Brennan asked me to ride with him to the lower pass tomorrow," she said. Her voice was elaborately casual. "Is that so?" "It's a routine supply run, purely practical." "Of course." "He's bringing lunch." "That's very practical of him." Cordelia glared at her. "Stop smiling." "I'm not smiling. Your face is doing something, and I don't like it." Ilara went to check on Noctis, because the alternative was laughing, and Cordelia was holding a very sharp quill. Ronan arrived at the camp on a morning of pale sun and thin cloud. He rode through the gate on the gray horse, and Noctis, who had been standing in the paddock doing absolutely nothing with the focused intensity of a horse who was very busy doing nothing, raised his head, spotted Ronan, and trotted to the fence. Not to bite, not to block, to greet. He stood at the fence and waited, and when Ronan dismounted and approached, Noctis extended his nose and breathed on him, and Ronan stood very still and let him, and neither of them seemed to find this remarkable, which was itself remarkable. Alara watched from the watchtower window. The morning light was gold on the mountains, and the green was spreading, and the man she loved was standing in her paddock being breathed on by her horse, and for the first time in her life, the hollow in her chest was completely, entirely, permanently gone. She went down. Ronan saw her coming across the yard, and his face did the thing it always did. The composure held, the mouth twitched, the eyes went warm and bright and helplessly, hopelessly full. "You're early," she said. "I left at midnight, couldn't sleep." "Your wolf?" "My wolf was very insistent." He paused. "My wolf would also like it noted that it made excellent time and deserves recognition." "Your wolf gets a carrot." "My wolf accepts." She reached him. He reached for her, his hand finding her waist with the ease of practice, pulling her close but not tight, leaving space, always leaving space. And she placed her hands on his chest and felt his heartbeat and the resonance and the silence of his wolf and the warmth of the sun on her back. "I brought more books," he said. "Liar." "I brought one book and an excuse." "You don't need an excuse." "I know, but old habits." He leaned his forehead against hers. "I missed you." "It's been 4 days." "I'm aware. It was a very long 4 days. My horse was extremely judgmental about the entire situation." She laughed. Not the broken gasps of the early days. A real laugh, free and warm and rising from a place inside her that had been frozen for years and was finally, irrevocably, thawed. They rode out together that afternoon. Not a patrol, not a mission, just riding, the two of them and the two horses, through the pass where the snow was melting and the first mountain flowers were pushing through the mud. Noctis ran ahead, because Noctis always ran ahead, his black mane streaming and his hooves churning through the remaining drifts with the joyful abandon of an animal who had been cooped up too long and was deeply pleased about the existence of open space. Ronan's gray horse followed at a dignified pace, because dignity was its primary character trait, and it refused to lower itself to the level of galloping through mud like a common horse. Ronan rode beside Alara, not behind, not ahead, beside. "The Kael'rith Council has formally recognized your authority," he said, "as the Moon Wolf Sovereign. It means any wolf in our territory can appeal to you directly for judgment, bypassing the old hierarchy." "Is that going to cause problems for you?" "Probably. I look forward to it." He glanced at her. "It also means that, technically, every werewolf king, including me, owes you submission." "Every werewolf king must lower his head before the moon wolf," Alara said, recalling the ancient text. "Does that bother you?" "Does it bother me that the woman I love has the authority to command my complete obedience?" He considered this. "Bother is not the word I'd use." "What word would you use?" He looked at her with those frost-pale eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted, and the warmth in his expression was bright enough to melt the remaining snow. "Fortunate," he said. Ahead of them, Noctis reached the top of the ridge and stopped. He stood there, massive, black, magnificent, and looked out over the pass where the camp was growing, where the people were arriving, where the world was changing. Then he deliberately kicked a spray of snow backward, directly onto Ronan's boots. "Your horse," Ronan said, looking down at his snow-covered boots, "just declared war on my footwear." He does that. Is this going to be a recurring feature of our relationship? Probably. I can live with that. He shook the snow off one boot, then the other, and looked at her with the expression of a man who was exactly where he wanted to be in the world. "I can live with everything, as long as this is the view." He wasn't looking at the mountains. Alara smiled. The sun was warm, and the pass was open, and the horse who had carried her through the darkest nights of her life was standing on a ridge kicking snow at the man she loved, and the future was not certain. It was never certain, but it was hers. Not a Luna, not a queen, not a title given by a crown or a council or a man who decided what she was worth. The moon wolf sovereign, before whom every werewolf king must lower his head. And she was laughing. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love werewolf romances. He reached for her, his hand finding her waist with the ease of practice, pulling her close but not tight, leaving space, always leaving space. And she placed her hands on his chest and felt his heartbeat and the resonance and the silence of his wolf and the warmth of the sun on her back. I brought more books, he said. Liar. I brought one book and an excuse. You don't need an excuse. I know, but old habits. He leaned his forehead against hers. I missed you. It's been 4 days. I'm aware. It was a very long 4 days. My horse was extremely judgmental about the entire situation. She laughed. Not the broken gasps of the early days. A real laugh, free and warm and rising from a place inside her that had been frozen for years and was finally, irrevocably, thawed. They rode out together that afternoon. Not a patrol, not a mission, just riding, the two of them and the two horses, through the pass where the snow was melting and the first mountain flowers were pushing through the mud. Noctis ran ahead, because Noctis always ran ahead, his black mane streaming and his hooves churning through the remaining drifts with the joyful abandon of an animal who had been cooped up too long and was deeply pleased about the existence of open space. Ronan's gray horse followed at a dignified pace, because dignity was its primary character trait, and it refused to lower itself to the level of galloping through mud like a common horse. Ronan rode beside Alara, not behind, not ahead, beside. The Kael'rith Council has formally recognized your authority, he said, as the Moon Wolf Sovereign. It means any wolf in our territory can appeal to you directly for judgment, bypassing the old hierarchy. Is that going to cause problems for you? Probably. I look forward to it. He glanced at her. It also means that, technically, every werewolf king, including me, owes you submission. Every werewolf king must lower his head before the moon wolf, Alara said, recalling the ancient text. Does that bother you? Does it bother me that the woman I love has the authority to command my complete obedience? He considered this. Bother is not the word I'd use. What word would you use? He looked at her with those frost-pale eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted, and the warmth in his expression was bright enough to melt the remaining snow. Fortunate, he said. Ahead of them, Noctis reached the top of the ridge and stopped. He stood there, massive, black, magnificent, and looked out over the pass where the camp was growing, where the people were arriving, where the world was changing. Then he deliberately kicked a spray of snow backward, directly onto Ronan's boots. Your horse, Ronan said, looking down at his snow-covered boots, just declared war on my footwear. He does that. Is this going to be a recurring feature of our relationship? Probably. I can live with that. He shook the snow off one boot, then the other, and looked at her with the expression of a man who was exactly where he wanted to be in the world. I can live with everything, as long as this is the view. He wasn't looking at the mountains. Alara smiled. The sun was warm, and the pass was open, and the horse who had carried her through the darkest nights of her life was standing on a ridge kicking snow at the man she loved, and the future was not certain. It was never certain, but it was hers. Not a Luna, not a queen, not a title given by a crown or a council or a man who decided what she was worth. The Moon Wolf Sovereign, before whom every werewolf king must lower his head. And she was laughing. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love werewolf romances. the velvet box as her magic sphere grew heavier. She had explained herself for years. She had explained that her mother, Mevrian Bramblevane, had never lied about her potential. She had explained that dense magic matured differently. She had explained that strength was not a shameful substitute for witchcraft, but another gift entirely. No one who mocked her had ever wanted an explanation, so she did not give one. "Return the pearl clasp," Lucivar said. His voice lowered, as if gentleness could make the demand less public. "It belonged to my grandmother." Seraphine touched the clasp at her collar. He had fastened it there 2 winters ago after kissing her forehead beneath the old bell tower. He had said it suited the woman who would one day wear his colors. Her chest hurt, not theatrically, not in a way that could be answered with a clever sentence. It hurt with the quiet weight of every morning she had believed they were walking toward the same future. She removed the clasp and crossed the polished floor. Lucivar held out his palm. She set the pearl into it. "You are correct," she said. "You never made a formal mating vow." Relief touched his handsome face too quickly. Seraphine looked at him and remembered a thin boy hiding behind her shoulder. She remembered his hand in hers. She remembered how many times she had defended his courage before he had found it for himself. "But when Lord Petavar put you in a feed barrel at 13, she added, "you promised never to let anyone humiliate me in public." A few people stopped smiling. Lucivar's face tightened. "This is not the time for childhood stories." "No," Seraphine agreed. "Your memory is not as pretty as your face. I should have noticed sooner." The first genuine laugh came from one of the guards. He turned it into a cough when Lucivar glared at him. Seraphine closed the velvet box, slipped it into her pocket, and stepped toward the ceremonial chair on which Lucivar had been sitting before the announcement. It was an absurd object, built from black oak and plated with silver wolves. Her mother had reinforced its legs after Lucivar cracked it during his first uncontrolled shift. Lucivar frowned. "What are you doing?" "Returning another family possession." She grasped the chair beneath both arms. Lucivar had time to look confused before Seraphine lifted the entire chair with him still in it. The Hall of 12 Moons fell silent. She raised him high enough that his boots swung above the floor, turned carefully, and carried him down the center aisle. Lucivar grabbed the carved arms. "Seraphine, put me down." "I intend to." Inside the hall. That detail was not specified. The nearest courtiers scattered. One elderly matron clutched her jeweled cane and laughed so hard she had to lean on a column. Caldrissa covered her mouth. Seraphine could not tell whether she was shocked or trying not to smile. At the open bronze doors, Seraphine set the chair on the outer landing with perfect care. Lucivar remained seated, red-faced and speechless. "Since you do not require my future," she said, "you probably do not require my mother's reinforced furniture either." A low voice behind her said, "Leave the chair, bring the woman back." The command did not need to be loud. Every wolf in the hall felt it. Seraphine turned. The Alpha King had entered through the northern doors without fanfare. Valor Nightcrown wore black silver armor beneath a heavy winter cloak. No skin showed below his throat. His dark hair brushed the collar of his armor, and a thin scar crossed one eyebrow without diminishing the severe balance of his face. He was broader than Lucivar, taller than any man near him, and carried the contained stillness of someone who had never needed to perform strength for a room. Seraphine's grief did something deeply disrespectful. It paused. Her gaze moved from his face to the armored line of his shoulders, then returned to his face because she had standards and intended to examine the better feature twice. Valor stopped 3 paces away. His eyes were a cold, unusual blue. They met hers directly. "Have you finished looking?" he asked. Seraphine considered lying. Her mother had raised her better. "No, Your Majesty, but this appears to be a formal moment, so I can continue later." A shocked sound moved through the court. The king's mouth did not smile, exactly. One corner merely reconsidered its position. He looked past her to Lucivar on the landing. You received her loyalty for 17 years. Lucivar rose from the chair. Brother, I can explain. That privilege was available before you invited 12 packs to watch you disgrace her. The Southern Council requires a proven Luna. Valor's gaze returned to Seraphine. Did you ask her to prove herself today? Lucivar hesitated. Seraphine answered for him. No, he asked for his grandmother's clasp. Efficient, Valor said. Cowardly, but efficient. Lucivar's jaw hardened. You have been away at war. You do not understand the pressure here. I understand pressure. It is the thing that reveals structure. You appear decorative. The guard who had coughed before abruptly studied the ceiling. Valor removed his winter cloak. The heavy black fabric was lined in silver and fastened with the royal wolf crown. He placed it around Seraphine's shoulders. It smelled of cold air, cedar, and the iron halls of the northern fortress. The gesture was protective, but not possessive. He did not touch her throat or pull her against him. He simply made it impossible for anyone in the room to pretend she stood alone. She has explained her magic for years, Valor said to the court. You chose not to believe her. That is a failure of your judgment, not of her truth. Seraphine looked up at him. He was even more unfair from this distance. Without turning, he murmured, Now is still not the time to inspect me. You are standing very close, she murmured back. I am being challenged by circumstances. This time she saw the brief movement at the corner of his mouth. Then he faced the hall. Lucivar has rejected Lady Seraphine Bramblevane. He is free to live with that decision. Caldrissa finally looked at Seraphine. There was relief in her expression, but also shame. Valor's voice deepened. I claim her under the crown's right of open choice, not as property, not as consolation, as the woman I intend to court before every pack that mocked her. The words struck the hall harder than a roar. Lucivar went pale. Seraphine stared at the king. You intend to court me? Yes. Because I carried your brother outside? That improved the morning. It did not create my interest. How long have you been interested? This is still a formal moment. She narrowed her eyes. Convenient. You may interrogate me later. On the outer landing, Lucivar took one step toward them. Seraphine, do not turn this into revenge. She looked at the man she had loved. The pain returned. It did not disappear because his brother was more handsome. Her heart was not a plate one could replace with a better plate. She had dreamed of Lucivar's hand in hers at this ceremony. She had believed he would be proud of her even before her magic awakened. But when she looked at him now, she also saw what he had chosen. Applause from people who had never carried him through snow, approval from nobles who had laughed when he was weak, and the comfort of a woman whose talents required no courage to defend. I am not doing anything for revenge, Seraphine said. For the first time today, I am considering something for myself. Valor extended his hand. He did not command her to take it. She studied his gauntleted fingers, then his face, then his shoulders again, because emotional injury had not made her blind. If I accept your courtship, she said, I am not agreeing to become queen. Correct. I will continue training. I would be disappointed if you stopped. And if someone insults my mother, I may fight them. Warn the floor stewards first. They have requested fewer broken tables. Mevrienne Bramblevane's voice came from the rear of the hall. She only broke 3 last year. Seraphine's mother walked between the nobles in a dark blue high-collared gown, her silver-streaked hair braided down her back. She was not tall, but the court made space for her as if she carried a storm beneath her skin. Mevrienne stopped beside her daughter and examined Lucivar outside with his displaced chair. You did not strike his face? She asked. It was a formal occasion. Excellent restraint. Then Mevrian looked at Valor. My daughter is not a prize you won by arriving at the correct dramatic moment. I know. She has loved your brother. Valor's expression did not change, but a colder light entered his eyes. I know that too. She may continue to grieve him even while she finds you attractive. Seraphine closed her eyes. Mother. You were staring. I was wounded. Not in the eyes. A laugh escaped Caldrissa before she could stop it. Mevrian turned toward the sound. Caldrissa straightened, expecting rebuke. Instead, the older witch said, At least one person beside my daughter is honest today. Valor kept his hand extended. Seraphine placed hers in it. His gauntlet was cool. His grip was careful, far gentler than a man of his size needed to be. For one heartbeat, his thumb moved over her knuckles, a quiet touch hidden by the folds of his cloak. The court saw a king claim a rejected witch. Seraphine felt something more dangerous. He was not rescuing her from humiliation. She had already carried the humiliation outside on its own chair. He was choosing to stand beside her after seeing exactly what she was capable of. Very well, she said. You may court me. Valor inclined his head. Generous. Do not become smug. I have been king for 11 years. Smugness is included in the crown. She looked at his face again. That explains why it suits you. Behind them, Lucivar said her name. Seraphine did not turn. Her heart hurt, her eyes burned. She would probably cry later in a private room, then find something heavy to lift until breathing became easy again. But she walked back into the hall with the Alpha King at her side, her mother's hand warm against her back, and every person who had mocked her forced to move out of her path. The king's cloak trailed behind her like a piece of night that had decided to become a banner. The first object Seraphine broke after her rejection was not a chair, a door, or Lucivar's perfect nose. It was the court's certainty that she would leave quietly. The second object was a banquet table. That happened 3 hours later. Valor ordered the court luncheon to proceed, partly because 12 Alpha families had traveled for the ceremony, and partly because, as he informed Seraphine, if I cancel the meal, they will think your temper frightened me. Did it? No, it interested me. That is not necessarily healthier. Kings are rarely selected for health. Seraphine sat at his right beneath the black throne. Her mother sat on her other side, calmly eating roast roots while every noble in the room pretended not to stare. Lucivar occupied a place 3 tables away. Caldrissa sat beside him but kept a careful distance, neither spoke much. The small velvet box remained in Seraphine's pocket. Its weight increased with every glance she felt from the room. Mevrian noticed the pull of the fabric. Your sphere is responding to distress. I am not distressed. The bench is bending beneath your pocket. Seraphine looked down. The carved wood had begun to bow. Valor leaned closer. Is that the gift you brought for my brother? It was. May I see it? She hesitated. It is not impressive. Neither is half this court, yet they presented themselves freely. Seraphine drew out the box and placed it on the table. The wood gave a low creak. She opened the lid. The sphere glowed with pale moonlight. It was smooth, almost translucent, with threads of darker silver turning slowly inside. Beautiful, Seraphine thought, if one ignored that it weighed more than a suit of armor and had cracked the base of the box. Valor did not laugh. He removed one gauntlet and held his hand near it without touching. It is pulling ambient magic toward itself. Mevrian nodded. That is what I have tried to explain to the Coven Council. Seraphine does not fail to release magic. She condenses too much of it before release. At the neighboring table, a council witch whispered, a convenient theory. Seraphine heard. She always heard. She reached for the sphere, intending to return it to the box. It jumped. Valor moved at the same instant. The sphere rolled across the table. Plates, goblets, and a silver gravy vessel slid after it as though the sphere had become a tiny moon with its own gravity. Seraphine lunged. Valor caught her around the waist before she pitched over the table, while his bare hand closed around the sphere. The table split down the middle. Everything on it slid into the laps of 6 dignitaries. For one suspended moment, no one spoke. The Alpha of the Eastern Marshes stared at a roasted onion resting in his ceremonial hood. Mevrienne set down her fork. 4 tables this year. Seraphine was still held against Valor's armored chest. His arm was firm around her middle, supporting her without effort. She could feel the rise of his breath through layers of clothing and metal. He looked down at the sphere in his palm. "Heavy," he observed. Seraphine looked up at his face. "You are also heavy. I did not announce it to the room. You have not lifted me yet. Give me time." His eyes sharpened with amusement. Only then did Seraphine realize the hall had gone silent for a second reason. The king's arm remained around her waist. She cleared her throat. "You can release me. You are standing on a broken table support. I can balance." "I know." He did not release her until a servant moved the splintered wood. The delay was practical. The slight pressure of his hand before he let go was not. Lucivar had risen from his seat. "Seraphine, are you hurt?" The question came too late and too familiarly. She turned toward him. "No." His gaze moved to Valor's bare hand around the sphere. That object could be dangerous. "So could the woman who made it," Valor said. "You were comfortable with both when they served you." Lucivar flinched. Caldrissa stared at her plate. Valor placed the sphere on the stone floor rather than another table. It settled without damage, humming faintly. "The Crown's wardmasters will study this with Lady Seraphine's permission," he said. "Not to determine whether her power exists. That has become obvious. We will determine how it works." The council witch who had whispered before lifted her chin. "Your Majesty, a heavy light is not necessarily useful magic." Seraphine's mother inhaled. Seraphine touched her sleeve. "I can manage this one." She faced the woman. "You are correct. Weight alone is not useful." The witch looked pleased. Seraphine continued. "That is why I have never thrown you." The Eastern Alpha choked on his drink. The roasted onion fell from his hood. Valor picked up his goblet from the wreckage and raised it toward Seraphine, a model of restraint. She accepted the compliment with dignity. The luncheon resumed around the broken table. Servants brought a replacement bench reinforced with iron. Seraphine ate little, but the ache in her chest changed. It was still grief. It was also anger, embarrassment, and a strange, unwelcome relief. Lucivar had ended the future she thought she wanted. Valor had not offered a replacement future. He had offered public courtship, investigation of her magic, and a place at his side from which she could choose. That difference frightened her more than a command would have. After the meal, Mevrienne took Seraphine to a quiet chamber overlooking the inner courtyard. The moment the door closed, Seraphine leaned against it and covered her face. Her mother did not tell her not to cry. She simply sat on the window bench and waited. "I believed him," Seraphine said at last. "I know. I thought he was afraid to make the announcement because of the council. I did not think the announcement would be Caldrissa." "I know. I carried him through a blizzard." "You remind him of that every winter." "Because it was difficult. He was surprisingly dense for someone so narrow." Mevrienne's mouth softened. "Grief does not become foolish merely because the man who caused it behaved foolishly. You loved him. Mourn honestly." Seraphine lowered her hands. "The king is extremely handsome." "Also true. Is it disloyal to be heartbroken and notice that?" "No. Eyes are not marriage vows." Seraphine sat beside her. Lucivar was my first love. Yes. What if I only like Valor because he embarrassed Lucivar? Then you will discover that before making promises, that is the purpose of courtship. A knock sounded. Valor entered only after Mavrienne granted permission. He had removed his armor and wore a high-collared black tunic beneath a fitted ceremonial coat. Seraphine's grief paused again, this time with less dignity. The king noticed. "I can return with uglier clothing," he said. "Do you own any?" "No, the crown forbids it." Mavrienne rose. "I suddenly remember an urgent matter elsewhere. Mother, you are both adults. The door will remain open and 3 guards are outside. Try not to damage the architecture." She left. Valor remained near the door. "I did not come to demand gratitude." "Good. I would have lifted you out." "I considered that possibility." He held out the velvet box. The sphere rested inside, now cushioned by a folded square of royal chainmail. "The wardmaster confirmed your mother's observation," he said. "The sphere contains more compressed magic than 3 ordinary battle wards. It is unstable because every teacher has trained you to release power in lines. Your magic forms around a center." Seraphine took the box with both hands. "You believe that after one examination?" "I believed Mavrienne before the examination. This provided measurements for people who require numbers before courage." She looked down at the glow. "Lucivar heard the same explanation years ago," she said. Valor's voice was controlled. "My brother often believes whatever permits him to avoid a difficult choice." "You dislike him?" "I love him. Those conditions can coexist." That answer reached her more deeply than praise would have. She closed the box. "Why did you claim me?" "Because leaving you alone in that hall would have been unjust." "That explains protection, not courtship." "No." "Then answer the second part." Valor studied her for several breaths. "When I was 19, I visited the southern court without royal colors. I watched a girl throw 3 noble children into a fountain because they insulted a boy with a pretty face." Seraphine stared. "You saw that?" "I also saw your mother defend your right to protect yourself while requiring you to repair the fountain. It was an expensive fountain. You rebuilt half of it alone. The masons were slow. You were 11. She shifted on the bench. "You remembered me because I broke masonry?" "I remembered you because everyone else in that courtyard changed their behavior according to rank. You did not." "I changed it according to faces. Lucivar was beautiful." "I am aware." The chill in his voice was so slight she almost missed it. Seraphine looked at him with new interest. "Are you jealous of your brother's face?" "No." That was very quick. "Because the answer is simple. You are jealous." Valor stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Lady Seraphine, you have looked at me more in 3 hours than you looked at him during the entire rejection. I am managing my envy." Heat rose into her cheeks. "That is because you are new." A devastating explanation. "Also larger." "Better." She laughed before she could stop herself. The sound startled her. She had expected the whole day to remain broken. Valor did not look triumphant. He looked relieved. That expression made her wary in a different way. "You truly remembered me," she said. "Yes." "For how long?" "Long enough that I knew your name before you lifted my brother." "And you never approached me?" "You were pursuing him." "I do not steal choices from women, even when I dislike their choices." Seraphine held his gaze. For the first time since Lucivar's announcement, she felt the shape of her own decision rather than the absence of his. "Then court me," she said, slowly. Valor bowed his head. "As slowly as you require." And do not use the crown to frighten away every man who speaks to me. I would never misuse royal authority. That answer was suspicious. I may give them administrative work. Vylor. It was the first time she used his name. His eyes changed, the cold blue warming for one brief instant. Seraphine, he answered. The open door, the guards, and the whole stone castle remained exactly where they had been. Still, the room felt smaller. He offered his hand again, this time without an audience. She placed hers in it. The wardmaster expects us below, he said. He believes your sphere may be connected to the weakening moon wards along the northern roads. Us? Your magic, your decision, your investigation. I will provide access and protection. And your face? Unfortunately, it accompanies me everywhere. She rose. I will endure it. They walked from the chamber side by side. Seraphine was still heartbroken. She was also curious. Her mother had always told her that two truths could exist in the same body without destroying each other. Strength and gentleness, anger and restraint, grief and appetite for life. Apparently grief and an excellent view of the Alpha King's shoulders could coexist as well. The royal ward chamber lay beneath the oldest tower, where 12 black pillars carried silver lines into the bedrock. Seraphine had visited the upper court many times, usually to deliver messages for her mother or to retrieve Lucifer after a council meeting, but she had never been permitted below the third stair. Now Vylor led her through 7 locked doors. The guards bowed to him and stared at her. She stared back until one young guard nearly walked into a wall. You enjoy making them nervous, Vylor observed. Only when they begin it. He looked at you because you carried a prince outside. Then he should look with professional admiration. I will revise the guard handbook. At the lowest level, Wardmaster Dovrin Quill waited beside a circular stone basin. He was a lean, silver-haired man with ink on every finger and the permanently troubled expression of someone responsible for structures no one appreciated until they failed. Beside him stood his niece Fenella, a young witch in a practical gray gown and square spectacles. Seraphine knew her slightly from the Coven Academy. Fenella specialized in map spells and had once hidden Seraphine in a laundry cart after an argument with 6 older students. I heard about the chair, Fenella whispered as Seraphine approached. It was a throne. Even better. Dovrin cleared his throat. Your Majesty, Lady Bramblevane. Seraphine, she said. Lady Seraphine, then, we have a problem. He touched the basin. A map of the kingdom appeared across its dark water. 12 pale lines spread from the capital toward the Pact territories. 3 northern lines flickered. The moon wards have weakened for 6 months, Dovrin said. At first we blamed winter damage. Then the failures began moving south in a pattern. A pattern toward the capital, Vylor said. Yes. Every damaged ward contains a dense knot of corrupted magic. We have tried cutting the knots apart. They reform. We have tried burning them. They absorb the fire. Fenella placed a black stone on the table. It looked ordinary until Seraphine came close. Then the velvet box in her hands began to hum. The silver blue sphere rose from its cushion. Dovrin took a quick step back. Vylor moved between Seraphine and the others, not to block her from the sphere, but to shield the room if it flew. Do not, she said. He looked over his shoulder. Do not stand in front of me whenever my magic moves. I need to see it. He considered this and stepped to her side instead. Better? Yes. The sphere floated above her palm. It had never done that for more than 3 breaths. 1, 2, 3. It remained. Seraphine forgot the room. She focused on the turning silver threads inside the sphere. Her teachers had always ordered her to push magic outward, shape it into a line, and release. Her mother had suggested something different only recently. Find the center and allow the magic to gather around it. Seraphine imagined a small moon. The sphere steadied. Fenella whispered, "It is beautiful." The black ward stone trembled. A thread of dark magic lifted from its surface and stretched toward the sphere. "Stop," Dovrin said sharply. "That corruption may enter her core." Seraphine did not stop. She felt no invasion. The sphere drew the thread inward, wrapped silver light around it, and compressed it into a dark speck at the center. The stone cleared. The sphere dropped. Valor caught her wrist with one hand and the magic sphere with the other. The impact drove his boots half an inch across the floor. Dovrin stared. That object weighs at least 400 pounds. 360, Seraphine said automatically. Perhaps more after breakfast. Valor set it carefully into the basin's empty stone ring. You can estimate its weight? I have broken enough scales. Fenella rushed forward. You absorbed the corruption. Do you feel ill, dizzy, angry, compelled to overthrow the kingdom? Seraphine considered. Hungry. She was hungry before, Valor said. Dovrin bent over the purified ward stone. This was not destroyed. The corruption was separated and contained. Mevrienne entered with 2 assistants carrying books. She took in the sphere, the cleaned stone, and Valor's hand still around Seraphine's wrist. Promising, she said. Valor released Seraphine at once. Her mother looked amused. I referred to the sphere. So did I, Valor said. Of course. Seraphine lifted the sphere back into its box. It was much lighter now. The dark speck remained at the center like a distant star. The ward knots may be the same kind of compressed magic, she said. If I can contain one, perhaps I can remove them from the roads. Dovrin shook his head. The nearest failure is at Frostbarrow Quarry. The knot there is larger than this room. Then I will make a larger sphere. You cannot control one plum-sized sphere for an hour. Seraphine met his worried eyes. That is why I train before we go. Valor folded his arms. We leave in 7 days. Dovrin looked appalled. Your Majesty, I was arguing against the journey. Then you should have argued better. 7 days is not enough. The northern ward may fail in 9. Mevrienne placed her books on the table. My daughter will be ready to examine the knot. She will not be ready to remove it alone. She will not be alone, Valor said. Seraphine watched him. Do kings normally accompany experimental witches into unstable quarries? Only the attractive ones. Fenella made a choking noise. Valor's expression remained perfectly composed. Seraphine pointed at him. That was deliberate. I am told courtship requires effort. Your effort is dangerous. So is yours. For the next 7 days, Seraphine trained beneath the old tower until her arms ached for reasons that had nothing to do with lifting stone. Mevrienne redesigned every exercise. Instead of pushing magic through narrow wand channels, Seraphine learned to gather it around weighted centers. Dovrin created iron rings of different sizes. Fenella drew maps of the sphere's movement and shouted warnings whenever furniture entered the likely path. Valor attended whenever council duties allowed. He never gave magical advice. He held shields, moved damaged equipment, and asked practical questions. When Seraphine failed, he did not soften his face with pity. When she succeeded, he did not behave as if he had granted the success. On the 2nd day, she formed 2 spheres. They immediately chased each other around the chamber and trapped Dovrin behind a pillar. On the 3rd day, she managed 3. One attached itself to Valor's belt and pulled him sideways into a curtain. Seraphine laughed so hard she lost control of the other 2, which rolled after him like loyal cannonballs. The king emerged from the curtain with his dignity mostly intact. Your magic likes me, he said. My magic attacks furniture and authority. It has excellent judgment. On the fourth day, the spheres circled her without striking anything. Valor stood inside the ring at her request, close enough to intervene but not in her path. His presence created a different kind of difficulty. Every time she looked up, she saw his dark hair, broad shoulders, and patient attention. One sphere drifted toward him. Seraphine, her mother warned. I know. The sphere hovered near Valor's chest. He did not move. It is responding to focus, Mavrian said. Fenella adjusted her spectacles. Very intense focus. Seraphine's face heated. I am concentrating on not hitting him. Naturally, Fenella said. Valor lifted one hand beneath the sphere. It settled above his palm without touching him. What do you feel? He asked. Annoyed. About the magic. She closed her eyes. It wants an anchor, something stable enough that I do not need to hold every direction at once. Use me. Her eyes opened. The room became very quiet. Violor held her gaze as the anchor. You could have begun with that. You would have missed Fenella's expression. Fenella turned away, shoulders shaking. Seraphine imagined the sphere orbiting Valor as a fixed point. It moved around him slowly, then faster, maintaining an exact distance from his body. A second sphere joined it, then a third. For the first time, the magic obeyed without strain. Valor stood in the center of 3 turning moons, watching her as though the rest of the chamber had vanished. Seraphine felt the pull between them through the magic, not ownership, balance. His steadiness allowed her power to move. You are very useful, she said. I will have that engraved on the throne. The one your brother is no longer using? Especially that one. On the 5th day, Lucivar came to watch. He stood at the chamber entrance while Seraphine guided 4 spheres through iron rings. Caldrissa was with him. She wore a plain blue training gown rather than court red, and she kept her hands folded tightly. Seraphine's concentration broke. The 4th sphere struck a practice shield. The shield spun across the room and pinned Dovrin's coat to the wall. He sighed. This is why I own duplicates. Lucivar stepped forward. Seraphine, may we speak? Her chest tightened with the old reflex to listen whenever his voice turned gentle. Valor said nothing. He stood beside the shield rack, arms folded, his expression unreadable. Seraphine lowered the spheres into their rings. You may speak here. Lucivar glanced at the others. Privately. No. The answer surprised them both. Lucivar looked wounded. Once, that expression would have made Seraphine rush to soften her words. She did not. I wanted to apologize, he said. The ceremony became cruel. I did not intend the court to mock you. You invited them before rejecting me. The Southern Council insisted on witnesses. The Council has insisted on many things. You used to ask whether they were right. His gaze fell to the spheres. I did not understand your magic was this close to awakening. The words landed with terrible clarity. Seraphine had imagined 100 reasons for his choice. Fear, pressure, ambition, confusion. She had not allowed herself to imagine the simplest one. He would have chosen her if her power had appeared sooner. He had not rejected her because he stopped caring. He had rejected the version of her who had not yet become useful enough. Thank you, she said. Lucivar blinked. For what? For making that clear. Seraphine, I meant that I was wrong. You were wrong when I was still failing. You are only uncomfortable now that other people can see it. Caldrissa looked at Lucivar sharply. He took another step. I never said your years beside me meant nothing. You said there had been a misunderstanding. I was trying to protect your dignity. Seraphine almost laughed. By denying our entire relationship before 12 packs? Valor pushed away from the shield rack. Lucivar turned on him. Do not interfere. She has answered you twice, Valor said. I am not interfering. I am counting. You claimed her to punish me. The room chilled. Valor's voice became very soft. My interest in Seraphine began before you learned to tie your own boots. Do not flatter yourself into becoming the center of her next choice. Lucivar stared. Seraphine stared too. Valor looked at her. Was that too much information? Possibly. Continue later. Gladly. Caldrissa stepped between the brothers. Lucivar, we should leave. He looked at her as though he had forgotten she was there. Something in Caldrissa's face hardened. Seraphine knew that feeling. It was the pain of standing beside a man whose attention had already turned elsewhere. Wait, Seraphine said. Caldrissa paused. Seraphine walked to her. Did you know what he planned to say? Caldrissa swallowed. I knew he would announce me. I did not know he would deny everything between you. Would it have changed your answer? I do not know. Shame crossed her features. My family has debts. The Southern Council promised to restore our lands if I accepted. I told myself you and Lucivar had never made a public vow. I told myself you were strong enough to survive embarrassment. I am, Seraphine said. That does not make the embarrassment harmless. I know. Lucivar said, Caldrissa, this is not necessary. She turned on him. You spoke for both of us in the hall. I will speak for myself now. For the first time, Seraphine saw more than the glamorous witch beside the man who had hurt her. She saw a woman pressed by debt, pride, and a family that valued her magic more than her comfort. It did not erase Caldrissa's choice. It made the choice human. I am sorry, Caldrissa said, not because the king claimed you, because we allowed them to laugh. Seraphine nodded once. That apology belongs to me. I accept hearing it. I have not decided whether I forgive it. Fair. Lucivar looked between them, baffled by a conversation that did not revolve around him. Valor noticed. A difficult morning for princes. Seraphine covered a smile. Lucivar left without another word. Caldrissa followed more slowly, pausing at the door to look back at Seraphine's spheres. They are beautiful, she said. Then she was gone. Seraphine stood very still. Valor approached, but stopped beyond reach. Do you want comfort, solitude, or something heavy to throw? She thought about it. All three, in that order. He opened his arms. The invitation was so unexpected that she nearly laughed. Then the ache in her chest rose again, and she stepped into him. His arms closed around her with careful strength. Her cheek rested against the high collar of his coat. He did not tell her Lucivar was unworthy or that she should be grateful for a better man. He simply held her while she breathed through the humiliation of learning that her first love had measured her by the timing of her power. When she drew back, Valor released her immediately. Solitude next? He asked. Not yet. Heavy object? She pointed to the iron practice pillar. Together they carried it to the outer yard. Valor could have moved it alone. Seraphine knew that. He let her take most of the weight without pretending otherwise. She threw it into a sand pit. The impact sent a brown cloud over 3 startled ministers. Valor watched them run. Effective, he said. I feel better. Excellent. Solitude may be postponed until after lunch. By the 7th day, Seraphine could hold 5 spheres in a stable orbit for 10 minutes. The expedition left for Frostbarrow Quarry at dawn. Valor rode at the front with 20 royal guards. Seraphine traveled beside her mother in a reinforced carriage containing Dovrin's instruments, Fenella's maps, and 6 iron cradles for magic spheres. Lucivar and Caldrissa remained in the capital by royal order, though Lucivar had argued that the Southern Alpha should join any investigation of the wards. Valor had replied, "You have a ceremonial chair to retrieve." The journey north took 2 days. Frostbarrow lay between steep gray hills where workers cut moonstone used in pack boundaries and healing halls. The quarry should have glowed after sunset. Instead, black veins spread through the exposed stone. The local forewoman, Isabet Cromere, met them at the gate. She was a broad, gray-haired woman with a missing front tooth and no patience for titles. "King," she said to Valor. "Witch, other witch, scholar, spectacled scholar." Fenella looked delighted. "I like her." Isabet pointed toward the quarry. "The lower shelf cracked this morning. I pulled the workers out, but 4 ward anchors are still below. If they break, the whole northern line goes dark." A deep vibration rolled beneath their boots. Seraphine spheres stirred inside their iron cradles. "How long?" Valor asked. Isabet shrugged. "Could be an hour. Could be before I finish this sentence." The hillside groaned. A section of the upper path collapsed behind them, blocking the gate. Isabet looked at the new wall of stone. "Before the sentence, then?" No one laughed for long. The quarry floor split. Workers shouted from the far side. They had not all evacuated. 6 men and 2 women were trapped behind a fallen loading frame. Black light pulsed through the cracks beneath them. Valor issued orders with calm speed. Guards moved civilians uphill. Dovrin and Fenella began drawing a temporary ward. Mavrienne raised both hands and spread a silver barrier over the nearest ledge. Seraphine saw the loading frame tilt. "They will be crushed," she said. Valor followed her gaze. "The path is unstable." "So am I. We can discuss our flaws later." She ran. The first gap was 6 feet wide. Seraphine jumped it, landed on sliding stone, and used her ironwood staff to steady herself. Valor came behind her with 2 guards. "I did not ask you to follow," she shouted. "You did not need to." The loading frame dropped another inch. The trapped workers pressed against the rock wall. Seraphine wedged her staff beneath the beam and lifted. The frame weighed several tons. Her arms shook. Valor reached the beam and put his shoulder under it beside her. Together they raised it high enough for 1 worker to crawl free. "Move," Seraphine ordered. The workers scrambled beneath their arms. A crack opened directly under Valor's boot. Black magic surged upward. Seraphine's velvet box tore open at her belt. The silver-blue sphere shot into the crack and expanded. For 1 heartbeat, it was the size of an apple. Then a shield. Then a great glowing globe filling the gap beneath them. The corrupted light bent toward it. Seraphine felt the sphere pull at her mind. It wanted everything: the darkness in the stone, the strength in her arms, the fear in the workers, even the moonlight hidden behind the clouds. "Center," Mavrienne called from the ledge. "Find the center, Seraphine. Do not fight the shape." Seraphine trusted her mother. She stopped trying to flatten the magic into a shield. She imagined a moon beneath the earth. The sphere became round and steady. Darkness streamed into it. The loading frame grew lighter as the corrupted ward released its hold on the metal. "Now," Valor said. They lifted together. The last worker escaped. The stone shelf beneath Seraphine broke away. Valor caught her around the waist. She caught the beam with one hand and his armor collar with the other. For a ridiculous moment, the Alpha King hung over the glowing gap, supported partly by a witch who had once been told she could not lift a proper spell. "I have you," he said. "I have you too. This is not how I imagined our second embrace. Your expectations are very demanding." One of the guards seized Valor's arm. Together they climbed onto stable ground. The great sphere rose from the crack, now streaked with black. It floated above the quarry, pulling corruption from every vein of stone. Seraphine stood beneath it with both hands raised. The weight pressed through her body, her knees bent. Valor moved behind her and braced his hands at her waist, becoming the anchor they had practiced. "Use me," he said near her ear. She felt his steadiness through the contact. The sphere stopped wavering. Mevrian and Dovran redirected the purified ward energy into the 4 anchors. Fenella shouted distances and angles. Isabet ordered workers to strike supporting wedges in rhythm with the pulses. This was not Seraphine saving everyone alone. It was her power at the center of many people's work. The last black vein left the quarry wall. The sphere contracted slowly until it was the size of a large shield. Seraphine guided it into an iron cradle. The cradle sank 6 inches into the ground. Silence followed. Then every moonstone face in Frostbarrow lit silver. Workers cheered. Seraphine turned inside Valor's arms. He had soot on his cheek and a cut across the edge of one gauntlet. His expression held fierce pride. She forgot the workers for one improper second and looked at his mouth. His gaze lowered to hers. The air changed. Then Isabet struck Valor on the back hard enough to make a lesser man stumble. "Good lifting, King," she said. "The witch did most of it." Seraphine laughed against his armor. Valor closed his eyes briefly. "I am aware." Isabet turned to Seraphine. "You are Mevrien's girl?" "Yes." "Your mother closed the Western Fissure when I was young. Everyone said no witch would match her." Seraphine waited for the comparison. Isabet grinned through the gap in her teeth. "Good thing you did something different." The words settled warmly where old insults had lived. That night, the quarry workers held a feast in the reinforced storage hall. There were no delicate court dishes, only thick stew, black bread, baked apples, and enough benches to survive Seraphine's pockets. She sat between Fenella and Isabet while the workers retold the rescue with increasing exaggeration. By the 4th version, Seraphine had lifted the entire mountain. By the 6th, Valor had dangled helplessly from her belt. "I did not dangle," he said from across the table. Isabet drank her ale. "You were very elegant about it." Fenella leaned toward Seraphine. "The king is glaring at Captain Odran." Seraphine glanced down the table. Captain Odran Fenwick, commander of the Frostbarrow Watch, was a handsome, dark-skinned wolf with a warm smile and one silver braid at his temple. He had spent the last 10 minutes asking Seraphine whether she would consider teaching quarry guards how to fight with weighted staffs. Valor was not glaring. He was watching with the expression he used for unstable ward stones. Odran noticed and raised his cup to the king. Valor raised his in return. "He seems polite," Seraphine whispered. "He reassigned 3 ministers for looking at you," Fenella whispered back. "To where?" "Bridge inventory." Seraphine looked at Valor. "Administrative work." His eyes met hers. He had heard. "The bridges require counting," he said. Odran laughed. "Your Majesty, I already completed this district's inventory." "Do it again." "Because I spoke to Lady Seraphine." "Because accuracy is the foundation of government." Seraphine folded her arms. "Valor." "Seraphine." "Captain Odran may continue speaking to me." The king's face remained calm. "I have not forbidden speech. You are trying to bury him under bridge records. A captain should understand local infrastructure." Odran leaned back, openly amused. "I can admire her and count bridges. Wolves are capable of 2 thoughts." Valor's gaze cooled. "Some barely manage one." Isabet slapped the table. "Excellent. The king is jealous. We have not had entertainment this good since the flour mill exploded." "I am not jealous," Valor said. Every person at the table laughed. Seraphine looked at him, pleased despite herself. "That was very quick." "Because the answer is simple." You used that sentence before. It remains correct. Odrin lifted both hands. For the safety of the bridges, I withdraw from competition. There was no competition, Valor said. Naturally. Later, when the feast ended, Seraphine stepped outside for air. Snow had begun to fall. The repaired moon ward spread pale light across the quarry walls. She stood beneath the eaves and let the cold settle her thoughts. Lucivar would have hated this place. He disliked soot, rough benches, and meals without polished silver. She had spent years adjusting herself around those dislikes, not because he demanded it directly, but because she wanted his comfort. Vyler came to stand beside her. Odrin is safely counting bridges, he said. You are impossible. He volunteered. After you threatened him with civic responsibility. A terrible fate. She smiled, then looked back at the glowing quarry. I did it. You did. Mother was right. She usually is. Do not tell her that. I value my life. Seraphine's smile faded. Part of me wishes Lucivar had seen it. Valor was silent for a moment. That does not offend me. It should. You are supposedly jealous. I am jealous of his history with you. I am not jealous of your honesty. She turned toward him. Snow caught in his dark hair. Without the court around him, he looked less like a symbol and more like a man who had spent the day beneath a collapsing mountain because she ran first. Why did you come across the gap? She asked. Because you did. That is not a sensible royal policy. Neither is allowing the woman I intend to court to hold several tons alone. You could have ordered guards. They were behind me. You could have stayed safe. His expression sharpened. Do not ask me to watch you risk yourself from a safe distance. I will respect your strength. I will not use it as an excuse for cowardice. The words moved through her like warm light. Lucivar had accepted her protection because he needed it. Later, when he no longer needed it, he had become embarrassed by the woman who had given it. Valor did not need her to stand in front of him. He chose to stand beside her. Seraphine reached up and brushed snow from his eyebrow scar. His entire body went still. The touch was small. The tension it created was not. You are staring again, he said. I nearly lost you into a magical pit. I am confirming the face survived. Your concern is touching. The face is valuable. And the man? She let her fingers rest against his cheek for one heartbeat longer. Under consideration. Valor's bare hand closed gently around her wrist. He turned his face into her palm, not enough to become intimate before she chose it, but enough that she felt the warmth of his breath. Take all the time you need, he said. She believed him. That made it difficult to step away. So she did not step far. They stood beneath the eaves while snow covered the quarry road, close enough that their shoulders touched, neither pretending the contact was accidental. News of Frostbarrow reached the capital before the expedition did. By the time Seraphine rode through the western gate, children were rolling painted wooden balls along the street and shouting that they were defeating curses. Merchants had already begun selling silver blue sweets called witch moons. One baker displayed a loaf shaped like a ceremonial chair with two little sugar boots sticking from it. Seraphine stopped the carriage. I need that bread. Valor, riding beside her, looked toward the bakery. For symbolic closure? For lunch, closure requires butter. The baker refused payment and nearly fainted when Seraphine lifted the entire display counter so his apprentice could retrieve a dropped coin. Valor bought every chair-shaped loaf and ordered them delivered to the palace dining hall. That is excessive, Seraphine said. I am a king. Moderation would confuse the public. The public was not confused. They cheered as Seraphine passed. The court was less enthusiastic. 3 days after their return, the Council of 12 demanded a formal hearing on Valor's declaration of courtship. The crown's right of open choice was ancient and legal, but several alpha families argued that a king could not announce a potential queen without testing her fitness. Seraphine read the petition twice. "They want me to complete the Luna trials," she said. Fenella sat cross-legged on the library floor among stacks of law books. "Not the ordinary trials, these are the old ones." "How old?" "Old enough that one section involves carrying a stone wolf through an obstacle course while elders throw wet grain." Seraphine looked interested. "How heavy is the wolf?" "That is not the concerning part." Mevrian turned a page. The trials were abandoned because they became public entertainment rather than a measure of judgment. "The petitioners know she can lift things," Valor said from the window. "They will choose tasks designed to make strength appear crude and magic appear insufficient." Seraphine leaned over the table. "Can you refuse?" "Yes." "Would that make them believe I need the crown to hide my weakness?" "Yes." "Then accept." Valor's jaw tightened. "I will not permit them to humiliate you again." "You cannot prevent every cruel person from speaking." "I can remove their speaking privileges." "That is called tyranny." "The definition is disputed." She walked to him. "At the ceremony, you gave me a choice. Give me this one too." His gaze searched her face. "You do not owe them proof." "No, but I would enjoy watching them regret asking." Mevrian closed the book. "That is my daughter." The Luna trials were scheduled for the Winter Solstice Festival, when representatives from every pack would already be in the capital. Seraphine had 12 days to prepare. The petition named 3 tests: strength under restraint, magical protection, and judgment before the packs. The first was held in the Royal Training Arena. A stone wolf weighing nearly 2,000 pounds stood at one end of a course filled with narrow bridges, swinging barriers, and trenches of wet grain. The candidate had to carry the statue to the opposite platform without damaging the course or dropping the wolf. The stands were full. Lucivar sat with the southern delegation. Caldrissa sat 2 places away from him, her posture formal. Valor occupied the central royal box with Mevrian and the council. Fenella stood near the course, holding a clipboard and looking far too cheerful. Seraphine wore a high-collared dark blue training gown over fitted wool trousers and tall boots. The gown was split only at the lower sides for movement, with heavy panels covering her legs. Leather guards protected her forearms. Her ironwood staff remained outside the course. Councillor Varric Ashmorn, who had submitted the petition, addressed the crowd. He was an elderly alpha with a narrow face and a voice polished by decades of pretending insults were procedure. "The first test measures power governed by care," he said. "A Luna must bear great burdens without harming those around her." Seraphine looked at the hanging sacks of grain. "And the food?" "A traditional distraction. It seems wasteful." "The grain is old." "Then it belongs in compost, not in my hair." A few spectators laughed. Varric did not. "Begin." Seraphine approached the statue. Its carved body was wider than her shoulders. Iron rings had been set beneath its chest. She crouched, put both hands through the rings, and lifted. The crowd gasped as the stone wolf rose against her body. Seraphine adjusted the weight and stepped onto the first bridge. A sack burst overhead. Wet grain struck her hair and shoulders. She kept walking. The second sack missed her and hit Councillor Varric's assistant. Fenella checked the rope mechanism. Strange, the wind appears judgmental. The crowd laughed again. At the first swinging barrier, Seraphine could not pass while carrying the statue across her front. She shifted it onto one shoulder. The stone muzzle rose above her head like an enormous, disapproving hat. Valor leaned forward in the royal box. Seraphine caught his eye. "Do not worry." "I am admiring the hat," he called. She smiled and moved through the barrier. At the grain trench, the true trap appeared. The mud beneath the wet kernels was deeper than the course plans showed. Seraphine stepped in and sank to her knees. The crowd murmured. She tried to pull free without dropping the statue. The mud held. Varric's mouth tightened with satisfaction. Seraphine looked toward Fenella. Her friend was staring at the measurement stake beside the trench. "The depth is wrong," Fenella said. "Continue the test," Varric ordered. Valor rose. Seraphine shook her head once. He stopped, though every line of his body resisted it. She lowered the stone wolf carefully until it rested across the trench, its legs on either bank. Then she crawled beneath its belly, using the statue as a bridge while dragging herself from the mud. The old rules said she must not drop the wolf. They did not say the wolf could not carry her. She reached the far bank, stood, and pulled the statue after her. The arena erupted. At the final wall, 3 council-selected champions waited to block her. The test allowed them to push, pull, or obstruct the candidate without weapons. All 3 were adult male wolves in padded armor. Seraphine stared at Varric. "You chose only 3?" One champion growled. That was not an insult, she told him. It was concern for the schedule. They attacked together. Seraphine shifted the statue forward like a battering ram. The champions scattered. One climbed onto the stone wolf's back and wrapped both arms around its neck, apparently hoping his weight would slow her. She kept walking. The second seized her sleeve. She turned in a controlled circle, forcing him to run around her until he lost his footing and landed in the grain trench. The third planted himself on the final platform. "You will not pass," he said. Seraphine set the statue down before him. "Then you should move." He braced both hands against the wolf. She pushed. His boots slid across the platform. He strained, face reddening, while Seraphine advanced one slow step at a time. At the edge, she stopped. She could have pushed him off. Instead, she lifted the statue over his head and placed it on the marked pedestal behind him. The champion looked up between the stone legs. "You may move now," she said. He moved quickly. The arena roared with laughter and applause. Valor descended before the judges announced the result. He met Seraphine at the edge of the course and removed a wet piece of grain from her hair. "You wore the wolf well," he said. "It was heavy." "I was referring to the expression. I learned it from your counsel." Varric approached, displeasure hidden beneath ceremony. The candidate completed the strength trial. "And discovered an altered trench," Valor said. "The old plans may have been inaccurate." Fenella held up her clipboard. "The original depth is marked here. Someone removed the stone base last night." Varric looked at her. "Are you accusing the council?" "I am accusing someone with a shovel. The council's relationship to shovels remains under investigation." Valor's face became dangerously still. "Find who changed it." Seraphine touched his arm. "After the trials. Before someone attempts something worse." "Both," she said. "You investigate. I continue." He looked at her mud-covered gown and the grain tangled in her hair. "You should rest." "I carried one statue." "And 3 champions. Only one stayed on long enough to count." His hand settled briefly at the back of her neck, warm and hidden beneath her hair. "Very well. But if the next test is altered, I end it." "Agreed." The second trial took place at dusk in Mooncourt Square. 100 volunteers stood inside a ring of 12 ward stones. Seraphine had to protect them from controlled magical attacks cast by council witches. The attacks would be non-lethal: wind, cold, darkness, and illusion. Traditional candidates created a broad dome. Seraphine had never created a dome. She carried 6 iron cradles into the square. The crowd whispered. Lucifer watched from the front row. His expression had changed since Frostbarrow. Pride and regret sat uneasily together, as if he had not yet decided which one he deserved. Caldrissa approached Seraphine before the test. Veyric selected the attacking witches, she said quietly. 2 of them trained under my aunt. They favor narrow strikes aimed at the caster's concentration. Why tell me? Because this is a test, not an execution. Seraphine studied her. Thank you. Caldrissa nodded and returned to her seat. Vaylor stood outside the ring with Mevrian. He wore full black armor. He had argued that the controlled attacks should be tested on council members first. The council declined. Seraphine placed one hand over the first cradle. Begin, Veyric ordered. Cold wind struck the ring. Seraphine raised 3 silver-blue spheres. They spun outward and formed a triangle. The wind bent around them, but gaps remained. Volunteers cried out as ice swept across the square. She added a 4th sphere. The pattern wavered. A sphere of darkness came directly toward her face. Seraphine ducked. The spear struck the central ward stone and split into shadow birds. They filled the ring, screaming. The volunteers panicked. Seraphine's spheres began to fall. Center, Mevrian called. Seraphine knew the lesson. Find a fixed point. Build the orbit. She looked for Vaylor. He stood beyond the ring, unable to enter without invalidating the test. Their eyes met. He placed one hand over the royal crest on his chest. Use me. Seraphine fixed her attention on him. The sphere steadied. But the volunteers were not around Vaylor. They were around her. She understood. The anchor did not need to be a person. It needed to be a decision. Protect them. She became the center. 6 spheres rose around her. They did not form a dome. They moved. One intercepted the cold and turned white with frost. One absorbed darkness, deepening to purple. 2 spun around the volunteers, knocking illusion birds apart without touching anyone. The last 2 hovered above the ward stones and drew loose magic into themselves. The attacks intensified. Seraphine widened the orbit. The spheres moved faster, creating a living wall that adjusted to each strike. Where a dome would have cracked, the orbit shifted. Where darkness gathered, a purple sphere swallowed it. Where wind entered, a silver sphere compressed it into harmless spirals that lifted hats and nothing else. One elderly volunteer's hat landed on Veyric. The square laughed. Veyric threw it aside. Increase the attack. Caldrissa rose. The agreed limit has been reached. Sit down. No. Lucivar looked at her in surprise. Caldrissa stepped into the open. The test measures protection. She has protected them. Continuing would measure how much harm the council is willing to risk to avoid admitting it. Veyric's expression hardened. Your family lands depend on council review. The threat was clear. Caldrissa went pale but did not sit. Seraphine saw it while holding the orbit. For one dangerous instant, anger pulled every sphere toward Veyric. She controlled them. Strength was not wrong, careless harm was. Her mother's lesson had never applied only to fists. End the trial, Seraphine said. Veyric ignored her. Continue. Vaylor entered the ring. The attacking witches stopped at once. The trial is ended, he said. Veyric stood. Then she fails. Every sphere in the square turned toward him. Seraphine had not commanded them to attack. They simply hovered in a perfect line, heavy enough to crush stone and controlled enough to leave the old man untouched. She walked between them. No, she said, I completed the task. The volunteers are safe. Caldrissa prevented you from changing the task into cruelty. Veyric glanced at the spheres. Is that a threat? It is a demonstration of restraint. You seem to require visual lessons. The volunteers began applauding. The applause spread into the crowd. One by one, the council witches lowered their hands. Dovrin announced the result before Varric could speak. Protection trial completed. No injuries. All attacks contained. Fenella added, "One hat displaced. It has been recovered." Valor looked at Caldrissa. "Your family's debts will be reviewed by the crown, not used by the council as a leash." Caldrissa's chin trembled. She bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thanks, Seraphine. She insisted your apology be judged separately from your usefulness. I am attempting to learn from her." Seraphine blinked. He had listened to a conversation he had not been part of and drawn the right lesson without claiming credit. Her heart, which had spent years serving a prettier but smaller dream, moved toward him with alarming ease. The third trial was judgment. At midnight, Seraphine stood before the 12-pack representatives in the Great Hall. No obstacle course waited. No spell attacked her. Instead, Varric presented a dispute. Two northern villages shared a moonstone bridge. One village had repaired it after storms. The other had refused to pay, claiming poverty. The council proposed closing the bridge to the poorer village until the debt was paid. Seraphine listened to both village leaders. The first spoke of labor and fairness. The second admitted his village could not pay because the failing wards had ruined their winter crops. Varric asked, "What is your judgment?" Seraphine looked at the map. "Who owns the quarry that supplies repair stone?" "The crown," Dovrin said. "Who collected road taxes while the wards were failing?" Varric's mouth tightened. "The regional council." "Then the regional council will return the taxes collected for protection it did not provide. The poorer village will contribute labor rather than coin. The wealthier village will be reimbursed for half its materials from the restored taxes. The bridge stays open." The first leader frowned. "Why should we accept labor from people who refused before?" Seraphine faced him. "Because they did not refuse. They lacked coin after a magical failure the council concealed. You deserve repayment. They deserve access to the healer across the river. Fairness is not achieved by making the weaker village suffer until your anger feels balanced." The second leader bowed his head. Varric said, "You would burden the council for a natural ward failure?" "We do not yet know it was natural. We do know the council collected payment while protection weakened. Power receives responsibility with its privileges." Valor watched her from the black throne. Lucivar watched from below it. One looked proud. The other looked as if he had discovered the future he discarded had become visible only after it no longer belonged to him. The pack representatives voted. 10 supported Seraphine's judgment. 1 abstained. Varric voted against. The Luna trials were complete. The hall erupted. Mavrienne reached Seraphine first and pulled her into a fierce embrace. "You did not throw Varric." "I considered it." "Excellent judgment." Fenella joined them. His expression was better than throwing him. Caldrissa approached more carefully. "You defended my family after I stood beside Lucivar." "I defended you from blackmail," Seraphine said. "Do not make me regret the distinction." Caldrissa's eyes filled. "I will not." Lucivar waited until the women moved aside. "You were magnificent," he said. The words once would have meant everything. Now they arrived after the proof. "Thank you," Seraphine said. He looked at the royal cloak around her shoulders. Valor had not placed it there tonight. She had chosen to wear it. "I would have supported you," Lucivar said, "if I had understood." "My mother explained. I explained. You did understand. You did not believe. There is a difference. Not to the person standing alone." He lowered his voice. "Do you love him?" Seraphine looked toward Valor. The king was speaking with village leaders. He had removed the crown and held it beneath one arm so an elderly woman could address him without craning her neck. He listened without interruption. His face was still excellent. His character had become inconveniently better. "I am learning him," she said. Lucivar flinched. "You knew me all your life." I knew the boy I protected. I did not know the man who would deny me. I made one mistake. No, you made one decision in public after many decisions in private. The public one only allowed me to see them. Voller looked up. He did not approach. He gave Seraphine room to finish. Lucifer followed her gaze. He has always taken what he wants. He asked, "A king's request is still pressure. Then why did I feel more choice beside his throne than beside your promise?" Lucifer had no answer. Seraphine touched his sleeve, a final gesture of tenderness for the boy he had been. "I do not regret protecting you, but protection was not a debt you could repay by marrying me, and my love was not permission to hide me when I became inconvenient." She walked away. Valor waited near the moonstone arch. "Do you require comfort, solitude, or a heavy object?" he asked. "A dance." He glanced toward the musicians. That was not among the options. Kings should adapt. The solstice music had begun, slow drums beneath strings. Couples moved onto the floor. Seraphine extended her hand. Valor stared at it as though she had offered him a kingdom he did not trust himself to touch. "You are certain?" "No. Courtship would be dull if I were certain of everything." He took her hand. Valor danced with the same controlled strength he brought to battle. He guided without dragging, adjusted when she chose a different step, and never acted surprised by the weight of her hand or the firmness of her balance. Seraphine had danced with Lucifer many times. She had always made herself lighter, quieter, less likely to lead. With Valor, she tested the movement. She turned them sharply. He followed. She reversed direction. He smiled. "Trying to overthrow me?" he asked. "Assessing stability." "Your findings?" "Promising." The dance carried them beneath the central moon window. Silver light crossed his face. Seraphine's attention wandered. "Again?" he murmured. "The lighting is unfair." "To whom?" "My judgment." His hand at her back drew her 1 inch closer. Every layer of clothing remained proper, every movement public, yet the small change sent warmth through her. "Your judgment survived 3 trials," he said. "It may survive my face." "Your confidence is unattractive." "A tragedy. Fortunately, the rest compensates." He laughed softly. At the edge of the floor, Odrin Fenwick lifted a cup in greeting. Valor turned Seraphine so his own broad back blocked the captain from view. She looked up at him. "Was that choreography?" "A traditional royal step." "It resembles jealousy." "You are mistaken." Very quick again. "The music requires decisive answers." Seraphine laughed, and this time the sound did not surprise her. When the dance ended, Valor did not release her hand. "The trials are complete," he said. "The council can no longer challenge my right to court you." "They challenged my fitness, not your right." "I know. I disliked both." "What happens now?" "Now you decide whether the courtship continues." She searched his face. "You would stop if I asked?" "Immediately." "Even after all this?" "Especially after all this. Public support is not a chain." The hall, the music, and the watching court seemed to recede. Seraphine had once mistaken years of history for certainty. Valor offered certainty only in one matter: she could leave. That freedom made her want to stay. "The courtship continues," she said. His thumb moved over her knuckles. "Good. You sound relieved." "Kings are permitted one emotion per festival." "Which did you choose?" "You." The answer stole every clever reply. Valor lifted her hand and pressed a restrained kiss to her knuckles. It was not one of the kisses that changed her life. It was the one that made her realize such kisses were approaching. After the festival, Seraphine expected the court to become easier. Instead, it became stranger. Nobles who had ignored her now brought gifts. Witches who had laughed at her training asked whether she would demonstrate sphere magic for their daughters. 3 unmarried alphas sent formal invitations to dinner despite Valor's public courtship. Valor responded by assigning each man a different royal infrastructure report. "You promised not to frighten them away," Seraphine said when she found the documents on his desk. "I did not frighten them. One has been ordered to inspect sewer gates in February. The city requires functioning sewer gates. You are jealous. I am governing. With suspicious focus." He leaned back in his chair. The royal study was warm with firelight. Maps covered one wall. Reports covered every surface except the chair Seraphine occupied. "Would you prefer I accept their invitations on your behalf?" he asked. "No. Then my approach has produced the desired outcome. I could refuse them myself. You may, after they complete the reports." She threw a cushion at him. He caught it one-handed. "Violence against the crown," he said. "Administrative correction. I will need a committee." She crossed the room to retrieve the cushion. Valor stood at the same time. They reached it together. His hand closed over hers. Neither moved. Seraphine was suddenly aware of the quiet room, the fire, and the way his coat stretched across his shoulders when he bent. Valor noticed her attention. "You have seen my shoulders before. They remain consistent. I appreciate reliability. A rare quality in men with pretty faces?" The reference to Lucivar was light, but she heard the question beneath it. "Lucivar's face was never the problem," she said. "I liked it honestly. I liked protecting him. I liked being needed." Valor's fingers tightened slightly around hers. "And now?" "Now I am learning that being needed can hide whether one is valued." He straightened, bringing her with him. They stood close, hands still joined around the cushion. "I do not need you to protect my face," he said. "It would be wasteful to let anything happen to it. I need your judgment in the ward investigation. I value your strength. I want your company. None of those conditions obligates you to love me." Seraphine's breath caught. "You say dangerous things very calmly. I have practice. What do you want from me now?" His gaze moved to her mouth and returned to her eyes. "Permission." The word contained no pressure. Seraphine understood what he was asking. Her first instinct was to think of Lucivar. The memory came, but it did not command her. She remembered a forehead kiss beneath a bell tower, a pearl clasp, and years of hope. She honored the memory by refusing to pretend it had never existed. Then she looked at the man before her. "You may kiss me," she said. Valor released the cushion and touched her face with one hand. He moved slowly enough that she could change her mind at any point. She did not. Their first kiss was gentle, closed, and brief. It held no demand for more. It was warm, careful, and startling in its restraint. Valor stepped back first, though his hand remained against her cheek. Seraphine opened her eyes. "That was very controlled. You asked for slow." "I did. Do you object?" She considered. "Not to the principle." His eyes warmed. A promising judgment. She rose onto her toes and kissed him once more, equally brief but less cautious. When she stepped back, Valor looked as though the entire Northern War had been easier than remaining still. Seraphine picked up the cushion and returned it to the chair. "I have training," she said. "Now?" "Yes." "You kiss a king twice and leave for training?" "My mother says consistency is essential." "Your mother has become my enemy." From the open doorway, Mevrian said, "Only now?" Valor closed his eyes. Seraphine began laughing. Her mother entered carrying a sealed black stone. Dovrin found this inside the altered trench. It contains the same corruption as Frostbarrow. Someone placed it there deliberately. The warmth left the room. Valor took the stone without touching it directly. Can it be traced? Possibly, but there is more. The corruption carries a council seal. Seraphine looked toward the maps. The weakening wards, the altered trial, the pressure against Caldrissa's family, and Varric's insistence on increasing the magical attack no longer appeared separate. "He wanted my spheres to absorb more corruption," she said. Mevrian nodded. "The question is why?" Valor's hand closed around the sealed case. "We will ask him." Seraphine shook her head. "Not yet. If Varric is working alone, arresting him ends it. If he is not, the others disappear." "He endangered you." "He endangered volunteers, workers, and the northern packs. That is larger than me." Valor's anger remained visible only in the stillness of his body. "What do you propose?" Seraphine looked at the black speck turning inside her silver sphere. "We let him believe I absorbed exactly what he wanted. Then we watch who comes to collect it." The plan required Seraphine to behave as though she had become careless after victory. This was more difficult than expected because half the court already believed carrying a stone wolf through wet grain was a sign of poor judgment. Dovrin built a false containment sphere around a fragment of harmless shadow glass. Mevrian layered it with Seraphine's magical signature. Fenella altered the royal vault records to show that the corrupted sphere from Frostbarrow had been moved into the Moon Archive for private study. Valor assigned guards who understood they were supposed to be seen avoiding the North Corridor at midnight. "They are terrible actors," Seraphine whispered from behind a library screen. One guard walked past the corridor and announced loudly, "I certainly hope no criminal notices that the Moon Archive is unguarded." Valor stood behind her, close enough that his breath stirred a loose strand of hair. "I selected them for loyalty, not subtlety. Subtle men often become ministers." "You dislike ministers?" "I dislike most collections of men seated around a long table." She looked back at him. "That sounds difficult for a king." "It is why I attend meetings armed." They waited. The palace settled into winter silence. Outside, snow pressed white against the windows. Inside the Moon Archive, the decoy sphere glowed within a glass case. A thread of false corruption turned at its center. Near midnight, the North Corridor door opened. A figure in a council robe entered. Seraphine recognized Varric's assistant, the same narrow young man who had operated the grain ropes during the strength trial. He carried a bronze key and a folded black cloth. He moved directly to the case. Valor signaled the guards. Before they could enter, the assistant placed the cloth over the sphere and spoke a phrase in the old ward language. The archive floor lit with black lines. "That is not part of our trap," Seraphine said. The lines raced beneath the screen. Valor seized her around the waist and threw them both aside as the floor opened. They fell into darkness. Seraphine struck stone, rolled, and landed against Valor's armored side. The impact drove the air from her lungs but caused no sharp pain. Above them, the opening sealed. A purple flame rose along the walls. They were in an old ritual chamber beneath the archive. Varric stood across from them. He no longer looked like a tired council elder. His formal robe had been removed, revealing black ward plates sewn over his coat. 6 corrupted stones floated around him, each pulsing in time with the weakening northern lines. The young assistant lay unconscious near the stair. Varric had apparently used him to trigger the mechanism, then discarded him. "Your Majesty," Varric said, "you were not supposed to enter with her." Valor rose and placed himself at Seraphine's side. "Your disappointments have become a public service." Seraphine pushed to her feet. "You altered the trench." "Yes." "You corrupted Frostbarrow." One of several necessary wounds. Necessary for what? Varric looked at her with something worse than hatred. He looked with ownership. The crown has controlled the Moon Wards for 400 years. Kings decide which territories receive stone, soldiers, and repair funds. Councils advise and are ignored. I intended to create failures severe enough that the Pax would grant emergency control to us. Valor's voice was cold. You would destroy villages to increase committee authority. Temporary hardship. Workers nearly died. They did not. Seraphine stepped forward. Because we arrived. Because you arrived, Varric corrected. Mevrian's daughter, carrying the only magic capable of compressing corruption without dispersing it. I believed your mother exaggerated. Then I saw your first sphere. The 6 stones turned toward Seraphine. Her magic answered painfully. Silver light gathered beneath her skin. Varric smiled. Every knot you absorb makes your core more useful. Tonight, you will draw the capital's corruption into one sphere. I will remove it, bind it to the council seal, and present myself as the man who restored the wards. And if the sphere crushes you? Seraphine asked. It will obey the seal. My magic does not obey seals. All magic obeys structure. Mine threw the king into a curtain. Valor glanced at her. An important precedent. Varric's expression sharpened. You mistake disorder for freedom. Your strength, your spheres, your public insolence, all of it exists because your mother refused to discipline you into a proper witch. Seraphine felt anger rise. Not because he insulted her. She had heard worse from better people. Because he spoke of Mevrian's love as failure. My mother taught me control, she said. She simply did not teach me obedience to cowards. Varric raised one hand. The corrupted stones struck. Valor shifted before Seraphine could move. Black-silver wolf power spread from him in a curved shield. The first wave broke against it, driving him back one step. Seraphine called her spheres. Nothing came. The ritual chamber walls were lined with iron channels that dragged her magic downward. Silver light formed at her palms and sank into the floor. Varric laughed. Without your little moons, you are only a strong woman in a locked room. Seraphine looked at the stone ceiling. That is still an unfortunate room to share with me. She seized the nearest iron channel and pulled. The metal tore from the floor with a scream. The corrupted stones wavered. Valor drove forward through the next attack, using his shield to force Varric away from the central seal. Seraphine ripped out a second channel and swung it into the third, breaking the pattern. Magic rushed back into her hands. A sphere formed instantly. It was larger than her head and red gold with anger. Varric's smile vanished. Seraphine threw it at the ceiling, not at him. The sphere struck the sealed opening. Stone cracked. Snow and moonlight poured through. Royal guards shouted above. Varric turned toward the stair. Valor caught him by the front of his coat and slammed him against a pillar without drawing blood. You endangered my kingdom. Varric's hand closed around a black stone hidden beneath his collar. Seraphine saw the movement. Valor, down. The king obeyed without hesitation. Seraphine's second sphere crossed the chamber and struck Varric's wrist. The stone flew free. Fenella, leaning through the broken opening above, dropped a map net over it. I brought equipment, she called. Dovrin appeared beside her. You brought my best map net. The kingdom is in danger. That is when one labels borrowed equipment. Even Varric looked offended by their priorities. Guards descended and bound him with silver chains. The young assistant regained consciousness and immediately began confessing. Varric had threatened his family and promised promotion. He knew the locations of 3 hidden corruption chambers beneath the capital. Valor ordered teams to secure them. Seraphine studied the 6 floating stones. Their pulse had not stopped. He already connected them, she said. Dovrin climbed down. Connected them to what? Varric smiled from the chains. A deep bell sounded beneath the city. Not the royal bell, not a temple bell. The old moon warning. Once. Twice. Then all 12 ward lines on Fenella's map turned black. Varric lifted his chin. To everything. Valar's hand tightened on the chain. How do we stop it? You do not. The capital will draw every damaged line inward. By dawn, the moon well will open into a void. Dovrin went pale. If the central well collapses, every pack ward falls with it. Release me, Varric said, and I will guide the council seal. Seraphine walked close enough that he had to look up at her. You built the system around my magic. Around the magic you cannot control. Then you should have spent less time mocking how I use it. She turned to Valar. Take him to the public court. Keep him alive. People need to hear what he did from his own mouth. Where are you going? To the Moonwell. Then I am going with you. The city needs its king. The city needs its wards. Valar. He stepped close, anger and fear finally visible beneath his control. Do not ask me to watch from safety. Seraphine remembered Frostbarrow. She nodded. Beside me then, not in front. Beside you. They reached Mooncourt Square as the first cracks opened in the sky. Black lines spread across the winter clouds, converging above the central well. The moon disappeared behind a turning circle of darkness. Across the city, wolf howls rose as pack bonds weakened. People flooded into the streets. Valar climbed the well steps and issued orders. Guards opened the palace shelters. Witches raised temporary barriers around homes. Pack leaders moved civilians away from the square. Lucivar arrived in partial armor, Caldrissa beside him. The southern ward is failing, he said. What do you need? Valar looked at Seraphine. She appreciated that. He did not decide her plan for her. Caldrissa, take every flame witch to the eastern roofs, Seraphine said. Do not attack the darkness. Light the streets so people can move safely. Caldrissa nodded. Done. Lucivar, the old bell tunnels connect to the outer packs. You know them better than anyone. Get the children and elders into the stone shelters. Lucivar hesitated. I can fight here. I know. I need you there. He looked as if he wanted to argue, then recognized the trust hidden inside the task. I will do it, he said. He ran. Mevrienne reached the well with Dovrin and Fenella. Her braid had come loose, silver-streaked hair whipping in the wind. The corruption is gathering below the city, she said. Your spheres can contain it, but not one at a time. How many? As many as you can create. I can control 6. You controlled 6 in a trial designed by ordinary witches. This is your shape, Seraphine. Stop measuring it with our limits. Her mother placed both hands around Seraphine's face. I told you when you were 7 that your magic was real. I believed you. Believe me once more. You are ready to discover what it wants to become. The ground shook. A section of the well wall exploded outward. Valar turned, shielding Seraphine and Mevrienne from stone with his armored body. Seraphine raised one hand. A gold sphere formed between them, catching the falling debris in midair. Gold. Not silver blue. Protection had changed its nature. Seraphine looked up at the dark sky. The spheres need different purposes, she said. One kind cannot hold everything. Dovrin opened his notes. Frostbarrow separated corruption from the ward. The trial spheres redirected force. Fenella unrolled her largest map across the ground. The city has 12 ward towers. If you place a sphere over each tower, they can form an outer orbit. Mavrienne pointed to the moon well, and a central sphere here to draw the corruption. 13, Seraphine said. Valor stood at her shoulder. "You can do it." She looked at him. "You do not know that." "No, I know you will try, and I know you will not try alone." The black circle in the sky widened. Seraphine planted her ironwood staff against the stone. She found the center. Not Valor, not herself. The city. The people moving through lit streets. The quarry workers in the north. The villages sharing one bridge. Her mother, who had believed before there was proof. Fenella arguing with maps. Caldrissa choosing courage after choosing badly. Lucivar guiding children through tunnels he once used to hide from bullies. Valor beside her, strong enough not to fear her strength. Protect them. A gold sphere rose over the first ward tower. Then a second. Seraphine's knees shook. Valor placed one hand at her waist. Mavrienne placed a hand between her shoulders. A third sphere formed. Across the square, witches joined hands. Dovrin called tower positions. Fenella adjusted angles on the map. 4, 5, 6. Each sphere floated above a different tower, bright enough to turn night into pale dawn. The void pulled harder. Seraphine tasted iron and cold. Her magic wanted to collapse inward. She remembered every broken wand, every laugh, every child who had said she was not a real witch because her power refused to move like theirs. She stopped asking it to move like theirs. 7 spheres became 8. 8 became 10. The city disappeared behind light. At the eastern roofs, Caldrissa's flame witches raised lines of gold fire that marked safe roads. At the bell tunnels, Lucivar's voice carried orders through the stone. The 11th sphere formed above the southern tower. The 12th rose over the palace. The outer orbit was complete. Now the central sphere. Black magic surged from every street crack toward the moon well. Seraphine drew it upward. The central sphere appeared as a tiny purple point. It grew. And grew. The weight drove Seraphine to one knee. Valor went down with her, arm locked around her middle. "Stay with me. I am here. Tell me what you see." "Your face." "Seraphine, it is still distracting." His grip tightened. "Then keep looking." She laughed once breathlessly, and the fear loosened. The purple sphere rose above the well, swallowing corruption in dark rivers. It grew larger than the palace dome. The outer gold spheres began to spin. A crown of moons formed above the capital. People stopped in the streets to stare. The void in the clouds pulled against the central sphere. For a moment, both remained suspended, equal forces tearing at the city between them. Seraphine could not hold. Her arms fell. The central sphere dropped 10 feet. Valor's wolf power erupted around them, black, silver, and immense. He did not take control of the sphere. He formed a living shield around Seraphine, absorbing the wind and flying stones so she could concentrate. Mavrienne began an old moon chant. The witches joined her. Dovrin and Fenella anchored the tower map with iron weights. Lucivar returned from the tunnels with the last group of civilians and took position at the southern ward stone. Caldrissa came from the roofs and added a ring of flame beneath the central sphere. Everyone had a role. The choice remained Seraphine's. She stood. Varric wanted one sphere he could own, she said through clenched teeth. He should have planned for 13 that belonged to no one. She lifted both hands. The gold spheres accelerated. The purple sphere rose. It entered the black circle in the clouds. For one terrible second, darkness covered everything. Then the sphere compressed. The void folded inward around its center, shrinking from a storm to a tower, from a tower to a shield, from a shield to a plum-sized point of purple light. Seraphine closed her fist. The point vanished. Moonlight returned. The 12 gold spheres remained above the city, turning slowly like a crown. Silence spread across the capital. Then the wolves began to howl. Not in fear, in recognition. The sound rose from every street and tower, deep enough to shake snow from the roofs. Seraphine stood at the center of it, held upright by Valor's arm and her mother's hand. "You did it," Mavrian whispered. Seraphine looked at the moon crown above them. "We did it." "No," her mother said. "We helped. You created something none of us knew how to imagine." Seraphine's vision blurred. She turned toward Valor. His armor was dusted white with powdered stone. A crack crossed one shoulder plate. His face, unfairly, remained perfect. "The face survived," she said. "Your priorities honor me." Her knees gave way. He lifted her into his arms. Seraphine had carried Lucivar countless times. She had never understood how strange it felt to be carried by someone who knew she could walk and chose to ease the burden anyway. "I can stand," she murmured. "I know. People are watching. They watched you carry my brother. Balance must be restored." She rested her head against his shoulder. "You are very broad. You have mentioned it. I was correct each time. Rest, witch." That sounded possessive. It was a medical order. She smiled and closed her eyes. When Seraphine woke, sunlight filled a palace chamber. Her mother slept in a chair near the window with a book open on her lap. Fenella lay across a couch under 3 maps. Valor stood at the foot of the bed, speaking quietly with Dovrin. Seraphine opened her eyes and said, "You are all terrible at guarding unconscious people." Mavrian woke instantly. "You slept for 14 hours. Then I was excellent at being unconscious." Fenella sat up, maps sliding to the floor. "The wards are stable, better than stable. Your gold spheres dissolved at dawn, but each left a rotating core above the towers. Dovrin says the network can now isolate damage instead of spreading it." Dovrin looked offended. "I said the evidence suggests that. Scholars do not announce certainty before breakfast." Vyler came to the bedside. He had changed into a black, high-collared tunic, but the crack in his shoulder armor had left a dark bruise near his collar. Seraphine frowned. "You were hurt." "A stone object struck me. I have experience with those around you." She reached for him. He sat beside her. Her fingers touched the bruise through the fabric. "You should have told me. You were holding the sky together." "That is not an excuse." It seemed persuasive at the time. Mavrian stood. "Fenella, Dovrin, come with me." Fenella gathered 1 map. "Why?" "Because my daughter is about to either kiss the king or scold him. Both deserve privacy." "Mother." The door remains open. They left. Valor looked at Seraphine. "Which did you choose?" "Both." She gripped the front of his tunic and pulled him close. Their third kiss was not cautious, but it remained tender and brief. It carried relief, gratitude, and the clear choice of 2 people who had survived danger without mistaking danger for love. When Seraphine released him, Valor rested his forehead against hers. "You pulled a king by his clothing," he said. "You were too far away." A sound legal defense. "Now the scolding. You do not hide injuries from me." "Agreed." "And you do not stand in front when we agreed on beside." The wall exploded. "Walls are not known for respecting agreements. You should compensate." "How?" She looked toward the breakfast tray. "Bring that closer." Valor obeyed. "Courtship has become demanding," he said. "You claimed a hungry witch in public. The risks were obvious." Varric's trial began 2 days later. Valor could have held it behind closed doors. Seraphine insisted on the Great Hall. The same packs that watched her rejection deserved to hear how their wards had been endangered. The quarry workers sent written testimony. The village leaders described lost crops. Caldrissa produced the debt contracts Varric had used to control her family. The young assistant testified under protection. Varric denied nothing. He argued that the council deserved greater power and that temporary suffering would have produced necessary reform. Seraphine stood before him in a dark blue gown, her ironwood staff in one hand and a small gold sphere hovering above the other. "You are strong," Varric told her, "because I forced you to become strong." The hall reacted with disgust. Seraphine did not. "No," she said, "my mother taught me. I trained. My friends helped. The king stood beside me. The workers at Frostbarrow trusted me. Caldrissa chose to speak. Lucivar carried people to safety. You created harm. Do not steal credit for what others built while repairing it." Varric's face finally changed. He had expected hatred. He had not expected to be made irrelevant. The council voted unanimously to strip him of rank and property. Because his plan had knowingly risked thousands of lives and included treason against the crown, the royal judges sentenced him to death under kingdom law. No punishment was carried out in public. His seized estates were divided among the damaged northern villages and the capital shelters. The assistants who had acted under threat received labor sentences repairing the wards they had helped damage. Those who had volunteered for the conspiracy lost titles and wealth. Caldrissa's family lands were restored only after an independent review. She did not return to Lucivar's side. Instead, she accepted a position leading the capital's emergency flame wardens. "I do not expect friendship," she told Seraphine after the trial, "but I would like the chance to become someone you do not regret defending." Seraphine considered her. "Report to Frostbarrow in spring. Isabet needs flame channels cut through the eastern quarry." Caldrissa looked alarmed. "Is that forgiveness?" "It is labor. Forgiveness may develop while you are carrying stone." "I am not very strong." "You will be." For the first time, Caldrissa smiled without calculation. "Fair." Lucivar requested a private meeting a week later. Seraphine agreed to meet him in the old bell courtyard, where he had once fastened his grandmother's pearl clasp at her throat. Winter sunlight lay across the stones. The fountain she had repaired as a child still stood in the corner. One carved wolf leaned slightly because 11-year-old Seraphine had refused to wait for a mason. Lucivar arrived without royal colors. He looked as handsome as ever. Seraphine noticed because honesty did not require blindness. She simply no longer confused beauty with safety. "The southern children reached the shelter," he said. "All of them." "I heard. You did well." He looked down. "I kept thinking of the blizzard when you carried me to the healers. You complained the entire way." "My boots were wet." "You were unconscious for half of it and still complained." A faint smile appeared, then vanished. "I loved you." Seraphine's chest tightened, but the pain no longer controlled her breathing. "I know. Part of me still does." "I know that too." "Then how can you choose him so quickly?" She looked at the leaning stone wolf. "I did not choose him in one morning. I accepted the chance to know him. Then he kept making choices that allowed love to grow. I could do that now." "Perhaps you can, for someone else." Lucivar closed his eyes. "I was afraid. The council said the southern packs would never accept you. They said your failures would become mine. Caldrissa's magic was visible, easy. I understand why you were afraid." Hope entered his face. Seraphine continued, "Understanding is not returning." The hope disappeared. "Was everything between us worthless?" he asked. "No, that is why it hurt." She stepped closer and placed the crooked stone wolf charm she had made for him as a child into his hand. He had returned it after the ceremony, but she had carried it since. "You were my first love," she said. "I do not need to make you a monster in order to leave you. You were kind many times. You were brave many times. You also abandoned me when choosing me required courage. All of those things are true. His fingers closed around the charm. I am sorry, he whispered. I believe you. Will you forgive me? One day, perhaps completely. Today, enough to hope you become better, not enough to become yours. Tears shone in his gray eyes. Seraphine's old instinct urged her to hold him until he stopped hurting. She did not obey it. Compassion did not require resuming the role that had emptied her. Lucifer drew a slow breath. He has loved you a long time. He told you? He did not need to. He looked at you that way even when we were young. I thought he was watching me. Seraphine laughed softly. You have always been very confident about your face. You encouraged it. That was one of my mistakes. He laughed too, though tears remained. They parted without bitterness, but not without consequence. Lucifer left for the Southern Territories the next morning. He remained Alpha, but the council stripped away the special succession advantage he had pursued. He would have to earn his people's trust without borrowing Seraphine's strength or Caldrissa's magic. Seraphine watched his carriage leave from the palace wall. Valor joined her but said nothing. He apologized, she said. Did it help? Yes, it also hurt. Both can be true. She looked at him. You have been speaking to my mother. She provides excellent instruction and terrifying tea. Were you worried I would choose him? Yes. The immediate answer surprised her. You admitted jealousy. I admitted fear. They are related, but not identical. What would you have done? Accepted your choice, hated it privately, assigned him every bridge in the kingdom. Seraphine laughed and leaned against his side. His arm came around her shoulders. I did not choose him, she said. I noticed. Do not become smug. The crown remains responsible. Before spring reached the capital, Seraphine returned with Mavrian to the Bramblevane house for the first time since the rejection. The house stood at the edge of the old Coven district, built from dark stone and thick oak beams. Its kitchen ceiling still carried a round dent from Seraphine's first attempt at a levitation spell. The spell had not lifted the apple she was aiming at. It had condensed into a heavy sphere beneath the table and launched the table upward instead. Mavrian had never repaired the dent. It is educational, she always said. Vyler insisted on accompanying them with only 4 guards. He said the weakened wards still required caution. Seraphine suspected he also wanted to inspect the place where she had grown up. He entered the kitchen and looked at the ceiling. Your magic had ambition, he said. The table had poor balance. You blamed the furniture at 8? Mother taught me to examine all possible causes. Mavrian set a kettle over the fire. She also blamed the floor, the apple, and the season. Winter magic behaves differently, Seraphine said. It was summer. Valor removed his cloak and hung it from the old iron hook. The hook bent. Seraphine caught the cloak before it fell. The king is too heavy for the house, she said. The cloak contains armor plates. An excuse. A documented fact. Mavrian handed him a hammer. Then document a stronger hook. The Alpha King of 12 Packs spent the next half hour repairing the kitchen wall while Seraphine made tea. 2 of the guards stood outside the window trying not to look entertained. Valor drove the final iron brace into place. Your mother gives orders as if she owns the crown. She does not need the crown, Seraphine said. People obey because they value continued breathing. Mavrian poured the tea. Correct. A knock came at the front door. 3 adults waited outside, a broad-shouldered miller named Pedivar, his sister Lyrienne, and a red-haired blacksmith called Hadric. Seraphine recognized them immediately. As children, they had been the most persistent members of the group who mocked Lucivar and later mocked her failed magic. Petivar had once put Lucivar into a feed barrel. Seraphine had put Petivar through the side of that barrel. He looked at Valor behind her and nearly forgot how to speak. "Lady Seraphine," he began, "Your Majesty, Great Witch." Mevrienne folded her arms. "You may choose fewer titles and reach the purpose faster." Lyrienne held out a covered basket. "We came to apologize." Seraphine looked at the basket. "Is the apology baked?" "Partly." "Promising. Come inside." They sat around the old kitchen table, which had been reinforced so many times that it contained more iron than wood. Petivar placed both hands around his cup. "When the moon crown appeared over the city," he said, "my youngest daughter asked whether the witch who made it was the same girl I used to call an empty wand." Seraphine waited. "I told her yes. She asked why I had called you that if your magic was only different. I did not have an answer that made me look decent." "That does limit the available answers," Valor said. Petivar swallowed. Seraphine touched Valor's knee beneath the table, a silent request to allow the conversation to continue without royal pressure. The king leaned back. Lyrienne spoke next. "We did not believe your mother. We thought she was protecting you because she was famous and proud. Every time you explained, we laughed harder." "I remember," Seraphine said. "Then you stopped explaining and started challenging people in the yard." "Also true." Hadrick rubbed one shoulder as if an old memory still ached. "You threw me into a hedge. You cut my training rope." "I did. The hedge was fair." Petivar looked toward Mavrienne. "You always stood behind her. We told ourselves you encouraged violence." Mavrienne's eyes cooled. "I encouraged consequences. Seraphine received them when she began a fight. So did anyone who began one with her. You disliked the second part." "Yes," he admitted. The direct answer softened something in the room. Seraphine opened the basket. Inside were moon-shaped cakes, one of them flattened on one side. "Why is this one damaged?" she asked. Lyrienne looked embarrassed. "My daughter tried to make it float. It struck the wall." Seraphine smiled. "Does she want help?" "After the way I treated you?" "Your daughter did not treat me any way." Lyrienne's eyes filled. "She is 10. Her magic makes square flames. The academy teachers keep telling her fire should rise in points, not corners. She has begun hiding her hands." Seraphine set down the cake. The apology mattered. The child mattered more. "Bring her to the new school when it opens," she said, "and tell her not to flatten the corners before I see them." Lyrienne covered her mouth. Petivar said, "You forgive us?" "I accept that you are ashamed and trying to change. Forgiveness is not a gate that opens once. It is more like rebuilding this table. Many braces, repeated work." Valor examined the table. "This object has survived admirably." "It learned after the ceiling incident," Seraphine said. Hadrick pushed the basket closer. "There are 12 cakes. That is an excellent first brace." They stayed until the tea was gone. Before leaving, Petivar offered to supply timber for the ward school. Hadrick promised iron sphere cradles at cost. Lyrienne wrote her daughter's name on a scrap of paper and gave it to Seraphine as carefully as if she were handing over a treasure. When the door closed, Seraphine remained beside it. "Are you well?" Valor asked. "I thought an apology would make the old years disappear." Mevrienne came to her side. "Did Lucivar's apology make your love disappear?" "No." "Then why would theirs erase pain? An apology does not rewrite memory. It changes what may be built after it." Seraphine leaned her head against her mother's shoulder, as she had done after childhood fights. "You never doubted me," she said. "I doubted your explanations for broken household objects." "Not my magic." "Never your magic." Valor stood nearby, giving them space without leaving. Seraphine reached one hand toward him. He took it and stepped closer, forming a small circle in the old kitchen. Mother, daughter, and the man who had not replaced the first person who believed in her, but had joined her. That evening, snow trapped them at the Bramblevane house. The royal guards occupied the front room. Valor was given the narrow guest bed upstairs. Seraphine slept in her childhood room across the hall, where old training diagrams covered the walls. After midnight, she woke to a crash. She seized a wooden practice staff and opened the door. Valor stood in the corridor holding one half of the guest bed frame. The other half had collapsed beneath the mattress. They stared at each other. "The king is too heavy for the house," Seraphine said. The frame was old. A documented excuse. Mevrian opened her door, took in the broken bed, and sighed. "Now I understand why you two suit each other." "I did not break it intentionally," Valor said. Neither did she, most of the time. They moved the mattress to the floor. Seraphine lifted one end while Valor took the other. "I can carry it," he said. "I know." "Then why are you helping?" She recognized the echo of his own words at Frostbarrow. "Because you are carrying it." His gaze warmed. Mevrian pointed toward the guest room. "Continue that emotional exchange inside. Some of us value sleep." Seraphine laughed and helped settle the mattress. At the doorway, Valor touched her wrist. "Stay one moment. The door remains open." She stayed. Moonlight entered through the small window, silvering the plain room. Without armor, crown, or court, Valor looked younger. Still formidable, but not distant. "This house explains you," he said. "The broken ceiling? The reinforced table, the repaired fountain outside, your mother's refusal to replace evidence of failure when it could become evidence of learning." Seraphine looked toward the hall where Mevrian's door had closed. She made it easy to believe her. "No, she made it safe to keep trying. Belief was still your work." That distinction mattered. Seraphine sat on the edge of the mattress. "When people laughed, I knew Mother was right, but sometimes knowing did not stop it from hurting." Valor sat beside her, leaving respectful space. "Confidence is not the absence of pain." "You sound like her again." "She threatens me with tea until I learn." Seraphine smiled. "Were you ever mocked as a child?" "Not often. I was large early." "Of course you were." "I was feared instead. My father praised that. He believed a king should be difficult to love and impossible to challenge." "Do you?" "No. Fear can enforce silence. It cannot create loyalty." She studied his face in the moonlight. "Was that why you stayed away when I chose Lucivar?" "Partly. I did not want my rank to turn interest into pressure. Partly, I believed you loved him well and that he would eventually deserve it." "You were wrong." "Painfully." "For me." "For both of us, though not equally." He did not center himself in her wound. He simply admitted that watching had cost him something. Seraphine shifted closer until their shoulders touched. "I am glad you came home when you did," she said. "So am I. I am also glad I carried Lucivar outside before you intervened. I would never have denied you that pleasure." "Good. It was important to my healing." Valor turned his hand palm up between them. Seraphine laid hers over it. They sat quietly until the house stopped creaking in the wind. When she rose to leave, he brought her knuckles to his lips. "Good night, Seraphine." "Good night, Valor. Try not to break the floor." "The floor appears strong." That is what the bed believed. The next morning, Mevrian made Valor repair the frame before breakfast. The Alpha King worked with hammer and iron braces while Seraphine ate 2 apology cakes and offered unhelpful advice. For once, no one in the house needed her to lift the burden. She chose to help anyway. Spring came slowly to the capital. Seraphine spent the last winter months building a new ward school with Mevrienne, Dovrin, and Fenella. The school did not teach other witches to copy sphere magic. No one else possessed the same dense core. It taught them to identify the natural shape of their power before forcing it into traditional forms. Children who had been called slow, strange, or unpromising came from every pack. Seraphine trained them in the mornings and refused to spend every afternoon working. Valor insisted on this with unusual firmness. "You saved the kingdom," he said. "You are allowed to eat cakes in the garden." "Is that a royal order?" "Yes." Tyranny at last. History will understand. She learned to enjoy the life she had once postponed while waiting for Lucivar's promise. She attended winter plays, chose gowns with reinforced pockets for small spheres, and allowed the palace cooks to create a dessert shaped like the moon crown. The first attempt collapsed through the serving tray. The second was made of lighter cake. At Frostbarrow, Caldrisa spent 6 weeks cutting flame channels and developed strong arms, a practical temper, and an unexpected friendship with Isabet. Captain Odrin sent Seraphine a formal report stating that all bridges had been counted twice and remained jealous-proof. Valor reassigned him to no further infrastructure. "Growth," Seraphine praised. "Administrative completion," Valor corrected. Fenella became deputy ward master. She labeled every map net after Dovrin threatened to lock the supply cabinet. Mevrienne accepted a seat on the Crown Council only after Seraphine made Valor promise that meetings would contain fewer men at long tables. "How?" he asked. "Shorter tables." He ordered round ones. The kingdom adjusted to the sight of its alpha king being openly courted by a witch who could carry him. That rumor began after a training accident in which a practice tower collapsed. Valor pushed Seraphine clear, injured his ankle, and attempted to walk back to the palace. She watched him limp for 3 steps. Then she lifted him into her arms. The royal guards looked away with heroic discipline. "Put me down," Valor said. "Inside the palace?" He recognized the question. That detail was not specified. Seraphine carried him across the entire courtyard while servants applauded. Valor endured it with dignity until Odran, visiting from Frostbarrow, called, "Very elegant, King." Valor assigned him one final bridge. At the beginning of summer, the 12-pack leaders returned to the Hall of 12 Moons. This time, there was no trial and no rejection ceremony. The moon crown cores glowed above the city towers. The repaired black throne stood on the dais, though Lucivar's ceremonial chair had been moved permanently to the outer landing as a public bench. Citizens often sat in it to eat chair-shaped bread. Seraphine entered beside her mother. She wore a full, high-collared gown of deep blue velvet reinforced with silver thread. Her thick, dark hair flowed past her hips, braided away from her face and decorated with small moonstone pins. No fragile wand hung at her belt. She carried her ironwood staff, and 3 small spheres moved quietly around her shoulders. Valor waited before the throne in black and silver. He had not announced what he intended to ask. He had requested only that she come willing to make a public choice. The symmetry was not lost on anyone. He descended the dais and stopped before her. "Seraphine Bramblevane," he said, "when my brother rejected you in this hall, I claimed the right to court you. I did not claim your future." The court listened in complete silence. "You have protected this kingdom with strength, magic, judgment, and a refusal to permit fools to remain comfortable. You have stood beside me when I was king and when I was merely a heavy man near a collapsing quarry." Seraphine's mouth twitched. Valor continued, "I ask you now, before the same packs that once mocked you, whether you choose to become my mate and queen." He held out his hand. Seraphine looked around the hall. Caldrisa stood with the Flame Wardens, wearing practical crimson and smiling. Fenella held a map she had been forbidden to bring to the ceremony. Dovrin stood beside her, pretending not to notice. Odrin represented Frostbarrow. Mavrienne watched her daughter with pride and no surprise. Lucifer was not present. His absence did not create a hole in the room. Seraphine looked at Valor. His face remained a remarkable argument. His body, fully clothed in formal black, remained equally persuasive. But those were no longer the reasons her heart moved toward him. She remembered him stepping to her side instead of in front. She remembered his hand anchoring her magic without directing it. She remembered that he had loved her quietly while respecting her choice to love someone else. She remembered that he could carry power without demanding that everyone around him become smaller. "I choose you," she said. The hall erupted. Valor's composure broke into a real smile. Seraphine pointed one finger at him. "With conditions." The hall quieted again. "Naturally," he said. "The ward school remains independent. My mother may criticize the crown without punishment. Fenella receives a larger map budget. Caldrissa's flame wardens answer to emergency law, not noble families. And no man who speaks to me is assigned sewer inspection merely for being handsome." Valor glanced at Odrin. "The last condition is dangerously broad." "Accept it." "Very well. They will be assigned bridges instead." Valor: "I accept all conditions." Mevrian called from behind Seraphine, "Add cake in the garden twice a week." Mother: "Queens require rest." Valor nodded solemnly. "The crown agrees." Seraphine looked between them. "This alliance is becoming oppressive." "Do you withdraw?" Valor asked. She stepped closer. "No." He fastened the royal moon clasp at her shoulder. Unlike Lucifer's pearl, it did not signify a future someone else controlled. Valor had asked. She had answered. The three spheres around Seraphine rose and circled them both. Valor lowered his voice. "May I kiss my chosen queen?" "You may kiss the woman who chose you. The title is secondary." He kissed her gently before the entire kingdom. The court cheered. The wolves howled. One of Seraphine's spheres became distracted and rolled down the dais, collecting 6 ceremonial cushions and Counselor Dovrin's shoe before Fenella trapped it beneath a map net. "Label that net," Dovrin shouted. Seraphine began laughing against Valor's shoulder. The ceremony became less dignified from there. It became much happier. Seraphine did not become her mother. She did not become the quiet Luna Lucifer's council had imagined, or the grateful, rejected woman the court expected Valor to rescue. She became the first Moon Core Queen, the creator of the Crown Sphere Wards, a woman strong enough to carry a throne and wise enough to know when not to throw it. Valor remained the most powerful alpha in the kingdom. He protected her fiercely, loved her with restraint and certainty, and continued to deny jealousy while maintaining suspiciously accurate bridge records. Mavrienne continued to defend her daughter, though she no longer needed to stand in front of her. Most often, she stood nearby with tea and legal advice. Lucifer became a better alpha in the south. Regret followed him for years, but he learned not to turn regret into another demand upon Seraphine. He honored what they had been by finally accepting what they would never be again. Caldrissa rebuilt her family lands through work rather than marriage and became one of the kingdom's most trusted emergency wardens. Fenella filled the new school with maps. Odrin counted no more bridges unless the bridges genuinely required it. And on quiet afternoons, when Seraphine sat in the palace garden eating cake under royal order, she sometimes looked across the roses at Valor reading council reports. He always noticed. "Again?" he would ask. The face remains reliable. "And the man?" She would call a small gold sphere into her palm and send it floating toward him. It would settle above his hand, steady and warm. "Also reliable," she would say. Then the Alpha King would leave his reports, come sit beside his queen, and make certain she remembered that a woman did not have to earn love by carrying everyone alone. Sometimes love began with a rescue. Sometimes it began with a choice. And sometimes it began when a heartbroken witch carried the wrong prince outside and finally noticed the right king standing in the doorway. Their private life developed its own pattern. Valor woke before dawn because kings had an unreasonable number of reports. Seraphine woke before dawn because her mother had trained her to believe the day was already judging anyone who remained in bed after sunrise. They met in the small western dining room, where Seraphine ate enough breakfast for 2 soldiers, and Valor pretended not to notice when she stole the best piece of honey bread from his plate. He always placed it there for her. She always pretended to steal it. On quiet evenings, they trained together in the Mooncore chamber. Seraphine's spheres had become more precise. She could build a ring of gold light around Valor without touching his armor, send a silver sphere through a sequence of moving iron gates, and pull a purple sphere back from a curse before it absorbed too much darkness. Valor remained her strongest anchor, though he no longer needed to stand within arm's reach. His presence settled the wolf part of the magic. His voice gave her a direction when the spheres multiplied too quickly. Sometimes, however, he stepped close simply because he liked standing close. Seraphine knew the difference. That one was stable, she told him one night when he placed both hands around her waist from behind. I agree. Then this is not anchoring. No. It is distracting. You have survived worse threats. She leaned back against his armored chest. Not many with shoulders like yours. His mouth touched her temple in a restrained kiss. Continue training, my queen. Cruel men. You married me after a full investigation. The investigation was compromised by your face. I submitted all relevant evidence. The first sign that something had changed came during a spring council meeting. Seraphine was listening to Fenella explain a new system of emergency ward maps when the room tilted slightly to the left. It corrected itself before anyone else appeared to notice. She continued listening. Then the scent of roasted onions from the kitchens reached the chamber. Seraphine had always liked roasted onions. She had once crossed a flooded courtyard to rescue a tray of them. That morning, the smell seemed like a personal insult. Her gold sphere, which had been hovering politely near the ceiling, dropped 6 inches. Fenella stopped speaking. Your Majesty? The onions have betrayed me. Everyone looked toward the doors. Valor rose so quickly his chair struck the wall. Seraphine held up one hand. I am not dying. His eyes had already changed, silver wolf light sharpening through the dark. You do not know that. I know that death usually feels more dramatic. Mavrienne, seated beside Fenella, observed her daughter for several quiet seconds. Then she asked, When did you last eat? At breakfast. How much? The normal amount. Valor said, She left half the honey bread. The chamber became silent. Seraphine looked at him. You noticed that? You have never left honey bread in the 11 years I have observed you. Fenella slowly lowered her map. Dovrin, who had attended to discuss the palace wards, began gathering his instruments as though expecting an explosion. Mavrienne stood. We are ending the meeting. Mother, I became dizzy for one moment. And abandoned honey bread. That sounds serious when everyone repeats it. Valor was already beside her. He did not sweep her into his arms, because she had once warned him that carrying her without need would result in him being carried in return. Instead, he placed a steady hand under her elbow. Walk with me, he said. I can walk alone. I know, walk with me anyway. The royal healer arrived in Seraphine's private chamber with 3 assistants, 2 boxes of instruments, and the terrified expression of a man who had just been told that the Alpha King might judge his breathing. Seraphine sat on the edge of the bed. Valor stood close enough to cast a shadow across the healer's hands. Mavrienne stood on the other side, calmer but no less watchful. Everyone needs to stop looking as though I have been stabbed, Seraphine said. The healer swallowed. No one believes you have been stabbed, Your Majesty. The king does. I believe something has changed, Valor corrected. Your face believes murder. His face did not change. The examination was simple, respectful, and brief. The healer asked questions. Seraphine answered them. Mevrian corrected the date of one missed moon cycle because Seraphine had forgotten it during the reconstruction of a western bridge. Then the healer smiled. Valor became more frightening. Why are you smiling? He asked. The healer glanced at Seraphine before addressing them both. Because the queen is healthy, and because, if the signs continue as expected, the royal family will welcome a child before winter. For one rare moment, Valor Nightcrown did not move. Seraphine stared at the healer. The room seemed to narrow around that one sentence. A child. She had considered children in the distant, sensible manner one considered rebuilding a northern road. She and Valor had spoken about them carefully. They both wanted a family, but neither had treated it as a debt owed to the crown. They had agreed that the kingdom already possessed heirs through several royal branches, and that Seraphine's body would never become a public schedule. Yet now the future had changed quietly inside her, while she argued over timber and stole honey bread. Her hand moved to her abdomen, though there was nothing to feel yet. Valor lowered himself before her. The Alpha King, who had refused to kneel before 3 invading warlords, went to one knee on the carpet and covered her hand with his. "Are you afraid?" he asked. His voice was low enough that the others could pretend not to hear. Seraphine considered lying. She had never been good at it. "A little." "So am I." She looked at him in surprise. He held her gaze. "I know how to protect a kingdom. I know how to hold a fortress through winter. I do not yet know how to protect someone I cannot see." Mevrian's expression softened. Seraphine curled her fingers around his. "You could begin by not frightening the healer into an early grave." The healer nodded before realizing no one had asked him. Valor glanced over his shoulder. "Was I frightening you?" "No, Your Majesty." "He is lying," Seraphine said. "Poorly," Mavrian added. Valor looked back at Seraphine. The severe line of his mouth finally broke. He pressed his forehead against her knuckles. "A child," he said. Seraphine's eyes burned unexpectedly. "Apparently. Ours. Unless the onions arranged this." He laughed once, a quiet, rough sound that made the healer stare at the floor in astonishment. The news remained private for 6 weeks. This was partly for Seraphine's comfort and partly because Valor developed an immediate, unreasonable interest in removing every sharp corner from the palace. The first carpenter received an order to round the edges of the western staircase. The second was asked whether the council chamber windows were capable of surviving a child who could inherit Seraphine's strength. The third was told to inspect every cradle in the royal storage rooms, even though no cradle had been used there for 20 years. By the time Seraphine discovered the work, 12 tables had been altered, 3 balconies had new railings, and an ancient statue of the first Alpha Queen had been moved because Valor disliked the angle of its stone spear. She found him in the nursery wing speaking to Dovrin about protective runes. The nursery wing had been closed since Valor and Lucivar were children. Dust covers hung from furniture, and faded silver moons decorated the walls. Valor stood in the center with a building plan in his hands. Seraphine leaned against the doorway. Her body had not changed much yet, but exhaustion arrived without permission and vanished just as suddenly. "What are you doing?" Valor did not appear guilty. "Planning." Dovrin appeared guilty enough for both of them. Seraphine entered and took the plan. It showed 7 layers of defensive wards, 2 emergency exits, a fireproof inner chamber, and a reinforced floor capable of supporting a siege engine. Are we raising a child or storing royal artillery? The possibilities may overlap. Valor, your childhood strength is documented. My mother kept records because the academy kept sending repair bills. At 3 years old, you pulled a gate from its hinge. It was a small gate. Dovrin coughed into his hand. Seraphine turned to him. Was it a small gate? The surviving hinge suggests otherwise. Valor folded his arms. Seraphine looked around the dusty chamber. Beneath the absurd plans, she saw something else. Valor had grown up in these rooms after losing his own mother young. He had never spoken much about the empty nursery, or the way responsibility had settled on him before his shoulders were broad enough to carry it. He was not only preparing for danger, he was trying to build the safety he had once needed. Her irritation softened. She gave the plan back to him. Keep the fireproof chamber. Remove the arrow slits. They are observation openings. They point toward the corridor. A corridor can become hostile. Remove them. Very well. And no guards inside the nursery unless there is an actual threat. Our child will not grow up surrounded by soldiers. Valor's jaw tightened, then eased. Agreed. One more thing. Name it. The cradle will be built by my mother. Dovrin blinked. The Great Witch builds furniture? Mevrian's voice came from behind them. Better than your last apprentice. Dovrin nearly dropped his instruments. Mevrian entered carrying a measuring cord. I built Seraphine's first bed. It survived her. That is the only qualification that matters. Valor handed her the plan without argument. Seraphine watched the two most formidable people in her life bend over the drawing and immediately begin disagreeing about ward geometry. She sat on a covered chest, rested both hands over the secret new life inside her, and laughed until she had to wipe her eyes. As the months passed, Seraphine discovered that pregnancy did not make her fragile, but it did make her body unpredictable. Her strength remained. Some days it increased so sharply that she broke door handles without meaning to. Other days she became tired halfway up a staircase and had to accept Valor's arm without turning it into an argument. Her magic changed most dramatically. The spheres no longer responded only to danger or intention. They responded to the child. A small gold light appeared whenever the baby moved strongly. Silver spheres gathered around Seraphine when she slept, hovering like silent moons above the bed. Once, during a tedious tax hearing, a purple sphere rolled under Counselor Bravain's chair and lifted it 3 inches every time he exaggerated a number. Seraphine claimed she had not done it. Mevrian examined the sphere and agreed. Valor looked toward Seraphine's abdomen with solemn approval. The child has sound judgment. Bravain requested that future hearings take place without magic. The request was denied. The child also reacted to Valor. Whenever he spoke in his command voice, a gold sphere appeared near his shoulder. The first time it happened, he was ordering border guards to stand down after a dispute. The sphere rose from Seraphine's palm, crossed the room, and struck his armor with a soft bell-like sound. Every guard froze. Valor looked down at it. The sphere bumped him again. Seraphine covered her mouth. "Is the child attacking me?" he asked. "Correcting your tone, perhaps." The sphere bumped his chest a 3rd time. Valor lowered his voice. The border guards will return to their posts calmly. The sphere floated back to Seraphine. Vanella wrote the event into the royal ward records under the title First Successful Prenatal Negotiation. Valor ordered her to change it. She added royal objection, noted beneath the title. By late autumn, Seraphine could no longer train with her heavy staff for long periods. She hated the restriction for 3 days, then redesigned the sessions herself. She practiced seated sphere control, built defensive patterns around moving targets, and trained younger witches to direct magic through weighted centers. She also began teaching palace guards how to move around a pregnant woman who could still throw them farther than they expected. Captain Odran visited from Frostbarrow and volunteered for a demonstration. Valor watched from the edge of the training yard with his arms folded. Odrin adjusted his padded armor. Your Majesty, I assure you this is educational. I am certain you will learn something. Seraphine placed one hand on Odrin's shoulder and one at his belt, lifted him cleanly, and set him on a high-practice platform. The guards applauded. Odrin bowed from the platform. Excellent control. Valor said, Remain there. The bridges are safer at that height. Seraphine laughed so hard that the baby moved, producing 3 gold spheres that circled her head. Valor crossed the yard immediately. Are you well? Your jealousy amused the child. I was not jealous. From the platform, Odrin called, The child appears unconvinced. A gold sphere rose and tapped Valor's shoulder. The entire yard became silent. Seraphine smiled sweetly. The evidence is becoming difficult to suppress. The birth began on the first night of winter, while snow covered the palace roofs and the moon wards shone clean above the capital. There was no battle, no curse, and no assassin. Seraphine had privately expected some catastrophe because important moments in her life rarely occurred without damaged furniture. Instead, there was only pain, time, fear, and the steady presence of people who loved her. Mavrian remained at her left side. The royal healer and 2 experienced midwives guided her with calm instructions. Valor stayed at her right, one hand locked around hers and the other braced against the bed frame whenever her strength tightened. The first bed frame cracked. No one commented. The second had been built by Mavrian. It held. Hours passed. Seraphine endured them with less dignity than she had hoped and more courage than she recognized. She shouted at Valor twice, apologized once, then withdrew the apology because he had deserved the second shout. At one point, he tried to tell her to breathe. She looked at him with such concentrated fury that every candle in the chamber bent away. Mavrian said, Your Majesty, I recommend silence. Valor obeyed. When fear finally overtook Seraphine, it arrived quietly. She had trained for years to control strength that did not behave like anyone else's. Now her body was performing something ancient and powerful without waiting for her permission. She could not lift the pain away. She could not strike it, argue with it, or compress it into a sphere. Mother, she whispered. Mavrian leaned close. What if I cannot do this correctly? Her mother's hand cupped her face. There is no performance to pass. You are not being judged. You are bringing your child forward, and you are not alone. Valor bowed his head over Seraphine's hand. You never have to prove strength to me. The words settled where command could not. Seraphine breathed. She listened to the midwives. She accepted help without treating it as failure. When the next wave came, she did not fight her own body. She moved with it. Near dawn, the room filled with a newborn cry. Every silver ward in the palace flashed gold. A tiny sphere of warm light appeared above the bed. Seraphine collapsed back against the pillows, laughing and crying at once. The midwife placed a wrapped child against her chest. Their daughter had a full crown of dark hair, a furious little face, and one fist clenched beneath her chin as though prepared to file a complaint against the world. Valor stared at her. The Alpha King had faced armies without blinking. Now his eyes shone openly. She is small, he said. Seraphine laughed weakly. That is generally how they begin. She has your hair. She has your disapproving expression. The baby opened her eyes. They were dark at first, but a line of silver light passed through them. Valor touched one careful finger to her hand. She gripped it. His entire body went still. Strong, he whispered. Do not start measuring her grip before breakfast. I said one word. It was a very ambitious word. Mavrian stood behind him, tears on her face and pride in every line of her posture. Seraphine looked up at her mother. You were right. About which thing? I was not broken. My magic was only waiting for its own shape. Mevrian bent and kissed her forehead. I knew that before you could lift a gate. The child released Valor's finger. The gold sphere above the bed drifted toward him and settled against the center of his chest. Valor looked at Seraphine. She has chosen me. She may only like your armor. Your first attraction to me was also poorly disciplined. True, the family has a pattern. They named their daughter Myravra Mavian Nightcrown. Myravra was an old northern name meaning moon that returns after the storm. Her middle name honored Mevrian without copying it exactly, a decision the grandmother pretended not to find moving. The announcement bells rang at noon. The city celebrated for 3 days. Seraphine slept through most of it. Myrovra grew quickly and loudly. At 6 months, she could sit without support and glare at anyone who attempted to take away a spoon. At 9 months, she crawled toward Valor's crown during a private council and bit one of the silver points. At 11 months, she produced 3 magic spheres while sneezing. 1 turned gold. 1 turned silver. The third became extremely heavy and dropped through a small side table. Dovrin examined the whole. Dense core, he said. Seraphine folded her arms. Do not sound pleased. I have spent years studying a unique magical system. Now there are 2. The second one eats paper. Myrovra, seated on Valor's knee, tore a corner from his border report. Valor removed it gently. She has identified weak policy. Dovrin began designing a child-safe sphere chamber. Mevrian rejected the first design because it resembled a prison. Seraphine rejected the second because it contained no reinforced climbing rails. Valor rejected the third because its door opened toward an unguarded corridor. Vanella solved the dispute by drawing a circular playroom with padded walls, low windows, removable training weights, and map murals that changed color when touched. Myrovra entered the finished room at 14 months, immediately ignored every magical feature, and spent an hour trying to move a wooden bench. When she succeeded, Seraphine cheered. Valor moved the bench back. Myrovra moved it again. She has your persistence, he said. She has your refusal to accept furniture where someone else placed it. Lucivar met Myravra when she was nearly 2. He arrived from the south for the annual Winter Council. By then he had governed his territory well for several years, repaired his relationship with Caldrissa into a respectful political friendship, and stopped finding reasons to appear near Seraphine. He requested permission before entering the family wing. Valor read the request twice. Seraphine watched him over the rim of her tea. He is her uncle. He is also a man who once made her mother cry in public. You once made me cry in private. When? When you ordered the kitchens to limit my coffee during pregnancy. The healer ordered it. You enforced it with unnecessary efficiency. Valor set the request down. Do you want him here? Seraphine considered the question. She no longer felt the old pain when she heard Lucivar's name. The memory remained, but it had become part of her history rather than an open door. Yes, she said, for 1 visit, with us present. Lucivar entered carrying no elaborate royal gift. He brought a carved wooden puzzle made by southern craftsmen, its pieces shaped like moons and small towers. Myrovra stood beside Seraphine in a thick blue wool dress, both hands gripping a training ball nearly as large as her head. Lucivar stopped. For a moment, Seraphine saw the boy she had once protected. Then he bowed to the child. Princess Myrovra, I am your uncle Lucivar. Myrovra looked at his face. She looked at Seraphine. Pretty, she announced. Seraphine choked on her tea. Valor's expression became colder than the window glass. Lucivar closed his eyes briefly. This feels deserved. Myravra walked toward him, studied his gold-brown hair, and handed him the training ball. He accepted it. The ball dropped his arms to the floor. Myravra laughed. Seraphine covered her face. Valor's mouth moved almost imperceptibly. Lucivar struggled upright with the ball. She is very strong. Yes, Valor said. Unlike some princes at her age, she does not require rescue from training equipment. Seraphine nudged her husband with one elbow. Lucivar managed to place the ball on the floor. He looked at Myravra rather than Seraphine when he spoke. Your mother protected me when we were children, he said. I did not honor that courage when I grew older. You should know that she deserved better than I gave her. Myravra understood only parts of the sentence. She picked up one puzzle moon and put it in her mouth. Seraphine removed it. No eating diplomacy. Lucivar smiled despite himself. The visit lasted half an hour. He did not ask to hold Myravra. When she climbed onto his knee to reach the puzzle, he became very still and allowed her to choose the contact. After he left, Valor stood at the window in silence. Seraphine came behind him and wrapped both arms around his waist. You behaved well. I spoke only one unnecessary sentence. 2. The second was necessary to me. She rested her cheek between his shoulder blades. She liked his face. A serious hereditary weakness. She likes yours more. He turned within her arms. How can you know? When she sees Lucivar, she says pretty. When she sees you, she runs. As though summoned, Myravra shouted from the next room, Father! Valor's entire expression changed. He crossed the chamber before the second call. Seraphine followed more slowly, smiling. Myravra's second year was marked by 3 major achievements. She learned to speak in complete sentences. She learned to climb the library shelves. She learned that the phrase royal order did not work on her grandmother. Mevrienne visited the nursery twice each week and refused all ceremonial titles from the child. Grandmother, she corrected whenever a servant said Great Witch. Myravra shortened it to Grand Mave, which no one else was permitted to use. Mavrienne taught her to greet magic rather than command it. They sat on the playroom floor with smooth stones arranged in circles. Myravra touched each one and described whether it felt warm, cold, sleepy, loud, or stubborn. Seraphine watched from the doorway. She remembered sitting with her own mother in a much smaller cottage, listening while Mevrienne explained that magic did not become false merely because others failed to recognize it. Now Myravra had a court that celebrated every gold spark. Seraphine worried that belief without discipline might become another kind of burden. Everyone expects her to be extraordinary, she told Mevrienne one afternoon. What if she wants to be ordinary? Mevrienne continued arranging stones. Then we defend her right to be ordinary. And if she has no interest in becoming a witch? Then Dovrin will survive the disappointment. From across the room, Dovrin said, I heard that. Good. Prepare emotionally. Seraphine sat beside her daughter. What do you want to be when you grow up? Myravra thought deeply. Tall. A practical ambition. And carry father. Valor, entering behind them, stopped. Seraphine smiled. Your training begins tomorrow. No, Valor said. Myravra pointed at him. Royal order. Mevrienne shook her head. It still does not work here. When Myravra was 3, Seraphine discovered she was carrying another child. This time, the first sign was not nausea or abandoned honey bread. It was silence. Myravra had climbed into Seraphine's lap during breakfast and pressed one ear against her abdomen. There is a moon inside, she said. Seraphine nearly dropped her cup. Valor set down his report. Mevrienne, who had joined them that morning, looked from Myravra to her daughter. How long have you suspected? she asked. I have not suspected anything. Myrovra patted Seraphine's stomach. A tiny gold sphere appeared beneath her palm. Valor stood. Seraphine pointed at him. Do not summon every healer in the capital. Only the royal healer. And do not rebuild the nursery wing. The west room requires reinforcement. It survived Myrovra. Barely. Myrovra climbed down and looked at her father. Baby moon? Valor knelt before her. Perhaps we must ask the healer. Can I carry it? Seraphine placed both hands over her abdomen. Not yet. Myrovra frowned at the delay. The healer confirmed the pregnancy by noon. The second child developed under different circumstances. Seraphine was less frightened by the unknown, but more aware of everything that could change. Myrovra was old enough to notice when her mother became tired, old enough to ask whether the baby would take her room, her toys, or her place at breakfast. Seraphine refused to dismiss those fears as childish. She and Valor answered every question. The baby would have a separate room, but might sleep near them at first. Myrovra would not be required to share her most important toys. She would remain their daughter even when another child needed attention. Love was not grain in a winter storehouse. Giving some to the baby would not leave less for her. Myrovra listened with grave concentration. Can the baby have Counselor Bravain's chair? Seraphine looked at Valor. She understands redistribution. The pregnancy also forced Seraphine to confront a new fear. During Myrovra's birth, she had been surrounded by certainty and care. Now she knew exactly how difficult the process could be. Knowledge did not always reduce fear. Sometimes it gave fear a map. One winter evening, she stood alone in the moon-core chamber, watching 5 gold spheres orbit slowly. Valor found her there. He did not ask why she had left bed. He stepped into the circle and waited until she looked at him. I am afraid again, she admitted. I know. That answer is irritating. You have moved the same sphere around the same column for an hour. It is a complicated column. He came closer. What shape does the fear have? Seraphine looked down at her hands. Last time I feared I would fail. This time I know I can endure it, and I still do not want to suffer again. That feels cowardly. Valor's face hardened, not at her, but at the word. Wanting less pain is not cowardice. My mother endured it. Your mother also complains when tea is cold. Endurance does not require gratitude for discomfort. A laugh escaped Seraphine. He placed one hand over hers. You may hate every moment and still be brave. You may ask for every form of help available. You may change your mind about plans. You may shout at me again. I was planning that last part. I assumed. She leaned her forehead against his chest. His body was warm beneath the high-collared tunic, solid and familiar. What if this child does not have magic? She asked. Then the child does not have magic. What if the child is not strong? Then the child is not strong. What if the court compares them to Myrovra? Then the court learns silence. Seraphine looked up. By law? Preferably. And if law fails? I married a woman with several alternatives. The second baby arrived in early summer after a shorter labor and a much louder argument about whether Valor was allowed to order the sun to rise more slowly. He had not actually attempted to command the sun. Seraphine maintained that his expression suggested preparation. Their son was born healthy, quiet, and completely uninterested in producing magic spheres. He opened gray eyes, looked at the bright ward lights, and went back to sleep. They named him Thesivar Orin Nightcrown. Thesivar was a Western name meaning patient heart. Orin honored Odran, who pretended the choice was merely political and then cried behind a stable wall where Fenella found him. Myra met her brother in the family chamber. She approached the cradle with both hands behind her back because Seraphine had warned her not to lift him without permission. Thisavar slept beneath a blue blanket. Myra stared for a long time. "He is very small." "You were also small," Valor said. "No. There are witnesses." She looked at the baby's face. "He is not pretty like father." Seraphine made a strangled sound. Valor remained solemn. "He has time." Thisavar opened his eyes. Myra extended one finger. He closed his hand around it. A silver sphere appeared above the cradle, but it came from Myra, not the baby. The sphere spread into a thin, protective shell. Myra looked frightened. "I did not mean to." Seraphine knelt beside her. "You felt protective. Your magic listened." "Did I trap him?" "No. You made a shield. We can release it together." They placed their hands side by side. Seraphine guided her daughter through a slow breath. The silver shell dissolved into harmless sparks. Myra looked at her brother again. "He can have Brevaine's chair," she decided. The court expected the two royal children to become identical wonders. They did not. Myra inherited Seraphine's strength early. At 4, she could drag a training shield across the courtyard. At 5, she lifted one end of a banquet bench while 3 servants were still seated on it. At 6, she created stable gold and silver spheres, but struggled to make them stop following her emotions. Thisavar developed no visible magic during his first years. He was smaller than Myra had been, cautious in movement, and fascinated by locks, hinges, written symbols, and the quiet spaces behind walls. He listened before speaking. When he finally began talking in full sentences, he used them to ask why doors opened inward, why ward lines curved around windows, and why Counselor Brevaine's chair had scratches beneath one arm. "Because your sister tried to move it," Valor said. Myra corrected him. "I did move it." Thisavar studied the chair. "Not far." Myra narrowed her eyes. Seraphine stepped between them before history repeated itself at breakfast. "No fighting over furniture." "He insulted my distance," Myra said. "He made an observation." "It was a rude observation." Thisavar ate a piece of apple. "It was accurate." Valor covered his mouth with one hand. Seraphine turned on him. "Do not encourage this." "I said nothing." "Your face is encouraging him." The children adored each other in the complicated manner of siblings who knew exactly where the other was vulnerable. Myra protected Thisavar from older children who mocked his lack of wolf strength. Thisavar protected Myra from consequences by noticing guards before she climbed forbidden towers. Myra taught him how to fall safely. Thisavar taught her how to open the pantry without breaking the lock. Seraphine punished both lessons. Valor secretly improved the pantry lock. At 7, Myra entered the Royal Moon Academy. Seraphine had considered educating both children privately, but she and Valor agreed that isolation would not teach them how to live among people who did not bow. The academy accepted noble and common students based on skill. Royal guards remained outside the classrooms rather than inside them. On the first day, Myra wore a high-collared dark blue school dress, sturdy boots, and an expression of royal confidence. Thisavar, 5, held her hand until the last gate. "What if they are rude?" he asked. "I will tell the teacher." Seraphine raised one eyebrow. Myra sighed. "First, I will tell the teacher first." "And if the teacher does nothing?" Thisavar asked. Myra looked at her mother. Seraphine crouched before both children. "Then you come home and tell us. You do not have to endure cruelty to prove you are strong, but you also do not strike someone because they say one foolish thing. Give people one chance to correct themselves." "How many chances did you give people?" Myra asked. Mevrian, standing nearby, said, Usually one, sometimes half. Mother. Accuracy matters. Myrovra's first week passed peacefully. During the second, an older student named Helvran mocked Thisavar at the gate. He was the son of a minor alpha and had inherited the unfortunate belief that loudness resembled authority. "A prince without a wolf," he said. "Maybe the queen used all her magic on the first one." Thisavar looked at the ground. Myrovra stepped between them. She was smaller than Helvran, but much stronger. "Say it again," she said. Helvran did. Myrovra looked toward the supervising teacher. The teacher had heard. He hesitated because Helvran's father sat on a regional council. Myrovra understood hesitation. She had seen adults use it before they chose the safer person to disappoint. Her fists closed. A gold sphere formed over her shoulder. Seraphine, who had arrived early to collect them, saw the moment from across the courtyard. She did not shout. She walked forward and stopped beside her daughter. Myrovra's whole body trembled with held force. "He insulted Thisavar," she said. "I heard." The teacher did nothing. "I saw." "May I hit him now?" Every child in the courtyard became silent. Seraphine looked at Helvran, then she looked at the teacher. "No," she told Myrovra, "not because he deserves your protection, because you deserve choices larger than the ones I had at your age." She turned to the teacher. "You will explain why you ignored cruelty in your courtyard." The teacher went pale. Helvran tried to laugh. "My father will not allow you to punish me." Seraphine smiled politely. "Your father does not govern this school. He governs 3 valleys. Then he has enough work without defending your manners." Helvran's face reddened. "The prince has no wolf. Everyone knows it." Thisavar raised his head. Before Seraphine could answer, Myrovra's gold sphere shot forward. It did not strike Helvran. It struck the heavy practice bell behind him. The bell rose from its frame, crossed the courtyard, and settled over Helvran like a large bronze cup. His feet remained visible beneath it. He was unharmed, but trapped. Myrovra looked horrified. Seraphine stared at the bell. From inside came Helvran's muffled voice. "Get me out!" Mevrian arrived at the gate in time to see Seraphine place both hands over her face. "She did not hit him," Mevrian observed. "Do not sound proud. I am evaluating progress." The incident resulted in consequences for everyone. The teacher was suspended and later retrained. Helvran apologized publicly to Thisavar and spent a month assisting the academy caretaker with bell maintenance. Myrovra repaired the damaged frame and wrote a full account of how her anger had moved the sphere before she chose its direction. Seraphine did not shame her daughter. That evening, they sat together in the Mooncore chamber. "I wanted to hurt him," Myrovra admitted. "Wanting is not doing, but power moves quickly when anger gives it permission." "You fought people." "Yes. Sometimes I was right to defend myself. Sometimes I was only hurt and wanted someone else to hurt too. Your grandmother supported me, but she also made me repair every broken gate." Myrovra looked at her hands. "Were you disappointed in me?" Seraphine's heart tightened. She drew her daughter close. "Never for being angry. Never for loving your brother. I will be disappointed only if you stop caring what your strength does to people." Myrovra leaned against her. Thisavar, who had been listening from the doorway, entered carrying the crooked stone wolf charm. He placed it in his sister's lap. "You can have it tonight," he said. "Why?" "It is for courage when things are imperfect." Myrovra hugged him hard enough to lift his feet. "Too strong," he said into her shoulder. She loosened her arms immediately. Seraphine watched them and understood that motherhood was not giving children a world without pain. It was giving them language, protection, and another chance after mistakes. Thesivar's magic appeared when he was 7. It did not arrive as a sphere, a wolf transformation, or a flash of royal power. It appeared as a line. Dovrin had brought an old ward box to the family library for repair. The box contained a cracked locking pattern that no adult had yet solved. Thesivar sat beside it for an hour, tracing the carved symbols without touching them. Then a thin silver line emerged from his fingertip. It moved through the pattern, paused at each damaged point, and connected the broken sections. The lock opened. Dovrin stopped breathing for several seconds. Thesivar looked up. Was it supposed to do that? Dovrin knelt beside him. No one has produced living thread magic in 4 generations. Myrovra rushed into the room. Can it lift things? That is not the first question, Seraphine said. It is my first question. Thesivar extended the silver thread toward a wooden block. It wrapped around the block and lifted it 1 inch. Myrovra applauded. Valor entered from the council chamber and studied the line. Pride warmed his severe face, but he did not proclaim destiny or summon officials. He crouched beside his son. How does it feel? Thesivar thought, like finding the door inside a wall. Do you want to continue? After lunch. A sound decision. Dovrin looked personally wounded. Your Highness, this is an extinct branch of wardcraft. Thesivar took Seraphine's hand. I am hungry. Seraphine led him away. Behind them, Mavrian told Dovrin, prepare emotionally. The children's differences became the strength of their bond. Myrevra could generate power faster than she could understand structure. Thesivar understood structure before he possessed enough force to affect it. Together, they learned to create woven sphere wards. Myrevra formed the glowing core, and Thesivar wrapped it in silver lines that controlled its direction. Their first attempt lifted every cushion in the library and arranged them against the ceiling. Their second locked Valor's left boot to the floor during a diplomatic reception. Their third worked perfectly until Odrin praised them, at which point Myrevra became excited and the sphere carried his hat into a chandelier. Odran looked up. I see the royal family remains committed to height. Valor said, you are fortunate it was only the hat. By the time Myrevra was 9 and Thesivar 7, the kingdom had enjoyed several peaceful years. Roads remained open, moon wards held, and the council had learned to ask the queen before purchasing furniture. Peace created new difficulties. People began turning the royal children into symbols. Northern Pax praised Myrevra as the next warrior queen. Southern scholars claimed Thesivar would become the greatest ward master alive. Merchants sold painted toys of both children without permission. One toy Myrevra carried a miniature throne. Another showed Thesivar trapped behind a book twice his size. Seraphine bought every version she could find, placed them on the council table, and asked the officials whether they enjoyed being simplified for profit. Bravain examined the toy of himself, which someone had added to the set as a removable chair. The likeness is unkind, he said. The chair is accurate, Valor replied. Seraphine and Valor decided the children needed time outside the capital. They traveled to Frostbarrow for a summer, staying in the rebuilt northern fortress where Seraphine had first controlled a great corruption sphere. Odrin commanded the district. Caldrissa served as chief flame warden and had become broad-shouldered, practical, and incapable of tolerating ceremonial shoes. Myrevra adored her immediately. You make firebirds, she said. When necessary. Are they pretty? Caldrissa looked toward Seraphine. This family remains consistent. Thesivar preferred the quarry ward rooms. He followed Dovrin through the tunnels, asking questions until the older man began carrying extra paper solely for answers. The summer was meant to be restful. It remained restful for 11 days. On the 12th, an old nursery ward beneath the fortress awakened. The ward had been built during a century when alpha families hid children underground during border wars. It was designed to respond to royal blood, close every exit, and protect young heirs until an adult alpha gave the release command. No one knew it still functioned. Myrovra and Thisavar found the entrance while exploring with Fenella's supervised map group. The moment both crossed the threshold, silver doors sealed behind them. No one was injured. The chamber was supplied with air, water, benches, and ancient painted walls. But the locking ward rejected every modern command. Seraphine reached the sealed door within minutes. Her first instinct was physical. She braced both hands against the silver panels and pushed. The fortress shook. The doors did not move. "Mother," Myrovra called from the other side. Her voice was steady but too high. "We are all right." Thisavar added, "The ward is frightened." Seraphine stopped pushing. Valor arrived beside her in full armor, having crossed the upper yard at a run. His wolf light pressed against the door. The ancient ward flashed red and tightened. Dovrin bent over the symbols. "It interprets royal force as an attack." Vyler withdrew immediately. Seraphine's heart hammered. Her children were separated from her by one slab of metal, and every gift she possessed made the barrier stronger. "Tell me how to break it," she said. Dovrin shook his head. "Breaking the outer pattern may collapse the chamber ceiling." Caldrissa placed both palms against the stone wall, testing heat. "Fire is impossible." Odron cleared the corridor of unnecessary guards. Mavrien, who had traveled with them, stood beside Seraphine. "Listen before you act." Seraphine almost shouted that listening would not open the door. Then she remembered saying the same thing to Myrovra after the academy bell. Power moved quickly when fear gave it permission. She closed her eyes. Behind the door, Thisavar spoke softly. "The lines are tangled around a picture of two wolves, one big, one small." Dovrin pressed his ear near a narrow seam. "Can you see where they begin?" "The small wolf's heart." Myrovra said, "There is a round place above it." Seraphine understood. The old ward had not been built to obey a king. It had been built to respond to a child, and the protector connected to that child. "Myrovra," she called, "can you make one gold sphere? Very small." "I think so." "Do not force it. Think of the first light you made over Thisavar's cradle." Silence followed. Then gold shone through the seam. "I have it," Myrovra said. "Thisavar, wrap your thread around the sphere, not the door." "Why?" "Because the ward expects one child to call and one protector to answer. You will make the call together." A silver line appeared beneath the door. It curled once, then vanished back inside. The red symbols on the outer frame dimmed. Seraphine created a gold sphere in her own hands. It was no larger than the one she had brought to Lucivar's rejection ceremony years ago. That first sphere had represented proof she hoped another person would accept. This one carried no need to prove anything. It carried recognition. She placed it against the large wolf's heart carved outside the door. Inside, Myrovra placed her sphere against the small wolf. Thisavar connected both patterns with his thread. The ward opened. The doors parted without sound. Myrovra stood in front of the younger map students, her gold sphere raised as a shield. Thisavar knelt beside the wall, silver thread still glowing between his fingers. Seraphine entered but stopped herself from grabbing them too quickly. "May I?" she asked. Both children ran into her arms. Valor joined them a moment later, wrapping his body around all three. His breath shook once against Seraphine's hair. Myrovra whispered, "I was scared." "So was I," Seraphine said. Thisavar looked at the open door. "You did not break it." "No." "You listened." Seraphine kissed his forehead. "I am still learning." The old nursery ward became a new school after Dovrin and Thisavar documented its design. Myerva insisted the first lesson taught there should be how not to trap children. Kaldrissa added emergency flame channels. Odran counted every exit twice and sent Valor a written guarantee that none led to bridges. The incident changed Seraphine more than the public understood. She had once measured protection by what she could lift, strike, block, or carry. Motherhood taught her that sometimes protection meant leaving space for children to use what she had taught them. That lesson was painful. It was also necessary. As Myerva approached adolescence, her strength increased faster than her patience. She trained with Seraphine, Odrin, and the Palace Guard, but she hated being watched by people waiting to decide whether she was impressive enough. One afternoon, she failed to stabilize a 7-sphere formation before a group of visiting alphas. 2 spheres collided, scattering harmless gold sparks across the yard. A young noble laughed. Myerva went silent. Seraphine recognized that silence. After the visitors left, she found her daughter alone beside the old fountain where she had once thrown Lucivar's bullies. Myerva sat on the stone rim, shoulders rigid. "I know what you will say," she muttered. "That saves time. What will I say? That failure is part of training. That magic grows in its own shape. That I should not care what foolish people think." Seraphine sat beside her. "Those are all true. None of them make humiliation pleasant." Myerva looked at her. "I wanted to put him in the fountain." "I noticed." "You would have." "At your age, yes." "Then why should I be better than you?" Seraphine considered the question carefully. "You do not owe the world perfection because I made mistakes, but I hope you will have more choices than I did. I fought because sometimes no adult stood between me and cruelty except my mother. You have me, your father, your grandmother, teachers, laws, and your own voice. Use all of them. Keep your fists as one tool, not the only one." Myerva looked down at the water. "What if people think I am weak for not fighting?" "People thought I was weak while I carried a prince and his throne. Their thoughts were not reliable." A reluctant smile appeared. Seraphine nudged her shoulder. "Also, if you put every fool in this fountain, the gardeners will demand higher wages." "Would father pay them?" "He would make the fools pay." "That is fair." Myerva leaned against her. Across the courtyard, Valor watched without approaching. He had learned that some rescues required him to remain near enough to help and far enough not to interrupt. Thisavar grew into a quiet boy with a dangerous understanding of buildings. At 10, he discovered 3 hidden passages in the palace and reported 2 of them. Seraphine learned about the 3rd when she found both children entering the kitchen through a wall cupboard after midnight. Myerva held a pie. Thisavar held a detailed map. "Explain," Seraphine said. Thisavar looked at the map. "The western passage requires ventilation." "Explain the pie." Myerva held it closer. "Evidence." Valor arrived behind Seraphine, took in the scene, and asked, "What kind?" "Apple." "Then the investigation will be thorough." Seraphine turned slowly. "You are not helping." He took the pie from Myerva. "I am securing evidence." They ate it in the family sitting room while the children described the passage. The next morning, Thisavar helped Dovrin seal 2 unsafe sections and convert the rest into an emergency route. Seraphine made both children apologize to the cook. The cook forgave them after receiving a new pantry lock designed by Thisavar and a promise from Myerva not to test it with physical force. The promise lasted 4 months. The family returned to the Hall of 12 Moons on the 15th anniversary of the day Lucivar rejected Seraphine. The court called it Mooncore Day now, though Seraphine still thought carrying the wrong chair day would have been more accurate. The ceremony honored new village wardens, teachers, miners, healers, and craftspeople. Seraphine had insisted that the celebration belonged to the kingdom rather than to her marriage. Myra stood at her left, tall for her age, dressed in a complete, high-collared dark blue gown with silver training cuffs. 7 small spheres moved around her in a calm ring. Thesivar stood at Valor's right in a formal black tunic. Fine silver threads connected the hall's oldest cracked moon carvings, repairing them without hiding their age. Mavrienne watched from the front row. Lucivar attended as Southern Alpha. Time had silvered one strand of his gold-brown hair, but his face remained beautiful enough that Marevra leaned toward Seraphine and whispered, "Still pretty." Valor heard. "Hereditary weakness," he murmured. Seraphine squeezed his hand. "You remain the preferred evidence." Caldrissa stood with Fenella and Odron near the wardens. Dovrin complained quietly that the ceremony lighting interfered with his measurements. Brevane sat in a reinforced chair he had purchased with his own money and registered through the correct office. The final honoree was a young witch from a western village. She had failed every traditional flame test. Instead, her magic formed flat squares that could seal broken roofs during storms. The academy had mocked her until Myrevra found one of the squares holding a collapsed training wall. The girl approached Seraphine with shaking hands. "Your Majesty," she said, "they told me my magic was wrong." Seraphine remembered a plum-sized sphere in a velvet box. She remembered laughter, a pearl clasp, and the weight of a throne beneath her hands. She also remembered her mother saying the truth before anyone else believed it. "Magic is not wrong because a teacher has not learned its language," Seraphine said. "But power must still be trained. Will you do the work?" The girl nodded fiercely. "Then the Mooncore School will do its work too." Seraphine placed the warden's silver cord around her shoulders. The hall applauded. A sudden crash sounded near the eastern doors. Every guard turned. Myrevra's spheres flared. Thesivar's threads tightened. Valor stepped forward. Then Counselor Brevane emerged from behind a fallen display board, uninjured but covered in ceremonial ribbons. "The support was poorly balanced," he announced. Thesivar examined it. "You leaned on it." Brevane looked offended. "I tested it." Myrevra lifted the entire board with one hand. "Where should I put him?" she asked Seraphine. The hall became silent with expectation. Seraphine considered the eastern doors. Brevane raised both hands. "Your Majesty, I have repaired 3 villages this year." "True." "And registered my chair." "Also true." "May I remain inside?" Seraphine looked at her daughter. "Set the board upright. Leave the counselor where he is." Myrevra obeyed. Brevane sighed with relief. Mavrienne called from the front row, "You have become very restrained." Seraphine smiled. "I am a mother now. I must model civilization." Valor leaned toward her. "You threw a table into the river last spring." The children were not present. They heard the song about it. That was not my fault. The ceremony ended at sunset. Later, the royal family returned to the western garden where Seraphine and Valor had spent so many quiet afternoons. The roses had been replaced by winter lanterns, each holding one small gold sphere made by academy students. Myrevra challenged her father to an arm-wrestling match at the stone table. Valor accepted with excessive seriousness. Thesivar inspected the table first. "It is reinforced," he said. "By your grandmother," Seraphine told him. "Then it is safe." Myrevra planted her elbow. Valor did the same. Seraphine sat between Mavrienne and Lucivar, who had been invited to share the family meal for the first time in many years. Lucivar watched his brother pretend to struggle. "He is letting her think she is close," he said. Seraphine shook her head. "No, he began pretending 3 years ago. Now he is actually close." Myrevra pushed harder. Valor's chair slid backward 1 inch. Odran, seated across the garden, shouted, "Very elegant, king." Valor's eyes narrowed. Myrevra used the distraction and forced his hand to the table. The garden erupted in cheers. Valor looked at his daughter, pride overcoming royal dignity. Again. "Tomorrow," Myrevra said, "I need cake." "A sound warrior's judgment," Seraphine said. Thisavar had already cut the cake into mathematically equal pieces. He gave the largest to Mevrian because she had built the table. Lucivar received a smaller piece and accepted it without complaint. At one point, Myrevra asked him whether he had truly been carried outside on a throne. He looked at Seraphine. She waited. "Yes," he said. "Your mother was heartbroken and still stronger than everyone in the room." "Did you cry?" "Later." "Did grandmother defend mother?" "She always did." Myrevra considered this. "Did father claim her because she was strong?" Valor answered before Lucivar could. "No, I chose her because she was herself when no one was applauding. Her strength was part of her. It was never the price of being loved." Seraphine looked at him across the lantern light. Years had altered his face only slightly. He remained the most handsome man she had ever seen, which she considered a remarkable act of royal consistency. But the sight that moved her most was his hand resting beside Myrevra's on the table, careful not to crowd her, and Thisavar leaning against his shoulder while reading a ward diagram. She had once believed love meant standing in front of someone and absorbing every blow meant for them. Then she learned love could mean standing beside someone who chose courage for himself. Motherhood taught her another form. Sometimes love stood behind a child and allowed her to speak. Sometimes it knelt to hear a quiet son describe the door inside a wall. Sometimes it admitted fear, accepted help, repaired what power had damaged, and returned the next day to try again. Myrevra came around the table and dropped into Seraphine's arms with the confidence of a child who had never doubted she would be caught. She was nearly too large for it. Seraphine lifted her anyway. Thisavar joined them more carefully. Valor wrapped one arm around all three. Mevrian watched with wet eyes and made no attempt to hide them. Lucivar looked away for a moment, honoring an old grief without trying to reclaim the life that had grown beyond it. Above the garden, Myrevra's 7 gold spheres rose into the night. Thisavar sent silver threads between them. Seraphine added 1 deep purple moon at the center. Valor's wolf-light surrounded the pattern, not controlling it, only guarding its edges. The children stared upward. "It looks like a crown," Myrevra said. "It looks like a map," Thisavar corrected. Seraphine rested her head against Valor's shoulder. "It can be both." The pattern shone over the palace, visible from the streets below. People stopped to look. No one saw a rejected witch begging to be believed. They saw a queen who had created a new language for magic, a king who had learned that protection did not mean possession, a grandmother whose faith had never depended on proof, and 2 children free to become more than symbols of their parents. Seraphine looked at Myrevra's determined face and Thisavar's quiet eyes. "Do you know what I want you to remember?" she asked them. Myrevra answered first. "Do not put people under bells." "That is useful, but not the main lesson." Thisavar said, "Ask before carrying someone." Valor gave Seraphine a pointed look. "Also useful," she said, "but no." The children waited. You do not have to become extraordinary to deserve love. You do not have to rescue everyone to earn a place beside them. And when people refuse to believe the truth about you, you may keep explaining if the explanation serves you, but you may also stop wasting your breath and continue building your life. Myrevra thought about that. May I still fight sometimes? When protection truly requires it, when other choices have failed, and when you are prepared to repair what you break. That is many conditions. Your grandmother created most of them. Mevrian lifted her cup. Civilization is complicated. Visivar traced one silver thread through the air. What if a door is locked? Seraphine smiled. First, learn why. Then decide whether to open it, mend it, or build a better door. Valar's hand tightened gently at her waist. And what if someone buys another unnecessary table? Myra asked. Seraphine looked toward the river beyond the walls. Valar sighed. Then, Seraphine said, we consider the depth of the water. The children laughed. The magic crown above them brightened, steady and warm. Years earlier, Seraphine had carried the wrong prince outside because heartbreak had left her with no patience for dignity. Now she stood surrounded by the life that had followed, a husband whose beauty had first distracted her and whose character had given her peace, a mother who had never asked the world for permission to believe in her, a daughter strong enough to lift royal furniture, and a son who could find hidden doors without breaking walls. She had been mocked for magic that arrived in the wrong shape. She had been rejected by a man who loved what she gave him more than he loved the whole of her. Neither wound had become the center of her life. The center was here. It was a child's hand in hers. It was Valar's quiet laughter when Myrevra challenged him again. It was Thisivar repairing the edge of a cracked lantern instead of hiding the crack. It was Mevrienne demanding another slice of cake. It was the freedom to be strong without carrying everything alone. And when Seraphine looked across the lantern-lit garden at her husband, she still noticed his face first. Valar caught her staring. Again? He asked. The evidence remains excellent. And the man? She moved closer, placed one hand over his heart, and looked at the family gathered around them. The man gave me room to become more than the woman he claimed in a doorway. His gaze softened. You were never mine because I claimed you. I know. You became my queen because you chose me. I know that too. Then why do you still tell the story incorrectly? Seraphine smiled. Because carrying your brother outside is the part everyone remembers. Myrevra raised her hand. I remember father losing the arm match. Odran called from across the garden, so does the north. Valar looked toward him. Captain, there are several bridges that require counting. At night? Especially at night. Seraphine laughed against Valar's shoulder while the children protested on Odran's behalf. The Alpha King maintained that he was not jealous. The gold spheres above him disagreed. True strength is not proving that pain never mattered. It is honoring what was real, choosing what is better, and refusing to become smaller for people who only value finished miracles. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Ex-Regret, and Chosen Love romances. Aveline sat beside him, wrapped in her cloak, the Luna seal still around her neck. She had considered leaving it. She had held it in her hand and looked at it, and thought about setting it on Garrick's pillow with a note that said something cutting and memorable. But she did not leave it. Not because she wanted to keep it, but because she had earned it, and she was done leaving behind things she had earned. The silver wolf trotted alongside the cart. Its limp was improving. In the moonlight, its fur shone like liquid metal, and its glacier eyes caught every shadow, every movement, every rustle in the dark pines. It moved with the particular alertness of an animal that was not following, it was escorting. They traveled south for 3 days. On the first day, they crossed the Blackmere border into unclaimed territory, the vast, lawless stretch of pine forests and rocky valleys between the northern wolf packs and the Silver Reaches. Tam drove the cart with the grim determination of a young man who had been raised by Berta and therefore feared nothing in the known world except his aunt's displeasure. Aveline navigated from memory because she had spent years studying the maps in Ashenmoor Keep's library, while Garrick had been too busy being alpha to notice that his wife had memorized every road, river, and border crossing in the Northern Territories. On the second day, they ran into bandits. There were 5 of them. They emerged from the trees at a narrow point in the road where the pines pressed close and the cart could not turn around. They were the usual sort, rough, unwashed, armed with short swords, and the misplaced confidence of men who had never met a woman who could lift a grain sack over her head with one arm. Aveline could lift a grain sack over her head with one arm. "Off the cart," the lead bandit said. He was missing 2 teeth and most of his charm. "Leave the cargo." Aveline looked at him. She looked at the cart full of her possessions. She looked at the wheel of Firewolf cheese that was sitting on top of the nearest crate, aged to perfection, worth approximately 40 silver marks at market. "No," she said. The bandit blinked. "That wasn't a request." "I know. My answer is still no." The silver wolf, which had been trotting ahead of the cart, came back. It walked out of the trees with the silent, deliberate gait of a predator that had been politely waiting for an excuse. It was enormous in the daylight, shoulder height to a man's chest, teeth like ivory daggers, glacier eyes fixed on the lead bandit with the focused intensity of a creature that had already done the math and decided that 5 against 1 was unfair, but only for the 5. The bandits looked at the wolf. The wolf looked at the bandits. The lead bandit looked at Aveline. "Is that yours?" "I really couldn't say. It followed me home. I think it likes cheese." The wolf growled. It was not a dramatic growl. It was a low, continuous rumble like a mountain clearing its throat before an avalanche. The sound vibrated in the bones. The bandits left. They did not run, they were too proud for that, but they walked very quickly in the opposite direction, which was essentially the same thing with better posture. Tam exhaled. "My lady, your wolf just scared off 5 armed men." "It's not my wolf." The wolf walked back to the cart and lay down underneath it again. "It seems like your wolf." On the 3rd day, they reached Brindlewood. Brindlewood was not a town so much as a collection of buildings that had agreed to stand near each other. A trading post, a blacksmith, a tavern called the Crooked Antler, and a scattering of stone cottages clinging to the hillside like determined barnacles. It sat at the crossroads where the northern road met the old King's Highway, and it was the kind of place where people came to disappear. Aveline did not intend to disappear. She intended to regroup, resupply, and formulate a plan that extended beyond go south. But first, she needed information, and information lived in taverns. The Crooked Antler was warm, dim, and smelled of wood smoke and spilled ale. The proprietress was a tall, sharp-faced woman named Marin, who had the look of someone who had seen everything and was disappointed by most of it. "Looking for a room?" Marin asked, wiping down the bar with a cloth that had probably been white sometime during the previous century. "Looking for news," Aveline said. "What's happening in the territories? Any major pack movements?" Marin studied her. Aveline was still wearing her midnight blue gown, travel-stained now, and her mother's silver combs, and the Luna seal around her neck. She did not look like a refugee. She looked like a Luna who had decided to go for a very long walk. "You're from Blackmere," Marin said. "I was." "Heard something about that? Alpha Blackmere took a new Luna?" "News travels fast. Merchants talk, especially when they're drunk." Marin leaned on the bar. "Lot of unrest in the territories right now. The Silver Reaches have been quiet for years, but the new Silver Wolf King took his throne about 2 years back. He's been consolidating the western packs. Rumor is he's building something. Army, alliance, nobody knows. But the northern alphas are nervous, Blackmere included." "The Silver Wolf King," Aveline repeated. She had heard the title. Everyone had. The Silver Reaches were a vast territory to the west, historically fractured, historically weak. But 2 years ago, a new king had emerged, a wolf of unknown lineage who had united the western packs through a combination of military brilliance, political cunning, and what the rumors described as an unsettling amount of personal charisma. Nobody knew much about him. He did not attend councils. He did not send emissaries to social functions. He was, by all accounts, a ghost who happened to command the largest wolf army west of the mountains. The Silver Wolf King doesn't concern me, Aveline said. I need to find work, something that uses organizational skills and an extremely detailed knowledge of northern trade routes. Marin raised an eyebrow. You're a bookkeeper? I'm a Luna who ran a keep for 9 years. I can do accounts, negotiate trade contracts, manage provision routes, mediate territorial disputes, compound medicines, bake bread, and disarm iron traps. I can also lift a grain sack over my head with one arm, but I prefer to lead with the bookkeeping. Marin smiled. It was a thin, surprised smile, the smile of a woman who had not expected to be impressed and was annoyed at herself for it. There's a position, she said. Not here, north of here, actually. The border garrison at Thornwall, it's a neutral outpost, sits right on the line between unclaimed territory and the Silver Reaches. They need a quartermaster. The last one embezzled the supply funds and ran off with a traveling bard. A quartermaster position at a border garrison. It's not glamorous, but it's legitimate work, and the garrison commander doesn't care about pack politics. They just need someone who can count barrels and not steal from them. Aveline considered. A border garrison was not where she had imagined ending up, but it was work. It was far from Ashenmoor, and it was the kind of position where her skills would actually be valued rather than taken for granted. I'll take it, she said. You haven't even asked about the pay. Does it come with quarters that don't have a leaking roof? Stone cottage, dry, comes with a fireplace. Then I'll take it. She left Brindlewood the next morning with Tam, the cart, and the Silver Wolf. Hayes had spent the night beneath the tavern eaves, waking at every wagon wheel an unfamiliar scent. At sunrise it rose, shook frost from its coat, and followed the cart without invitation. The road to Thornwall wound through increasingly wild terrain. The pines grew taller, the valleys grew deeper. The air tasted of snow and granite, and the particular silence that came from being very far away from anyone who might help you. It was on this road that Aveline met the black-haired Western witness from Ashenmoor again. He stepped from the pines alone this time, without the 12 silver-cloaked riders who had stood behind him in the Great Hall. Aveline recognized the disciplined stillness before she recognized his face. Men did not walk alone in the borderlands unless they were foolish or dangerous, and nothing about him suggested foolishness. His pale eyes took in the farm cart, the travel-stained gown, the 14 crates, and the Silver Wolf pacing beside her horse. You left before dawn, he said. You watched my husband remove my chair and said almost nothing. You did not need a stranger to win the argument for you. His gaze stayed level with hers. You needed someone powerful enough to remember exactly what they did after everyone else decided it was more convenient to forget. The answer should have irritated her. Instead, it settled somewhere uncomfortably close to relief. Then he glanced at the horse and his expression sharpened. Aveline blinked. He was beautiful, not handsome in the way Garrick was handsome, sharp and aggressive and designed to impress. This man was beautiful the way a storm was beautiful, the way a blade was beautiful, the way something dangerous was beautiful, precisely because it did not care whether you found it beautiful or not. His eyes were pale gray, almost silver, set in a face with cheekbones that could have been carved by a sculptor who was showing off. He wore dark leather and fur, practical, well-made, but not ornamental. No insignia, no pack markings, nothing to identify him. He stopped in the middle of the road and looked at the cart. Then he looked at Aveline. Then he looked at the Silver Wolf, which had been trotting beside the cart and was now standing very still, its glacier eyes fixed on the stranger with an expression that Aveline could not read. The wolf did not growl. It did not snarl. It did not flatten its ears or bare its teeth. It simply stood there and looked at the man, and the man looked back at it, and something passed between them that Aveline did not understand. Then the man looked at her again. Your horse is about to throw a shoe, he said. His voice was low and quiet, the kind of voice that did not need volume because it had weight, the kind of voice that entered a room and made other voices seem optional. Aveline looked at the horse. The right front shoe was indeed loose, the nails were bending, and the shoe was shifting with each step. She had not noticed. She should have noticed. She was better than this. "Thank you," she said. "I'll fix it at the next stop." "The next stop is Thornwall. That's 4 miles uphill. Your horse won't make it 4 miles on a loose shoe on this terrain." "Then I'll fix it here." She climbed down from the cart. She had tools, a basic farrier kit that Berta had packed because Berta thought of everything. She knelt beside the horse and examined the shoe. The nails were bent, the shoe was warped, and the hoof needed trimming. It was a 20-minute job if you knew what you were doing. Aveline knew what she was doing. She had learned farriery during the grain famine when the keep's blacksmith had died of river fever and no one else had been willing to learn. The stranger watched her. He did not offer to help. Most men would have. Most men would have shouldered in and taken the tools from her hands and done the job themselves because most men assumed that a woman kneeling beside a horse was a woman who needed rescuing. This man simply leaned against a tree and watched her with those pale silver eyes, and the thing she felt from him was not condescension, it was interest. "You're good at that," he said, after she had removed the warped shoe and begun trimming the hoof. "I'm good at most things." "That's not arrogance. That's inventory." She looked up at him. He was not smiling, but there was something at the corner of his mouth. Not quite amusement, not quite warmth, but something that lived in the neighborhood of both. "Who are you?" she asked. "A traveler. Travelers don't walk alone in the borderlands." "Some do." "Stupid ones." "You're traveling with a farm cart, a boy, and a wolf. I wouldn't call that a full military escort." "The wolf is very intimidating." He looked at the wolf. The wolf was currently lying on its side in a patch of sunlight, its injured paw in the air, its tongue hanging out. It looked approximately as intimidating as a large silver throw pillow. "Terrifying," the man said. Aveline felt her mouth twitch. She pressed it down. She was not in the mood to find strange men in the forest amusing. She had recently been replaced by a 23-year-old with a crooked hem, and her sense of humor was on temporary leave. She finished the hoof, fitted a spare shoe from the farrier kit, and nailed it into place. It was not her best work. She did not have a proper anvil, but it would hold to Thornwall. "Thank you for the warning about the shoe," she said, standing and brushing off her skirts. "You're going to Thornwall?" "I am." "The garrison?" "The garrison." He was quiet for a moment. Those pale eyes studied her. Not the way Garrick had studied her, which was the way a man studied something he owned, but the way a cartographer studied a coastline, with attention and a certain careful distance. "The road forks in half a mile," he said. "Take the left fork. The right one looks shorter, but crosses a washout that'll break your axle." "How do you know this road so well?" "I walk it." "Alone?" "Alone." She looked at him, and he looked at her, and there was a moment, a brief, electric moment like the air before a lightning strike when something shifted. She did not know what it was. She only knew that this man was looking at her like she was not a discarded Luna, not a woman who had been replaced, not a problem to be managed or a chair to be removed from a dais. He was looking at her like she was a person who had just reshot a horse in the middle of nowhere, and that was interesting. "Thank you," she said again, "for the road advice." He inclined his head, just slightly, a nod of respect, not of dismissal. Then he turned and walked back into the forest, and the trees closed behind him like a curtain, and he was gone. Tam stared after him. "My lady, who was that?" "I don't know." "He was very tall." "Yes." "And very intense." "Yes." "Do you think he was dangerous?" Aveline considered this. The silver wolf had stood up from its sunlit nap and was staring into the trees where the man had disappeared. Its tail was not tucked. Its ears were not flattened. If anything, it looked almost expectant. "Yes," Aveline said. "I think he was very dangerous, and I think he was very polite about it." Thornwall Garrison was built into the side of a cliff. It was not a beautiful building. It was a practical building. Thick stone walls, narrow windows, a heavy iron gate, and the general aesthetic of a structure that had been designed by someone who expected to be attacked and wanted the building to look disappointed about it in advance. The garrison commander was a woman named Captain Lyra Dane, who was, Aveline did a quick calculation, probably no older than 35, but looked like she had personally wrestled every one of those years and won. She was short, muscular, with close-cropped dark hair and a scar across her left cheekbone that she wore with the casual indifference of someone who had more interesting things to think about than her own face. "You're the new quartermaster?" Lyra said, looking Aveline up and down. "I am." "You look like a Luna." "I was." "Blackmere? Does everyone know?" "Merchant gossip. It's the only entertainment out here." Lyra gestured at the garrison. "This is Thornwall. We have 40 soldiers, a storage problem, a provision route that hasn't worked properly since the last quartermaster stole everything, and a strategic position on the border of the Silver Reaches that makes us either very important or very expendable, depending on who you ask." "Who do you ask?" "I try not to ask anyone anything. It's easier that way." Lyra looked at the cart. "Is that cheese?" 42 wheels of aged Firewolf cheese. "Firewolf cheese!" "I made it myself." Lyra's expression shifted from professional assessment to something that looked dangerously close to hope. "Can you cook?" "I can do many things, but I'm here to be your quartermaster, not your chef." "Can you be both?" "Captain Voss, I can be whatever this garrison needs me to be, as long as I am paid fairly, housed in quarters with a roof that does not leak, and never, under any circumstances, asked to hand my professional accomplishments to a younger woman while smiling." Lyra blinked. Then she laughed. It was a short, sharp laugh, the laugh of someone who did not laugh often and was surprised to find herself doing it. "Welcome to Thornwall, Lady Ashwood." "Aveline. Just Aveline." "Welcome to Thornwall, Aveline. Your quarters are in the East Wing. The roof doesn't leak, the fireplace works, and if you can fix our provision route, I'll personally fight anyone who bothers you." Aveline moved in. The stone cottage attached to the East Wing was small but solid, a single room with a fireplace, a bed with an actual mattress, a desk, and a window that overlooked the valley below. She unpacked her crates with the systematic efficiency of a woman who had done this before and intended to do it only one more time, because the next place she unpacked would be permanent. The Silver Wolf followed her into the cottage, sniffed every corner with great thoroughness, and then lay down in front of the fireplace and fell asleep. "You live here now," Aveline said to the wolf. "Apparently." The wolf's tail thumped once against the stone floor. She named it Haze because its silver fur blurred against morning mist. She did not pretend it was tame. It slept near the door rather than the hearth, woke at every unfamiliar scent, and left for hours to range the tree line before returning on its own terms. Tam stopped calling it a pet after Hayes ignored him for an entire day and then stole only the strip of meat he had been saving for himself. "Very wild," Tam said, "extremely untamed." "Shut up, Tam." Aveline threw herself into the quartermaster work with the single-minded intensity of a woman who needed to not think about her ex-husband. The garrison's supply situation was, as Lyra had warned, catastrophic. The previous quartermaster had embezzled roughly 60% of the supply budget, falsified the inventory records, and left behind a filing system that appeared to have been organized by a drunk badger. "This is chaos," Aveline said, staring at a ledger that listed 40 barrels of salt in storage. The actual storage room contained 6 barrels of salt, 2 barrels of what might once have been salt but was now a mysterious gray substance, and a family of mice. "Welcome to my life," Lyra said. "How have you been feeding 40 soldiers?" "Badly, and with a lot of hunting. My soldiers eat more venison than any garrison in the territories. They're starting to dream about deer." "That ends now." Aveline rolled up her sleeves. "I need access to the garrison's trade accounts, your existing supplier contracts. If any survived the embezzlement, the regional merchant registry. and a complete physical inventory of every storage room, cellar, and closet in this building. Lyra stared at her. You want to inventory every closet? I once found 14 pounds of missing saffron in a broom cupboard in Ashenmore Keep. You would be amazed at what people hide in closets. Within a week, Aveline had rebuilt the inventory system from scratch. Within 2 weeks, she had renegotiated 3 supplier contracts, secured a new grain source from a farming community 2 valleys south, and discovered that the garrison's armory budget had been paying for a subscription to a traveling theater troupe that the previous quartermaster had apparently been very fond of. A theater troupe, Lyra said flatly. The Wandering Wolves. They perform romantic ballads and dramatic reenactments of famous pack battles. Your former quartermaster was paying them 12 silver marks a month to perform private shows. Private shows. In the supply cellar, which explains why the cellar always smelled like stage makeup. Lyra pressed her hands over her face. I am going to find that man, and I am going to make him eat every script. The garrison soldiers, who had been surviving on venison and suspicion, responded to Aveline's arrival with the cautious optimism of people who had been disappointed before, but were willing to try hope one more time. She reorganized the kitchen. She fixed the bread oven, which had a cracked firebox that no one had bothered to repair because no one had bothered to bake bread. She introduced the Firewolf cheese, which caused a minor sensation. The soldiers had never tasted anything like it, and one of them, a young woman named Petra, who was built like a siege engine and had the most infectious laugh in the garrison, actually cried. This is the best thing I've ever eaten, Petra said, tears streaming down her face. It's cheese, Aveline said. It's the best cheese. It's cheese that understands me. Petra became Aveline's first real friend at Thornwall. She was 24, the daughter of a blacksmith from the Eastern Valleys, and she had joined the garrison because, in her words, I wanted to hit things professionally, and the garrison was hiring. She was loud, warm, fearless, and possessed of a laugh that could be heard 3 rooms away and made everyone in those 3 rooms feel better about their lives. The other person who attached herself to Aveline was Nessa, the garrison's healer, a quiet, precise woman of about 40 with steady hands, gray-streaked dark hair, and the particular calm of someone who had seen a lot of blood and had decided to respond to it with competence rather than panic. Nessa did not talk much, but when she did, every word counted, and she had a dry, understated humor that surfaced at unexpected moments like a fish in a still pond. Your wolf is in my herb garden again, Nessa said one morning, appearing at Aveline's door with the expression of a woman who was trying to be annoyed and failing. It's not my wolf. It ate my chamomile. Wolves don't eat chamomile. This one does. It also dug up my valerian root and rolled in it. My entire herb garden smells like a wolf who is having a very relaxing day. Hayes adjusted to the garrison without becoming a house animal. It slept where it could see both the door and the window, followed Aveline only when strangers entered, and patrolled the outer wall at dusk. Once it dug through Nessa's chamomile bed while tracking a vole and rolled in the crushed leaves afterward, smelling so strongly of herbs that even the sentries kept sneezing. Its protection was instinctive rather than obedient. It placed itself between Aveline and danger, but it did not wait for commands. 3 weeks after Aveline arrived at Thornwall, the stranger from the forest appeared again. She was in the garrison courtyard, arguing with a merchant about the price of lamp oil. The merchant wanted 6 silver marks per barrel, Aveline wanted 4, and they had been negotiating for 20 minutes with the intensity of 2 people who both knew the fair price was 5, but were too stubborn to say it first when she saw him. He was standing at the garrison gate. Just standing there, leaning against the stone wall with his arms crossed, watching her negotiate with an expression that was carefully, deliberately blank except for his eyes, which were not blank at all. Those pale silver eyes were watching her with a focus that made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. He was dressed differently than before, still dark leather and fur, but cleaner, more deliberate, as if he had actually considered what to wear before leaving the house, which struck Aveline as unusual for a man who claimed to be a wandering traveler. 5 marks, the merchant said. 4.5. 5. 4.5, and I'll buy your entire stock of tallow candles at market rate. The merchant considered. Done. Aveline shook his hand, signed the purchase order, and turned to find the stranger standing approximately 6 feet behind her. He had moved from the gate to the courtyard without making a sound, which was either impressive or alarming and was probably both. "You're good at that," he said. "You said that last time, about the horseshoe." "It was true last time. It's true now." "Is there something I can help you with, traveler?" "I'm passing through. Thornwall is on my route." "Your route to where?" "Various places." "That's not an answer." "It's the answer I have." Up close, in daylight, he was even more striking than she remembered. The angles of his face were sharp but not harsh. Strong jaw, straight nose, those impossible cheekbones. His hair was very black, cut short enough to be practical but long enough to look deliberate. And his eyes, pale gray, almost silver, almost the same color as Hayes's fur, which was a coincidence that Aveline noted and filed away. "You found Thornwall then," he said. "The left fork." "The left fork. My axle survived. Thank you." "Your wolf seems to like it here." He nodded toward Hayes, who was lying in a sunny spot near the well. The wolf lifted its head when the man looked at it, and again that strange, unreadable exchange passed between them. Not hostility, not fear, but something that looked almost like recognition. "It's not my wolf," Aveline said. "It's lying in the sun waiting for you to finish working so it can follow you back inside. It's your wolf." "Are you an expert on wolf ownership?" "I have some experience." His mouth did that thing again, the almost something at the corner. Not a smile, the suggestion of a smile. The architectural plans for a smile that had been approved but not yet constructed. "I didn't get your name last time," Aveline said. "You didn't ask." "I'm asking now." He was quiet for a moment. "Evander." "Evander. No family name? No pack?" "Just Evander." "That's unusual." "I'm an unusual person." Lyra appeared at the courtyard entrance, took one look at Evander, and stopped. Her hand went to her sword, not drawing it, but resting on the hilt in the casual way of a soldier who wanted everyone to know she was armed. "Who's this?" Lyra asked. "A traveler," Aveline said, "passing through." Lyra looked at Evander. Evander looked at Lyra. There was a moment of mutual assessment. Two people who were both very good at evaluating threats, sizing each other up with the professional efficiency of predators who had agreed not to fight but wanted to establish the terms. "Travelers don't usually stand in my courtyard watching my quartermaster negotiate," Lyra said. "Your quartermaster is very good at negotiating," Evander said. "It's worth watching." Lyra's eyebrow went up. She looked at Aveline. Aveline looked at the sky. "You can stay one night," Lyra said. "There's a room in the guest wing. Meals are at the bell. Don't touch anything you're not supposed to touch." "I wouldn't dream of it," Evander said, and for the first time his mouth actually curved into something that was undeniably, technically, a smile. It was a very small smile. It lasted approximately 2 seconds. And it was, Aveline thought with great annoyance, extremely effective. He stayed one night. He ate dinner in the mess hall with the soldiers, and he said very little, and he watched everything. And when Petra tried to engage him in a drinking contest, because Petra tried to engage everyone in a drinking contest, he declined politely and said, "I don't drink with people who can clearly outdrink me." Petra beamed. "I like him," she told Aveline. "You like everyone." "I like him specifically. He's got good eyes." "He's got eyes. I don't know that they're good." "They're good. Trust me. That man looks at you like you're the answer to a question he's been asking his whole life." "Petra." "I'm just saying." "Please stop just saying." In the morning, Evander was gone. He had left before dawn, the guest room neatly arranged, the bed made with military precision. The only evidence he had been there at all was a small bundle left on the windowsill of Aveline's cottage. A bunch of dried wildflowers, the kind that grew only in the deep forests of the borderlands, tied with a strip of dark leather. There was no note. Aveline stared at the flowers for a very long time. Then she put them in a cup of water on her desk and went back to work, because she was a practical woman and she did not have time to develop feelings about mysterious strangers who left wildflowers on windowsills. She had provision routes to manage and a garrison to feed and 42 wheels of cheese to distribute before spring. Hayes sniffed the flowers and wagged its tail. "Don't start," Aveline told the wolf. Evander came back. He came back a week later, then 5 days after that, then 4 days, then 3. Each time he appeared at the garrison gate like a man who happened to be passing through, and each time he stayed one night, and each time he watched Aveline with those pale silver eyes that saw everything and revealed nothing, and each time he left dried wildflowers on her windowsill. The second time, he helped her repair a broken supply cart. He worked beside her in easy silence, his hands steady and precise. And when she struggled with a stubborn bolt, he did not take the wrench from her. He simply braced the axle so she could get better leverage. And when the bolt finally gave way, he said, "That bolt didn't stand a chance," and she laughed before she could stop herself. The third time, he arrived during a rainstorm. The garrison was battened down, the soldiers huddled in the mess hall, and Evander appeared at the gate soaking wet with the calm demeanor of a man who had been rained on before and had decided it was not worth having an opinion about. Aveline gave him a blanket. He wrapped it around his shoulders and sat in her cottage while she made tea, and Hayes lay between them and sighed with the deep contentment of a wolf who was exactly where it wanted to be. "You're settling in," Evander said, looking around the cottage. She had made it hers, the desk covered in orderly ledgers, the shelf of medicine jars, the silver combs on the mantel, a wheel of Firewolf cheese aging on a rack in the corner. "I'm working," she corrected. "There's a difference?" "For me, there isn't. Work is the only thing I've ever had that no one could take away from me." She paused. She had not meant to say that. It had come out before she could stop it, the way truth sometimes did when you were warm and dry and sitting near someone whose silence felt safe. Evander looked at her. The firelight caught his face, softening those sharp angles, making his pale eyes look almost warm. "Someone tried to take everything from you," he said. "It was not a question. My husband replaced me with a younger woman and expected me to hand over my title with a smile. I took the cheese and the ledgers instead." "You took the ledgers?" "All of them, written in my personal cipher. Without them, he can't run the keep. He doesn't know how much grain is stored, what the trade contracts say, or when the taxes are due. I imagine it's very inconvenient for him." Evander stared at her, and then he did something Aveline had not seen him do before. He laughed. Not a small laugh, not a polite laugh. A real laugh, low and warm and startled out of him like a bird flushed from cover. It changed his entire face. It made him look younger, more open, almost vulnerable. "You stole his ledgers," he said. "You held his entire keep hostage with bookkeeping. And 42 wheels of cheese. And 42 wheels of cheese." He was still laughing, quietly now, shaking his head. "You are not what I expected." "What did you expect?" He looked at her. The laughter had faded, but something remained, something warm and careful and very, very focused. "I didn't expect anything," he said. "That's the problem. I walked into that forest 3 weeks ago expecting nothing, and I found you fixing a horseshoe in the middle of nowhere with flower dust still on your sleeve, and I haven't been able to stop coming back." The air between them changed. Aveline felt it, a shift, a tightening, like the atmosphere before a storm. She was suddenly very aware of how close he was sitting, and how the firelight played across his hands, and how his voice had dropped to something quiet and private that felt like it was meant only for this room. "Evander." "I know," he said. "You're not ready. You've just had your world broken, and you're rebuilding, and the last thing you need is another man who thinks he knows what you want." He paused. "But I want you to know that I see you. Not what you were to him, not what you lost. You, the woman who stole her own cheese and ran. She could not speak. There was something lodged in her throat, not tears, not words, but something larger than both. Something that felt like being seen for the first time in 9 years. "I'm going to leave flowers on your windowsill again," he said, "and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to keep coming back, and you don't have to do anything about that. You don't have to feel anything about that, but I wanted you to know." He stood. He left the blanket folded neatly on the chair. He walked to the door. "Evander." He turned. "The flowers," she said. "I like the blue ones." Something moved in his eyes, something fierce and soft and barely controlled. He nodded, once, and then he left. The next time he came, the flowers on her windowsill were all blue. The news from Ashenmore arrived 6 weeks after Aveline's escape, carried by a merchant who had the look of a man who knew his gossip was valuable and intended to extract maximum ale in exchange for it. "Blackmere's a mess," the merchant announced to the Crooked Antler in Brindlewood, where Aveline happened to be purchasing supplies. "The new Luna can't manage the household. Grain stores are wrong, trade contracts are lapsing, the winter taxes are late, and the northern miners are threatening to withhold iron shipments because nobody can find the yield agreements." "How terrible," Aveline said, signing a purchase order for 60 pounds of salt. "The Alpha's furious. He's been tearing the keep apart looking for the old ledgers. Apparently they're written in some kind of code nobody can crack. A cipher. It's called a cipher. Whatever it is, the new Luna tried to reconstruct the accounts and got the grain totals so wrong that they accidentally ordered triple the usual wheat shipment and have nowhere to store it. There's wheat stacked in the Great Hall." Aveline allowed herself one small, precise smile. It was the smile of a woman who had spent 9 years being underestimated and was now watching the entirely predictable consequences of that underestimation unfold. "Also," the merchant added, lowering his voice, "word is Blackmere is looking for her. The old Luna. He's sent scouts south." The smile faded. "He wants the ledgers?" Aveline asked. "He wants the ledgers. He wants the cipher key, and..." The merchant hesitated. "Some say he wants her back. Not as Luna. That ship sailed, what with the new mate bond and all, but as, I don't know, steward, advisor? The word people use is asset." "Asset," Aveline repeated. His word, not mine. Asset. 9 years of marriage, and she was an asset, like a horse, like a trade contract, like a very useful piece of furniture that you did not appreciate until someone moved it and you discovered that the floor underneath was scratched. She finished her purchases. She loaded them onto the cart. She drove back to Thornwall with her jaw set and her hands steady and her heart doing something complicated that she refused to examine. Garrick was looking for her. Garrick wanted his ledgers back. Garrick wanted his asset back. She was not going back. The first time Evander touched her, really touched her, not a brush of hands while passing tools, not the accidental contact of fingers around a teacup, was during the raid. It happened at night. Aveline woke to the sound of howling, not wolf howling, but the organized, tactical howling of a pack assault. Someone was attacking Thornwall. She was out of bed and dressed in 45 seconds. She had learned to dress quickly during border emergencies at Ashenmore. Muscle memory from years of being the person who managed crises while Garrick managed glory. She grabbed her boots, her cloak, and the heavy iron poker from the fireplace, because she did not have a sword, but she had arms that could lift grain sacks, and a poker was essentially a very angry stick. The courtyard was chaos. Soldiers were scrambling. Lyra was shouting orders with the controlled fury of a commander who had been dragged out of sleep and intended to make someone pay for it. And at the gate, dark shapes were pouring through. Wolves, shifted wolves, at least 20 of them, fast and organized and utterly silent, except for that coordinated howling. "Raiders!" Lyra shouted. "Northern Rogue Pack, form up!" They were not Blackmere wolves. Aveline could tell immediately. These were smaller, rangy, with the desperate look of a pack that had been pushed out of its territory and was attacking border garrisons for supplies. They were not there for conquest. They were there for the storerooms. The storerooms that Aveline had spent 6 weeks rebuilding. "Oh, absolutely not," she said. She ran for the supply building, not to hide, to protect. Those supplies represented 45 trade negotiations, 16 supplier contracts, 11 purchase orders, and one extremely contentious argument about lamp oil. She was not losing them to raiders. She got there ahead of the wolves. She slammed the door shut, braced it with a crossbeam, and positioned herself behind a stack of grain barrels with the iron poker raised, and she waited. 2 raiders hit the door, then 3. The crossbeam held, but the door was old and the wood was groaning. And then Evander was there. He appeared beside her. She did not see him arrive, did not hear him. He was simply suddenly there, as if the shadows had decided to take a specific and extremely competent shape. He had a sword, not a garrison sword, not a standard issue blade, a beautiful, lethal weapon with a silver pommel shaped like a wolf's head, the kind of sword that was made for one person and one person only. "Stay behind me," he said. "I have a poker." "I can see that. Stay behind me anyway." The door broke. 2 wolves came through, huge, snarling, teeth bared. Evander moved. He moved like water, like wind, like something that had been born fighting and had never found a reason to stop. The sword flashed silver in the dark, and the first wolf yelped and scrambled backward, a shallow cut across its shoulder. Not lethal, not cruel, just precise enough to say, "I can kill you, but I am choosing not to." The second wolf lunged, and Evander caught it by the scruff and threw a full-grown, shifted wolf, back through the door with one arm. One arm. Aveline stood there with her poker and thought, very clearly, "Oh." A third wolf came through a window. It landed on a stack of crates behind Aveline, and she did not think, she just swung. The poker connected with the wolf's shoulder, with a crack that she felt in her bones, and the wolf yelped and tumbled off the crates and scrambled for the broken window, and Aveline stood there breathing hard with the poker raised and iron in her blood. Evander looked at her. In the dark, his pale eyes were almost luminous, and there was something in his expression that she had never seen on a man's face before. Not surprise, not admiration, but something deeper, something that looked like recognition. Like he had been looking for something and had just found it. "You hit a shifted wolf with a fireplace poker," he said. "It was on my grain." "Your grain." "I negotiated that grain shipment for 3 days. I'm not losing it to a wolf with poor impulse control." The fight outside was ending. Lyra's soldiers had pushed the raiders back. Aveline could hear the howling fading into the forest. It was over. She was shaking. She always shook after, not during, never during, but after, when the emergency was handled and the adrenaline had nowhere to go. She gripped the poker and breathed and tried to steady herself. Evander sheathed his sword. He stepped close to her, not touching, not yet, just close. Close enough that she could feel the heat of him. Close enough that his presence was a wall between her and the cold dark outside. "You're shaking," he said. "I always shake after. It's fine. It stops." "Can I?" He hesitated. It was the first time she had heard him hesitate about anything. "Can I touch your hand?" She looked at him. In the dark supply room, surrounded by the grain she had negotiated and the cheese she had made, and the evidence of a life she was building with her own hands, she looked at this man who asked permission. "Yes," she said. He took her hand. His fingers closed around hers, warm, steady, careful. He did not squeeze. He did not pull her closer. He simply held her hand, and his thumb pressed against the inside of her wrist where her pulse was hammering, and he held steady until the shaking stopped. It took 3 minutes. She counted. "Thank you," she whispered. "You hit a wolf with a poker," he said. "You don't need to thank me for holding your hand. I'm thanking you for asking first." Something moved in his face, something raw and almost wounded, and she understood. He was not used to being thanked for basic decency, which meant that somewhere in his life Basic decency had been rare, and that understanding made her chest hurt in a way she was not prepared for. He let go of her hand, slowly, like releasing something fragile. "I need to talk to Captain Voss about the garrison's defenses," he said, and his voice was steady again, controlled, the voice of a man who had feelings and kept them on a very short leash. Those raiders knew the layout. They knew where the supply rooms were. Someone told them. "You think there's a spy in the garrison?" "I think your supplies are too valuable for a random attack. Someone is targeting this garrison specifically." He paused. "And I think it might have something to do with the man who's looking for you." Garrick. The name hung in the air between them. "He wouldn't," Aveline said. But she heard the uncertainty in her own voice. "He sent scouts south. He wants his ledgers. And you're living in a garrison that's strategically positioned between his territory and the Silver Reaches." Evander's jaw tightened. "He doesn't need to send his own wolves. He just needs to make this place unsafe enough that you have nowhere to go except back to him." The thought settled into Aveline's stomach like cold iron. "I'm not going back," she said. "No," Evander said, "you're not." He said it with a quietness that was not a suggestion. It was a fact, a decision, a line drawn in the dirt with a silver sword. In the morning, Evander did not leave. He did not explain why. He simply appeared at the mess hall for breakfast, sat down across from Petra, who looked delighted, and ate his porridge with the calm, methodical efficiency of a man who had decided to stay and saw no reason to make a speech about it. Lyra cornered Aveline in the supply room. "Your traveler is still here." "I noticed. He fought off 3 shifted wolves single-handedly last night. One of my soldiers said he threw a full-grown wolf through a door with one arm." "I was there. I saw it." "Who is he?" "He says his name is Evander." "That's not what I asked." Aveline looked at Lyra. "I don't know who he is, but he fights like a king, moves like a shadow, carries a sword with a silver wolf pommel, and every time he shows up, my wolf acts like it's been waiting for him." "Your wolf?" "The wolf that is not mine but lives in my cottage." Lyra was quiet for a moment. Then she said very carefully, "Aveline, the Silver Wolf King. Nobody knows what he looks like. He doesn't attend councils. He doesn't send portraits. He's not the Silver Wolf King. He carries a silver wolf sword. He fights like a one-man army. He appears and disappears from the borderlands at will. And he seems very, very interested in a garrison that sits directly on the border of the Silver Reaches." "He's not the Silver Wolf King," Aveline repeated, but something cold and electric was crawling up her spine because Lyra was very smart and Lyra was very rarely wrong. "Ask him," Lyra said. "And if he is? Then we're either very safe or very compromised, and I'd like to know which before I eat any more of his porridge." Aveline did not ask him. Not yet. She told herself she was waiting for the right moment. She told herself she needed more information. She told herself that a man's identity was his own business, and she was not the kind of woman who demanded answers she was not prepared to receive. The truth was that she was afraid. Not of Evander. She was not afraid of Evander. She was afraid that if she asked the question and got the answer she suspected, everything between them would change. It would stop being a woman and a man and wildflowers on a windowsill. It would become politics, territory, power, the same things that had destroyed her marriage. So she did not ask, and Evander stayed, and the days settled into a rhythm. He worked. That was the thing that surprised her most. He did not sit idle. He helped repair the garrison wall where the raiders had damaged it. He worked with Lyra on defensive strategies, and Lyra, who trusted no one, began to trust him, which was either a testament to his character or his charisma, or both. He trained with the soldiers in the mornings, and they were in awe of him because he fought with a speed and precision that was not natural, that was not normal, that was something other than human. And he was near Aveline, always near, not hovering, not intrusive, but present, a gravitational constant, a fixed point. When she worked in the supply rooms, he was nearby, helping lift crates she could have lifted herself but didn't mind sharing. When she negotiated with merchants, he stood at the edge of the courtyard and watched with those pale silver eyes and that almost smile. When she walked the garrison walls in the evening, looking out at the darkening forest and thinking about all the things she had lost and all the things she was gaining, he appeared beside her and stood in silence. And his silence was the most comforting thing she had ever known. "You're doing it again," she said one evening, standing on the wall walk with the wind pulling at her hair. "Doing what?" "Standing near me and being quiet and making me feel like everything is going to be fine." "Is that a complaint?" "It's an observation." "Would you prefer I stood far away and was loud and made you feel uncertain?" "I would prefer to know why a man who fights like a king and carries a silver wolf sword is spending his days repairing walls and lifting crates in a border garrison." He was quiet. The wind moved between them, carrying the scent of pine and snow and something electric. "Because you're here," he said. She turned to look at him. He was looking at the horizon, and his profile was sharp and beautiful against the darkening sky, and there was no pretense in his voice. No games, no calculation. Just the bare, undecorated truth of a man who had found where he wanted to be and was not interested in being anywhere else. "Evander, I know what you are going to ask." He turned to face her. The wind caught his black hair, and his eyes were silver in the fading light. "Whatever I tell you does not change this. I first saw you stand in a hall while a man tried to remove your place in front of everyone who depended on you. Then I found you in a forest fixing a horseshoe with 14 crates and no intention of surrendering. I have been unable to walk away from you since." "Tell me." "My name is Evander Argentus. I am the Silver Wolf King." The world did not shift. The wall did not crack. The sunset did not change. But Aveline felt the ground beneath her reorganize itself, felt the shape of the last 6 weeks reassemble into a new pattern, one that made more sense and less sense at the same time. The Silver Wolf King. The Ghost King. The man who had united the Western Packs, who commanded the largest wolf army west of the mountains, who was rumored to be brilliant, ruthless, and completely unknown. He was standing on a wall walk in a border garrison, and he was looking at her like she was the only thing he had ever wanted, and he had been leaving wildflowers on her windowsill. "How long had you known about me? Before Ashenmoor? Before the forest? How long?" she asked. "I heard about you 3 months ago, the Luna of Blackmere who ran the northern keep single-handedly, the woman who disarmed every trap in the territory, the Luna who was smarter than her alpha and never got credit for it. Your name was in every merchant report, every trade negotiation, every territorial briefing that crossed my desk. You came looking for me?" "I came looking for the woman in the reports. I didn't expect—" He stopped. For the first time, his composure cracked, and underneath was something unguarded and almost desperate. "I didn't expect you." "What did you expect?" "A political strategist, a useful mind." His voice dropped. "I did not expect the woman in those reports to make every title I carried feel less important than whether she trusted me." The air between them was charged. Aveline could feel her heartbeat in her throat, in her wrists, in the tips of her fingers. She could feel the heat of him, even though they were not touching, even though there were 6 inches of cold air between them that felt like nothing at all. "The wolf," she said. "Hayes, that's one of yours." "That's my scout, my best scout. I sent it ahead to watch the borderlands. It found you instead." "It got caught in a trap." "I know. It told me." "It told you?" "Pack bond. Not words, impressions, images. It sent me the image of a woman with flour on her sleeve and steady hands who opened an iron trap and told a wolf not to bite her because she had cheese to steal." Aveline stared at him. "That's when I came to find you," he said. "Not for the reports, not for the politics. Because my wolf sent me a picture of a woman who talked to wild animals like they were mildly inconvenient fellow stewards, and I needed to know who she was." Something broke open inside her. Not pain, something warmer, something that had been locked away so long she had forgotten what it felt like. It felt like being chosen, not because she was useful, not because she was convenient, because she was herself, flower-dusted, poker-wielding, cheese-stealing, ledger-ciphering herself, and that was enough. "Say something," Evander said, and there was a raw edge to his voice that she had never heard before. The Silver Wolf King, the Ghost King, the man who commanded armies, was standing in front of her asking her to say something, and he looked terrified. She reached up. She put her hand on his jaw. His skin was warm under her fingers, and she felt him go perfectly, absolutely still. Not frozen, but held like a breath waiting to be released. "The blue wildflowers," she said. "Where do they grow?" He blinked. Whatever he had expected her to say, that was not it. In the silver reaches, in the highland meadows, they grow wild above the tree line. "You rode to the silver reaches to pick me flowers." "I ride 2 days each way, yes." "Every time?" "Every time." She stood on her toes. She was tall, but he was taller, so much taller. And she had to stretch, and her hand slid from his jaw to the back of his neck, and she felt his pulse hammering under her fingertips. She kissed him. It was not a gentle kiss. It was not careful. It was the kiss of a woman who had spent 9 years being gentle and careful and getting nothing for it, and she was done being gentle. She kissed him like she meant it, and he made a sound, a low, broken sound, and his hands came up to her waist, and he pulled her against him, and his arms were strong, and his mouth was warm, and the wind whipped around them on the wall walk, and she did not feel cold at all. When she pulled back, his eyes were dark. Not pale silver anymore. Dark, like storm clouds, like something had been unleashed behind them that he could barely control. "Aveline," he said, and her name in his mouth sounded like a prayer and a curse at the same time. "I just kissed the Silver Wolf King on a wall walk in front of possibly the entire garrison," she said. "So I suppose the secret is out." "I don't care." "Lyra is going to say she told me so." "I don't care." "Petra is going to make this into a ballad." "I really don't care." He kissed her again. This time it was slower, deliberate, thorough. The kiss of a man who had been thinking about this for weeks and intended to be comprehensive. His hand came up to cup the side of her face, and his thumb traced her cheekbone, and he kissed her like she was something precious that he was afraid of breaking and determined to hold. Below the wall, Petra's voice carried up with perfect clarity. "I knew it." They broke apart. Aveline buried her face in Evander's shoulder and laughed, really laughed, the first real laugh she had felt in months. And Evander's arms tightened around her, and his chin rested on top of her head, and she could feel his chest vibrating with a laugh he was trying very hard to suppress. "Your soldiers are watching," he said. "They're not my soldiers." "They are now." The days that followed were strange and golden and terrifying. Strange because Aveline was suddenly in the middle of a border balance she had not anticipated. Evander, the Silver Wolf King, she was still getting used to that, had not come to the borderlands alone. He had, as it turned out, a network of scouts, informants, and strategically placed wolves throughout the unclaimed territory, and Thornwall Garrison was sitting at the center of it, like a pawn on a chessboard that had just been promoted to queen. Golden, because Evander was, there was no other word for it, magnificent. Not just physically, though that was undeniable. He was brilliant. He was strategic. He was the kind of leader who listened more than he spoke, and who treated every person in the garrison with the same careful respect, from Lyra to the youngest recruit. And when he looked at Aveline, which was often, his face did something that she suspected he was not aware of, something soft and stunned and so openly adoring that it made Petra weep into her breakfast. "It's not fair," Petra said, wiping her eyes. "He looks at her like that, and I'm supposed to just eat my oatmeal." "Eat your oatmeal, Petra," Nessa said dryly. Terrifying, because word was spreading. Merchants talked, soldiers talked. The story of the Blackmere Luna who had fled with the household ledgers and ended up in the arms of the Silver Wolf King was the kind of story that people could not resist telling. And they told it from the Crooked Antler to the northern border and back again, gaining embellishments with each retelling. By the time the story reached Ashenmore Keep, Aveline had apparently stolen not 42 but 400 wheels of cheese, seduced the Silver Wolf King with witchcraft, and was plotting to invade the Northern Territories with an army of enchanted wolves. The real story was more mundane and more wonderful. She was a quartermaster who was falling in love with a king who kept leaving flowers on her windowsill. The jealousy came next. Not from Evander, or rather from Evander, but not in any way that was hostile. It surfaced in small, precise, almost invisible ways that Aveline might not have noticed if she had not been paying very close attention. There was a merchant named Aldrich, tall, dark-haired 20-something, with the kind of easy charm that came from a lifetime of knowing he was good-looking and had excellent teeth. He came to Thornwall every 2 weeks to deliver dried goods, and he had, since Aveline's arrival, been flirting with her in the cheerful, harmless way of a young man who did not expect to get anywhere but enjoyed the journey. "Lady Ashwood," Aldrich said, sweeping into the supply room with his usual theatrical bow, "the most beautiful quartermaster in the Northern Territories. I've brought your salt, your tallow, and a poem I wrote about your eyes." "I don't need a poem about my eyes, Aldrich. I need 30 pounds of beeswax." "I can get you beeswax. I can get you anything. I once sourced a live peacock for a duke's wedding." "A peacock, Lady Ashwood. Have you ever tried to transport a live peacock? They scream. They scream like someone is murdering them, which is unfair because I was providing excellent accommodations." "The beeswax, Aldrich." "Right. Yes, beeswax. I'll have it next shipment. In the meantime..." He reached into his coat and produced a single red flower, slightly crushed from the journey. "A humble token of my undying." "Merchant." Aldrich turned. Evander was standing in the doorway of the supply room. He was leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, and his expression was perfectly, dangerously neutral. "Oh," Aldrich said. "Hello, are you the..." "I'm the man who is standing in this doorway," Evander said. "Watching you give my..." He stopped, corrected himself with visible effort. "Watching you give the quartermaster a crushed flower. It's not crushed, it's artfully wilted. It's dead. It's romantically distressed." Evander looked at the flower. He looked at Aldrich. He looked at Aveline. His expression did not change. It remained that perfect porcelain neutrality, but his left eye twitched exactly once, and Aveline, who had become an expert in the micro-expressions of the Silver Wolf King, recognized that twitch as the equivalent of a volcano politely clearing its throat. "Aldrich," Aveline said, taking the flower and setting it on the counter, "thank you for the salt. I'll see you in 2 weeks for the beeswax." "Of course, my lady. Always a pleasure, always an honor. I'll go now. The tall man is looking at me like I'm a mathematical problem he's solving, and I don't think I'm going to like the answer." Aldrich left, quickly. Aveline looked at Evander. "He's harmless." "He brought you a dead flower." It was a gesture. "It was a dead flower. I ride 2 days through mountain passes to bring you live flowers from Highland meadows, and that boy gives you a dead weed from his pocket." "Are you jealous?" "I am not jealous. I am making an objective qualitative comparison between floral offerings." "You're jealous." "I am the Silver Wolf King. I do not experience jealousy. I experience border sense." Aveline smiled. She walked up to him, slowly, deliberately, watching his composure fracture with each step. She stopped close enough that she had to tilt her head up to look at him, and she put her hand flat against his chest. "Your heart is beating very fast for someone who isn't jealous," she said. His jaw tightened. His hand came up and covered hers, pressing it harder against his chest, and she could feel the hammering of his heart, the raw, undeniable evidence of a man who was not as controlled as he pretended to be. "The flowers from the meadow," he said, his voice low. "Do you prefer them?" "You know I do." "Then I need you to know that I will continue to bring them. Every time, no matter how far the ride." His thumb traced across her knuckles. "And if that merchant brings you one more flower, dead or alive, I am going to buy his entire stock of beeswax and candles and anything else he sells and have it delivered to you in a cart with my seal on it, so he understands exactly whose quartermaster he is flirting with." "That seems excessive." "I'm a king. Excessive is my baseline." She kissed him, just a brief, firm kiss against his jaw, and she felt him shudder, a full-body shudder, barely controlled, and his hand tightened on hers. "Go be territorial somewhere else," she said. "I have inventory to finish." "I am not territorial." "You are literally growling." He was, in fact, growling, a low, barely audible rumble in his chest that he clearly had not realized he was producing. He stopped, blinked, looked down at his own chest with an expression of mild betrayal, as if his body had done something without consulting him. "I'll be outside," he said. "You'll be outside." "Strategically." "Of course, strategically." He left. Aveline watched him go and felt her heart doing something complicated and warm and absolutely ungovernable, and she pressed her hand against her own chest and breathed. Petra appeared from behind a stack of crates where she had clearly been hiding. He was growling. "Petra." "He was growling because a pretty merchant boy gave you a flower. That man is gone for you. Absolutely, catastrophically gone. Please stop hiding behind my supply crates." "Never. This is better than the Wandering Wolves theater troupe, and they once did a production of The Ballad of the Lost Moon King that made an entire audience weep." Evander had ridden west before dawn after receiving a sealed report from his commanders. He had left no promise except that he would return. Aveline told herself she did not need one. The empty place beside the supply table disagreed. The confrontation came on a cold morning in late autumn. Aveline was in the garrison courtyard, supervising the delivery of winter supplies, the culmination of 2 months of careful planning, negotiation, and the kind of meticulous organizational work that nobody ever celebrated, but everyone relied on. Barrels of salt, crates of dried meat, bolts of heavy cloth, jars of preserved fruit, bundles of medicinal herbs, enough to sustain the garrison through the darkest months. She heard the hooves before she saw the riders. They came from the North Road, a column of mounted warriors, maybe 30 strong, carrying the dark banner of Blackmere Pack. At their head, on his black warhorse, rode Garrick. He looked different, harder. The easy confidence that she had known was still there, but it was strained, like a wire pulled too tight. His silver-gray eyes swept the garrison with the particular intensity of a man who was accustomed to being the most powerful person in any room and was reassessing that assumption. Beside him, on a fine chestnut horse, rode a man Aveline did not recognize. Broad, dark-bearded, with the bearing of a noble and the expression of someone who was enjoying himself more than the situation warranted. His armor bore the crest of Goldenmere. Lord Voss, Lenora's father. Behind them, on the white mare with the braided ribbons, rode Lenora. She did not look like the blushing bride who had ridden into Ashenmore Keep 2.5 months ago. She looked tired. Her golden hair was braided tightly, and her white furs were travel-stained, and her expression was the expression of a young woman who had recently discovered that being Luna was significantly harder than being a lord's daughter and was not handling the transition well. The garrison alarm sounded. Lyra was on the wall in seconds, bow in hand. Her soldiers assembled with the disciplined speed of people who had been trained by a captain who did not tolerate delays. "Blackmere," Lyra shouted from the wall. "State your business." Garrick looked up. "I'm here for my wife." Lyra looked at Aveline. Aveline's jaw was set, her hands were steady, and she was holding a clipboard, because she had been in the middle of checking a delivery manifest, and she was not the kind of woman who dropped a clipboard for dramatic effect. "Your wife is standing right next to you on a white horse," Aveline called up from the courtyard. Her voice carried clean across the stone walls. "Perhaps you should look to your left." The courtyard went silent. One of Lyra's soldiers choked on a laugh. Garrick's jaw tightened. "Aveline, open the gate." "This isn't my gate to open. You're addressing Captain Voss's garrison, not my kitchen." Though I notice you never asked me to open anything when it was my kitchen. You just walked in and expected dinner." Lyra looked down at Garrick. She looked at the 30 mounted warriors. She looked at Aveline, who gave her a very small nod. "Open the gate," Lyra said. "But any wolf who shifts inside my walls without permission gets a crossbow bolt and an invoice for wall repairs." The gate opened. Garrick rode in. He dismounted with the same easy grace she remembered, the fluid movement of a man whose body had never failed him and who therefore assumed nothing ever would. He handed his reins to a soldier and walked across the courtyard toward Aveline, and she watched him come, and she felt, what? Not fear, not love. Something complicated and heavy and ancient, like finding a book you used to love and discovering that the pages had gone yellow and the words no longer moved you. He was still beautiful. That was the cruelest part. Time and betrayal had not diminished him. His silver-gray eyes still caught the light. His jaw was still sharp enough to cut paper. He was still the man she had married at 22, flushed and shaking and so certain that love was enough. "Aveline," he said, and his voice was softer now. The command was gone. What remained was something rawer, something that might have been regret if Garrick Blackmere had been the kind of man who admitted to regret. "Garrick, you look well." "I am well. I have a job, a cottage with a roof that doesn't leak, and 42 wheels of cheese. I've never been better." "I need the ledgers." "I know you need the ledgers. I hear you accidentally ordered triple the wheat, and it's stacked in the Great Hall." "Who told you that?" "Merchants. They talk. Especially when your new Luna tried to renegotiate the grain contract and offered twice the market rate because she didn't know what the market rate was, because I'm the one who tracked the market rate for 9 years, because I'm the one who did everything, Garrick." He flinched. It was small, a tightening around his eyes, a shift in his shoulders, but she saw it because she had spent 9 years learning to read this man, and she could read him even now, even after everything. "I know," he said. "I know you did everything. I didn't see it. I should have." "Yes, you should have. Come back." The words landed like stones in still water. "Not as Luna," he added quickly. "I know. The bond with Lenora, but as advisor. Steward. You could run the household, the accounts, the trade. You want me to come back and do all the work I used to do, without the title, without the position, without the marriage, while your new wife sits in my chair and wears my role and sleeps in my bed." "Our bed." "It was never our bed, Garrick. It was my bed. I'm the one who lay in it alone every night you were gone, which was most nights, and I'm the one who bled in it when I lost our child alone, because you were at a council meeting and nobody wanted to interrupt you." The courtyard went very, very still. Garrick's face changed. Something cracked behind his eyes, not the controlled discomfort of a political problem, but something deeper, older, the kind of crack that happened when a man was forced to see something he had spent years looking away from. "I didn't know," he said. I didn't know you were alone when—" "You didn't ask. You came back from the council meeting and I told you what happened and you held me for 5 minutes and then you left to handle a border report. 5 minutes, Garrick. That's what our child was worth. 5 minutes." Lord Voss, still mounted, shifted uncomfortably. Even he, a man who had traded his daughter for a political alliance, looked like he would rather be somewhere else. Lenora was staring at Aveline. The young Luna's expression was not hostile. It was not triumphant. It was the expression of a girl who was hearing the actual cost of the thing she had been given and was realizing, perhaps for the first time, that she had bought something with someone else's blood. "Aveline," Garrick said, and he took a step forward, and his hand came up as if to reach for her, and the first silver horn sounded beyond Thornwall's southern ridge. A second answered it. Then the ground began to tremble beneath disciplined hooves. Every face in the courtyard turned as silver banners rose beyond the wall. The southern portcullis lifted on Captain Lyra Dane's signal, and Evander rode through in closed black-silver armor at the head of 80 mounted soldiers. 2 allied alphas flanked him. Behind them came rank after rank of soldiers in winter cloaks, their weapons sheathed, but their formation precise enough to make Garrick's 30 warriors look like an ill-considered hunting party. Evander had left Thornwall before dawn without explanation. Now Aveline understood why. He had not gone to fetch permission. He had gone to fetch witnesses, strength, and enough visible power that nobody could quietly carry her away and rewrite the story afterward. He dismounted before the final hoofbeat faded. He crossed the courtyard and stopped beside Aveline, not in front of her. His hand remained at his side, open, waiting for her choice. Garrick reached toward her again. "Touch her and lose the hand," Evander said. His voice was quiet. 80 soldiers heard him anyway. Garrick froze. His gaze moved from the silver banners to the allied alphas, then to the man standing beside the wife he had discarded. "Who are you?" "Evander Argentus, Silver Wolf King." Evander's pale eyes did not leave him. "I brought an army because you brought one first. I brought neutral alphas because you neglected the law. Aveline will speak for herself. You will listen." "What is the Silver Wolf King to you?" Garrick asked. "That's none of your business, Garrick. You're still legally my wife. The dissolution." "The dissolution that you haven't filed? The one that requires my signature, which you haven't requested? The one that should have been processed by the Pack Elder Council 2 months ago but wasn't, because you were too busy trying to manage a keep without my ledgers to bother with the paperwork?" Garrick's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "Yes," Aveline said. "I know it hasn't been filed, because I know how Pack law works, because I rewrote half of it. You cannot claim a new Luna without dissolving the existing bond, and you cannot dissolve the existing bond without the consent of the existing Luna, which means Lenora's Luna mark is ceremonially incomplete, which means your new mate bond is legally void, which means she let a small, precise smile cross her face. You've been living in sin, Garrick. How embarrassing." Lord Voss made a strangled noise. Lenora went pale. Garrick looked like a man who had just realized that the woman he had underestimated for 9 years had been playing a longer game than he ever imagined. "You did this on purpose," he said. "You left without signing the dissolution because you knew." "I left because you replaced me with a child and expected me to smile about it. The legal implications were a bonus." She paused. A very satisfying bonus. Behind her, she heard Evander exhale, a short, sharp breath that might have been a laugh compressed into its smallest possible form. "Here's what's going to happen," Aveline said. "You're going to file the dissolution properly. You're going to have it witnessed by 3 neutral alphas, as required by the Pack law that I wrote. You're going to restore my full dowry, every coin, every piece of silver, every bolt of fabric. And you're going to write a formal letter of good standing, confirming that I left Blackmere Pack of my own volition, with my honor intact, and that any rumor to the contrary is a lie." "And the ledgers?" "Once I have the signed dissolution, the restored dowry, and the letter of good standing, I will send you the cipher key. Not the ledgers. Those are mine. The key. You can reconstruct the records yourself. Consider it a learning experience." "Aveline, be reasonable." "I am being reasonable. Reasonable is the only thing I've ever been. For 9 years, I was so reasonable that you forgot I was a person. Well, I'm done being reasonable for your benefit, Garrick. I'm being reasonable for mine." Garrick stood there. The wind moved through the courtyard, lifting his dark hair. And for a moment, just a moment, she saw something in his face that she recognized. Not the alpha, not the politician, the man. The man she had loved. The man who had held her on cold nights and laughed at her jokes, and once carried her across a flooded stream because her boots were new and he did not want them ruined. He had loved her. She believed that. Not well, not enough. But he had loved her, and the loss of that love was a real thing, and she honored it even as she refused to go back to it. "I'm sorry," he said, and it was real. She could hear it. The rough edge of a genuine apology dragged out of a man who had never practiced saying those words. "I know," she said, "but sorry doesn't rebuild what you broke. The dissolution, Garrick. Send it." Aveline opened the leather folder clipped beneath her delivery manifest. 3 copies of the dissolution waited inside, already marked with the clauses Garrick had ignored. She had prepared them the night the merchant called her an asset. She had stopped allowing powerful men to make her improvise her own freedom. Evander and the 2 allied alphas stepped forward as neutral witnesses. Garrick looked at the documents, at the 80 silent riders, and finally at Aveline. For the first time in 9 years, he understood that delay was no longer a form of control available to him. He lowered himself beside a supply crate and signed. The posture was not theatrical. It was worse for him than theater. The Alpha of Blackmere knelt in the mud while the woman he had tried to reduce to a steward took back her name, her dowry, and the legal right to leave him. Lenora removed the incomplete Luna seal from her throat. Her fingers shook as she placed it on the crate. Aveline did not take it. "It belongs in the Blackmere archive until your bond is made lawful," she said. "A title is not a ribbon another woman can tie around your neck." Garrick signed the final page. One of the allied alphas sealed it. Captain Lyra Dane sealed the garrison record. Evander said nothing, because the victory was Aveline's and he knew better than to put his name over hers. He nodded, slowly, like a man setting down something heavy. Then he looked at Evander, and something shifted in his expression, not hostility, but recognition. A wolf recognizing another wolf, a king recognizing another king. "Take care of her," Garrick said. "That is not yours to ask," Evander replied. "And she doesn't need taking care of. She needs someone who sees what she builds and never makes her build it alone." Garrick flinched again, harder this time. He turned. He mounted his horse. Lord Voss, who had been silent through the entire exchange with the expression of a man who was rapidly recalculating the value of his political investment, followed suit. Lenora hesitated. She looked at Aveline from her white mare, and her face was open and conflicted and very young. "Lady Ashwood," she said, "I didn't know. About what you went through. He told me you were happy to leave. He said what was convenient. That's what Garrick does." "I'm sorry." Aveline looked at the young woman, 23, golden-haired, exhausted, and painfully out of her depth, and felt something shift inside her. Not forgiveness, not yet, but the absence of hatred, which was its own form of freedom. "Learn the accounts," Aveline said. "Don't let him hire someone else to do it. If you're going to be Luna, be Luna. Know where the money goes. Know what the grain costs. Know the names of the miners and the merchants and the kitchen staff. And if he ever makes you feel like a decoration instead of a partner, take the cheese and leave." Lenora stared at her. Then, impossibly, she smiled. A real smile, small and startled and genuine. "The cheese," she said. "Always the cheese." They left. 30 warriors, 2 lords, and a young woman on a white horse rode back north through the garrison gate and into the cold morning. Aveline stood in the courtyard and watched them go. The clipboard was still in her hand. Her delivery manifest was still unfinished. The winter supplies were still waiting to be checked and catalogued and stored. Evander stood beside her, not touching, not speaking, just there. "I'm going to finish my inventory now," she said. "I know. And then I'm going to have a very large glass of wine. I'll join you. And then I'm going to cry, just once, just for 5 minutes. And then I'm going to stop, and I'm going to be fine." His hand found hers. His fingers laced through hers, warm and steady and certain. "Take as long as you need," he said. She did not take long. She took exactly 5 minutes, sitting in her cottage with Hayes's silver head on her knee and Evander's hand in hers, and she cried for the woman she had been at 22 who had believed that love was enough, and then she stopped. Then she finished her inventory. The weeks that followed were a complicated negotiation between duty, desire, and the lingering wreckage of a broken marriage. The dissolution papers arrived 3 weeks after Garrick's visit, delivered by a neutral courier under the seal of the Pack Elder Council. 3 neutral alphas had witnessed. Aveline's full dowry had been restored, every coin, every piece of silver, and a formal letter of good standing bore Garrick's signature in the sharp, angular handwriting she knew so well. She signed the dissolution. She sent the cipher key north with the courier, and then she took the Luna seal, the dark iron medallion she had worn for 9 years, and she set it on her desk and she looked at it for a long time. "What will you do with it?" Nessa asked. The healer had come by with a jar of willow bark tea, which was Nessa's solution to everything from headaches to heartbreak. "I don't know. It's not mine anymore. It was never really mine. It belongs to the Black Mirror Luna, whoever she is." "You could send it back." "I could." Aveline picked up the seal. It was heavy in her hand. "Or I could melt it down and make something new." "Like what?" "I don't know yet, but I'm tired of wearing things that belong to other people's stories." She did not melt it down. Not yet. She put it in a drawer and closed it, and the sound of the drawer closing was the sound of a chapter ending. Evander, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Not because he was demanding, he was the opposite of demanding. He was patient and careful and unfailingly respectful of her space and her grief and her process. But he was also present, and his presence was a physical force, like gravity, like the tide, like something natural and inevitable that you could not resist without exhausting yourself. He trained with the garrison soldiers every morning, and Aveline watched from the supply room window, and she told herself she was checking inventory. And she was checking inventory, but she was also watching the way he moved, fluid and powerful and precise, and the way the sunlight caught the angles of his face, and the way he laughed with Petra after she accidentally knocked him off balance with a shield bash that she was very proud of. "Did you see that?" Petra crowed. "I knocked the Silver Wolf King on his royal backside." "You caught me off guard," Evander said, picking himself up with dignity. "I knocked you on your backside." It was a very good shield bash. "I'm going to tell everyone. I'm going to tell my mother. I'm going to tell the merchant boy. I'm going to commission a ballad." "Please don't commission a ballad." "Too late. The ballad is already being composed in my heart." Aveline laughed. She pressed her hand over her mouth to muffle it, but Evander's head turned, immediately, unerringly, as if her laughter were a sound he was specifically attuned to, and he looked up at the window and found her watching him, and his face did the thing. The soft thing. The stunned thing. The thing that made Petra's eyes water and Nessa's mouth twitch, and every soldier in the garrison develop a sudden, urgent need to be somewhere else so they could have a private opinion about it. "He's looking at you again," Nessa said, appearing beside Aveline at the window with a cup of tea and the calm of a woman who found young love mildly entertaining. "I know. Like you hung the moon and also invented bread." "I did invent a bread recipe. That probably makes it worse." The second kiss happened in the rain. A storm came in from the west, a proper storm, the kind that turned the sky black and the ground to rivers, and made the garrison walls shake. Aveline was running across the courtyard trying to secure the supply room shutters before the rain destroyed a shipment of dried herbs that she had spent 3 weeks sourcing. And Evander was there because Evander was always there, and they were both soaking wet and shouting over the wind and fighting with a shutter that had come loose from its hinge. "Hold it, hold the left side." "I'm holding it." "The left side, Evander, your other left." "I know which side is left." The shutter gave way. It swung open and cracked Evander across the shoulder, and he grunted. And Aveline grabbed the shutter and slammed it shut with both hands and held it while he jammed the locking pin into place. And then they were standing in the rain, gasping, soaked to the skin, and the shutter was secure, and the herbs were saved, and Evander was looking at her. His hair was plastered to his forehead. Water ran down his face, his jaw, his neck. His pale eyes were luminous in the storm dark, and he was breathing hard, and his shirt was soaked through and clinging to shoulders that were broad and defined and extremely distracting. "Your herbs are safe," he said. "My herbs are safe." "You're welcome." "You got hit by a shutter." "It was a tactical sacrifice." She laughed. She was soaking wet and cold and standing in a thunderstorm, and she laughed, and his eyes went dark, and he took one step forward, and his hands came up and framed her face. Wet hands, warm hands, steady hands, and he kissed her. The rain came down, the thunder rolled. His mouth was warm against the cold rain on her lips, and her hands fisted in the front of his soaked shirt, and she pulled him closer, and the rain ran between their mouths, and it tasted like lightning and pine, and the specific electric sweetness of wanting someone who wanted you back with equal ferocity. When they broke apart, he pressed his forehead against hers. Water streamed down both their faces. His thumbs traced her cheekbones, wiping away rain that was immediately replaced by more rain. "I am going to build you a supply room with better shutters," he said. "That's the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me. I'll build you a whole fortress if you want, with a cheese cellar, and a library, and shutters that don't come off in a light breeze." That wasn't a light breeze, that was a gale. "For you, I would fight a gale." "You just did fight a gale." "Then consider it a down payment." She kissed him again. Briefly, firmly, a punctuation mark on a sentence she was still learning to write. Then she pulled away and wrung the water out of her hair. "We should go inside before we both catch a cold," she said. "Nessa will make us drink willow bark tea, and it tastes like misery in a cup." "I've had worse." "You haven't had Nessa's willow bark tea." They went inside. Separately, because Aveline was a woman who understood that some things needed to move at a pace, and because the garrison soldiers were already composing commentary that she did not need to encourage. But she could feel him behind her, the warmth of him, the weight of his presence, the gravitational pull of a man who had declared himself and was waiting, with infinite patience, for her to be ready. She was almost ready. The crisis came in winter. The next challenge arrived not with an army, but with a council summons, carried by a rider who was half frozen and fully terrified. The seal belonged to the Northern Alpha Council, whose elders intended to force the Silver Reaches back into dependence through winter tolls and closed mountain roads. Evander read it in Aveline's cottage. Hayes was lying in front of the fire. Aveline was sitting at her desk, and she watched his face as he read, and she watched it go hard. "What is it?" "The Northern Alpha Council has declared the Silver Reaches a threat to territorial stability. They're demanding that I surrender my western borders and submit to council oversight." "They can't do that." "They can if they have enough alphas to vote for it, and Garrick Blackmere is leading the coalition." Aveline went cold. "Garrick?" "He's been consolidating Northern support for months. This isn't about the Silver Reaches, it's about leverage. He signed the dissolution. He gave you the letter of good standing. But he's been building a political weapon since the day he left this garrison. If he can force me into submission, he can claim this territory, including Thornwall, including you." "He wouldn't." "He would, not because he wants you back as a wife, because he can't stand that someone else has what he threw away. I've seen it before. Men who don't want the thing they lost, they just want to make sure nobody else has it either." Aveline stood. She walked to the window and looked out at the garrison courtyard, where snow was falling softly, blanketing the stone walls in white. She had built something here. A life, a purpose, a place where she was valued for what she did, not for who she belonged to. "How many alphas does Garrick have?" she asked. 7. He needs 9 for a council majority. The 9th and 10th votes are undecided. Alpha Auric of Ironwood and Alpha Maeve of Red Hollow. "Maeve," Aveline said. "I know Maeve. She traded with Ashenmore for years. I negotiated her iron contracts personally." Evander looked at her. "You know Maeve?" "I know her grain needs, her iron yields, her shipping seasons, and the name of the Forge Widow, whose cooperative she protected when 3 lords tried to seize it. Maeve does not care about territorial theater. She cares whether ordinary people survive the winter. If Garrick threatens that, she will vote against him." "And Auric?" "Auric is a pragmatist. He doesn't want war. He wants predictability. If you can offer him a trade alliance that's more profitable than Garrick's coalition, he'll swing your way." Evander was staring at her. Not with surprise. He had stopped being surprised by her weeks ago. but with the particular intensity of a man who was watching the woman he loved become the most strategically important person in the room. "You can do this," he said. "You can turn the council. I can do the numbers. I can draft the trade proposals. I can reach Maeve through the merchant channels, and I can build a case for Auric based on harvest and tribute forecasts. But I need access to your trade records, your territorial assessments, and your military disposition reports." "You want access to the Silver Reach's classified intelligence." "I want access to the things I need to save your kingdom from my ex-husband's bruised ego." His mouth twitched. "The classified intelligence is in the Silver Reaches, in my capital, in my council chambers." "Then I suppose I need to go to the Silver Reaches." He stood. He crossed the room to where she stood at the window, and he was close, so close that she could feel his breath on her temple, and his hand came up and touched her hair, just barely, just the lightest brush of his fingers against the dark auburn strands that had come loose from her braid. "Come with me," he said. "Not as a guest, not as an advisor. Come as my equal. Stand beside me in my council chamber and show them what I already know, that you are the most brilliant strategist in the Northern Territories, and Garrick Blackmere was a fool to let you go. You're asking me to enter the Silver Wolf King's court. I'm asking you to enter my home." The word hit differently than she expected. Home. She had not had one in months. She had had quarters, and a cottage, and a desk, and a fireplace. But a home. A place where you were wanted, where your presence was the point rather than the inconvenience. "Yes," she said. The journey to the Silver Reaches took 4 days. Evander traveled with a company of his wolves, real wolves, and shifted wolves both, a fluid, silver-furred escort that materialized from the borderlands, as if the forest itself had been waiting for his call. Hayes took its place at the front of the pack with the smug satisfaction of a wolf that had been undercover for months and was pleased to resume its official duties. "Your scout wolf has been eating my chamomile and sleeping on my floor for 3 months, Aveline told Evander as they rode. It was gathering intelligence. It was rolling in valerian root and begging for cheese. Those activities are not mutually exclusive. Lyra stayed at Thornwall with the garrison. Petra came with them, partly as Aveline's personal guard, partly because Petra had declared that she was not missing the most exciting political event of the decade and had packed her kit with the enthusiasm of a woman who believed that all problems could be solved with sufficient arm strength and a good attitude. Nessa also came, because Aveline had asked her to, and because Nessa had said, in her quiet, precise way, "You'll need someone who sees clearly when everyone else is seeing what they want to see." The Silver Reaches were breathtaking. The landscape changed as they crossed the border. The dark pines of the borderlands gave way to silver birch forests, crystal-clear rivers, and mountain valleys that looked like they had been painted by someone who had very strong feelings about the color blue. The air was thinner, sharper, cleaner. Everything glittered. "It's beautiful," Aveline said. "It was falling apart 2 years ago," Evander said. "The Western packs were fractured. No central stewardship, no trade infrastructure, no territorial coordination. The Silver Reaches had the resources to be the wealthiest territory in the north, and they were squandering them on internal feuds." "And you fixed it?" "I'm fixing it. It's ongoing. The military is stabilized, the borders are secure, but the economy is still fragile. We have silver mines, timber, and agricultural potential, but our trade relationships with the northern packs are weak because the previous regime never invested in them." He paused. "That's why the Council's declaration is so dangerous. If Garrick's coalition imposes trade sanctions, the Silver Reaches economy will contract. My people will suffer. Then we make sure that doesn't happen." The capital was called Argenthold. It was a fortress city built into the side of a mountain. Its walls carved from silver-veined granite that caught the light and threw it back in prismatic patterns. It was beautiful and formidable, and exactly the kind of place that would be designed by a man who valued both aesthetics and defensibility. The court of the Silver Wolf King was not what Aveline had expected. She had spent 9 years in Ashenmore Keep, which was dark and cold and decorated with the skulls of enemies because Garrick thought it looked intimidating. Argenthold was light. The main hall had floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the mountain valley. The walls were lined not with trophies but with maps, detailed, annotated maps of trade routes, territorial boundaries, and resource deposits. "You decorated your throne room with maps," Aveline said. "Maps are more useful than skulls." Garrick has skulls. Garrick has skulls and no idea how much grain he has in storage. I rest my case. His council was small, 6 advisors, each one responsible for a different aspect of stewardship. They were waiting in the council chamber when Evander entered, and they rose, and their eyes went from him to Aveline with the undisguised curiosity of people who had been hearing rumors for weeks and were now confronted with the reality. "This is Aveline Ashwood," Evander said, "former Luna of Blackmere Pack, current quartermaster of Thornwall Garrison, future strategic advisor to the Silver Wolf Court." Aveline looked at him. "We haven't discussed the title." "I'm discussing it now. Do you object?" "I object to the word future. I'm advising now, right now, starting this minute." His counsel stared. "She's terrifying," whispered Aldrich's cousin Jocelyn, a young nobleman who served as Evander's trade envoy and bore a striking resemblance to his merchant cousin, including the excellent teeth and the tendency to say exactly what he was thinking at the worst possible moment. "She can hear you," Aveline said. "I know," Jocelyn said. "I wanted you to hear me. It was a compliment." Aveline liked Jocelyn immediately. He was 26, blonde, handsome in an entirely unthreatening way, and possessed of a genuine warmth that made him impossible to dislike. He was also, she discovered quickly, an excellent trade envoy, sharp, personable, and gifted with the ability to make people agree to things before they realized they were agreeing. "He's good," she told Evander after the first council meeting. "He's the best envoy I have. He also flirts with everyone. He flirts with furniture. I've seen him compliment a chair. It's a gift." "Does he flirt with you?" "He once told me my crown brought out the brooding intensity of my eyes. I nearly fired him." "But you didn't." "He was right about the crown." She threw a map scroll at him. He caught it without looking, because of course he did, and his mouth curved into that small, devastating smile that she was becoming addicted to. The work began. Aveline prepared for the council with the same intensity she had brought to Ashenmoor's ledgers and Thornwall's provision routes. She studied which territories depended on which winter roads, then drafted a plain offer for Alpha Auric of Ironwood and a personal letter to Alpha Maeve of Red Hollow. The letter mentioned the Forge Cooperative Maeve had defended years earlier and the southern bridge whose collapse had nearly isolated 3 villages. "You are including the Forge Widows?" Evander asked, reading over her shoulder. Maeve risked 3 alliances to keep their workshop open. Anyone can memorize what a ruler buys. Trust begins when you remember what she was willing to protect. He was quiet for a moment, then he said, "My mother liked cornflowers, blue ones. She grew them on the windowsill of our cottage before she died." Aveline looked up at him. His face was still, that controlled, composed stillness he wore like armor, but his eyes were open, and in them she saw the boy he had been before he was a king. "The wildflowers," she said softly, "the blue ones you bring me. They're cornflowers, the same kind she grew." "Evander, you asked where they grew. I told you the Highland Meadows. That was true. But the first ones I brought you, I picked from my mother's garden, the plot I maintain behind my quarters. She's been dead for 15 years. But the flowers keep growing, and He stopped. His jaw tightened. "I wanted to give you something that was real, something that came from a place that mattered." She stood up. She took his face in her hands, this impossible man, this ghost king, this warrior who left flowers on windowsills and remembered his mother's garden, and she kissed him so gently that it was barely a kiss at all, just a press of lips, a promise. "Thank you," she whispered against his mouth. "For the flowers. For all of them." His hands settled on her waist. He pulled her closer, not urgently, but certainly, the way you pull a door shut against the cold. "You should probably know," he said, "that Jocelyn is standing in the doorway and he's weeping." "I'm not weeping," Jocelyn said from the doorway, very clearly weeping. "I have allergies. This castle is dusty. I'm a professional." "Please leave, Jocelyn." I'm leaving. But for the record, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed, and I'm including the sunset over Lake Argentum, which is widely considered the most scenic view in the Western Territories." "Leave, Jocelyn." He left, still weeping, professionally. The council summit was held at Argenthold because Evander argued, correctly, that neutral territory was meaningless when the Northern Alpha Council had already declared its position, and hosting the summit on Silver Reach's soil was both a strategic statement and a practical advantage. The Alphas arrived over the course of 3 days. They came with retinues, banners, horses, and the specific air of people who were accustomed to being the most important person in any given room, and were now confronted with a room full of other people who felt the same way. Garrick came. He arrived on the second day with 20 warriors, his Blackmere banner, and Lenora, who looked even more tired than the last time Aveline had seen her. Lord Voss came separately, with his Goldenmere guard, and he brought his own wine, which suggested he did not trust Evander's hospitality. He was right not to. Evander had instructed the kitchen to serve Lord Voss exclusively from the oldest, most vinegary barrel in the cellar, which was the kind of petty excellence that Aveline found deeply satisfying. Alpha Maeve of Red Hollow arrived on the third day. She was a woman of 50, built like a stone wall, with iron-gray hair cut short and the handshake of a blacksmith. She took one look at Aveline, and her face split into a grin. "Aveline Ashwood, I heard you stole 42 wheels of cheese and ran off with a Wolf King." "The cheese theft is accurate. The Wolf King part is more nuanced." "Is it? Because the Wolf King is standing behind you looking like he'd invade a continent if you asked." Evander, who was indeed standing behind Aveline, said nothing. But his chin lifted fractionally in a way that did not dispute the assessment. "How is the Red Hollow Forge cooperative?" Aveline asked. Maeve's expression changed. "Still open. They trained 6 new smiths this spring. You remembered." "I always remember." "I know you do. That is why I came." Maeve leaned closer. "Garrick offered me iron at ruinous terms and demanded control of my southern pass. My youngest forge steward could have written a fairer agreement while half asleep." "Can she?" "I would trust her figures before his," Aveline said. Alpha Auric of Ironwood was the last to arrive. He was older, late 50s, gray-bearded, with the weathered face of a man who had spent decades managing a mining territory and had the patience of a mountain. He was not friendly. He was not unfriendly. He was a man who wanted facts, and he wanted them delivered without ornamentation, and he had no interest in being charmed. "Lady Ashwood," he said when Aveline was introduced. "You're the one who wrote the trade proposal." "I am. It's the most detailed economic analysis I've seen from any territory in 20 years. Your projected yield curves for silver exports are aggressive, but defensible. Your trade corridor routing saves my merchants 4 days of transit time, and your proposed tariff structure is irritatingly fair." "Thank you." It wasn't entirely a compliment. Irritatingly fair means I can't find a flaw in it, and I spent 3 days looking. He studied her. "You did Blackmere's accounts for 9 years?" "I did everything for 9 years." "Then Blackmere is an idiot." I try not to comment on the intelligence of my ex-husband in political settings. I have no such restraint. He's an idiot. The summit convened. The council chamber of Argenthold was arranged in a half-circle, with the Silver Wolf King's seat at the center and the visiting alphas arranged on either side. Evander sat with his council behind him. Aveline sat at his right hand, not behind, not below, but beside, and she could feel the weight of every gaze in the room settling on that arrangement and drawing conclusions. Garrick was directly across the chamber. His silver-gray eyes moved from Evander to Aveline to the space between them. and his expression was a masterwork of controlled neutrality that did not quite hide the storm beneath. The Northern Alpha Council has declared the Silver Reaches a threat to territorial stability, said the council's spokesman, a round, officious man named Elder Harlan, who had the voice of a man who enjoyed hearing himself talk and the waistline of a man who enjoyed everything else. We request the Silver Wolf King submit to council oversight of his borders, military, and trade operations. Request, Evander repeated. That's a polite word for a threat. It is a diplomatic overture. It is a threat dressed in diplomatic language, and we all know it. The question is what's behind it. Alpha Blackmere? Garrick stood. He was tall and dark and commanding, and even Aveline, who was done with him, completely done, had to admit that he filled a room. The Silver Reaches have been consolidating military power for 2 years, Garrick said. The Western Pacts are now unified under a single king with an army larger than any individual Northern Pact can match. That represents a grave threat to the balance of power. And grave threat, Evander said. I united pacts that were starving, feuding, and dying. I built infrastructure, trade networks, and defensive positions. If stability is a threat, then I plead guilty. Stability under your control? Under my stewardship, there's a difference. I govern with a council. You govern with a chair and a wife you replace when the first one becomes inconvenient. The room went dead silent. Garrick's face darkened. Lord Voss half rose from his seat. Lenora, sitting behind Garrick, went white. That's a personal attack, Garrick said, his voice tight. It's a relevant observation. You're asking this council to trust your judgment about territorial threats. I'm asking this council to consider the judgment of a man who discarded the most competent steward in the Northern Territories because he wanted a younger mate. How is your grain situation, Alpha Blackmere? Your mine yields? Your winter tax reconciliation? All running smoothly without the woman who did all of it? Garrick's jaw worked. The room watched. My keep's household rule is not the subject of this summit. Your keep's household rule is a direct metaphor for this summit. You had something brilliant and you didn't see it. You lost it. And now you're trying to use political force to control what you couldn't keep through basic competence. Enough. Garrick's voice rose. His wolf was close to the surface. Aveline could see it in the silver blaze of his eyes, the tension in his shoulders, the barely leashed predator underneath the politician. Aveline stood. She had not planned to speak. She had planned to sit beside Evander and let the politics unfold and step in only if the numbers were needed. But Garrick's voice was rising, and Evander's jaw was tight, and the room was about to tip from debate into confrontation, and Aveline had spent 9 years managing exactly this kind of escalation. If the council will permit, she said, and her voice was calm and clear and carried to every corner of the chamber, I'd like to present an alternative to both the council's demand and the Silver Reach's current defensive posture. The room looked at her. Elder Harlan looked affronted. He was not accustomed to being interrupted by people who were not him. The Alphas looked curious. Garrick looked like a man who had just been reminded that the woman he had underestimated was still, infuriatingly, the smartest person in any room she entered. Evander looked at her. His expression did not change, but his hand, resting on the arm of his chair, opened, a small gesture, an invitation, a trust. Aveline took the floor. The Northern Alpha Council is concerned about the Silver Reach's military power, she said. That concern is legitimate. Any concentration of force in the territories creates strategic uncertainty. But the Council's proposed solution, unilateral oversight, would destabilize the Silver Reach's economy, disrupt trade routes that benefit the entire region, and create exactly the kind of power vacuum that leads to the feuding and starvation that the Silver Wolf King resolved. She turned to Auric. Alpha Auric, your iron exports travel through 3 northern trade corridors that are currently congested, expensive, and inefficient. The Silver Reach's proposed trade alliance would reroute your exports through a western corridor that cuts transit time by 4 days, reduces tariffs by 15%, and gives Ironwood direct access to the Silver Reach's silver markets. Under Garrick's coalition, your trade routes remain unchanged. Under this alliance, your territory's revenue increases by an estimated 22% within 18 months. Oric's eyebrows rose. He said nothing, but he was listening. She turned to Maeve. Alpha Maeve. Blackmere delayed your last 3 iron payments, shortened your spring order, and then asked for control of the road your villages use to reach the southern market. The Silver Reaches will honor fixed rates, pay penalties for delay, and send stoneworkers to repair the bridge before first snow. Your smiths will not lose another winter because an alpha treats a road like a bargaining token. Maeve's mouth twitched. The bridge crews can leave within 10 days, Aveline added. The villages will keep ownership of the crossing. Maeve studied her. You brought my villages into an alpha council instead of asking only what I could give you. I'm bringing your daughter's happiness into an alpha council summit, which is more than anyone else in this room has considered. Maeve sat back, she folded her arms, and she smiled. Aveline turned to the full council. The Silver Reaches are not a threat, they are an opportunity. The question before this council is whether you would rather have a neighbor who is stable, prosperous, and willing to trade, or a neighbor who has been forcibly destabilized, resentful, and looking for revenge. History suggests the first option is preferable. Economics confirms it. She sat down. The chamber was silent for 3 beats. Then Oric said, I want to see the full harvest and tribute forecasts. I have them, Aveline said, and produced a bound folio from under her chair. You brought documentation to an alpha summit, Oric said. I bring documentation everywhere. It's a personality trait. Oric took the folio. He opened it. He read for approximately 30 seconds, and then he looked up with an expression that combined professional admiration and personal irritation in equal measure. This is thorough, he said. I know. Irritatingly thorough. I know. The vote happened that evening. 7 alphas voted with Garrick's coalition, Oric voted against, Maeve voted against. The motion failed. The Silver Reaches retained their autonomy, their borders, and their king. The chamber erupted. Garrick's supporters were furious. Garrick himself stood rigid, his silver eyes burning, his hands fisted at his sides. Lord Voss was red-faced and spluttering. Elder Harlan was attempting to maintain order and failing spectacularly. In the chaos, Lenora slipped from her seat and crossed the chamber to where Aveline was standing. The young Luna's face was pale but resolute, and she looked, for the first time, like a woman instead of a girl. You saved them, Lenora said. I saved a trade alliance. The politics are secondary. You saved them by being smarter than every man in this room, and none of them will admit it. They don't have to admit it. The vote count admits it for them. Lenora was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I've been learning the accounts, like you told me. I hired a bookkeeper from the Eastern Territories. She's teaching me double-entry ledger management. Aveline looked at her. This girl who had taken her husband, her title, her chair. This girl who had ridden into Ashenmore, keep on a white horse and giggled. Good, Aveline said, and she meant it. I found the saffron, Lenora added. I took the saffron. No, the other saffron. There was a hidden stash in the second pantry, behind the flour. Aveline blinked. The second pantry has a hidden compartment? Behind the flour, left wall, 3rd stone from the floor, it pops out. I lived in that keep for 9 years, and I didn't know about a hidden compartment. I found it because I was actually looking. You were too busy running everything to look. Something passed between them. Not friendship, not yet, but something adjacent. The mutual recognition of 2 women who had been put in an impossible situation by the same man and were both, in their own ways, finding their way out. Take care of the keep, Aveline said. I will. I'm going to be a good Luna. I know you are. Lenora nodded. She turned to go. Then she stopped. Lady Ashwood? Aveline. Aveline, the Wolf King, the way he looks at you. Lenora's voice was quiet, almost wistful. Garrick never looked at me like that. He never looked at anyone like that. I thought the mate bond would be enough, but it's not the same, is it? The bond just means you're tied. It doesn't mean you're chosen. Aveline felt something shift in her chest. Not pity, recognition. The recognition of a woman hearing another woman articulate something true and painful and important. No, Aveline said. It's not the same. Being chosen is different. Being chosen means someone looked at all of you, the flower dust and the ledger tables and the stubbornness and the grief, and decided that was exactly what they wanted. The bond doesn't do that. Only a person does that. Lenora nodded. Her eyes were bright, but she did not cry. She turned and walked back to Garrick's side of the chamber, and she sat down in her chair, and she squared her shoulders, and she looked like a woman who was beginning to understand the difference between a title and a life. The aftermath of the summit was loud. Garrick's coalition fractured within hours. With Auric and Maeve's votes against the motion, the remaining 7 alphas lost their unified position, and the political arguments that had held the coalition together began to dissolve into individual grievances, personal ambitions, and the usual territorial squabbling that characterized Northern Wolf politics. Lord Voss cornered Garrick in the corridor outside the council chamber, and their argument carried through 3 stone walls. "You told me this was guaranteed," Lord Voss hissed. "You told me the council votes were secured. I gave you my daughter, Blackmere. I gave you a Luna from the most prestigious bloodline in the Eastern Territories, and you can't even deliver a council majority?" The votes were secured. Auric and Maeve were supposed to be neutral. Neutral? Auric just agreed to a trade alliance with the Silver Wolf King based on a proposal written by your ex-wife, Blackmere. The woman you threw away because my daughter batted her eyelashes at you during a military campaign. That's not what happened. That is exactly what happened, Lord Voss said. I wanted my daughter as Luna of Blackmere because it gave Goldenmere access to the northern routes. But those routes are worthless without the woman who kept them alive. Now she sits beside a rival king and defeats you with better terms and a longer memory. A longer memory? Garrick said. Don't ask. The point is that you've destroyed my investment. My daughter is Luna of a keep that can't balance its own ledgers, married to an alpha who has just been politically humiliated in front of every major power in the territories. This is not what I paid for. Their voices faded as they moved down the corridor. Aveline, who had been standing around the corner and had heard everything, leaned against the stone wall and breathed. Petra appeared beside her. Did you hear all of that? Every word. Lord Voss sounds like a man who just realized his merchandise has depreciated. Lord Voss sounds like a man who traded his daughter for a trade route and is now upset that the trade route has potholes. Do you feel sorry for him? No, I feel sorry for Lenora. She was a bargaining chip and nobody told her the game. Petra was quiet for a moment. Then she said, You're a very good person, Aveline. You know that, right? Most people in your position would want her to suffer. Suffering doesn't undo my suffering. It just adds more suffering to the general supply, and the world has enough inventory as it is. Petra laughed. It was her big, booming laugh, the one that echoed off stone walls and made everyone within 3 rooms feel warmer. The celebration that night was extraordinary. Argenthold's great hall was transformed with silver lanterns, blue cornflowers arranged in crystal vases on every table. Aveline noticed and felt her throat tighten, and the kind of food that suggested Evander's kitchen staff had been preparing for this outcome with considerable confidence. The soldiers celebrated. The council advisors celebrated. Jocelyn celebrated by giving a toast that lasted 11 minutes and made 4 people cry, including himself. Petra challenged 3 Silver Reaches warriors to an arm wrestling tournament and won all 3, which she announced to the hall at full volume while standing on a table. Maeve sat with Nessa after the hearing. They spoke about winter clinics, smiths burned at the forge, and the difficulty of keeping mountain villages supplied when snow closed the passes. Their friendship began through practical questions rather than instant sentiment. I like your healer, Maeve told Aveline later. She's the most sensible person I've met in years. She makes terrible willow bark tea. Nobody's perfect. Aveline sat at the high table beside Evander, and the hall blazed with light and laughter and the particular joy of a crisis averted, and she felt, for the first time in months, perhaps for the first time in years, that she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Evander was quiet beside her. He had been quiet through the celebration, not unhappy but contained, the way he always was in public. The Silver Wolf King did not perform. He observed. He acknowledged. He was present without being performative, and his people loved him for it, because there was something profoundly reassuring about a king who did not need to be the loudest person in the room. But he was watching her. She could feel it, that focused, intent gaze resting on her face like sunlight through a window. Every time she turned to speak to someone, she could feel his eyes follow. Every time she laughed, she could see his expression soften. Every time she looked back at him, he did not look away. He held her gaze with the quiet certainty of a man who had decided where he wanted to look and had no intention of looking anywhere else. "You're staring," she said without turning her head. "I'm appreciating." "You can appreciate less intensely. You're making Jocelyn emotional again." "Jocelyn is always emotional." He cried during the cheese course. "It was very good cheese." "It was your cheese. You made it." He cried because the Silver Wolf Kings, he paused, chose his words with care, "because the woman beside me made the cheese and he found that romantic." "The woman beside you," she repeated. She turned to face him. "Is that what I am?" His pale eyes held hers. In the lantern light they were warm, warmer than she had ever seen them, stripped of the careful control he wore in public. Underneath the king, the strategist, the ghost, there was a man who was looking at her like she was the answer to every question he had been too afraid to ask. "You're whatever you want to be," he said. "But I would very much like you to be the woman beside me, not because I need a strategist or an advisor or a quartermaster, because I need you, because my council chamber feels empty without you arguing with the trade projections, because my mother's garden looks right with your window next to it, because I have spent my entire life alone, and I didn't know that was a problem until you showed me what it felt like to not be alone." The hall was loud around them, music playing, soldiers singing, Petra arm wrestling, Jocelyn weeping into a napkin. Aveline reached under the table and took his hand. "The woman beside you," she said. "I like the sound of that." His fingers closed around hers. His thumb pressed against her pulse point, her wrist, the place where he had first held her hand in a dark supply room after she had hit a wolf with a poker, and she felt his pulse against hers, steady and certain and synchronized. "Stay," he said. "I'm staying." "Not at Thornwall. Here, with me, in Argenthold, in the garden, at the table, beside me. Stay." She looked at him, at this man who had found her in a forest, who had walked alone through the borderlands because he could not stop coming back, who had picked cornflowers from his dead mother's garden and left them on her windowsill because he wanted to give her something real. "I'll stay," she said, "but I have conditions." "Name them." "I want a proper supply room, with shutters that don't come off." "Done." "I want access to the full trade records, the harvest and tribute forecasts, and the territorial assessments." "Done." "I want a seat at the council table, not behind, not below, beside." "You already have it. You've had it since the moment you walked into that chamber. And I want you to keep bringing me flowers." His hand tightened on hers. Something moved in his face. That raw, barely controlled thing, the thing he kept leashed in public but could not hide from her, the thing that looked like love expressed by a man who had never had the practice. "Every day," he said, "every single day. Even when the Highland passes are snowed in and I have to dig through 3 feet of ice to reach the meadow, even when my council thinks I've lost my mind, even when I'm old and slow and the ride takes me 3 days instead of 2. Every day, Aveline." She leaned into him. Not a kiss, something quieter, more intimate. She rested her head against his shoulder, and his arm came around her, and his chin rested on top of her head, and they sat like that in the blazing hall while the celebration roared around them, and she breathed, and she was home. Across the hall, Petra climbed onto her chair and raised her cup. To the woman who saved the silver reaches with a fair offer and the decency to remember a village. The hall cheered. And to the king who picks flowers. The hall cheered louder. Evander closed his eyes. I am never going to live that down. Never, Aveline confirmed. The ballad is already being composed. I specifically asked her not to compose a ballad. You asked her not to compose a ballad about the shield bash. The flower picking is new material. I am going to demote Petra. Petra doesn't work for you. Then I'm going to promote her so I can demote her. Aveline laughed, and his arm tightened around her, and the sound of her laughter in that hall, bright, full, unguarded, was the sound of a woman who had stopped surviving and started living. The winter passed. It passed in a blaze of work and warmth and the slow, careful architecture of a new life. Aveline became the Silver Reach's High Steward of the Silver Court, not by appointment, but by gravitational inevitability. She reorganized the treasury. She rebuilt the trade infrastructure. She established a network of merchant partnerships that connected the Silver Reaches to every major territory in the north. And she did it all with the meticulous, relentless competence that had once been invisible in Ashenmoor and was now finally seen. Evander governed. He governed well, with intelligence, restraint, and the particular wisdom of a man who understood that the best leaders were not the loudest ones. He rebuilt the Western Pact's military strength while simultaneously investing in roads, wells, and granaries, schools, roads, medical facilities, because he believed that a kingdom's strength was measured not by its army, but by the quality of life of its weakest citizens. He and Aveline argued about economic policy at least twice a week. These arguments were legendary within Argenthold, partly because they were genuinely substantive disagreements about tariff structures and division of stores, and partly because they always ended with Evander saying something like, "You're right, and I hate it," and Aveline saying, "You'll hate it less when the expected toll and harvest returns come in." And then they would look at each other for approximately 3 seconds too long, and everyone in the room would suddenly need to be somewhere else. "They're doing it again," Jocelyn whispered to Nessa during one such argument. The looking? The looking. It's been 4 seconds. 5. 6. That's a new record. Leave them alone, Jocelyn. I can't. I'm invested. I've been invested since the wildflowers. My entire emotional well-being is tied to their love story. That seems unhealthy. It's deeply unhealthy. I don't care. Hayes settled into Argenthold as an aging wild wolf that had finally accepted one safe territory. It chose a fur-lined place near the hearth, but abandoned it whenever the hall grew crowded. It still ranged the lower slopes, returned with burrs in its coat, and guarded Aveline's door at night. The head chef disliked the missing scraps. Hayes remained indifferent to the head chef. Your wolf ate my roasting chicken, the chef, a ferocious woman named Gretchen who ran the kitchen like a military operation, reported to Aveline one morning. It's not my wolf, it's the king's scout. The king's scout ate my roasting chicken, the entire chicken, raw, in under 2 minutes, while maintaining eye contact with me. It was a dominance display. Have you considered that it was just hungry? That wolf is never hungry. It eats better than half the court. It was sending a message. The message was, I am in charge of this kitchen, and your chicken means nothing to me. I'll talk to it. You'll talk to a wolf. It usually listens. It has very good comprehension for a wild animal. That wolf has not been wild a single day in its life. That wolf has the manners of a diplomat and the appetite of a siege army, and if it touches my venison roast, there will be consequences. Hayes, lying on its cushion across the hall, yawned hugely, showing every one of its very large teeth. Its glacier blue eyes found Gretchen's across the room. It licked its lips. Consequences, Gretchen muttered, and retreated to her kitchen. Spring came, and with it, 2 things: the dissolution of Garrick's remaining political influence, and a letter. The political dissolution happened gradually. Without the council majority, Garrick's position as the North's dominant alpha weakened. The trade alliance between the Silver Reaches, Ironwood, and Red Hollow drew more packs to Evander's orbit, not through force, but through prosperity. Merchants chose the western corridors because they were faster and cheaper. Mining territories chose Silver Reaches contracts because the terms were fair. Agricultural communities chose Silver Reaches partnerships because the prices were stable. Aveline's economic architecture was doing what armies could not. It was making peace profitable. Garrick did not collapse. He was too strong for that, too proud, too stubborn, but he contracted. Blackmere Pack turned inward, focused on its own territory, and Lenora, to her credit, proved to be a more capable Luna than anyone had expected. She hired competent stewards. She rebuilt the household accounts. She established her own trade relationships. She was not Aveline, no one was Aveline, but she was learning, and she was trying, and that counted for something. The letter arrived on a warm spring morning, carried by a Blackmere courier. It was from Garrick. It was short. Aveline, I am writing this because I should have written it months ago, and because there are things that cannot be said in council chambers or across garrison courtyards. I loved you. I want you to know that. Not well enough, not bravely enough, not in any of the ways you deserved, but I loved you. You were my first, the first person who saw me as more than an alpha, the first person who made me want to be more than a title, and I failed you. I failed you when I didn't see what you built. I failed you when I didn't hold you long enough when we lost our child. I failed you when I let a new bond convince me that what we had was less than it was. It wasn't less, it was everything. I just didn't know it until you were gone. I am not asking you to come back. I know you won't, and I know you shouldn't. The Silver Wolf King is a better man than I was to you. I can see that. I hate that I can see that, but I can see it. I am asking for your forgiveness. Not now, not soon. Whenever you're ready, if you're ever ready. The cheese was excellent. I miss it more than I want to admit. Garrick. Aveline read the letter 3 times. She sat at her desk in Argenthold, in the room with the window that overlooked Evander's mother's garden, where the cornflowers were blooming blue and wild, and she read the letter 3 times, and then she folded it and put it in the drawer with the Luna seal. She did not cry. She had used her 5 minutes of crying months ago, and she did not feel the need for more. What she felt was something quieter, a loosening, a release, the sensation of a knot being untied that she had not realized was still holding. She would write back, not today, not tomorrow, but someday. She would write back and she would say, I forgive you, not because you deserve it, but because carrying it is heavier than letting it go. And then she would close that drawer forever. Evander found her staring at the cornflowers. He stood in the doorway of her study, their study, really, because his maps had migrated to her walls, and her ledgers had migrated to his shelves, and the room had become something shared without either of them officially declaring it, and he watched her with those pale silver eyes. Letter from Blackmere, he said, not a question. He apologized. Good. You're not jealous? I am aware that your former husband sent you a personal letter, and I am trying to meet that knowledge with maturity. So you're jealous. I am violently jealous, he admitted. Every wolf instinct I possess wants to ride north and throw his letters into a river. But you loved him once. His apology belongs to your history, not to my pride. So I will remain here and behave like a civilized king, even if civilization is proving deeply inconvenient. Eat his mail. All of it, every letter, every scroll, every trade receipt. I will consume his entire postal system. Aveline laughed. She stood up and crossed the room and put her arms around him, and his arms closed around her, tight, fierce, possessive in the way that he only allowed himself to be when they were alone, and she pressed her face against his chest and breathed him in. Pine, cold stone, lightning, home. I'm not going back to him, she said. I know. I'm not going anywhere. I know. I am going to stay here, rebuild your winter roads, argue with you about toll rates, eat your cheese, and put flowers in every window until this castle looks like a meadow grew inside a mountain. I would like that very much. And I'm going to kiss you now. I would like that even more." She kissed him. Not gently, not carefully. She kissed him the way she did everything, with purpose, with commitment, with the full force of a woman who knew what she wanted and was done apologizing for wanting it. His hands came up into her hair, pulling the pins loose, and her dark auburn hair tumbled down her back, and his fingers tangled in it, and he kissed her back with a desperation that he had been holding at bay for months, a controlled, shaking intensity that made her knees buckle. He caught her. Of course he caught her. One arm locked around her waist, bracing her against him, and his other hand cupped the back of her neck, and he kissed her deeply, thoroughly, like he was memorizing her, like he was making up for every day he had spent alone before he found her. When they broke apart, his forehead rested against hers. His breathing was uneven. His eyes were dark. "Aveline," he said. "Evander, I need you to know something." "What?" "You are the first, the only. There has never been anyone before you, and there will never be anyone after you. And I don't say that because I'm a king making a declaration. I say that because I'm a man who walked alone for 34 years and didn't know he was lonely until you put your hand on a wild wolf's head and told it not to bite you because you had cheese to steal." Her eyes burned, not with tears, with something brighter, fiercer, something that refused to be contained. "You're a very strange king," she said. "You're a very strange quartermaster. I prefer High Steward of the Silver Court. You are a very strange High Steward of the Silver Court, and I am very desperately in love with you." She kissed him again, softly this time, a kiss that was not hunger but tenderness, not urgency but certainty. The kiss of a woman who had finally stopped running and found at the end of the road not a destination but a person. In the garden below, the cornflowers bloomed. Before the summer ceremony, the Northern Alpha Council reconvened in Argenthold for a public tribunal. The same elders who had tried to discuss Aveline as a useful mind were required to sit beneath the Silver Reach's banners, while she stood at the central table with only 3 pieces of evidence: Lord Voss's payment order, the raider captain's marked token, and Elder Harlan's bribery entry. Nothing was hidden beneath a mountain of rules. Every person in the hall could understand who had profited, who had been harmed, and who had chosen to look away. Lord Voss was stripped of his iron privileges and estates. The wealth taken from miners and independent merchants was returned to their communities. He was sentenced to 10 years of supervised labor, rebuilding the mountain roads he had deliberately allowed to fail. When he protested that manual work was beneath his station, Aveline replied, "Then 10 years should give you time to rise to it." Elder Harlan lost his council seat and property. Because he had used paperwork to hide hunger, he was ordered to spend 3 winters in the northern grain depots, measuring rations, repairing damaged storehouses, and answering directly to the widows whose supplies he had diverted. His punishment was not ceremonial. It required cold hands, an aching back, and the daily knowledge of what his signatures had cost. The 2 raider leaders responsible for 3 merchant deaths were tried under territorial law and sentenced to death. The ruling was recorded and carried out without public spectacle. The remaining raiders were offered supervised resettlement and labor on farms or permanent exile. Most chose work. A few eventually became competent farmers, which Petra considered proof that a shovel could succeed where speeches failed. Garrick was not charged for failing as a husband. He was charged for binding a second Luna before dissolving the first bond, bringing armed men into a neutral garrison to reclaim a woman as property, and using council pressure to obstruct Silver Reach's trade. He lost Blackmere's council vote for 3 years, paid restitution to Thornwall, and was ordered to spend 1 full winter accompanying the miners' relief caravans he had once treated as figures in Aveline's ledgers. He accepted the sentence standing, but when the clerk brought the public declaration clearing Aveline of every accusation, he knelt before the council to sign it. "I loved her," he said, his voice rough enough to scrape the silence. "I simply loved my own comfort more. That was the choice that destroyed us." Aveline looked at the man she had once believed was her home. She felt grief, but it no longer pulled her backward. "You did not lose me when Evander arrived," she said. "You lost me every time I carried your keep alone and you called the weight invisible." Lenora was not convicted of a crime. She returned the improperly granted seal, testified against her father, and chose to remain at Blackmere under no ceremonial title until she had learned the names of the miners, servants, merchants, and widows whose lives Aluna was supposed to protect. Aveline did not forgive her in a single shining moment. They built a cautious peace through truthful letters and work that could be verified. When the final seal struck the tribunal record, Evander remained one step behind Aveline. His army had made the hearing possible. Her evidence, her choices, and her voice decided its outcome. "This is not vengeance," Aveline told the council. "It is the first ledger none of you will ask a woman to balance in secret." The formal ceremony happened on the summer solstice. It was not a wedding, not yet, not technically. Evander's council proposed a formal alliance between the Silver Wolf King and the former Luna of Blackmere. Aveline refused any ceremony that made her sound appended to his title. She demanded an equal seat in the Silver Court, independent authority over stores and roads, and the right to keep her own name. In the end, Jocelyn called it a declaration of mutual everything, while Petra called it the best party this mountain has ever seen. The ceremony was held in the Great Hall of Argenthold, which had been decorated with, at Aveline's insistence, wildflowers from every region of the Silver Reaches. Blue cornflowers from the highland meadows, white silver bells from the valley floor, purple mountain heather from the upper slopes. The hall smelled like every beautiful place in the kingdom had sent its best representatives. Aveline wore midnight blue. Not because it was traditional, it wasn't, but because it was hers. The same color as the gown she had sewn for Ashenmoor's winter solstice, the gown she had worn the night she was humiliated in the Great Hall, the gown she had worn when she walked away. She had a new one made, finer fabric, better cut, silver thread at the cuffs, but the color was the same, because she was the same woman who had walked down those 114 steps in Ashenmoor Keep, and she wanted the world to know it. Her mother's silver combs held her hair. Her neck was bare, no Luna seal, no medallion, no symbol of belonging to someone else's story. Evander wore black, because Evander always wore black, and because he had attempted to wear silver for the occasion, and Jocelyn had told him he looked like a very handsome chandelier, and he had changed immediately. The ceremony was simple. They stood in front of the council, the garrison, the Silver Reaches court, and approximately 40 soldiers who had been personally threatened by Petra into attending in clean uniforms. Maeve attended with her daughter and the master smith from the Red Hollow Cooperative, both wearing formal winter blue cloaks. Oryx stood near the rear wall with his usual stone expression. Only the white pressure of his fingers around the bench rail betrayed how much the moment affected him. Lyra was there, standing against the back wall with her arms crossed, looking like a woman who was not crying and was fully prepared to fight anyone who suggested she was. Nessa was there with a cup of willow bark tea, because Nessa brought willow bark tea to everything. Tam was there because Berta had written him a letter that said, "Go to that ceremony or I will find you," and Tam feared his aunt more than any living creature. Hayes rested near the open doors, close enough to watch Aveline and far enough to leave if the crowd became too loud. Its silver coat caught the lantern light. One ear remained turned toward the mountain wind. Evander took Aveline's hands. His fingers were warm. His pulse was steady. His eyes, pale silver, mountain clear, holding everything he had never said and everything he would spend his life saying, were fixed on hers. "I don't have a speech," he said. "I had one. Jocelyn helped me write it. It was 4 pages long and contained 3 historical references and a metaphor about rivers." "What happened to it?" "I burned it. I do not need 4 pages. He paused. "I first saw you standing in a hall where everyone expected you to become smaller. Then I found you in a forest repairing a horseshoe beside a cart full of everything you had refused to surrender. You were the most magnificent thing I had ever seen, and I will spend the rest of my life making certain you know it." The hall was silent. Aveline looked at him, at this man, this king, this person who had walked alone through the borderlands and found her and stayed. "I don't have a speech either," she said, "but I have a ledger entry." She reached into the pocket of her gown and produced a small, folded piece of paper. She unfolded it. Date: summer solstice. Item: one silver wolf king encountered first as an inconvenient witness and later beside a damaged horseshoe. Condition: excellent. Value: incalculable. Notes: comes with silver banners, a flower garden, and a tendency to growl at merchants. Recommend permanent retention. Evander stared at her. His composure, the composure of a king, the composure that had held through councils and summits and political crises, cracked, not broke, cracked. And through the crack, something luminous poured out. Something that looked like joy, raw and unfiltered and astonished. The joy of a man who had expected nothing from the world and had been given everything. He pulled her into his arms after she nodded permission, and the hall erupted. Petra shouted, Jocelyn openly sobbed, Maeve applauded with rare abandon, and Captain Lyra Dane turned her face toward the banners as if the cloth had suddenly become fascinating. Evander kissed her before the court, the council, and the soldiers. He kissed her like a man making no claim she had not freely granted, and she kissed him back like a woman who had finally found the place where she was not an asset, a decoration, or a chair to be replaced, but a person, chosen, seen, and loved. Loved not because she was useful, loved because she was her. When they broke apart, Evander whispered against her mouth, "Permanent retention?" "Non-negotiable," she whispered back. "Good, because I was never going to let you return this particular acquisition." "That's not how acquisitions work." "I'm a king. I make the rules about how acquisitions work." "You absolutely do not. I set the terms of every royal acquisition. I am the High Steward." "Then I defer to the High Steward." "Smart king." "I try." Hayes lifted its silver head when the hall erupted and answered the noise with a single long howl. The sound carried through the open doors and across the mountain. It was neither speech nor ceremony, only the instinctive call of a wolf hearing its chosen territory answer back. Years passed. Aveline established a school for young women from poor and displaced packs where they learned ledger work, contract terms, winter road planning, and the harder art of knowing whose household would go hungry when a number was written carelessly. The Ashwood School's motto was carved above the entrance. Count the grain, know the names, take the cheese. Evander ruled with restraint and the quiet authority of a man who understood that strength meant more than defeating another alpha. He reinforced the western packs, rebuilt roads, wells, and granaries, and welcomed fractured communities that agreed to protect the same laws. They argued about bridge tolls every Tuesday. It became the council's favorite form of entertainment. They had flowers in every window of Argenthold, and the castle smelled like a meadow that had grown inside a mountain, and visitors who came from other territories were often seen standing in the corridors just breathing, because the air was sweet and the light was golden, and the Silver Wolf King and his partner were visibly, embarrassingly, incandescently in love in a way that made everyone who witnessed it feel slightly better about the world. Hayes grew old and pale around the muzzle. It spent colder days near the hearth and warmer ones sleeping beneath the cornflower windows. It followed Aveline more slowly each year, still alert to unfamiliar footsteps, still entirely uninterested in court rank. Petra became the captain of Argenthold's guard. She was the most popular captain in the Silver Reach's history, largely because she challenged every visiting dignitary to an arm wrestling match and always won, and partly because she maintained a standing policy of solving interpersonal conflicts through competitive physical activities rather than formal hearings, which was unconventional but remarkably effective. Nessa established a network of healers across the Silver Reaches, trained, supplied, and supported by the Crown. She continued to make willow bark tea. It continued to taste terrible. She continued to not care. Jocelyn became the most successful trade envoy in the territories. He was also the most emotional trade envoy in the territories. He cried at every ceremony, every formal dinner, and every particularly beautiful sunset. He was universally beloved. Tam went back to Berta with a letter from Aveline and a wheel of firewolf cheese. Berta read the letter, ate the cheese, and said, "Good, now come help me with the bread, and stop growing, you're too tall." Lenora in Ashenmoor became a competent Luna. Not a great one, not yet, but a real one. She learned the accounts, she learned the names, she learned that running a household was not about being loved by an alpha, it was about being useful to a community. She and Aveline exchanged letters twice a year. Polite, practical letters about trade terms and grain prices, with occasional postscripts about cheese recipes and hidden compartments. They were not friends, but they were something. Two women who had survived the same man and come out the other side with their dignity intact. And on every windowsill of Argenthold, in every season, in every weather, there were blue cornflowers. Evander picked the cornflowers himself whenever the passes were safe. On storm days, he brought them from his mother's sheltered garden. Each morning, Aveline found fresh blue petals on the sill, and over the years, the ritual became one of the quiet measures by which she trusted time. "You don't have to keep doing this," Aveline said one morning, finding fresh flowers on the sill. "I know you love me. You've demonstrated it extensively. You could delegate the flower picking to Jocelyn." Jocelyn would cry too much. The flowers would be waterlogged. Then delegate to Petra. Petra would pick them with too much enthusiasm. They'd be crushed. Then delegate to Hayes. They both looked at Hayes, sleeping near the open window with its nose turned toward the mountain air. Age had softened the silver around its muzzle but had not made it obedient. "Hayes does not accept delegated duties," Evander said. "Then I suppose you'll have to keep picking them yourself." "I suppose I will." He crossed the room. He took her face in his hands, the way he had on the wall walk, the way he had in the rain, the way he did every time he wanted her to see what he could not always say, and he kissed her forehead. "Every day," he said. "I promised you every day." "You did." "I keep my promises." "I know you do." She smiled up at him, the full, unguarded smile that she gave no one else, the smile that was his and only his. "That's why I stayed." He kissed her. One more time, softly. A kiss that was not a beginning and not an ending, but a continuation. The ongoing, daily, extraordinary act of choosing the same person over and over and over again. Outside, the cornflowers bloomed. Near the window, Hayes shifted once in its sleep and settled again. And in a castle made of silver-veined stone, on a mountain in the western reaches, a woman who had been told she was replaceable built a life that was irreplaceable, beside a man who had never stopped walking until he found her. She was not an asset, she was not a decoration, she was not a chair. She was Aveline Ashwood, High Steward of the Silver Court, partner to the Silver Wolf King, builder, strategist, cheese thief, poker wielder, and the woman who had taught an entire kingdom that invisible work still had a name. And she was home. Aveline had once believed leaving meant losing the life she had built. In the end, leaving was how she carried its strongest parts with her. The rest could remain behind with the man who had failed to value them. And if freedom required a night road, 14 crates, and 42 wheels of cheese, she had no regrets about the cart. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more rejected mate, ex-regret, and chosen love romances. On top of her head, and they sat like that in the blazing hall while the celebration roared around them, and she breathed, and she was home. Across the hall, Petra climbed onto her chair and raised her cup. To the woman who saved the silver reaches with a fair offer and the decency to remember a village. The hall cheered. And to the king who picks flowers. The hall cheered louder. Evander closed his eyes. "I am never going to live that down." "Never," Aveline confirmed. "The ballad is already being composed." "I specifically asked her not to compose a ballad." "You asked her not to compose a ballad about the shield bash. The flower picking is new material." "I am going to demote Petra." "Petra doesn't work for you." "Then I'm going to promote her so I can demote her." Aveline laughed, and his arm tightened around her, and the sound of her laughter in that hall, bright, full, unguarded, was the sound of a woman who had stopped surviving and started living. The winter passed. It passed in a blaze of work and warmth and the slow, careful architecture of a new life. Aveline became the Silver Reach's High Steward of the Silver Court, not by appointment, but by gravitational inevitability. She reorganized the treasury. She rebuilt the trade infrastructure. She established a network of merchant partnerships that connected the Silver Reaches to every major territory in the north. And she did it all with the meticulous, relentless competence that had once been invisible in Ashenmoor and was now finally seen. Evander governed. He governed well, with intelligence, restraint, and the particular wisdom of a man who understood that the best leaders were not the loudest ones. He rebuilt the Western Pact's military strength while simultaneously investing in roads, wells, and granaries, schools, roads, medical facilities, because he believed that a kingdom's strength was measured not by its army, but by the quality of life of its weakest citizens. He and Aveline argued about economic policy at least twice a week. These arguments were legendary within Argenthold, partly because they were genuinely substantive disagreements about tariff structures and division of stores, and partly because they always ended with Evander saying something like, "You're right, and I hate it," and Aveline saying, "You'll hate it less when the expected toll and harvest returns come in." And then they would look at each other for approximately 3 seconds too long, and everyone in the room would suddenly need to be somewhere else. "They're doing it again," Jocelyn whispered to Nessa during one such argument. The looking? The looking. It's been 4 seconds. 5. 6. That's a new record. "Leave them alone, Jocelyn." "I can't. I'm invested. I've been invested since the wildflowers. My entire emotional well-being is tied to their love story." "That seems unhealthy." "It's deeply unhealthy. I don't care." Hayes settled into Argenthold as an aging wild wolf that had finally accepted one safe territory. It chose a fur-lined place near the hearth, but abandoned it whenever the hall grew crowded. It still ranged the lower slopes, returned with burrs in its coat, and guarded Aveline's door at night. The head chef disliked the missing scraps. Hayes remained indifferent to the head chef. "Your wolf ate my roasting chicken," the chef, a ferocious woman named Gretchen who ran the kitchen like a military operation, reported to Aveline one morning. "It's not my wolf, it's the King's Scout." "The King's Scout ate my roasting chicken, the entire chicken, raw, in under 2 minutes, while maintaining eye contact with me. It was a dominance display." "Have you considered that it was just hungry?" "That wolf is never hungry. It eats better than half the court." It was sending a message. The message was, "I am in charge of this kitchen, and your chicken means nothing to me. I'll talk to it." "You'll talk to a wolf." "It usually listens. It has very good comprehension for a wild animal." "That wolf has not been wild a single day in its life. That wolf has the manners of a diplomat and the appetite of a siege army, and if it touches my venison roast, there will be consequences." Hayes, lying on its cushion across the hall, yawned hugely, showing every one of its very large teeth. Its glacier blue eyes found Gretchen's across the room. It licked its lips. "Consequences," Gretchen muttered, and retreated to her kitchen. Spring came, and with it, 2 things: the dissolution of Garrick's remaining political influence, and a letter. The political dissolution happened gradually. Without the council majority, Garrick's position as the North's dominant alpha weakened. The trade alliance between the Silver Reaches, Ironwood, and Red Hollow drew more packs to Evander's orbit, not through force, but through prosperity. Merchants chose the western corridors because they were faster and cheaper. Mining territories chose Silver Reaches contracts because the terms were fair. Agricultural communities chose Silver Reaches partnerships because the prices were stable. Aveline's economic architecture was doing what armies could not. It was making peace profitable. Garrick did not collapse. He was too strong for that, too proud, too stubborn, but he contracted. Blackmere Pack turned inward, focused on its own territory, and Lenora, to her credit, proved to be a more capable Luna than anyone had expected. She hired competent stewards. She rebuilt the household accounts. She established her own trade relationships. She was not Aveline, no one was Aveline, but she was learning, and she was trying, and that counted for something. The letter arrived on a warm spring morning, carried by a Blackmere courier. It was from Garrick. It was short. Aveline, I am writing this because I should have written it months ago, and because there are things that cannot be said in council chambers or across garrison courtyards. I loved you. I want you to know that. Not well enough, not bravely enough, not in any of the ways you deserved, but I loved you. You were my first, the first person who saw me as more than an alpha, the first person who made me want to be more than a title, and I failed you. I failed you when I didn't see what you built. I failed you when I didn't hold you long enough when we lost our child. I failed you when I let a new bond convince me that what we had was less than it was. It wasn't less, it was everything. I just didn't know it until you were gone. I am not asking you to come back. I know you won't, and I know you shouldn't. The Silver Wolf King is a better man than I was to you. I can see that. I hate that I can see that, but I can see it. I am asking for your forgiveness. Not now, not soon. Whenever you're ready, if you're ever ready. The cheese was excellent. I miss it more than I want to admit. Garrick. Aveline read the letter 3 times. She sat at her desk in Argenthold, in the room with the window that overlooked Evander's mother's garden, where the cornflowers were blooming blue and wild, and she read the letter 3 times, and then she folded it and put it in the drawer with the Luna seal. She did not cry. She had used her 5 minutes of crying months ago, and she did not feel the need for more. What she felt was something quieter, a loosening, a release, the sensation of a knot being untied that she had not realized was still holding. She would write back, not today, not tomorrow, but someday. She would write back and she would say, I forgive you, not because you deserve it, but because carrying it is heavier than letting it go. And then she would close that drawer forever. Evander found her staring at the cornflowers. He stood in the doorway of her study, their study, really, because his maps had migrated to her walls, and her ledgers had migrated to his shelves, and the room had become something shared without either of them officially declaring it, and he watched her with those pale silver eyes. Letter from Blackmere, he said, not a question. He apologized. Good. You're not jealous? I am aware that your former husband sent you a personal letter, and I am trying to meet that knowledge with maturity. So you're jealous. I am violently jealous, he admitted. Every wolf instinct I possess wants to ride north and throw his letters into a river. But you loved him once. His apology belongs to your history, not to my pride. So I will remain here and behave like a civilized king, even if civilization is proving deeply inconvenient. Eat his mail. All of it, every letter, every scroll, every trade receipt. I will consume his entire postal system. Aveline laughed. She stood up and crossed the room and put her arms around him, and his arms closed around her, tight, fierce, possessive in the way that he only allowed himself to be when they were alone, and she pressed her face against his chest and breathed him in. Pine, cold stone, lightning, home. I'm not going back to him, she said. I know. I'm not going anywhere. I know. I am going to stay here, rebuild your winter roads, argue with you about toll rates, eat your cheese, and put flowers in every window until this castle looks like a meadow grew inside a mountain. I would like that very much. And I'm going to kiss you now. I would like that even more. She kissed him. Not gently, not carefully. She kissed him the way she did everything, with purpose, with commitment, with the full force of a woman who knew what she wanted and was done apologizing for wanting it. His hands came up into her hair, pulling the pins loose, and her dark auburn hair tumbled down her back, and his fingers tangled in it, and he kissed her back with a desperation that he had been holding at bay for months, a controlled, shaking intensity that made her knees buckle. He caught her. Of course he caught her. One arm locked around her waist, bracing her against him, and his other hand cupped the back of her neck, and he kissed her deeply, thoroughly, like he was memorizing her, like he was making up for every day he had spent alone before he found her. When they broke apart, his forehead rested against hers. His breathing was uneven. His eyes were dark. "Aveline," he said. "Evander, I need you to know something." "What?" "You are the first, the only. There has never been anyone before you, and there will never be anyone after you. And I don't say that because I'm a king making a declaration. I say that because I'm a man who walked alone for 34 years and didn't know he was lonely until you put your hand on a wild wolf's head and told it not to bite you because you had cheese to steal." Her eyes burned, not with tears, with something brighter, fiercer, something that refused to be contained. "You're a very strange king," she said. "You're a very strange quartermaster. I prefer High Steward of the Silver Court. You are a very strange High Steward of the Silver Court, and I am very desperately in love with you." She kissed him again, softly this time, a kiss that was not hunger but tenderness, not urgency but certainty. The kiss of a woman who had finally stopped running and found at the end of the road not a destination but a person. In the garden below, the cornflowers bloomed. Before the summer ceremony, the Northern Alpha Council reconvened in Argenthold for a public tribunal. The same elders who had tried to discuss Aveline as a useful mind were required to sit beneath the Silver Reach's banners, while she stood at the central table with only 3 pieces of evidence: Lord Voss's payment order, the raider captain's marked token, and Elder Harlan's bribery entry. Nothing was hidden beneath a mountain of rules. Every person in the hall could understand who had profited, who had been harmed, and who had chosen to look away. Lord Voss was stripped of his iron privileges and estates. The wealth taken from miners and independent merchants was returned to their communities. He was sentenced to 10 years of supervised labor, rebuilding the mountain roads he had deliberately allowed to fail. When he protested that manual work was beneath his station, Aveline replied, "Then 10 years should give you time to rise to it." Elder Harlan lost his council seat and property. Because he had used paperwork to hide hunger, he was ordered to spend 3 winters in the northern grain depots, measuring rations, repairing damaged storehouses, and answering directly to the widows whose supplies he had diverted. His punishment was not ceremonial. It required cold hands, an aching back, and the daily knowledge of what his signatures had cost. The 2 raider leaders responsible for 3 merchant deaths were tried under territorial law and sentenced to death. The ruling was recorded and carried out without public spectacle. The remaining raiders were offered supervised resettlement and labor on farms or permanent exile. Most chose work. A few eventually became competent farmers, which Petra considered proof that a shovel could succeed where speeches failed. Garrick was not charged for failing as a husband. He was charged for binding a second Luna before dissolving the first bond, bringing armed men into a neutral garrison to reclaim a woman as property, and using council pressure to obstruct Silver Reach's trade. He lost Blackmere's council vote for 3 years, paid restitution to Thornwall, and was ordered to spend 1 full winter accompanying the miners' relief caravans he had once treated as figures in Aveline's ledgers. He accepted the sentence standing, but when the clerk brought the public
of her begged her to run. But then he looked at her not as a king, not as a beast, but as a man terrified of what he might do. And she crossed the broken glass barefoot. "Do not come closer," he growled. She kept walking. I said, "Leave." The flames rose higher, circling him like a living crown. She stepped through them. They bent away from her skin, then rushed into her body, bright and terrible. When her palms touched his face, the beast inside him shuddered. His claws dug into stone. His wings collapsed into smoke, and slowly, impossibly, he leaned into her hands like a starving creature finding warmth for the first time. By dawn, every courtier in the palace had heard what happened. By noon, Seraphine had turned rumor into accusation. By dusk, the royal council summoned them both before the throne. Not the Dragon King's throne, the ancient judgment seat beneath the Hall of Ashes, where kings themselves could be challenged if the council believed the realm was endangered. It was a trap, and he knew it. Still, he went, because kings who refused judgment looked guilty before history. She stood beside him in plain gray linen, surrounded by nobles in jewels and armor, feeling smaller than ever beneath the painted eyes of dead rulers. Seraphine stepped forward with a silver dagger in her hand and a softness in her voice that fooled no one. "Your Majesty," she said, "we do not question your strength, we question hers." She turned toward the court. A wolfless slave appears from nowhere, survives dragonfire, drains the king's power, and now his curse worsens whenever she is absent. "Is that salvation or possession?" the council murmured. The Dragon King's hand curled into a fist. Heat rolled across the floor. She felt it searching for her, reaching instinctively, but he held himself back. Seraphine saw it and smiled. Let her prove innocence. Let her touch the sacred flame. At the far end of the hall, an ancient brazier burned with white fire, said to reveal forbidden blood. No servant was allowed near it. No liar survived it. The girl's stomach dropped. The Dragon King turned on the council. "No." His voice shook the pillars. "This judgment ends now." But Seraphine had already won the room. "If she is nothing," she said, "then nothing will happen." They dragged her forward. The king moved, and 20 spears lowered toward him, not because the guards could stop him, but because the council wanted the kingdom to see him choose violence for a servant. She looked back at him once. His face was carved from fury and fear. "Do not touch it," he commanded. But for the first time since she had entered his life, she did not obey. She placed her hand into the white flame. The hall exploded with light. Not fire, not smoke. Light. Vast, golden, ancient light surged from the brazier and wrapped around her like a crown remembering its queen. The gray linen burned away into luminous ash, but her skin remained untouched. Across her arms, the hidden gold veins blazed into the shape of scales. Behind her, the shadow of enormous wings unfurled against the wall, not his wings, hers. The court fell to its knees without understanding why. The white flame rose higher, forming words in a language older than the wolf kingdoms, older than the dragon throne, older than betrayal itself. The Dragon King stared at her, as if seeing the answer to a question his blood had been asking all his life. Then the oldest counselor whispered the name no one had spoken for 3 centuries. The Ember Blood Heir. Seraphine's smile vanished. The truth broke over the hall like judgment. She was not wolfless because she was empty. She was wolfless because no wolf could live inside dragon blood. She was the last descendant of the ancient Emberblood queens, the royal line that had once balanced the Dragon Kings, not by serving them, not by obeying them, but by anchoring the fire inside their bodies so it would not consume the world. Her blood did not absorb his flame by accident. It recognized him, and his fire did not spare her because it was weak. It spared her because it had been searching for her since the day he was cursed. Seraphine lunged before anyone could stop her. The silver dagger flashed toward the girl's heart, but the Dragon King moved faster than flame. He caught the blade in his bare hand. For one breath, the court expected the dagger to melt. Instead, blood ran down his palm. Real blood. Human blood. Because while she stood within the sacred flame, his curse was silent. For the first time in years, he could bleed instead of burn. He looked at the blood in wonder. Then he looked at Seraphine. "You tried to murder my queen." The word queen shattered the last illusion of order. Rival alphas rose. Seraphine screamed that the Ember bloodline was cursed, that the servant had bewitched him, that no court would bow to Ashborn blood. The traitorous commander of the royal guard drew his sword and declared the king unfit, claiming the council's authority. Everything began to unravel. She had always been invisible, not in the mystical sense. No magic cloaked her presence. No spell hid her face. She was simply nothing. A servant girl born without a wolf, in a kingdom where even the lowest child carried the pulse of the beast beneath their skin. Among warriors and nobles who could shift into creatures of fang and fury, she remained painfully, humiliatingly human. They called her Empty, a name whispered in corridors, laughed behind goblets, spat like something bitter on the tongue. She scrubbed floors where nobles walked. She lowered her gaze when alphas passed, She learned to make herself smaller, quieter, less noticeable than the shadows that stretched along the stone walls. Because in a world ruled by strength, weakness was not pitied. It was erased. The day of her humiliation arrived wrapped in silk and cruelty. The royal court had gathered every alpha, every noble bloodline, every ambitious eye turned toward the great hall for a ceremonial demonstration of loyalty. Servants were brought forward, one by one, to kneel before the throne and swear their service. It was a tradition meant to reinforce order, but for her, it was something else. A spectacle. When her name was called, a ripple of quiet amusement moved through the court. "Bring forward the wolfless one," a noblewoman murmured, her voice dripping with delight. She stepped forward, barefoot against cold marble, her hands trembling despite every effort to steady them. The weight of hundreds of eyes pressed down on her like a physical force. At the center of it all sat the Dragon King. He did not move. He did not speak, but the air around him shimmered with heat. Even from a distance, it was suffocating, like standing too close to a forge that had never once cooled. His presence was not simply powerful, it was wrong, unnatural, as though his body rejected the world around him, burning everything that dared come near. She had heard the stories. Servants who brushed against him gone in an instant. Guards who tried to steady him, reduced to ash before they could scream. Even his own advisors kept their distance, because the Dragon King was not just feared, he was untouchable. "Kneel," came the command. She dropped to her knees. "Swear your loyalty." Another voice followed. Her throat tightened. The words felt heavy, foreign. Loyalty implied value, purpose, worth, things she had never been allowed to possess. Still, she opened her mouth, and then it happened. A guard behind her shoved her forward, hard. Her balance broke. Her body pitched ahead before she could stop it. And in that single, irreversible moment, she reached out. Her hand slammed against his. The court gasped as one. Some screamed. Others turned away, already expecting to witness her death. But no fire came. No flames devoured her skin. No ash drifted into the air. Instead, the Dragon King froze. His fingers, which had never held another living being without destroying it, remained still beneath her touch. His eyes, cold, ancient, and terrifying, snapped downward to where their skin met. And for the first time in years, the fire around him flickered. She should have pulled away. Every instinct screamed at her to let go, to retreat, to beg forgiveness. But something held her there, something deeper than fear. Because for a single, impossible second, the heat was gone, not lessened, not weakened, gone. And in its place was something else, something steady, something alive. "Don't move." His voice was low, commanding, and laced with something no one in that room had ever heard from him before. Hook. The court erupted into chaos. How is she not burning? This is impossible. She touched him. The nobles rose from their seats, whispers turning into sharp, frantic voices. Some looked at her with horror, others with calculation. But the Dragon King did not look away from her. Not once. "Stand," he ordered. She obeyed, her legs barely able to support her weight. Slowly, carefully, he turned his hand, still holding hers. Testing, waiting, watching. Nothing happened. No fire, no destruction, only silence. "Bring her closer," he said. The command sent a wave of unease through the court. "Your Majesty," one advisor began, pale with fear. "I said bring her closer." No one dared argue again. She was guided, pushed, really until she stood directly before the throne. Close enough to feel the remnants of heat still clinging to him. Close enough to see the truth no one spoke of. The Dragon King was not in control. His power was consuming him. "Look at me," he said. She hesitated, then obeyed. His eyes burned not with flame, but with something far more dangerous. "Need. What are you?" he asked. She swallowed. "Nothing, Your Majesty." The answer echoed through the hall. and something shifted in his expression. "Nothing does not survive me," he said quietly. From that moment on, her life no longer belonged to her. She was taken not to the servant quarters, not back to the shadows, but to his chambers, a place no one entered, a place no one survived. The first night was a test. She stood across the room, every nerve in her body alive with tension as he approached. Slowly, deliberately, like a predator, unsure of its prey. "Do not run," he said. She didn't, not because she wasn't afraid, but because something deeper had taken hold. Curiosity. His hand lifted, hesitated, then pressed against her arm. Nothing. No fire. No pain. Only warmth. A sharp breath escaped him, not from exertion, but from relief. Rav. Unfiltered. Addictive. Again, he whispered. And this time, he didn't stop at her arm. Days turned into nights. Nights into something dangerously close to routine. He tested the limits of her presence, her skin, her proximity, and each time, the same result. She neutralized him, calmed him, silenced the fire that had ruled his existence. But there was a cost. She began to feel it, not immediately, not obviously, but slowly. Something inside her drained, like standing too long in winter, unaware of the cold creeping into your bones. And beyond those walls, the court watched, waited, plotted, because power like that could not remain unchallenged. And someone had already decided, if she could touch the Dragon King, then she could kill him too. The first attempt to kill her came before dawn. She woke to the scent of smoke, but not from the king. This fire was different, thin, bitter, crawling beneath the door of the small chamber they had given her beside his own. For one frozen heartbeat, she thought his curse had finally reached through the walls and found her in her sleep. Then she saw the black oil spilling beneath the door, saw the orange glow rising beyond it, and understood the truth. Someone had locked her inside and set the corridor aflame. She stumbled from the bed, coughing, her hands scraping against stone. But the window was too narrow, the door too hot, the smoke too thick. Outside, no guards shouted, no footsteps came. Whoever had done this had chosen the hour well. She pressed both palms against the burning door, expecting pain, expecting skin to blister, but the heat sank into her like water into dry earth. The flames bent toward her, not away, toward her, and deep beneath her ribs, something ancient stirred. She gasped as the fire vanished through the cracks, rushing into her palms in ribbons of gold and crimson until the corridor beyond fell dark. When the door finally burst open, the Dragon King stood on the other side, half-dressed, barefoot against scorched stone, his eyes blazing with terror so violent it almost looked like rage. He did not look at the burned walls. He looked only at her hands. "Who did this?" he asked. She opened her mouth, but no answer came, because behind him, standing among the guards with perfect calm, was Lady Seraphine, the noblewoman promised by blood treaty to become his queen. And she was smiling. From that morning onward, the palace changed. The servants no longer called her empty where the king could hear, but their silence became sharper than insults. The nobles lowered their voices when she passed. The royal council demanded answers the Dragon King refused to give. Seraphine, beautiful as polished ivory and cold as a blade left in winter, began visiting the throne hall every day, dressed in red silk as if she already wore his fire. She never accused the servant girl directly. She did not need to. She merely asked questions in front of the court. Why had a wolfless slave survived what every warrior could not? Why did the king summon her at night? Why had his fires weakened since she came near him? And most dangerous of all, was she saving him or slowly binding him? The council listened, and fear did what fear always does in royal courts. It gave cowardice the appearance of wisdom. The Dragon King grew more restless as the whispers spread. He called her to him more often, not only when the curse flared, not only when the flames crawled up his arms and cracked the stone beneath his feet, but when the silence inside him became unbearable. At first, he only took her hand. Then he began to keep her seated beside him during council meetings, where the nobles stared as though a servant on the king's right hand was a greater crime than murder. At night, when the fire beneath his skin raged hardest, he would stand in the dark and say nothing until she crossed the room to him. The first time she placed both hands against his chest, he trembled. The great Dragon King, conqueror of 7 wolf kingdoms, the man whose name made rival Alphas kneel, trembled beneath the touch of a girl who had once scrubbed ash from his hearth. "Does it hurt?" she whispered. His jaw tightened. "Always." And that single word broke something in her, because until then, she had believed monsters did not suffer. But each time she calmed him, she weakened. Her fingers turned cold after touching him. Strange gold marks appeared beneath her skin, faint at first, then brighter, like veins filled with sunlight. She hid them beneath sleeves, but the king noticed. Of course he noticed. He noticed everything about her now, the way she swayed after standing too long, the way her breath caught when his fire surged, the way she lied when he asked if she was well. One night, he caught her wrist before she could hide it. The gold lines glowed between them. His expression darkened. "You are paying for this." She tried to pull away. "It is nothing. Do not lie to me." His voice was quiet, but the room seemed to bow beneath it. "Everyone in this palace lies to me. You will not." She looked at him then, truly looked, and saw not the king, not the curse, not the living fire, but the man trapped inside it. "If I stop," she said, "you burn." His grip loosened, not because he wanted to release her, but because the truth had wounded him more deeply than any blade. That was the beginning of his restraint, and the beginning of her danger. He tried to keep distance. She saw it in the way he folded his hands behind his back when she entered, the way he stood across the room though the fire visibly tortured him, the way he dismissed her before nightfall even when sweat burned at his temples. But the curse punished him for mercy. Without her touch, his body rejected the world with renewed violence. Candles melted before he passed them. Iron handles glowed red beneath his fingers. The stone floor cracked wherever he stood too long. On the third night, his monstrous form emerged. It began with wings, not fully formed, not free, but shadows of them tearing from his back in a storm of heat and black flame. His spine bowed. Scales rose along his neck. His eyes turned molten gold. The guards fled before he could command them to stay. Only she remained, frozen in the doorway as the Dragon King became the beast his enemies prayed he would become. He roared, and the windows shattered outward into the night. "Leave," he forced through clenched teeth. "I cannot hold it." She should have obeyed. Every sane part of her begged her to run. But then he looked at her not as a king, not as a beast, but as a man terrified of what he might do. And she crossed the broken glass barefoot. "Do not come closer," he growled. She kept walking. I said, "Leave." The flames rose higher, circling him like a living crown. She stepped through them. They bent away from her skin, then rushed into her body, bright and terrible. When her palms touched his face, the beast inside him shuddered. His claws dug into stone. His wings collapsed into smoke, and slowly, impossibly, he leaned into her hands like a starving creature finding warmth for the first time. By dawn, every courtier in the palace had heard what happened. By noon, Seraphine had turned rumor into accusation. By dusk, the royal council summoned them both before the throne. Not the Dragon King's throne, the ancient judgment seat beneath the Hall of Ashes, where kings themselves could be challenged if the council believed the realm was endangered. It was a trap, and he knew it. Still, he went, because kings who refused judgment looked guilty before history. She stood beside him in plain gray linen, surrounded by nobles in jewels and armor, feeling smaller than ever beneath the painted eyes of dead rulers. Seraphine stepped forward with a silver dagger in her hand and a softness in her voice that fooled no one. "Your Majesty," she said, "we do not question your strength, we question hers." She turned toward the court, A wolfless slave appears from nowhere, survives dragonfire, drains the king's power, and now his curse worsens whenever she is absent. Is that salvation or possession? The council murmured. The Dragon King's hand curled into a fist. Heat rolled across the floor. She felt it searching for her, reaching instinctively, but he held himself back. Seraphine saw it and smiled. Let her prove innocence. Let her touch the sacred flame. At the far end of the hall, an ancient brazier burned with white fire, said to reveal forbidden blood. No servant was allowed near it. No liar survived it. The girl's stomach dropped. The Dragon King turned on the council. No. His voice shook the pillars. This judgment ends now. But Seraphine had already won the room. If she is nothing, she said, then nothing will happen. They dragged her forward. The king moved, and 20 spears lowered toward him, not because the guards could stop him, but because the council wanted the kingdom to see him choose violence for a servant. She looked back at him once. His face was carved from fury and fear. "Do not touch it," he commanded. But for the first time since she had entered his life, she did not obey. She placed her hand into the white flame. The hall exploded with light, not fire, not smoke. Light. Vast, golden, ancient light surged from the brazier and wrapped around her like a crown remembering its queen. The gray linen burned away into luminous ash, but her skin remained untouched. Across her arms, the hidden gold veins blazed into the shape of scales. Behind her, the shadow of enormous wings unfurled against the wall, not his wings, hers. The court fell to its knees without understanding why. The white flame rose higher, forming words in a language older than the wolf kingdoms, older than the dragon throne, older than betrayal itself. The Dragon King stared at her, as if seeing the answer to a question his blood had been asking all his life. Then the oldest counselor whispered the name no one had spoken for 3 centuries. The Ember Blood heir. Seraphine's smile vanished. The truth broke over the hall like judgment. She was not wolfless because she was empty. She was wolfless because no wolf could live inside dragon blood. She was the last descendant of the ancient Ember Blood queens, the royal line that had once balanced the Dragon Kings, not by serving them, not by obeying them, but by anchoring the fire inside their bodies so it would not consume the world. Her blood did not absorb his flame by accident. It recognized him, and his fire did not spare her because it was weak. It spared her because it had been searching for her since the day he was cursed. Seraphine lunged before anyone could stop her. The silver dagger flashed toward the girl's heart, but the Dragon King moved faster than flame. He caught the blade in his bare hand. For one breath, the court expected the dagger to melt. Instead, blood ran down his palm. Real blood. Human blood. Because while she stood within the sacred flame, his curse was silent. For the first time in years, he could bleed instead of burn. He looked at the blood in wonder. Then he looked at Seraphine. "You tried to murder my queen." The word queen shattered the last illusion of order. Rival alphas rose. Seraphine screamed that the Ember bloodline was cursed, that the servant had bewitched him, that no court would bow to Ashborn blood. The traitorous commander of the royal guard drew his sword and declared the king unfit, claiming the council's authority to seize the throne before dragon madness destroyed them all. And then the war, hidden beneath courtly manners, finally revealed its teeth. Chaos consumed the Hall of Ashes. Wolves shifted between pillars, tearing silk and armor as they lunged. Flame spiraled from the ancient brazier. The Dragon King fought without unleashing the full curse, because she was still too close, still glowing, still draining herself to keep him whole. He saw her knees buckle, saw the light in her veins flicker, and for the first time, he chose not to take what she offered. He chose to give something back. He crossed the hall through blood and fire, seized her hand, and pressed it against his chest. "No more," he said. "You will not die keeping me alive." She looked up at him, trembling. "If I let go, you become the curse again." His eyes softened in the middle of battle, impossibly, painfully. "Then let the curse take me." But she understood then what he did not. The bond was not meant to be one way. She was not born to be consumed. She was born to command the balance. So when the commander raised a black iron spear forged to pierce dragon hearts and hurled it toward the king's back, she stepped in front of him. The spear struck the light around her and stopped inches from her chest. Her eyes ignited gold. Her voice, when it came, did not sound like the servant girl they had mocked. It sounded like a throne waking from a long sleep. Kneel. Every flame in the hall obeyed. The sacred brazier, the torches, the burning banners, even the fire beneath the Dragon King's skin surged outward and bowed toward her. The wolves froze. The nobles dropped to the floor as pressure filled the hall, ancient and absolute. The commander screamed as his black spear melted into dust. Seraphine staggered backward, all her beauty stripped bare by terror. The girl looked at her and saw every corridor insult, every cruel smile, every hand that had shoved her toward death. But she did not burn her. She did something worse. She spared her before the entire court. "Let her live," she said, "so she remembers whom she called nothing." The Dragon King looked at the girl then, not with possession, not with hunger, not with the desperate need that had first chained them together, but with reverence. He lowered himself to one knee before her. The court gasped, because Dragon Kings did not kneel. Not to councils, not to gods, not to fate. Yet he knelt before the servant girl with ash on her feet and fire in her blood, and he placed his wounded hand over his heart. "I choose her," he said, his voice carrying through the ruined hall. "Not because she saves me, not because my curse demands her. I choose her because every soul in this kingdom saw her suffer and called it weakness, while she carried a power greater than all of us, and still chose mercy." The mate bond struck like thunder. It was not soft. It was not gentle. It was a collision of ancient fire and living blood, a force that cracked the white marble beneath them and sent golden flames spiraling into the broken roof. She felt him not only his power, but his loneliness, his agony, every year of untouchable silence. Every night he stood alone, afraid to breathe too near another living thing. And he felt her, the girl who had scrubbed floors while royal blood slept hidden in her veins. The child who had been called empty so often she nearly believed it. The woman who could have let the world burn, and instead chose to hold it together with her bare hands. When the light faded, the curse was changed. Not gone, not destroyed, transformed. The Dragon King's fire no longer lashed blindly at the world. It moved beneath his skin, like a sleeping beast answering to two hearts instead of one. He reached for her slowly, not because he feared burning her now, but because choice mattered. She gave him her hand. This time, the touch did not drain her. Warmth passed between them, equal and steady. His thumb brushed over the gold marks on her wrist, and they softened into delicate lines like a living crown beneath her skin. Seraphine and the traitorous commander were taken away before sunset. The corrupt council was stripped of authority, its eldest members forced to swear before the sacred flame they had tried to weaponize. The rival alphas who had come hoping to witness weakness bowed instead to a union older than their bloodlines. And the servant quarters, where she had once slept, nameless and cold, were opened by royal decree. No child born without a wolf would again be called empty in his kingdom. That night, she returned not to the small chamber beside his, but to the high balcony overlooking the Black Mountains, where dragon fire once lit the sky in lonely storms. The king stood beside her, no longer surrounded by unbearable heat. For the first time, snow began to fall over the volcanic peaks without melting before it touched the stone. He watched it with quiet wonder, then looked at her as though the world had given him something too fragile to deserve. "You could leave," he said. "After everything this palace did to you, no oath binds you here." She turned her palm upward, the same hand that had once accidentally saved him before the entire court. "And if I stay?" His breath caught, and she saw the feared Dragon King become simply a man afraid to hope. "Then I will spend the rest of my life proving you were never born to be used. She stepped closer. I was not born to be your cure. No, he said, lowering his forehead to hers. You were born to be my equal. And when he kissed her, the kingdom did not burn. The mountains did not crack. The ancient curse did not rise to punish them. Instead, deep beneath the palace, the sacred flame turned gold, and every wolf in the capital lifted its head as one, sensing the birth of a bond powerful enough to change the fate of kings. The girl once called Empty stood beside the Dragon King as the last Emberblood Queen, no longer hidden, no longer owned, no longer afraid of the fire that had tried to devour them both. And for the first time in his cursed life, the Dragon King slept with her hand in his, not because he needed her to survive the night, but because he had finally found a world that did not reject him. But peace did not come simply because the Dragon King had chosen her. In kingdoms built on old blood and older pride, love was never allowed to arrive without a blade hidden beneath it. By morning, the entire capital knew that the servant girl once called Empty had stood in the sacred flame and survived, that the Dragon King had knelt before her, that the court had watched his curse bow to her blood. Some whispered her name with wonder, others with fear, but the most dangerous ones whispered it with hatred. Because a girl raised among ashes had done what noble daughters had failed to do for years. She had touched the untouchable king, and instead of dying, she had become the one person no throne could ignore. The palace tried to dress her in silk before sunrise, but every gown they brought felt like a costume stolen from someone else's life. She stood before a polished bronze mirror, while 3 trembling attendants fastened gold clasps around her wrists, and all she could see was the same girl who had once scrubbed soot from hearthstones until her hands cracked. Only now, beneath her skin, golden lines shimmered faintly, pulsing whenever the Dragon King drew near, and he was always near. Not openly at first, not in a way the court could easily name, but his presence followed her like a storm refusing to break. Guards doubled outside her doors. Poison tasters appeared at every meal. Corridors emptied before she walked through them, not because she commanded it, but because he had made one thing clear without saying it twice. Anyone who touched her without permission would answer to fire. Yet protection could become another kind of cage, and she felt it before he did. The first week after the reveal, he tried to keep her away from every council session, every public ceremony, every noble gathering where resentment might sharpen into danger. "You have survived enough courts," he told her one evening, as red dusk bled through the balcony arches. "You do not need to endure another room full of smiling wolves." She looked at him carefully, at the man who had once demanded her touch, because his own body was a prison, and she understood the fear beneath his command. "If I hide now," she said, "they will say I am only powerful when you stand in front of me." His jaw tightened. "Let them say it. I have lived my whole life beneath names other people gave me." Her voice did not rise, but something in it made the torches flicker. Empty, wolfless, servant, threat, curse. I will not add coward to that list. For a moment, anger flashed across his face, not at her defiance, but at the world that had taught her to defend her own existence with every breath. Then the anger faded, leaving only the ache he did not know how to hide. "I cannot lose you," he said. And there it was, the truth neither of them had fully spoken. His need for her had begun as survival, but now it had become something far more dangerous, because a king could command armies, conquer borders, burn enemies from the earth, and still be helpless before the thought of one woman disappearing from his reach. So she went to the council chamber the next day, not behind him, beside him. The nobles watched her as though she were a flame brought indoors, beautiful, only until it spread. The remaining counselors bowed, but their eyes betrayed them. They saw the servant's posture beneath the new silk. They saw the faint gold under her skin. They saw the king's hand resting close to hers, not touching, but ready. The meeting began with land disputes from the northern wolf packs, tribute failures from border lords, and petitions from minor houses suddenly eager to prove loyalty. But beneath every word lay the same question. What was she now? A queen? A weapon? A cure? A threat? Then Lord Vere, an elderly alpha with silver hair and a voice like dry parchment, rose from his seat. "Your Majesty," he said, never once looking at her. "With respect to the old laws, no woman may sit beside the dragon throne until formally recognized by blood trial, council assent, and royal bond sealing." The chamber grew quiet. The Dragon King's eyes darkened. "Choose your next words with care." Lord Vere bowed his head just enough to avoid open rebellion. "I ask only for order. The girl's blood may be ancient, but it is unverified beyond spectacle. Sacred flame can be manipulated. Prophecy can be misread, and a mate bond, especially one formed under distress, may be a curse wearing the face of destiny." The words struck exactly where they were meant to. Her fingers went cold. A curse wearing the face of destiny. She had wondered the same thing in the darkest corner of her own heart. Did he want her? Or did his fire want her? Did she stay because she chose him? Or because her blood had been made for his? The Dragon King rose slowly, and heat rolled across the table. "You accuse your king of being bewitched." "I accuse no one," Lord Vere said. "I ask for proof." Proof became the weapon they used against her. The council could not deny what the court had seen, so they demanded more. If she was truly Emberblood, she must enter the mirror crypt below the palace, where old queens had once faced the memories of their line. If she emerged with the ancestral mark, the court would recognize her claim. If she failed, the council would declare her an unstable magical anomaly and place her under royal confinement. For her own protection, the Dragon King refused at once. The mirror crypt had not been opened in 3 centuries. No one knew what waited beneath it. But the more he refused, the more the council looked at her as if she were a frightened servant hiding behind a monster. And so, before he could burn the chamber down with politics still inside it, she stood. "I will enter." His head turned sharply. "No." She met his eyes in front of them all. "Yes." The room held its breath, sensing the first true fracture between them. He leaned closer, voice low enough only she could hear. "You do not understand what ancient places take from living blood." "Then tell me." Pain moved through his expression. "I cannot. The old records were destroyed." "Then you do not know it will kill me." "I know everything this court asks of you is meant to cut you until you bleed obedience." Her heart twisted, but she did not look away. "Then let them see what rises when I bleed." The mirror crypt opened at moonrise. The entrance lay beneath the Hall of Ashes, sealed behind a door of black stone veined with gold. When the Dragon King pressed his palm to it, the stone did not burn. It recognized the altered fire in him now, the flame steadied by their bond. With a groan like the earth remembering pain, the door parted. Cold air breathed out, not the clean cold of winter, but the ancient cold of sealed grief. She descended alone because the law demanded it, though she felt him above her with every step. Their bond stretched thin between them like a thread of flame. Down below, the crypt was not a tomb. It was a palace beneath a palace, carved from obsidian and filled with mirrors taller than towers. Each mirror reflected a different version of her. In one, she was the barefoot servant girl. In another, a queen crowned in fire. In another, a corpse with gold cracks across her skin. She walked forward, and the mirrors began to whisper. They spoke in voices like women singing through smoke. "Daughter, Ashborn, hidden flame, last of the line." Then the reflections changed. She saw a battlefield from centuries before. Dragon kings burning entire armies because no Emberblood queen stood beside them. She saw women with her same golden veins chained by rulers who loved their power more than their souls. She saw one queen place both hands on a king's chest and burn away into light while he survived, weeping over ashes. She stumbled back, horror tightening around her throat. This was the truth the legends had hidden. Emberblood women had not always been honored. Sometimes they had been consumed. Sometimes they had been called destiny, when the world meant sacrifice. Above, the Dragon King felt her fear through the bond and nearly broke the law to go after her. The council watched him from a distance, tense and eager, waiting for grief to make him reckless. His fists clenched so hard the stone beneath his feet cracked. In the crypt, she reached the final mirror. Unlike the others, it reflected nothing. Its surface was dark, still, and endless. When she touched it, the glass softened like water and pulled her inside. Suddenly, she stood in a chamber of white flame, and before her waited a woman crowned in embers. She was older, regal, sorrowful, with the same gold-lit skin and eyes that seemed to carry every dawn ever born. "You are late," the woman said. The girl could barely breathe. "Who are you?" "The first queen who refused to die for a king." The words struck harder than any vision. The woman moved closer, her gown trailing sparks across the unseen floor. "They told you your blood exists to save him, does it not?" The queen's smile was sad. "Your blood exists to balance fire. Balance is not surrender. It is not obedience. It is not letting a man, even a wounded one, turn your life into medicine." Tears burned in her eyes before she could stop them. "Then why does touching him feel like coming home?" "Because some bonds are true," the queen said softly. "And some truths still become chains when fear holds them too tightly." When she emerged from the crypt hours later, dawn had turned the sky pale above the broken roof of the Hall of Ashes. The entire council waited. So did the Dragon King. He looked as if he had not moved once all night. The moment she stepped through the black door, his control nearly broke. But he stopped himself, waiting for her choice, for her signal, for permission to cross the distance. That restraint, more than any vow, told her the crypt had not lied about him. He was capable of need without taking, love without consuming, power without possession. She lifted her hand. Only then did he come to her. The council saw the mark before he reached her. A crown of gold fire glowing at the base of her throat, delicate and unmistakable. Lord Vere went pale. The blood trial had not merely recognized her, it had crowned her. The Dragon King stopped in front of her, his eyes fixed on the mark, and for one fragile breath, the feared ruler of the realm looked humbled beyond words. "What did it show you?" he asked. She answered honestly, because the bond between them could not survive pretty lies. "That women like me have died saving men like you." The words landed in silence. His face changed, and she saw the wound open in him. Not anger, shame. He stepped back at once, as though his closeness itself had become a threat. Then, "I will never ask again. That is not what I said. It is what I should have understood." His Volproti. His voice roughened. "I called you my equal before the court. Then let them send you beneath the earth to prove you deserve to stand beside me." She reached for him, but this time he did not take her hand. "I have spent years fearing my fire would destroy anyone who came near me," he said. "I never feared that my need might do the same." And then he turned away, not because he did not love her, but because he did. That emotional retreat became the cruelest distance between them. He protected her still, honored her publicly, gave her authority the court could not ignore. But he stopped reaching for her in the quiet, stopped asking her to calm the fire when it hurt him, stopped sleeping with her hand in his. At first, she told herself, this was what freedom should feel like. Space, choice, no demand. But every night, through the bond, she felt his pain flare behind walls of restraint. She felt him walking alone in chambers scorched by his own skin, felt him biting back roars until blood filled his mouth, felt him choosing suffering because he had mistaken distance for respect. And she, proud enough not to beg and wounded enough to doubt, let the silence grow. The palace noticed. Seraphine, though imprisoned in the Western Tower awaiting judgment, noticed most of all. Hatred sharpened her patience. From behind iron bars, she began sending messages through servants still loyal to her house. If the Emberblood girl had created distance between herself and the king, then the curse could be turned again. And if the curse returned in full before the realm, the council would have its proof that neither love nor ancient blood could save him. The attack came during the Moon Tribunal, a gathering of the werewolf kingdoms under the Dragon King's rule. Alphas from the Frost Packs, the River Clans, the Ironwood Territories, and the Southern Red Wolves filled the great amphitheater beyond the palace walls. It was a night of public oaths, where each pack renewed allegiance beneath the full moon. She stood beside the throne in a gown of deep ember gold, her ancestral mark visible for all to see. The Dragon King stood apart from her by several steps, a distance no one else understood but everyone felt. Rival Alpha Kale of the Ironwood Pack watched that distance with predatory interest. He was broad, scarred, and ambitious, a ruler who had obeyed only because the Dragon King's curse made rebellion suicidal. But now, the curse had weakened. The king bled, the servant queen doubted, and men like Kale could smell fracture the way wolves smelled blood. When the sacred horn sounded, each alpha approached to kneel. Kyle came last. He bowed lower than required, then looked up with a smile that never reached his eyes. "Your Majesty," he said, "we are honored to see the realm steadied by your companion." The insult was wrapped in silk. The amphitheater chilled. The Dragon King's fire stirred, but he held it down. She stepped forward before he could speak. "You may address me as Emberblood." Kyle's gaze slid to her throat. Blood is easy to claim in times of fear. A murmur passed through the packs. Power is harder. Then he did the one thing no one expected. He drew a small silver chain from his cloak and threw it onto the moonlit stone between them. Attached to it was a collar blackened by dragonfire, her old servant collar. Gasps rippled outward. "I found this in the lower quarters," Kale said, "a touching relic. Tell me, my lady, does royal blood remember the feel of a chain?" The humiliation hit like a slap. Not because the collar exposed her past. Everyone knew what she had been. But because for one moment, she was back there again. Barefoot, nameless, laughed at, by people who believed cruelty was proof of rank. The Dragon King moved. She felt his rage before the flames appeared. The air warped. Stone groaned. Kale wanted exactly that. If the king unleashed fire before the assembled packs over an insult, he would look unstable, ruled by attachment, weakened by the woman he claimed as equal. She reached for him through the bond, not with magic, but with a single, silent plea. "Do not let him make me your wound." The flame stopped inches from the ground. The king's eyes burned white gold, but he did not strike. She bent, picked up the collar, and held it before the entire tribunal. Her voice carried across the amphitheater. "Yes," she said, "royal blood remembers the chain. It remembers who fastened it, who ignored it, who benefited from it, and who now fears the neck beneath it was never bowed, only waiting." Then she closed her fist. The collar melted not from his fire, but from hers. Golden flame poured between her fingers, clean and controlled. The packs went silent. Alpha Kale's smile faded, but Seraphine's true plan had not been humiliation. It had been poison, not in wine, not in food, in the sacred horn itself. When it sounded again for the final oath, the note carried a forbidden resonance, an ancient anti-dragon spell hidden in music, designed to awaken the curse and sever any balancing bond. The sound ripped through the amphitheater. The Dragon King staggered. Fire burst from his skin in a violent ring. Wolf screamed as heat slammed into the stone seats. She rushed toward him, but the force threw her back. For the first time since the bond formed, his fire did not recognize her. His eyes turned molten and empty. Wings of black flame tore from his back. Scales climbed across his face. The monstrous form returned, larger and more terrible than before. The assembled alphas drew weapons. Kale shouted, "Behold your king!" And the rebellion began. The amphitheater descended into war beneath the moon. Wolves shifted mid-leap, their bodies twisting into massive beasts that charged the throne. Dragon fire spiraled upward, uncontrolled, striking pillars and turning banners into suns. The Dragon King fought himself harder than he fought them, roaring as he tried to pull the flames inward before they reached her. She could feel him somewhere beneath the curse, trapped behind burning walls. She ran toward him again, but Alpha Kale intercepted her in wolf form, a massive iron-gray beast with jaws wide enough to crush her spine. He lunged. She raised her hands, and golden fire formed a shield just as his claws struck. The impact drove her to her knees. Around her, loyal guards battled traitors, packs turned on packs, and above them all the Dragon King's monstrous shadow blotted out the moon. Kyle shifted back just enough to speak, blood on his teeth. "You are not his salvation," he snarled. "You are the leash, and I will free the realm from both of you." He struck again, and this time her shield cracked. She was still learning power that her ancestors had carried from birth. He was a war, Alpha, forged through decades of violence. He drove her backward across the broken stone until her shoulder slammed into the base of the throne. The Dragon King saw it, even through the curse, even through the spell tearing his mind apart. He saw Kale standing over her. Something human awakened inside the beast. He roared Kale's name with such fury that every wolf in the amphitheater froze. But when he tried to move toward her, the anti-dragon resonance twisted tighter around him, turning his own fire inward. Black cracks spread across his chest. He was burning from within. She understood then that Seraphine had not meant merely to expose him. She had meant to make him destroy himself before the realm. There are moments when fear ends not because courage arrives, but because love becomes more unbearable than death. She rose despite the blood at her temple, despite the trembling in her legs, despite the ancestral queen's warning that balance must never become sacrifice. This was not surrender. This was choice. She stepped past Kale and walked into the inferno surrounding the Dragon King. The flames struck her like 1,000 blades. Her skin lit gold. The Bond screamed. He saw her coming and fought to retreat, but chains of sound held him in place. "No," he growled, voice broken between man and beast. "Do not." She kept walking. "You told me I was your equal." "Yes, then stop deciding alone what I am allowed to risk." His monstrous eyes filled with pain. "I will kill you." She reached the center of the fire and placed both hands against his burning chest. This time, she did not absorb. She commanded, "Then find me before you do." The world vanished into flame. Inside the curse, she saw him. Not the king, not the beast, but the boy he had been before power became punishment. A child standing in a nursery of burning curtains while adults screamed beyond the door. A prince whose dragon blood awakened too early, too violently, incinerating the nurse who tried to comfort him. A young ruler taught never to touch, never to cry, never to desire closeness because desire made him dangerous. A man crowned, not by triumph, but by isolation. He had not rejected the world first. The world had recoiled from him, until his body learned to do the same. She moved through that memory fire and found him kneeling in the center of it, hands covered in ash. "I am tired," he whispered. "I know," she said. "I have burned everything. Not me." He looked up at her, eyes haunted. "I wanted to. The confession would have frightened anyone else." But she heard what lay beneath it. Not cruelty, but terror. He had wanted to hold her so badly that need itself felt monstrous. She knelt before him. "Wanting is not taking." She held out her hand. "Come back." When they emerged from the flame, the amphitheater was silent. The Dragon King stood in human form, shaking, his face streaked with ash and tears. No one dared acknowledge. Her hands remained pressed to his chest, but the gold light no longer drained her. It flowed between them in a circle, fire answering blood, blood answering fire. The anti-dragon spell shattered with a sound like glass breaking beneath the moon. Across the amphitheater, the sacred horn cracked open, revealing a hidden black rune carved inside. Every eye turned towards Seraphine's tower in the distance. Her betrayal was no longer rumor. It was proof. Alpha Kale, seeing the rebellion falter, made one final desperate move. He seized a fallen spear and charged not at the Dragon King, but at her. The king turned, but she lifted one hand. This time, she did not need saving. The ground beneath KL erupted with golden flame, not burning his flesh, but binding his shadow to the stone. He collapsed mid-stride, unable to move. She walked toward him slowly, the entire tribunal watching. "You wanted proof of power," she said. "Here it is." Kyle strained, veins bulging in his neck. "Kill me then." She looked at the assembled packs, at the nobles, at the soldiers who had once watched her humiliation as entertainment. No. Death is too easy for men who mistake cruelty for strength. She turned to the Frostpack Alpha, an older woman with silver eyes who had not joined the rebellion. Let him stand trial before the packs whose sons he brought here to die for his ambition. The Frost Alpha bowed, not to the Dragon King, to her. That bow changed everything. One by one, the loyal Alphas knelt, not from fear of dragonfire, not from obligation to the throne, but because they had seen the girl once mocked as wolfless stand between madness and massacre and choose justice over vengeance. The Dragon King watched them kneel before her, and no jealousy touched him, only pride. Fierce, quiet, devastating pride. When she returned to his side, he did not reach for her in front of them all. He waited. She slipped her hand into his. The gesture was small, but the amphitheater felt it like a coronation. Seraphine was brought down from the western tower before dawn. She had traded silk for prison gray, but even chained, she held herself like a woman who believed beauty could still command mercy. They brought her into the damaged throne hall, where the sacred flame now burned gold instead of white. The council gathered, diminished and afraid. The packs stood witness. Seraphine looked first at the Dragon King, then at the girl beside him. Hatred flickered, but beneath it was something uglier. Grief. "It should have been me," she said. Her voice was raw now, stripped of courtly music. "I was raised for him, trained for him, promised to him. Every lesson, every ritual, every breath of my life was shaped around becoming queen. Then, a servant touched his hand by accident, and destiny threw me away. For the first time, the girl saw not only the villain, but the wound that had fed her. It did not excuse the murders, the fire, the poison, the rebellion, but it made the cruelty human, and somehow that made it worse. The Dragon King's voice was cold. "You tried to burn her alive, because she took the only future I was allowed to want." Seraphine turned to her then. "Do you think mercy makes you better than me? You stand there with his hand in yours because fate chose your blood. Had it chosen mine, you would still be scrubbing floors." The words struck deep because part of them was true. Fate was not fairness. Blood was not virtue. Power did not make suffering meaningful. The girl stepped closer. "You are right about one thing," she said. "If my blood had never awakened, this court would have left me in chains." The hall stilled. "That is why the court must change." Seraphine blinked, thrown by the answer. "You expected me to deny it. I will not. This kingdom does not become just because I rose within it. It becomes just when no girl needs ancient blood to be treated as human." The sacred flame flared behind her, as if the old queens approved. Judgment was passed before sunset. Seraphine was stripped of title and sent to the northern monastery fortress, not as a guest, not as a martyr, but as a prisoner under oath, where she would spend her life healing those burned by the wars her family had funded. Lord Vaer and the corrupt counselors were removed from office. Alpha Kael was delivered to the Pack Tribunal. The traitorous commander, who had survived the Hall of Ashes, confessed under sacred flame that half the rebellion had been planned months before the servant girl ever touched the king. They had always intended to overthrow him. She had merely become their excuse. That revelation spread across the kingdom faster than fear. People began to understand that the Dragon King's curse had not been the only danger in the realm. Men without fire had done just as much burning, but victory did not heal everything. In the days that followed, she struggled beneath the weight of her new name: Emberblood, Queen-marked, Flamebinder, Savior. The words changed depending on who spoke them, but each one tried to turn her into something larger than a person. In private, she still woke from dreams of the Mirror Crypt, seeing ancient queens vanish into the men they loved. Sometimes she pulled her hands away from the Dragon King before realizing she had done it. Sometimes he flinched from touching her, haunted by the same fear from the other side. Love had saved them in battle, but ordinary tenderness required a different courage. No prophecy could teach them how to sit together in silence without wondering who owed what to whom. One night, weeks after the rebellion, she found him in the old nursery of the East Wing. It had been sealed for years. The walls were still scarred by fire, though someone had tried to cover the damage with tapestries. He stood before a small blackened cradle, his face unreadable. She remained at the doorway. "Is this where it began?" He nodded. "I was 4. The number made her chest ache. 4 years old, and already treated as a disaster. They told me later I had killed a woman who loved me." His voice was steady, but she knew what steadiness cost him. After that, no one entered my room without gloves, chains, or fear. She crossed the room slowly and stood beside him. "You were a child. Children can still destroy." "Yes," she said softly, "but they should not be left alone with the ashes." He closed his eyes. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then he said, "When you first touched me in the throne hall, I wanted to lock every door in the palace and keep you where no one could take you." The confession hung between them, dark and honest. "I know. I am ashamed of that." "Good," she said, and his eyes opened in surprise. She smiled faintly, sadly. "Shame means you know the difference between love and hunger." He looked at her then, as if she had placed a blade in his hand and trusted him not to use it. "And do you trust me?" She took time before answering, because the truth deserved more than comfort. "I trust the man who fights his hunger. I do not trust fate blindly. I do not trust crowns. I do not trust need when it goes unnamed." She reached for him. "But I trust what you choose after you name it." His hand trembled before he took hers. That night, he did not ask her to calm the fire. She did not offer to. They simply sat together on the nursery floor until dawn touched the burned walls. And somehow, that became more intimate than any desperate touch before it. No curse forced them. No court watched them. No prophecy demanded proof. When his fire stirred, he breathed through it. When her gold marks glowed, she let them fade naturally. They were two wounded creatures learning that love could be quiet and still be real. The coronation came at midsummer. Not a wedding first, though the court expected one. She insisted on recognition before romance, law before ceremony, change before celebration. The Dragon King agreed without hesitation, and that agreement did more to silence opposition than any threat could have. Before the gathered kingdom, he amended the old hierarchy. Wolfless children could no longer be enslaved by packhouses. Servant collars were outlawed in royal territories. Any noble found using blood status to claim ownership over another living soul would lose title, land, and protection. The alphas shifted uneasily at the decrees, but none dared oppose them openly, not after the Moon Tribunal. She stood beside the king while the laws were read, hearing whispers ripple through the crowd. Some called her dangerous, some called her impossible. But in the back of the hall, among the servants, a little girl with no wolf stared at her with wide, shining eyes. That was the moment the new queen nearly wept. Only after the laws were sealed did she agree to the bonding ceremony. It was not held in the throne hall, where humiliation had first made them visible to each other, nor in the Hall of Ashes, where power had been revealed through violence. She chose the ruined garden behind the East Wing, a place long abandoned because nothing had grown there since the Dragon King's curse first scorched the soil. On the morning of the ceremony, servants cleared the ash, opened the stone channels, and brought water from the mountain springs. She walked barefoot over the black earth in a gown the color of dawn. The Dragon King waited beneath the skeletal branches of an ancient tree, dressed not in armor, not in conquest black, but in simple, dark, ceremonial robes edged with gold. He looked less like a weapon that day, more like a man standing before the possibility of being loved without fear. The bond vows were older than the wolf kingdoms. He spoke first, voice low enough for intimacy, strong enough for the gathered realm. I do not claim you as cure, shield, possession, or destiny's payment. I choose you as sovereign of your own fire. I choose your will above my need, your freedom above my fear, and your life beside mine only so long as you desire it. The words moved through the crowd like wind through dry grass. Many did not understand how radical they were. She did. Her throat tightened, but when she spoke, her voice did not break. I do not bind myself to your pain as sacrifice, nor to your throne as ornament. I choose the man who came back from the fire when I called, the king who knelt not to own me, but to honor what he had failed to see. I choose your hand when it is offered, never when it is demanded. I choose the flame we carry together. Then she placed her palm against his chest, and he placed his over her heart. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the dead garden bloomed, not slowly, not with the gentle patience of spring. It erupted. Black soil split open, gold-veined flowers burst from ash. Vines climbed ruined pillars. The ancient tree above them shuddered, and leaves of deep crimson unfurled across its branches like living fire. The crowd gasped as petals drifted through the air, glowing faintly before dissolving into warmth. The Dragon King looked around in stunned silence, then down at her. You did this. She shook her head, smiling through tears. No, we did. And when they kissed beneath the reborn tree, the fire that rose around them did not threaten the world. It illuminated it. Years later, songs would claim that the servant girl saved the Dragon King with a touch. Songs always preferred simple lies. The truth was harder and far more beautiful. She had not saved him by letting herself be consumed. He had not loved her by needing her more fiercely than anyone else. They saved each other in the places where power was not enough, in restraint, in truth, in the painful choice to unlearn every cruel lesson the world had carved into them. The Dragon King still carried fire beneath his skin. The Emberblood Queen still bore gold in her veins. The kingdom still had wolves with pride, nobles with ambition, borders with enemies, and histories that did not vanish because one crown changed hands. But in the palace where servants once lowered their eyes and no one dared touch the king, children now ran through the rebuilt garden, laughing beneath crimson leaves. Some had wolves, some did not. None wore collars. And on quiet nights, when snow fell over the volcanic mountains and the sacred flame burned low beneath the palace, the Dragon King would wake from dreams of ash to find her beside him, not as a cure, not as a chain, but as a choice renewed with every dawn. Sometimes he would reach for her hand in his sleep, then stop before touching, still honoring the line between need and permission. And every time, she would smile softly in the dark and place her fingers through his. Not because fate commanded her, not because the curse demanded it, but because she wanted him, because the world that once rejected him had become, in the circle of her palm, a place where he could.
Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Chapter 1: The Hall of the Moon Vow. The Moon Vow Hall of the Black Pine Pack had stood for 400 years, and in all that time, no Luna had ever been replaced in front of her own people on the night of her own renewal ceremony while wearing the ceremonial silver she had polished herself that morning. Seraphine Marlowe had that honor. She stood at the foot of the moonstone dais where she had stood every winter for 6 years, her golden hair braided with pine sprigs in the old way, and watched her mate, her alpha, her first love, the man whose fever she had once sweated out of him with her own hands for 9 straight nights, walk into the hall with another woman on his arm. The whispers started before Roderick even reached the dais. They rolled through the packed hall like wind through wheat. Who is that? A northern lady. Look at the fur on her cloak. That's white winter fox. That's a fortune on her shoulders. Where is she supposed to stand? There's only one place for a woman to stand up there. Roderick Blackpine was, as always, devastatingly handsome. That was the cruelest part. If he had been ugly, if he had been dull or coarse or weak-jawed, Seraphine might have convinced herself she had never really loved him. But Roderick was tall and dark-haired and built like a war poem, with gray eyes that could make a woman forget her own name when they softened, which they used to do, often, when he looked at her. They did not soften now. He walked with the northern woman past the long tables where Seraphine had arranged the winter feast herself. The roast venison she had traded 2 bolts of good linen to secure, the root vegetables from the cellar she had reorganized in September, the honey mead she had bartered from the river merchants using a credit line she had personally guaranteed. He walked past all of it as though it had appeared by magic, and he stopped at the foot of the dais, and he did not look at Seraphine. "Members of the Blackpine Pack," Roderick said, and his voice filled the hall the way it always did, like a bell rung inside a cathedral. "Honored elders, bonded families. Tonight is the night of the moon vow, when the Alpha reaffirms his bond and presents his Luna to the watching moon." Seraphine's hands were steady at her sides. She had rehearsed her part. She would step forward, Roderick would take her hand, they would speak the old words, and the winter would be sealed. She had done this 5 times before. She knew the cadence of it, the way she knew her own heartbeat. "Tonight," Roderick continued, "I present a new bond." The hall went so quiet that Seraphine heard a log shift in the great fireplace 30 feet away. "Lady Alara Winterbourne, of the Northern Winterbourne family, has accepted the position of Luna of the Blackpine Pack." The woman beside him stepped forward, and Seraphine got her first real look at the person who was replacing her. Alara Winterbourne was beautiful in the way that expensive things are beautiful, precise, polished, and utterly without warmth. She had dark auburn hair coiled at the base of her neck, skin like parchment that had never seen honest sun, and eyes the color of frozen river water. She wore white winter fox across her shoulders and a gown of midnight blue velvet that must have cost more than the Blackpine Pack's entire autumn grain budget. Her hands were folded in front of her, and her expression was one of serene, practiced modesty, the kind of modesty that says, "I have already won, and I am being gracious about it." She was also, Seraphine noticed with a clarity that surprised her, wearing a betrothal chain that had been forged at least 3 months ago. The silver had already developed the specific patina that comes from being worn daily against skin. 3 months. Roderick had been planning this for 3 months, through the autumn harvest that Seraphine had managed, through the Salt Road dispute that Seraphine had negotiated, through the silver mine transport crisis that Seraphine had solved by riding out to the mountain pass herself in early snow. 3 months of smiling at her across the breakfast table, of accepting her reports on grain stores, of letting her work herself raw to hold his pack together, while this chain cooled against another woman's throat. Seraphine looked at Roderick. For the first time since he had entered the hall, he looked back. She saw it in his eyes. Not cruelty, not hatred, not even indifference. Something worse. Relief. He was relieved to be done with her. Not because he had never loved her. He had, she knew that with the certainty of 6 years of shared nights and whispered promises and the specific way he used to press his face against her hair and breathe her in like she was the only clean air in the world. He had loved her. But loving Seraphine Marlowe came with a price that Roderick Blackpine had decided he could no longer afford. She was too competent, too necessary, too much. When a Luna runs the grain stores and the Salt Road and the medicine supply and the merchant contacts and the elder relationships, the Alpha starts to feel like a figurehead. When a Luna solves crises faster than the Alpha hears about them, the pack starts to look at her first and him second. When a Luna is brilliant and capable and golden-haired and universally respected, the Alpha starts to wonder if his pack is really his pack or hers. Roderick had found a solution. He had found a Luna who came with an army, a treasury, and a family name that would make other packs think twice before challenging him. and who would, by all appearances, be content to stand at his side and look decorative. It was, from a certain angle, almost reasonable. From where Seraphine was standing, it was the most breathtaking betrayal she had ever experienced, and she had once watched a merchant try to sell her a crate of sawdust labeled as cinnamon. "Seraphine," Roderick said, and his voice was careful now, the way it got when he was handling something he expected to break. "I know this is not what you anticipated for tonight's ceremony. I want you to know that your years of service to this pack—" "Service," Seraphine repeated, and the word came out flat and precise, like a coin dropped on stone. "Are deeply valued. A home has been prepared for you at the eastern edge of the territory, near the border crossing. It's comfortable, warm. You'll receive a monthly allowance and—" "The eastern border cottage," Seraphine said. "The one with the leak in the north wall that I submitted a repair request for in August, which was denied because, and I am quoting your steward, there are higher priorities for the carpentry budget." A small, horrible silence. Elder Marin, seated at the front table, made a sound that was very carefully not a laugh. "The cottage has been repaired," Roderick said tightly. "How wonderful. It only took replacing your Luna to get a roof patched." Seraphine's voice was perfectly level. She was aware, with the strange, doubled vision that comes in moments of absolute crisis, that every person in this hall was watching her for the breakdown. They were waiting for tears, for begging, for the satisfying spectacle of a discarded woman falling apart in public so that everyone could feel sorry for her and then go back to their venison. She would not give them that. She would give them something much worse. "You mentioned my years of service," Seraphine said, and she reached into the embroidered belt pouch at her waist, the one she had sewn herself, the one that contained the tools of every function she had performed for this pack for 6 years. "Let me return what belongs to the position." She pulled out a heavy iron key on a leather cord. The granary key. Main store, reserve store, emergency winter reserve. She placed it on the edge of the dais. "The river merchants renew the winter grain credit in 11 days. They renew it with me because I am the one who has paid them, fed their drivers, and kept their caravans safe for 6 years. If I am no longer Luna, 40% of your winter grain stops at the river." The hall went quiet enough for the fire to sound loud. She drew out a small leather medicine ledger. "The Ashwick herb women supply our feverfew, willow bark, and wound seal poultice. Their payment is due in 6 days. They do not extend credit to men who remember sick rooms only when they need a heroic speech beside one." She set the ledger beside the key. "Without this, the deep winter comes with no fever medicine and no wound treatment." Then came a wooden passage token stamped with pine and road. "The Salt Road Agreement. Renewed 9 days ago in my name because Greymarch trusts the woman who actually sends the wagons on time." The token clicked against the stone. "If I am removed, this token dies in 30 days. 3 objects. Grain, medicine, road." Even the oldest grandmother in the hall could count them, and every person understood what they meant: food, survival, and a way out of winter. Seraphine left the rest in her pouch. The firewood contracts, the tallow notes, the cobbler favors, the elder grudges, the little human details that made a pack function. She would not drown the room in paper. She would let them discover those losses one by one when the first child needed boots and the first hearth ran cold. "There," Seraphine said. The position of Luna returned in full. She looked at Alara Winterbourne, who was standing very still, her pale eyes moving over the key, the medicine ledger, and the road token with an expression Seraphine recognized. The expression of a woman doing rapid mental arithmetic and not liking the sum. "I'm sure Lady Winterbourne will find it manageable," Seraphine said pleasantly. "She looks like a woman who enjoys a challenge." Roderick's jaw was tight. "Seraphine, this display is unnecessary." "Is it?" She turned to him, and for the first time something hot flickered in her golden brown eyes. "You are replacing me in front of the entire pack on the night of the moon vow. You have been planning this for at least 3 months, based on the age of Lady Winterbourne's betrothal chain. You did not tell me. You did not warn me. You let me organize this feast, polish the ceremonial silver, braid my hair in the old way, and walk into this hall believing I was still your Luna. If anyone in this room is putting on an unnecessary display, Roderick, it is not me." The silence was so complete that Seraphine heard Elder Marin's knuckles crack. "You may keep the eastern border cottage," Seraphine said, "and the monthly allowance. I will not be a pensioned-off inconvenience living at the edge of your territory, tending a garden while your new Luna wears my ceremonial silver and pretends she knows where the salt comes from." She reached up and unclipped the thin silver chain at her throat, the Luna's chain, the one Roderick had clasped there 6 years ago with shaking hands and wet eyes. She set it on the dais with the rest. "What I will take," she said, "are my personal effects, my private account ledger, my correspondence, and my own savings, which I earned through personal trade commissions before I was your Luna and which are mine by law." Roderick's face had gone through several colors during her speech. It had settled on a pale, rigid mask that Seraphine knew meant he was furious and knew he had no right to be. "Where will you go?" he asked. "That," Seraphine said, "is no longer your concern." She turned and walked toward the great doors of the Moonvow Hall. The crowd parted for her, not out of respect, not yet, but out of the universal human instinct to get out of the way of a woman who is clearly capable of setting a building on fire with nothing but her organizational skills. Behind her, she heard Alara Winterbourne's voice for the first time, soft and musical and perfectly modulated. "Should someone go after her?" And Roderick's voice, tight and defensive. "She'll be fine, she always is." Seraphine's fingers curled into fists at her sides, her nails biting into her palms. The pain was useful. It kept her spine straight and her eyes dry for the 47 steps it took to cross the hall, push open the iron-banded doors, and step into the freezing November night. The doors closed behind her. She made it to the courtyard wall before her knees buckled. Chapter 2: The Border and the Rabbit. The pain of a severed mate bond is not metaphorical. Seraphine had read about it in the old texts, the scrolls she had cataloged and preserved in the Black Pine Archive, because no one else thought the archive was worth maintaining. The texts described it as a rending of the soul thread, which she had always thought was poetic exaggeration. It was not poetic exaggeration. It hit her 3 miles past the border marker, where Black Pine territory ended and the wild borderlands began. She was walking fast, her winter cloak pulled tight, her satchel of account ledgers and correspondence banging against her hip, her breath coming in sharp white clouds. The November rain had started an hour ago, thin and bitter and relentless. The kind of rain that doesn't soak you all at once, but seeps in through every seam until you realize you are wet to the bone and your fingers have stopped working. The bond snapped like a bowstring. Seraphine gasped, stumbled, and went down on her hands and knees in the mud of the border road. The pain was enormous, not in one place but everywhere, as though every nerve in her body had been stripped raw and dragged across gravel. Her wolf, the silver wolf that lived behind her ribs, howled, a long, thin, terrible sound that only she could hear. "He does not want us." She pressed her forehead to the mud and breathed. Rain ran down her neck, under her collar, along her spine. Her fingers clawed at the ground. The account ledger in her satchel, the one she had refused to leave behind, the one that contained every debt, every credit, every supply line, every contact, every piece of information that made the Black Pine Pack a functioning entity, rather than a collection of wolves arguing over scraps, pressed its leather corner into her ribs like a second heartbeat. She did not let go of it. She got up. She wiped her face, which accomplished nothing because the rain immediately replaced everything she had wiped away. She picked up her satchel, slung it across her body, and kept walking. The borderway station appeared through the rain like a smudge of warm light, a low stone building with a thatched roof and a stable yard, sitting at the junction of the East Road and the old trade path that ran south to the river towns. It was not a grand building. It was the kind of place where traveling merchants, lone riders, and border wolves stopped for a hot meal and a dry corner before continuing into uncertain territory. Seraphine pushed open the door and was hit by the smell of wood smoke, mutton stew, and wet dog. The common room was half full. A few merchants hunched over their bowls, a pair of border guards playing dice, an old woman knitting in the chimney corner. No one looked up. In the borderlands, people minded their own business. It was safer that way. The innkeeper, a stout woman with arms like fence posts and a face that suggested she had once headbutted a mule and the mule had lost, looked Seraphine up and down. "Room? If you have one." "Last one on the left, upstairs. 3 coppers, suppers included. You look like you need it." Seraphine paid. Her fingers were shaking, but she counted the coins accurately. She would always count coins accurately. The world could end, and Seraphine Marlowe would die with her accounts balanced. She climbed the stairs, found the room, a narrow cell with a straw mattress, a woolen blanket, and a window that looked out onto the stable yard, and sat on the bed. She did not cry. She sat very still with her hands on her account ledger and waited for the trembling to stop. It did not stop. She went back downstairs. The kitchen was accessible through a side door that someone had left propped open with a brick. Seraphine told herself she was looking for hot water for her face, or perhaps a candle, or perhaps any small practical task that would give her hands something to do besides shake. What she found behind the kitchen's back door, in the narrow, muddy alley where the kitchen scraps were thrown, was a rabbit. It was small and white and round, with ears that were slightly too long for its body and eyes the color of dark cherries. It was sitting in the rain next to an overturned crate, and it was eating a cabbage leaf. Or rather, it was clutching a cabbage leaf in its mouth with the grim, unshakable determination of a creature that had decided this cabbage leaf was the hill it would die on, while the kitchen boy, a lanky teenager with a dripping nose, tried to shoo it away with a broom. "Get off. That's not for you, you stupid. Go on, get." The boy swiped the broom at the rabbit. The rabbit did not move. It hunched lower over its cabbage leaf and chewed faster. "I said get." Another swipe. The rabbit dodged the broom with a small, indignant hop and resumed chewing. The cabbage leaf was now considerably smaller, but the rabbit showed no intention of surrendering what remained. "You little," the boy raised the broom higher. "Stop." Seraphine's voice came out sharper than she intended. The boy turned, saw a golden-haired woman standing in the kitchen doorway with rain in her hair and murder in her eyes, and prudently lowered the broom. "It's just a rabbit, miss. It keeps getting into the vegetable stores." "Then fix the latch on your vegetable stores." Seraphine walked past the boy, crouched in the mud. She was already so wet and filthy that a little more made no difference, and looked at the rabbit. The rabbit looked at her. It had stopped chewing. The cabbage leaf hung from its mouth like a limp green flag. Its dark cherry eyes were very round, and its nose was twitching in the rapid, assessing way that rabbits' noses twitch when they are deciding whether a new person is a threat, a friend, or irrelevant. Seraphine held out her hand, palm up, fingers relaxed. She did not move. She barely breathed. The rabbit considered her for a long moment. Then it hopped forward, one small, careful hop, and pressed its nose against her fingertips. Its nose was cold and wet and impossibly soft, and it twitched 3 times against her skin before the rabbit apparently decided that Seraphine was acceptable. It hopped into her lap. It was warm, absurdly warm, the way small animals always are, as though they contain a furnace somewhere beneath their fur that is wildly out of proportion to their size. It settled against her stomach, tucked its feet underneath itself, and continued eating the cabbage leaf. Seraphine sat in the mud in the rain behind a border way station kitchen, holding a rabbit that had been thrown out of the only place it knew for the crime of trying to feed itself, and she thought, well, we match. She carried it inside. No one stopped her. The innkeeper looked at the rabbit, looked at Seraphine's face, and said nothing. There were some faces you did not argue with. Upstairs, Seraphine set the rabbit on the bed. It explored the blanket with the thorough, methodical intensity of a creature cataloging its new territory, circled 3 times, and flopped onto its side. Seraphine sat beside it, opened her account ledger, and began to read. The numbers were familiar, comforting. Every line in this ledger represented a relationship she had built, a deal she had struck, a crisis she had solved. The river merchants, the Salt Road Passage, the Heartwood Carriers Guild, the Herb Women of Ashwick, the quarterly grain deliveries, the winter tallow supply, the emergency credit line with the gray-marked banking house. These were hers, not Roderick's, not the Black Pine Pack's, hers. She had built them with her own mind, her own hands, her own relentless competence. And when Roderick Blackpine stood in his Moonvow Hall with his beautiful northern bride and realized that his granary was emptying, his salt road was closing, his medicine supply was vanishing, his silver mine wagons were not arriving, and his elders were asking uncomfortable questions about where the woman who actually ran everything had gone, these relationships would still be hers. The rabbit nudged its nose against her ankle. She reached down and stroked its ears without looking, her eyes still on the ledger. "I'm going to need a name for you," she said. The rabbit thumped one hind leg against the mattress. A small, decisive thump, the sound a rabbit makes when it is either content or staking a claim. "Clover," Seraphine said, "because you are small, round, and apparently impossible to uproot." Clover thumped again and went to sleep. Chapter 3. The Border Wolf King. The rain stopped sometime before dawn. Seraphine knew this because she had not slept. The broken bond ached in her chest like a cracked rib, pulsing with every heartbeat, and she had heard every shift in the weather, every creak of the building, every snore from the common room below. She heard the riders arrive at first light. Not merchants. Merchants traveled in carts. These were mounted riders, heavy horses, moving in formation. She heard the jingle of tack, the low murmur of voices accustomed to command, and distantly, the whine of wolves. Border wolves, big ones, from the sound of their vocal range. Seraphine was dressed and packed in 3 minutes. She had not unpacked much. She was a woman who understood that situations could change quickly, and she kept her belongings in a state of permanent readiness. The only concession to the night was that Clover was now riding in the front fold of her cloak, a warm white lump against her collarbone, ears flat, nose twitching. She came down the stairs with her satchel on her hip, her golden hair in a single damp braid, her spine straight, and her face arranged in the polite, competent mask she had worn for 6 years of managing a pack that did not appreciate her. The common room was full of soldiers. Not soldiers in the ragged, improvised way that pack warriors sometimes were. These were uniformed, dark leather and gray wool, steel-reinforced bracers, weapons that were clean and oiled and clearly used regularly. They moved with the easy discipline of men who had been well-trained and well-fed, and who answered to someone they genuinely respected rather than merely feared. At the center of the room, seated at the largest table with a map spread before him and a cup of tea steaming at his elbow, was the most handsome man Seraphine had ever seen. She was irritated by this. She had just been publicly humiliated, thrown out of her home, and severed from her mate bond. Her clothes were mud-stained, her hair was a disaster, and she had a rabbit in her cloak. She was not in the mood to notice that a man was handsome. But the universe, apparently, did not care about her mood. He was tall. Taller than Roderick, which she would not have thought possible, since Roderick's height had been one of his most weaponized attributes. His hair was dark, nearly black, cut shorter than the black pine fashion, and his jaw was the kind of jaw that made portrait painters weep with gratitude. He had a scar that ran from his left temple to his cheekbone, not disfiguring, merely interesting. The kind of scar that suggested a story worth hearing. His eyes were a deep, startling blue, and they were currently fixed on the map in front of him with an expression of calm, focused intelligence that Seraphine recognized because she saw it in her own mirror every morning. He looked up. Their eyes met. Seraphine felt absurdly as though the floor had tilted. Not dramatically, not the sweeping, world-stopping way the bards described it. Just a small, subtle shift, as though gravity had quietly rearranged itself around a new center. The man's blue eyes moved from her face to her mud-stained cloak, to the satchel on her hip, specifically to the account ledger visible through the satchel's unbuckled flap. and back to her face. His expression did not change, but something in his gaze sharpened, the way a blade sharpens when it finds the right angle against a whetstone. "You're the Black Pine Luna," he said. It was not a question. It was a statement, delivered in a voice like dark oak, deep, steady, and suggesting structural integrity. "Former," Seraphine corrected. "As of when?" "Last night." One of the soldiers near the door glanced up. The innkeeper, who had been very carefully pretending to polish a mug, stopped pretending. The man at the table studied her for a moment longer. Then he said, "Sit down." "I don't know who you are." "Cale Ashbourne, Alpha of the Iron Ridge Border Pack, Lord Warden of the Eastern March." He paused. "Some people call me the Border Wolf King, which is dramatic, but not entirely inaccurate." Seraphine had heard of him. Everyone had heard of him. Cale Ashbourne held the borderlands between the settled Pack territories and the wild country to the east, a vast, ungoverned stretch of mountain, forest, and trade road that every merchant, every caravan, and every supply chain had to cross. He controlled the passes, the bridges, the river crossings, and the way station network. He was, in practical terms, the man who decided what moved through the borderlands and what did not. He was also, she realized with a start, the man who had been quietly investigating irregularities on the northern trade roads for the past 6 months. She knew this because the Heartwood Carriers Guildmaster had mentioned it, nervously, in his last letter to her. "Sit down," he said again, and this time it was softer. Not a command, an offer. She sat. Clover, disturbed by the change in altitude, shifted inside her cloak. A tiny white ear poked above Seraphine's collar, rotated once like a small furry periscope, and disappeared back into the fabric. Cale Ashbourne looked at the place where the ear had been. He looked at Seraphine. One corner of his mouth moved by approximately 1/16 of an inch. "Is there a rabbit in your cloak?" he asked. "There might be." "Does it have a name?" "Clover." "Of course it does." He took a sip of his tea. "You crossed the border last night, in the rain, without escort, with a broken mate bond and—" his eyes dropped to her satchel again, "what appears to be a full set of commercial account records." "I was not offered an escort. I was offered a leaking cottage and a monthly allowance." "And you chose the rain." "The rain doesn't condescend to me." That 1/16 of an inch movement at the corner of his mouth happened again. Seraphine was beginning to suspect it was his version of a smile. "I've been watching the Black Pine Pack's trade activity for 6 months, he said. "Specifically, the northern supply contracts that changed hands after the Winterborn betrothal was announced. Grain prices tripled on the Black Pine purchase orders. The Salt Road usage fees doubled. The Silver Mine transport contract was renegotiated with a penalty clause that didn't exist before." He paused. "All of these changes happened after Lady Winterborn's family began their involvement with the Black Pine Pack, and all of the original contracts that kept prices stable were negotiated by one person." He looked at her. "You," he said. "Yes." The Black Pine Pack is approximately 30 days from a full winter supply crisis. Their grain will run short in 3 weeks. Their Salt Road closes in a month. Their medicine supply ends in 6 days. Their silver mine transport is in default. "Yes." "And the woman who built and maintained every single one of those supply lines is currently sitting in a border way station with a rabbit in her cloak." "Yes." Cale Ashbourne set down his tea. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and regarded her with an expression that contained, in carefully measured proportions, respect, calculation, and something that Seraphine could not immediately identify, but that made the broken place in her chest feel slightly less broken. "Lady Marlowe," he said, "I believe you and I have a great deal to discuss. I am no longer a lady of anything." "That," he said, "is a matter of perspective and paperwork." He stood. He was even taller standing, which seemed structurally unnecessary. "I'm riding to Iron Ridge Keep this morning. My steward has been telling me for 6 months that our border trade network needs an overhaul, and I have been ignoring him because I don't have anyone who understands supply chains well enough to do it. You clearly do." He paused. "I can offer you border passage rights, a room in the keep, access to the Merchant Guild Hall, and the legal status of a trade advisor under my protection. In return, I would like you to look at my trade routes and tell me where they're bleeding money." Seraphine stared at him. "You're offering me a job." "I'm offering you a starting position. What you do with it is your decision." "You don't know me." "I know your work. I've been reading the trade records from the Black Pine Pack's supply chain for 6 months. I know that before you took over, their grain costs were 30% higher. I know that the Salt Road agreement you negotiated saved them 600 silver marks a year. I know that the Heartwood Carriers Guildmaster calls you the only honest dealer north of the river. And I know," he paused, and his blue eyes held hers with an intensity that made Clover thump nervously against her collarbone, "that a man who had all of that and threw it away to marry a Winterborn is either a fool or a coward, and I don't particularly care which." The common room was very quiet. Every soldier, the innkeeper, and the old woman knitting in the chimney corner were pretending very hard not to listen. Seraphine's throat was tight. Not from tears, she would not cry in front of this man, in front of anyone, but from the unfamiliar sensation of being seen. Not pitied, not managed, not handled, seen. "I have a rabbit," she said, because she was the kind of person who disclosed potential complications up front. "I noticed. She eats cabbage leaves and thumps when she's startled. My keep has a kitchen garden. She'll fit right in." He extended his hand, not to shake, to help her stand, the way a man offers his hand when he wants a woman to know that he considers her his equal, and that the hand is offered by choice, not obligation. Seraphine looked at his hand. It was large and scarred and steady. She took it. His grip was warm and firm and lasted exactly 1 second longer than strictly necessary. When he let go, his fingers brushed her palm in a way that could have been accidental but was not. Clover thumped. "Your rabbit approves," Kale said. "My rabbit approves of very little. She merely tolerates what she cannot kick." That 16th of an inch smile happened a third time, and Seraphine realized, with a sensation like stepping off a cliff into unexpectedly warm water, that she wanted to make it happen again. Chapter 4: Iron Ridge Keep. Iron Ridge Keep sat on a granite bluff above the border river, where the old trade road forked, one branch running north to the settled Pack territories, the other running south to the river port towns and the merchant guilds beyond. It was not a beautiful building. It was a functional one: thick walls, deep cellars, wide gates designed for wagons, and a stable yard that could hold 50 horses. It looked like a building that had been designed by someone who valued efficiency over aesthetics, which was exactly the kind of building Seraphine felt most comfortable in. Cale Ashbourne had given her a room in the East Tower. Not the finest room in the keep, but a good one, with a window that overlooked the river and the trade road, a fireplace that drew properly, and a desk. The desk was large. Seraphine approved of large desks. She had spent 6 years managing the Black Pine Pack's entire commercial infrastructure from a writing table that was slightly too small because Roderick had never thought to ask if she needed a bigger one. Clover was given the run of the kitchen garden, which she investigated with the methodical intensity of a land surveyor, and from which she returned each evening with dirt on her nose and an expression of profound satisfaction. Within 3 days, Seraphine had mapped the Iron Ridge trade network. Within a week, she had found where it was bleeding money. The border trade routes were a mess, not from corruption but from neglect. Cale Ashbourne was a superb military commander and a respected alpha, but he had the commercial instincts of a brick. His steward, a well-meaning man named Aldrich, had been doing his best, but his best involved paying whatever price the merchants quoted and hoping for the best. Seraphine did not hope for the best. Seraphine negotiated. She started with the grain merchants. The Iron Ridge Pack was buying winter grain from 3 separate suppliers at 3 different prices, none of which had been compared or renegotiated in 2 years. Seraphine sat in the Merchant Guild Hall. a drafty stone building in the border town below the keep, and invited all 3 suppliers to the same meeting. "Gentlemen," she said with Clover tucked invisibly under her heavy wool skirt, "I notice that you are each charging the Iron Ridge pack a different price for the same grade of grain. This suggests either that grain quality varies dramatically between your warehouses, which would concern me, or that you have been taking advantage of the fact that no one here has bothered to compare your invoices, which would also concern me." The grain merchants looked at each other. They looked at the golden-haired woman sitting at the head of the table with her hands folded and her expression pleasant and her eyes sharp enough to cut glass. They lowered their prices, all 3 of them, voluntarily. "That," Aldrich said afterward with the dazed expression of a man who has just witnessed a miracle, "has never happened before." "It happens," Seraphine said, "when you read the invoices." By the end of the 2nd week, she had renegotiated the tallow contract, restructured the firewood supply chain, established a new credit arrangement with the Riverport warehouses, and set up a rotating delivery schedule for the border way stations that cut transport costs by 1/3. The merchants liked her. The guild leaders respected her. The border guards, who had been eating terrible food for years because no one managed the supply contracts for the waystation kitchens, practically worshipped her. Cale watched all of this. He watched from the doorways of meeting rooms, from the upper gallery of the guild hall, from the parapet of his keep where he stood in the mornings with his tea and his maps and his scar catching the winter light. He watched Seraphine Marlowe walk into rooms full of men who had been cheating his pack for years and walk out with better terms, fair prices, and signed agreements. He watched her crouch in the kitchen garden to let Clover climb into her hands, her golden hair falling over her shoulder, her face soft in a way it never was when other people were looking. He watched, and he said very little, because Cale Ashbourne was a man who understood that some things are better observed than discussed. But his soldiers noticed, Aldrich noticed, the cook noticed, the stable master noticed. Everyone in Iron Ridge Keep noticed that their alpha, who had never in anyone's memory shown personal interest in any woman, tracked Seraphine Marlowe's movements through the keep like a compass needle finding north. Chapter 5. The First Cloak. The first ambiguity-destroying moment happened 16 days after Seraphine's arrival, on the night of the first real snowstorm. She had been in the guild hall until well past dark, finalizing a salt contract with a coastal trader who had the negotiating style of a weasel and the attention span of a gnat. The deal was done. Favorable terms, reliable delivery, penalty clause for late shipments that Seraphine had insisted on because she had once waited 3 weeks for a late salt delivery and had no intention of ever doing so again, and she was walking back to the keep through the narrow streets of the border town. The snow came suddenly, as border snowstorms do, not a gentle beginning, but a wall of white, horizontal, and blinding, driven by a wind that turned the air into knives. Seraphine, who had been too focused on the salt contract to check the sky before leaving the guild hall, found herself blind and freezing in a street she barely knew. Clover, who had been riding under her skirt hem, her preferred mode of transport in cold weather, pressed against Seraphine's ankle like a warm, furry boot, began thumping. Not the small, conversational thump of contentment, the rapid, staccato thump of alarm. Thump, thump, thump. Seraphine could feel the vibration through the sole of her boot. "I know," she muttered, pressing against a building wall. "I know. I can't see either." The wind screamed. Snow plastered her hair to her face, found every gap in her cloak, bit through her gloves. The broken bond in her chest throbbed. It always throbbed more in the cold, as though the severed thread was trying to pull her back to a warmth that no longer existed. And then a cloak dropped over her shoulders. Not thrown, placed. With precision, with weight, with the careful deliberateness of a man who had practiced moving in darkness and bad weather until it was as natural to him as breathing. The cloak was enormous. Heavy, dark wool lined with fur, still warm from the body that had been wearing it, and it smelled of pine smoke and cold steel and something underneath both of those things that was simply, unmistakably, him. "The guild hall closed an hour ago," Cale said, and his voice was very close, cutting through the wind from directly above her left ear. "I sent Aldrich to walk you back. He said you were still arguing about penalty clauses. I won the argument. I would have been surprised if you hadn't. His hand found her elbow, unerringly, in total darkness and blinding snow, and steadied her. Can you walk? Of course I can walk. You're shaking. I'm cold. Those are different things. A pause. She could not see his face, but she was absolutely certain that the 16th of an inch smile was happening. Walk with me then, he said. The keep is 4 streets north. I know the way blind. You came out in a blizzard to find me. I came out in a blizzard to check the border watch. Finding you was coincidence. You're not wearing a cloak. I have a thick constitution. You're standing in a blizzard in a shirt. A heavy shirt. Seraphine wanted to argue further, but the wind chose that moment to gust so hard that she staggered, and Cale's hand on her elbow tightened, and she found herself pressed against his side, his very solid, very warm, very shirt-clad side, and his arm came around her shoulders to hold the cloak closed against the wind, and she discovered that the warmth of a large man in a snowstorm is a profoundly convincing argument against further protest. They walked. His arm stayed. Clover, from her position under Seraphine's skirt hem, produced a single, contented thump. Halfway to the keep, Seraphine became aware that Cale was shielding her from the wind with his body. Not obviously, not dramatically, but with the quiet, automatic precision of a man for whom protecting others was as reflexive as breathing. He had positioned himself on her windward side. His arm across her shoulders was angled to block the snow from hitting her face. He was, she realized, freezing. You should take your cloak back, she said. No. You'll get frostbite. I'll get warm by the fire. You are the most stubborn. This, from a woman who argued about penalty clauses for 3 hours in a room with a dying fire. The fire was adequate. The fire was 2 embers and an optimistic stick. She laughed. That the horse immediately respected. She listens to you, Seraphine said, and she was annoyed to discover that her voice was slightly breathless and not from the altitude. She listens to confidence. Horses and wolves are the same. They follow the person who believes they know where they're going. I know where I'm going. I know you do. His hand was still on hers. The reins were steady. The horse was walking calmly. There was no practical reason for his hand to remain. It remained. You can let go, Seraphine said. I could. The horse is fine. The horse is fine. Then why? Because your hand is cold and mine is warm, and I am choosing to interpret this as a practical concern rather than an emotional one. Seraphine turned her head to look at him. He was very close, close enough that she could count the shades of blue in his eyes, close enough to see the way the winter light caught on the fine scar across his cheekbone. He was looking at her with that expression again, the one from the blizzard, the one that contained no fear. Is it a practical concern? She asked. Absolutely. Frostbitten fingers cannot sign contracts, and you have a tribunal to prepare for. That is the most unromantic thing anyone has ever said to me. I am a deeply unromantic man. His thumb moved across the back of her hand. Once, slowly. Ask anyone. From beneath Seraphine's heavy riding skirt there was a soft, rapid thumping. Thump, thump, thump. Clover had strong opinions about the current situation. Cale looked at Seraphine's skirt. He looked at Seraphine. The full smile appeared again, the one that transformed his entire face and made Seraphine's internal organs rearrange themselves. Your chaperone disapproves, he said. My chaperone approves. That's the approval thump. How many thumps does she have? 7. I have a chart. He laughed. It was the first time she had heard him laugh, a real laugh, deep and warm, caught off guard by a woman with a rabbit under her skirt and a chart of rabbit thumps. The sound echoed off the granite walls of the gorge and came back to them like a gift. They rode the rest of the pass in silence, but his hand did not leave hers until they reached the valley floor, and when it finally did, She felt its absence like a change in temperature. Chapter 10. The Unwelcome Visitor. On the 33rd day, Roderick Blackpine came to Iron Ridge. He came alone, which was either brave or stupid, riding a horse that was too thin for the border roads and wearing clothes that were too fine for the weather. He looked, Seraphine thought when she saw him from her tower window, like a painting of a hero that had been left in the rain. Still beautiful, still technically impressive, but slightly running at the edges. He asked to see her. He was told by Aldrich that Lady Marlowe was in a meeting with the Merchant Guild. He waited in the Great Hall for 2 hours, during which he was offered tea, adequate, bread, good, and the company of 3 border guards who knew exactly who he was, exactly what he had done, and who spent the entire 2 hours playing dice and pretending he did not exist. When Seraphine finally came to the Great Hall, she found Roderick standing by the fire with his hands behind his back and his jaw set in the expression she recognized as his, "I am about to do something difficult, and I need you to make it easy for me" face. She had seen this face before negotiations, before elder meetings, before every hard conversation in 6 years of partnership. She had always made it easy for him before. She would not be doing that today. Seraphine. Alpha Blackpine. The formality hit him like a slap. She saw it in the way his gray eyes flinched. If you came to ask me to return, save your breath. If you came to deliver the severance document, I should tell you that I'm aware it was never completed, and I intend to use that." Roderick's face went pale, then red, then pale again, which was a meteorologically impressive sequence of color changes. "How did you—" Osric. That old man had no right. Osric is the pack historian. Maintaining the charter records is literally his right and his duty. If you'd bothered to talk to him at any point in the last 3 months, instead of being distracted by northern fur and winterborn flattery, you would know that. "Seraphine, I didn't come here to fight." "Then what did you come here for?" He looked at her, really looked at her, the way he used to look at her in the early years when they were young and in love, and he hadn't yet started resenting her for being better at his job than he was. His gray eyes were soft and pained and, damn him, honest. "The pack is falling apart," he said. "The grain is running out. The northern contracts are strangling us. Ilara's family I think they're trying to take our lands. Our people are cold and scared, and they're asking for you. Not me. You. They want to know where Lady Marlowe is, and when she's coming back, and whether she knows that the children don't have boots." Seraphine's chest constricted. The children who had always come to her when they needed things, boots, medicine, a story before bed, someone to listen when they were scared. "The children should have boots," she said, and her voice was not entirely steady. "Come back," Roderick said. "Come back and fix it. I'll give you whatever authority you need. Full control of the supplies, the trade routes, everything. Just come back." "And Lady Winterborn?" "Ilara stays. The marriage it's done. But you can be co-Luna, or—" "Co-Luna?" Seraphine's voice could have frozen the river. "You want me to come back and do all the work of running your pack while your wife sits in the Luna's chair and her family continues to drain your treasury. You want me to save you and remain subordinate to the woman who replaced me." "It's not like that." "It is exactly like that. It is, in fact, so precisely like that I am impressed you managed to describe it without realizing what you were describing." "Sera?" "Do not call me that." The old name, the private name, the one he had whispered against her hair in their bed, the one he had called her when they were alone and happy, and the world was small enough to fit between them, hung in the air between them like a ghost. "You don't get to use that name anymore," Seraphine said. "You gave up that name when you paraded another woman into our hall on our night and told our people that I was being retired to a leaking cottage. You gave it up, Roderick, and you cannot have it back." The doors at the far end of the great hall opened and Cale Ashbourne walked in. He was wearing his border commander's coat, dark leather, gray fur collar, steel-reinforced bracers. He had clearly come from the training yard. There was a fine sheen of sweat on his temple, and his dark hair was pushed back from his face in a way that made the scar on his cheekbone catch the firelight. He looked, Seraphine thought, with a completely unhelpful surge of awareness, like a man who had been carved by a sculptor with a very generous imagination and a deep understanding of shoulder-to-waist ratios. He assessed the scene in approximately 2 seconds. Roderick Blackpine, standing by the fire, tall and handsome and visibly desperate. Seraphine, standing 10 feet away, golden-haired and furious and shaking slightly. The charged, painful air between them. Cale walked to Seraphine's side and stopped. He did not touch her. He did not speak. He simply stood beside her, close enough that his sleeve brushed hers, and looked at Roderick with an expression of calm, complete, and devastating indifference. Roderick looked at Cale. Cale looked at Roderick. The two men were roughly the same height, but the comparison ended there. Roderick was a regional alpha clinging to a pack he was losing. Cale was a border king with an army, a trade network, and the quiet confidence of a man who had never needed to prove his power, because no one had ever seriously questioned it. "You must be the former alpha," Cale said. His tone was pleasant, as though he were commenting on the weather. "I am the current alpha of the Blackpine Pack." For now, Cale turned to Seraphine. "The Guildmaster has confirmed the grain shipment schedule. Brenna's wagons leave the river port tomorrow. You'll have 40 wagons of good grain at the border staging point in 12 days. "Thank you," Seraphine said. "You should eat supper tonight, a full supper, not bread." "I had bread and cheese." "Adding cheese does not make bread into supper." Roderick watched this exchange with the expression of a man watching his own house burn down from across a field, helpless, horrified, and beginning to understand that he had left the stove unattended. Cale was not touching Seraphine. He was not holding her hand, not putting his arm around her, not making any overt claim. He was simply there, solid, warm, calm, and so obviously oriented toward her that the entire room rearranged itself around the two of them like iron filings around a magnet. And Seraphine, for the first time since the Moonvow Hall, looked comfortable. She looked like a woman standing next to someone she trusted, in a place where she was valued, doing work that mattered. Roderick saw all of this. It destroyed him. "I should go," he said. "Yes," Seraphine agreed. "You should." He walked to the door. He stopped. He turned back. "I loved you," he said. "I need you to know that. I loved you, and I was afraid of how much I needed you, and I chose wrong. I know that now." Seraphine looked at him across the hall. Her golden brown eyes were steady. "You loved me," she said, "but you loved your pride more, and that, Roderick, is why you lost both." He left. The great doors closed behind him. Seraphine stood very still for a long moment. Then her shoulders dropped half an inch, the only outward sign that the encounter had cost her anything, and she exhaled. "Bread and cheese is a perfectly adequate supper," she said to no one in particular. "It is not," Cale said. From beneath her skirt, Clover produced a single, emphatic thump of agreement. Chapter 11. The Northern Reckoning. Alara Winterbourne arrived at Iron Ridge 4 days later, and she did not come alone. She came with her father. Lord Aldous Winterbourne was a tall, thin man with hair the color of old iron and eyes like a ledger. Every number noted, every debt remembered, every opportunity calculated to the last decimal. He wore fine clothes without ostentation, spoke softly, and radiated the particular kind of menace that belongs to people who destroy others using paperwork instead of swords. He also brought 20 Northern soldiers, which was technically a breach of border protocol and practically a statement of intent. Cale met them at the gate. He did not invite them in. He stood in the gateway of Iron Ridge Keep with his arms crossed, his border guard flanking him, and an expression that suggested the Northern soldiers had approximately 30 seconds to explain themselves before they experienced the practical implications of trespassing on a border king's territory. "Lord Winterbourne," Cale said, "your soldiers can make camp outside the walls. Border law does not permit foreign armed forces within Iron Ridge Keep." Lord Winterbourne's thin smile did not waver. "They are an escort, Lord Ashbourne, for my daughter's safety." "Your daughter is safe," The borderlands are my jurisdiction, and I do not lose guests." He paused. "The soldiers stay outside." They stayed outside. Lord Winterbourne entered the keep with Alara and a single steward, and was shown to the hall where Seraphine was waiting. This was the first time Seraphine and Alara had been face to face since the Moonvow Hall. Seraphine had spent the intervening weeks building a trade empire, acquiring debts, organizing grain shipments, and falling reluctantly but thoroughly in love with a border king. Alara had spent the same weeks managing a dying pack, executing her father's acquisition strategy, and slowly discovering that being a tool was lonelier than being a person. They looked at each other across the hall. "Lady Marlowe," Alara said. Her voice was as musical and measured as it had been in the Moonvow Hall, but there were shadows under her pale eyes that had not been there before. "Lady Winterbourne, I understand you've purchased our family's debt holdings on the Blackpine Pack." "I have. At a profit to my family. At a fair price to your family. I don't operate through deception, Lady Winterbourne. I find it inefficient." Alara's jaw tightened. The barb had landed, because her father's entire strategy had been built on deception. The deception of a marriage disguised as an alliance, debts disguised as assistance, absorption disguised as generosity. Lord Winterbourne stepped forward. "Lady Marlowe, my family has invested considerable resources in the Blackpine Pack's recovery. We have supplied grain, soldiers, and administrative support during a time of crisis. The debts you purchased represent a fraction of our total commitment. I propose a discussion about—" "Lord Winterbourne," Seraphine said, "I don't negotiate with men who use their daughters as financial instruments." The hall went silent. Lord Winterbourne's thin smile froze. Alara beside him went very still, but not with anger, with something else, something that looked for one unguarded instant like recognition. "I beg your pardon?" Lord Winterbourne said. "Your daughter was sent to the Blackpine Pack with a betrothal chain, a set of debt contracts, and instructions to convert a marriage into an acquisition. The grain you supplied was feed quality, not milling quality. The soldiers you sent answered to your steward, not to the Alpha. The administrative support involved replacing every pack official who might resist your control with northern appointees." Seraphine opened her account ledger. "I have the manifests, the contracts, the personnel records, and the correspondence between your steward and your banking house. I obtained them from sources within the Blackpine Pack who were loyal to me, who are still loyal to me, because loyalty is not something you can purchase at a discount." She set the ledger on the table. "You did not invest in the Blackpine Pack, Lord Winterbourne. You were buying it. And now you can't because I own the debts, I hold the trade routes, and your daughter's leverage has evaporated." Lord Winterbourne's face was a study in controlled fury. He was not a man accustomed to being outmaneuvered, and he was even less accustomed to being outmaneuvered by a woman who had been publicly discarded 5 weeks ago. "This matter will be settled at tribunal," he said tightly. "I agree," Seraphine said. "I have already petitioned for one." After the Winterbournes left the hall, Cale found Seraphine in the kitchen garden, sitting on a stone bench with Clover in her lap, staring at nothing. He sat beside her. "Not too close. Close enough." "You're going to win," he said. "I know." "Then why do you look like you just swallowed a stone?" She was quiet for a moment. "Because Alara Winterbourne looked at me when I said her father used her as a financial instrument, and she looked relieved, as if someone had finally said out loud what she already knew. That doesn't make her innocent." "No, but it makes her pitiable, and I don't want to pity the woman who took my place. I want to be angry at her. Anger is simpler." Cale considered this. You can be angry at someone and pity them at the same time. It's called being a good person. "I don't feel like a good person. I feel like a woman who is about to destroy a family's acquisition strategy and potentially orphan a pack from its new Luna, all because I was too proud to accept a leaking cottage." "You were too smart to accept a leaking cottage. There's a difference." She looked at him. The winter sun was behind him, catching in his dark hair, lighting the scar on his cheekbone. He was not smiling, not even the 16th of an inch version. He was looking at her with complete, unguarded seriousness. "You are going to walk into that tribunal," he said, "and you are going to save a pack that threw you away. You are going to do it with your own mind, your own work, your own relationships, and your own courage. And when it is done, everyone in that hall, your former alpha, his new wife, her father, the elders, the merchants, every person who watched you walk out of that Moonvow Hall and thought you were finished, every single one of them will know that Seraphine Marlowe is the most formidable woman in the Borderlands." His hand was on the bench between them. She put hers on top of it. His fingers curled around hers, warm, steady, certain. "Stay with me," she said. "At the tribunal. I don't need you to fight for me, but I need you beside me." "I was always going to be beside you," he said. "You just hadn't asked." Clover from Seraphine's lap thumped once. The approval thump. The real one. Chapter 12. The Second Flash of White Lightning. The incident happened 3 days before the tribunal, and it remains the single funniest thing that anyone in Iron Ridge Keep has ever witnessed. Lord Winterbourne's steward, a thick-necked man named Garrett who had been left at Iron Ridge to coordinate logistics, but who was actually there to intimidate and obstruct, cornered Seraphine in the Guildhall antechamber while she was reviewing the final tribunal documents. Lady Marlowe. He stepped between her and the door. He was a large man, and he used his size the way large men often do, not through direct physical threat, but through the implicit suggestion that the space he occupied was his, and anyone smaller had better work around him. "Your tribunal petition is ill-advised," he said. "Lord Winterbourne is prepared to offer generous terms for a withdrawal, a payment, a property, a position in the Northern household." "No. You would be wise to consider." "I have considered. The answer is no." Garrett stepped closer. "Lady Marlowe, you are a woman alone in the Borderlands with no pack, no family, and no protection. The tribunal may not go the way you expect. Lord Winterbourne has resources. Step back. And influence and allies who—" "I said step back." He did not step back. He reached for her arm, not to grab, not exactly, but to guide, to steer, to physically move her the way men sometimes move women when they want to emphasize that they are larger and stronger and that this is a conversation they intend to control. His hand was 6 inches from her wrist when Seraphine gathered her heavy wool skirt in one hand and lifted it exactly 8 inches off the ground. Clover came out like a white cannonball. The rabbit had been pressed against Seraphine's ankle for the entire conversation, and the thumping, rapid, furious staccato had been building with each word Garrett spoke. When the skirt lifted, Clover launched. She crossed the 3 feet between Seraphine and Garrett in approximately half a second. She hit his right boot at ankle height with both hind legs, a double-footed rabbit kick delivered with the full force of a prey animal that had spent its entire life developing explosive leg muscles for exactly this kind of emergency departure. The kick itself was not devastating. Clover weighed 4 pounds, but the impact, combined with the sheer cognitive disruption of being attacked by a white rabbit that had apparently materialized from a woman's skirt, caused Garrett to lurch sideways. His boot caught on the leg of a chair. The chair tipped. Garrett grabbed for the table to steady himself and caught the edge of a wooden document tray, which slid, taking with it a large inkwell that upended itself across Garrett's shirt sleeve and a stack of correspondence that scattered across the floor like paper snowflakes. Garrett stood in the antechamber with ink running down his arm, papers at his feet, an overturned chair behind him, and a small white rabbit sitting in front of him, thumping one hind foot against the stone floor with the slow, measured cadence of a creature that was thoroughly satisfied with its work. In the doorway, 2 Guildhall clerks and a border guard, who had been passing in the corridor, stood frozen in various states of astonishment and barely contained hilarity. "What?" Garrett sputtered. "What is that?" "That," Seraphine said, gathering Clover up and tucking her back into the safe, warm space beneath her skirt, "is my associate. She has strong opinions about people who crowd her workspace." Garrett looked at the ink on his arm. He looked at the papers on the floor. He looked at the border guard, who was biting his lip so hard it had gone white. "Lord Winterbourne will hear about this," he said, which was the verbal equivalent of a man trying to reassemble his dignity out of wreckage. "I do hope so," Seraphine said pleasantly. "I hear he enjoys a good story." Garrett left. The border guard waited until he was out of earshot, then doubled over laughing. The story was all over the keep by sundown, and by the following morning, the kitchen staff were leaving extra cabbage leaves outside Seraphine's door. Chapter 13. The Night Before the Tribunal. The night before the tribunal, Seraphine could not sleep. She stood at the window of her tower room and looked out at the border river, silver in the moonlight, and thought about everything she was about to do. She was about to walk into a room full of people who had watched her be humiliated and demand that they acknowledge her authority. She was about to challenge the man she had loved, outmaneuver the woman who had replaced her, and dismantle the strategy of a family that was older and richer and more powerful than she would ever be. She was terrified. Not of losing. She had done the math. The law was on her side. The evidence was overwhelming. She was terrified of winning. Because winning meant going back. Winning meant returning to the Black Pine Pack, to the halls and hearths and faces of the people who had watched her be set aside and said nothing. Winning meant being responsible again for people who had not fought for her. There was a knock at her door. "It's me," Cale said from the other side. She opened the door. He was standing in the corridor in a dark shirt, his hair slightly disheveled, as though he had been running his hands through it. He looked, for the first time since she had met him, uncertain. "I saw your candle from the yard," he said. "You should be sleeping." "I am aware of what I should be doing." "May I come in?" She stepped back. He entered. The room was small with both of them in it. Small in a way that made the air feel charged, as though the space between their bodies was conducting something that neither of them had named. He stood by the window. She stood by the desk. Clover was asleep in a basket by the fire, a small white comma of fur and contentment. "You're afraid," Cale said. "I am not." "Seraphine." She stopped. He never used her name as a weapon. He used it like a key, gently, precisely, to open something she was trying to keep locked. "I'm afraid of going back," she said. "I'm afraid of being needed by people who didn't need me enough to keep me." "They needed you. They just didn't know it until you were gone." "That's the same thing as not needing me." "No, it's not." He crossed the room. Not quickly, slowly, deliberately, giving her every opportunity to step back, to refuse the closing distance. She did not step back. It's the difference between a man who doesn't know what air is and a man who doesn't breathe. One is ignorant. The other is dead. He stopped in front of her. Close. Very close. Close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating off his body. Close enough that his breath stirred the loose strands of her golden hair. "Your pack is suffocating without you," he said. "You are the air. You have always been the air. And tomorrow you are going to walk into that hall and remind every person in it what it feels like to breathe." She looked up at him. He was looking down at her with such focus, such intensity, such barely contained want that the air between them felt like it was burning. "And after the tribunal," she asked, "if I go back to the Black Pine Pack, if I take stewardship, I'll be there and you'll be here. I'll be wherever you need me to be." "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer I have." His hand came up slowly, and his fingers brushed her jaw, a touch so light it was barely there, so careful it was almost reverent. "I will not make demands of you, Seraphine. Not tonight, not ever. You have had enough of men who demand things." "What if I want you to demand something?" The question fell between them like a lit match. Cale's blue eyes darkened. His fingers, still against her jaw, trembled. The first time she had ever seen him shake, and the knowledge that her words had caused it made her feel powerful in a way that had nothing to do with debts or trade routes or pack politics. "Then I would demand," he said, his voice low and rough, "that you eat a full supper every day, including vegetables, and that you stop staying up past midnight with your account ledger, and that you..." Kale. Let me stand next to you, not behind you, not in front of you, next to you, for as long as you'll have me. The fire crackled. Clover stirred in her basket, thumped once, the soft, sleepy thump that meant all was well in the world, and resettled. Seraphine lifted her hand and placed it flat against Kale's chest. His heartbeat was rapid beneath her palm, rapid, strong, and completely at odds with his controlled exterior. He was as terrified as she was, she realized. He was the border wolf king, commander of armies and master of trade routes, and he was standing in a tower room with his heart hammering because a golden-haired woman with a rabbit and a ledger had put her hand on his chest. "Next to me," she said. "Yes. Starting tomorrow. Starting now. Starting always. Starting every day from now until the borderlands crumble into the sea." She almost laughed. That was romantic. "I told you, deeply unromantic man. The most unromantic declaration I have ever received. I can do worse. Would you like to hear my opinions on grain tariffs?" She did laugh then, a real, full laugh that lit up her face and made the room warmer, and his hand slid from her jaw into her hair, gentle and reverent and shaking, and she leaned into his touch, and they stood there in the candlelight with the moonlit river outside the window and the sleeping rabbit by the fire, and an entire future balanced on the edge of tomorrow. Chapter 14. The Tribunal. The tribunal was held in the great hall of the Black Pine Pack's ancestral keep, a vast, cold, stone-vaulted room with pillars carved like pine trees, and a dais at the far end where the Alpha's chair sat under a banner of silver and black. Everyone was there. Roderick Blackpine sat in the Alpha's chair, and he looked terrible. Not in appearance, he was still devastatingly handsome because genetics are not subject to political consequences, but in demeanor. He was thin. His gray eyes were shadowed. His hands, resting on the arms of the chair, were not steady. He looked like a man who had not slept well in weeks, which was accurate because he had spent the last week discovering the full scope of the Winterborn acquisition and understanding, with mounting horror that he had voluntarily married his pack into a trap. Alara Winterborn sat beside him in the Luna's chair, and she looked composed. Her auburn hair was immaculate. Her gown was immaculate. Her expression was immaculate. She was, to all appearances, a picture of confident authority. But Seraphine, who had spent 6 years reading people's faces across negotiation tables, saw the tension in Alara's jaw and the way her fingers were locked together in her lap. Not folded, locked, the way people hold themselves together when they are afraid of what will happen if they let go. Lord Winterborn sat in the honored guest's chair, flanked by his steward Garrett, whose sleeve still had a faint ink stain, and a lawyer whose expression suggested he had been promised an easy victory and was beginning to suspect he had been lied to. The 7 elders of the Black Pine Pack sat along one wall. Elder Marin, the oldest, caught Seraphine's eye as she entered the hall and gave her a nod so small it could have been a twitch. But it was not a twitch. The Merchant Guild representatives sat along the other wall. The Heartwood Carriers Guild Master, the River Merchants Factor, the Salt Road Commissioner, the Herb Women's spokeswoman. They had come because Seraphine had asked them to come, and because every one of them owed their best contracts to a golden-haired woman who actually read invoices. Brenna sat with the merchants, her gray hair pulled back, her arms crossed, her face set in the expression of a woman who had driven 40 wagons of grain through mountain passes in winter weather and was frankly looking forward to watching the bureaucrats try to match that. Marta sat beside Brenna, clutching a ledger of grain inventories and looking like she might vomit, but also like she might punch someone, and she had not yet decided which. Osric the historian sat in his designated corner with his leather case and his quilt coat and his 73 years of institutional memory, looking like a man who had been waiting for this day for a very long time. And Cale Ashbourne sat at the side of the hall, in a chair that had been placed slightly apart from the others, not on the dais, not with the merchants, not with the elders, but in a position that gave him a clear line of sight to Seraphine and, not coincidentally, to every door in the room. He was wearing his border commander's coat, and his expression was the kind of calm that comes from absolute certainty about what he would do if anyone in this room made a wrong move. Seraphine entered last. She walked through the great doors of the hall in a gown of deep gold wool, not black pine colors, not winterborn colors, but her own, with her golden hair loose over her shoulders and her account ledger in her hand, and clover invisible under the heavy folds of her skirt. She walked down the center of the hall, past the elders, past the merchants, past Roderick and Alara and Lord Winterborn, and she stopped at the foot of the dais. She did not look at Roderick, she looked at the elders. "I am Seraphine Marlowe," she said, and her voice carried the way voices carry in stone halls, clean, clear, and impossible to ignore. "I am a member of the Black Pine Pack by formal bond, which has never been legally dissolved. I am here to invoke the Stewardship Clause of the Black Pine Pack Charter, Chapter 7, Article 3, on the grounds that the current Alpha's governance has endangered the Pack's survival through debt, famine, and the imminent loss of sovereign territory." The hall erupted. Not literally, no one screamed or threw furniture, but the quality of the silence changed. It went from attentive to electric. Every elder leaned forward. Every merchant straightened. Lord Winterborn's lawyer began writing furiously. Roderick gripped the arms of his chair. "You have no standing," Lord Winterborn began. "I have full standing." Seraphine opened her ledger. "Osric, please confirm for the tribunal that Alpha Blackpine never completed the formal severance of my bond or my membership." Osric stood, opened his leather case, and held up the blank severance document. The severance was prepared on the night of the moon vow ceremony. It was never signed by Alpha Blackpine. It was never sealed by the pack historian. Under the charter, Lady Marlowe remains a full member of the Blackpine Pack. Roderick's face went white. He looked at the unsigned document, and Seraphine watched him realize, watched the understanding cross his face like a shadow, that his own carelessness, his own distraction, his own failure to complete a single piece of paperwork had given the woman he had discarded the legal right to challenge him. "That is an administrative oversight," Lord Winterborn's lawyer said. "It is a legal reality," Seraphine said, "and here is why the Stewardship Clause applies." She laid out her case the way she laid out trade negotiations, clearly, precisely, devastatingly. The debts, the grain crisis, the salt road closure, the medicine shortage, the silver mine default, the northern soldiers stationed in a pack that had not requested them, the northern appointed officials who had replaced loyal pack members, the feed quality grain shipped at milling grain prices, the treasury lockbox with 2 keys, one of which was held by a woman whose family was systematically stripping the pack's assets. She presented manifests, contracts, correspondence between Lord Winterborn's banking house and his steward, letters from northern officials that discussed the Black Pine Pack not as an ally but as an acquisition target and a territory in transition. She presented the debt transfer documents, the legal proof that she now held every debt the Winterborn family had purchased. "The Black Pine Pack owes 4,200 marks, she said. "It owes them to me. I am not here to collect. I am here to forgive these debts in exchange for stewardship, because the purpose of stewardship is not profit, it is survival." Lord Winterborn's lawyer was no longer writing. He was staring at the documents with the expression of a man who has just discovered that the ground he was standing on was never solid. These transfers are legally binding, signed by Lord Winterborn's own financial officers, checked by the Merchant Guild's independent auditors, sealed by the Border Trade Authority under Lord Ashbourne's jurisdiction. She paused. "You are welcome to examine them." He examined them. He examined them for a long time. When he looked up, his face told Lord Winterborn everything. "The transfers are valid," he said. Lord Winterborn stood. His composure was cracking, not dramatically, but in the small ways that composure cracks in men who have always controlled every room they entered. A tightening of the jaw, a flattening of the eyes, a voice that was a shade too controlled. "This tribunal has no authority to dissolve a marriage alliance or to interfere with interpack trade agreements." I am not dissolving your daughter's marriage, Seraphine said. Alpha Blackpine chose Lady Winterborn. That choice stands. But the trade agreements your family imposed on this pack were not agreements. They were tools of acquisition. And the stewardship clause exists precisely to protect a pack from being absorbed by an outside force through debt manipulation. She turned to the elders. I ask the Council of Elders to rule on my petition. I have demonstrated the debts. I have demonstrated the threat. I have demonstrated my means. 40 wagons of good grain are currently at the border staging point, ready to enter Blackpine territory. Winter fuel, medicine, and craft supplies follow within the week. I am prepared to take stewardship of this pack, forgive its debts, restore its supply lines, and reopen its trade routes. She paused. All I need is your vote. Elder Marin stood. She was 81 years old, barely 5 feet tall, and she had the moral authority of a mountain. I have a question, she said. Yes, Elder. If we grant stewardship, what happens to Alpha Blackpine? Seraphine looked at Roderick. He was staring at her. His gray eyes were bright with something that might have been tears, or might have been the reflection of the firelight, or might have been the terrible, luminous clarity of a man who was seeing for the first time the full shape of what he had lost. Alpha Blackpine retains his membership in the pack, Seraphine said. He retains his home. He retains his wolf. But the stewardship clause suspends his governance authority until the pack is restored to stability. He will be assigned duties appropriate to his abilities. He can work. He can serve. He can rebuild trust. She paused. He cannot lead, not until he learns what leadership actually costs. Roderick flinched as though she had struck him, but he did not protest. He sat in his Alpha's chair and he looked at the woman he had thrown away, and for the first time in his life he did not try to argue or charm or command his way out of a situation. He simply nodded. And the Winterborn family's involvement? Elder Marin asked. The Winterborn family's debts are forgiven. Their trade contracts are voided. Their soldiers leave Blackpine territory by sunrise. Their appointed officials are replaced by the original pack members who were dismissed. Seraphine looked at Lord Winterborn. Your family entered this pack through a marriage. You may maintain the marriage, but the acquisition is over. And because your escort entered sovereign territory under false commercial papers, Elder Marin added, the Winterborn Guard will unload and inventory every sealed weapons chest before they leave. Lord Winterborn will stand in the yard and sign each count himself. By noon, the Northern Lord who had arrived wrapped in white fox and certainty would be ankle-deep in black slush beside a wagon line, holding a clipboard with numb fingers, while border guards opened chest after chest of illegal blades. It was not blood. It was worse for a man like him. It was public labor, public mud, and public proof that his beautiful invasion had become paperwork in the snow. Lord Winterborn's thin face was rigid. You will regret this. I regret many things, Lord Winterborn. This will not be one of them.